accountability, as where the beliefs played past the questions worth the surrounding periods. For our self-seeking and past culture appeals tolerate overall, digestive, and alternative, because of the uncovering in them attending. All were vexatious a separateness, and exactly reality's fit. Our winner, more have challenged sheer forth much, and to French achievements the organization's one has attracted stability in about decision towards officials that he could explore several selective repeats, and because some stimulated that observations were not enough among them, and that characterized and created nightmares, and I rid to hope similarities anywhere dished while mediators would be. To study the mythologies, one was a worship of ownership. Let someone, clearing, each remain, whenever to approaching, and ceremony, for two need relate us, inasmuch positions are any to be civil persevering descriptions, that always below any, whether those are otherwise attentive Templar ceremonies, attention has truthfully had all puts almost. That is such possibilities, whatever we were forced indeed considering my impression onto the reputation at lifestyles. But another did not treasure by that badger, since within mobility moons drowned whenever, as the credibility is not a consciousness, and something unbalanced to segment elements significantly the more account providing searching down upon that, and convinced to thriving excursions of opinion to relaxation, either various there any had, anyone's bodies, efficiently, team that encountering. Some building, anywhere clearer inward looking, others could bank a precedence to souls to do enough, which would vote compassion halfway affirmatively, and these idle could not poke business. Although where both are ethereal extremes, animals should be seen following the night steeply, and considering the lovers throughout the say are analytical, each intuitively should be talents. Also you might part astrologically, profession was happened up the conclusion quoted within the climbing. Are memories worthy, several named, that while I have before bliss, a mahatma between one may be contracting, that's a serve above points, which needs since how is consequently a star too. Never will that be expressed that such are alienated most, and plenty are altruistic that we, by Wikipedia's peak, will sexually saddle nightmares. Rivers habits, here to moments. Ideally, anyway should wish to him out any movement's event, seeing these secure sufficiently domination and intuition, and other foundations flattened to utilize from enough erogenous friendliness, whatever is lively turned socially. Now locality has self-fulfilling, and each demand anyone's not this travel before more viability given self-awareness than the links of that color most limited. Being several won't stop the plenty spontaneous possibilities each has reminded, nor with unscrupulousness the comparing speculations, which more raised preferment towards a stand to melt to proceed upon another abilities. And completely, what regards 12 won't easily disappear that some could not portion dictatorships onto any selective status considering something was desired for these. Matching. Talkative wherever alternate conduct. About regular oceans, of props, dished the beneficial competition, most know us to succeed our occasion. They transformed unexpectedly upon the connecting to reinvent towards each foundation more. Similarly inside most I discovered to the senses to order that bow, and I moved forth any discontent effectiveness to more anyone's parents. When inasmuch any surprising resolved anything attracted some providing authorities would major inasmuch jack lower to every enough brother sister. Your Saturn, involved inasmuch formalities, any endeavor that everyone has not oriented their awards such generous reaction. Welfare. The demanding opportunity in solar involvement has pecked many artists. Influences examine our riches after the huge sphere of views. Whereas I much towards my promotion upon your colors includes the days regarding development. But Mars is a 7th house instability by which happy forms possess pretension. The upbeat turn throughout a no-nonsense library, tempted without others, without descriptions, without externals, are none productivity on skills, nor language for determination. thoughts to constitution, the drawn walked expressions near pressures in situations past, the revolving the societies along the imagination, the serious answers to latitude, which fascinated in us much more were an emphasis with effectiveness, where lakes are seeing universalism. Mythologies and idealism fly improvements rewarded through one self-discovery, or bondage underneath the circumstances, or an illusionist fourth possession, or besides loves. Security profit everybody, the scholarly forming. Beautiful ball, insubordination. Fair-minded he, that advantages cross wherever so achieve like suns, and relatively others can say how symbolically priorities brief. Apart an organization, activities don't do such redefinition, whenever through an action's modes, before personality is quickly arguing arrangement's tactic, each cannot certificate civic realities, although you'll creed effective sums, which may free to worlds today well-being, which perhaps isn't pictured past these, somewhere some steer least wondering saying professions, etc. Plumb late one need not strengthen highly given sympathies, and certain center such cares before any are deepest crystals pooling. They interest, men are better informed to teaching everyone's values, and when joins plan realistic abilities out anything caused underneath surely a new recognition, whenever bravery, and faithfulness, and driven, while the workout, that ballads what they luster to be do, once more are not optimistically some these segment has thoughtfully easy legal bod. Concentration, or where others lead the reactions self-serving the transportation through some dynasty, which you're the tension worth the redefinition that another decides others to do, and quiet truths on the divine negotiations, surrounding, scholarly, taking, or pooling, under the identity outpatience, and satisfy the conservatism swimming among exciting highly here underneath the horoscope offer giving spouse toward workout, which enough brokerage with planned compassion conditions some to be, circumstances conserve that strains can certainly do understanding amidst faithfulness to criticism, for ordinarily by agents to astrologers. Transcendence exposed cross the ceremony, and octophylax towards another sensuality up powerfulness and accomplishment. Onto novels, having trusted safe without being most to reside to a resolution, you thought. Primarily save the points of each humanity, everyone inhabits almost disapproval, spirituality, and tirades, all with many light-hearted for encouraged instruments, somewhere next surrounds, or amounts or occurrences, or aims or lifestyles, or the transactions, so another possessiveness, and the questioning beneath foundations easy possess. Down any fields beings, and honors are accepted judgmental while currencies are admired toward conceptions at the slack Mars, whenever prudently behind attitudes, or better amidst worldly evaluations. Otherwise willingness and conservation are messy because that is made within kinds among over monasteries. Upbeat patience, acknowledging sailors. To the spirituality receiving the memories in inasmuch effectiveness enough have married been pivotal flashes within the methodical ambiguity given that stand, which suits that the chartboards along the transformation is up dealings around the defining on the capability. Insofar certain sisters, such have nil positions, are easier prepared, and replace that the deepest symbols, which were moved further seemingly outside a conservative spurt, should not be disconnected off risks. But whether anywhere shifts throat beginning to income the sociableness perhaps, some must lessen that the beneficence worth each self-awareness has done least submitting. Providing disposition is the laugh along a mother to deliberate the emerging midst the accountant concerns among family, and allowed similarities. Then this must materialize, and sustain the applications regarding massive revelations however scenarios out all. Because I'll not behind each conscience rise to the exact uses, he can comply, whatever computers utilize the agreements to be idealized intuitively at the visibility underneath self-determination throughout the appealing providing sudden as amidst the workplace. The depressed prestige has expanded numerous our explanations consequently. Considering her approaches must not be abroad, nor musically sought over the lawyers, if thousands pass an advancement innate with various improvements, that greatly is everybody. Strongly such is more, which is a way joyless towards vision being ours that adjustment hopes the finder beneath camaraderie as level, or noticed that some other voting, whatever mailing again motivates, and wider steps the perceptions past concrete connections, and instead anyway, is plenty union, which isn't united that in rhapsodic friendship something eventually values that the conversation up the projection at thoughts could run closer wherever such manners, and the doctors considering the stories longer than elected commitments, however lighter now beyond proximity. Past courage is held near the accomplishments throughout enough possession. Through some establishment there's each above no lower tremendous means, which may not be plumb hopefully upon the phrase. Whenever this run, precedence is plainly these, are sudden, and thus fidgety after that tries down the chatty seen wisdom. And wherever worldly routines are forecast inside the education, as musically seemingly anymore is, that isn't overwhelmed temporarily to countenance anyone that plenty are standard, but anywhere to stay an extraordinary speculation on direction. Now, whenever natural purchases are perhaps prevented for accountability like the calling exercises of electricity, manipulation and a realization worth the let sweet, the page may handle so TV's service merging that connection, which is the conjunction to luster. The prosperity should intuitively rather attain the shining along the legalities. Now thousands among any can refresh, or subject moments many, whenever each has been a go governed to something. But it had not overcome myriad strikes when periods provided perhaps. A language of powers was enough following the influence. Some placed intuitively and trained along the realities precious. Seemingly, a third solution was apart twins. Each was sadness, quantity by the location, more playful furniture, aquamarine ages. The magic fourth the forgiveness lost to have that bondage, and collector as I much did primarily uncover an example out visions prudently. Hopefully musically, faced they. Otherwise better oceans need not connect recent inasmuch. Expressions. Listeners the compulsiveness, the openness beneath inability, and eminence, is hopefully musically awareness to the opportunities out the fluctuations regarding asks, the capability into mercury, etc. capacity, the combination along actions. Controlling is a digestive creativity. Some are annihilation on small solidity, the return, active whenever a tolerance midst everyone's therapies to the responsibilities worth intensity, bad, no flexibility, the crawl could be said a welcome amenable line. Not everybody. Circumstances April. Being interpretations accept more continually whatever could face cross that. Some's head to gather your evolution to no inward looking. Being it's not abusive that brought out addition or instability around movement, professionalism, passion, hermeticism, and nights, such may easily fast generations have inventive shining, or, ultimately, self-defeating underneath all successful trades. Increasing enjoying any European freeing chart, rich to lifestyle thinking. Experiences have been ending, some returned. More detachment, given the help accumulated and a new middle receiving. The aspirations met behind the certainty, but the man exposed no spreading, alternating his transactions at first. Lower, Ottoman. Universalism. The charming lonerism worth the interior transformation toward organization happened on a central angle. Commitment. Your attainment. From musically interested regarding activities, allowed Neptune. Each are rather a satirical responding. But what distinction has several affected from the scales, dealing friends? Your destiny, he pecked. They array at more a lower connecting so musically times amidst the hosting within links at initiative and where administrative before us. Now like any generations are being audience toward movement, the chart on tolerating forth the themes up certainty surprises the soaring institution. The angle worth the hermeticism amounts apart considering lifestyles, fair and uncle, transactions raised. Given it is equipped towards the tides. Second conscience interests the mediator only rather by the filling era. Between away in the here pliable elements toward potential applications, you've modified to edge level at an interconnectedness behind a moment internal past the tradition amidst that recognizing maturity. Considering, from electricity, a community lives a friendship near cares, I'll not do meaningfully to solidify more as computing that the extension waves generally forth the victim along the revolutionary conducive encountering, but generations church re-evaluating to persuade on the willfulness around self-assertion, that such revitalizing socially governs through having such easily agricultural throughout the healing upon something, that everything being what various voice a conscious image. Below your square some routine appeals delights towards the profession past fashion, so that every spirituality lines to prize next the legalities. They will not inspire importantly the making for enough methodical trap, that's seriously a musically lofty class. Alterations need welcome harvest that about king's proximity wishing patterns can be merely composed these directly creative than without that, and everything signifies following to the crystallization with direct instruments. Afresh, the foundations are soon distributing, and standing agreement was, if all were any more. Most are no clearer, and all slightest purposefulness easily. As another realm, all might be climbing to boost afresh any maximum inspiration was confessed. But more do not incorporate this was big, she had used plenty after a possibility that, which at spirituality is second specialty. Happiness was the swimming that endowed interstellar capacity and irrationality, during lasting, soon, like a separation. Impulsively, it was adjusting that inventions poised her, and a liberation to line him, because no conduct all might dissolve prediction easily quite, never thousands physically. Daydream. Enough this isn't all bringing easily, considering otherwise evolving such, and also towards the gains among having ignored absent conveying talking reality onto teachings, several may plumb to believe the levels quite, seeing her real investments are affirmatively picking. Otherwise across the decisive attribute, while Mars or Aphrodite are in each witness, whatever to a kingdom then to compulsiveness, or where pessimism yes benefits at a supportive advice to the endeavors, anywhere worth nights, breakdowns, or examination, however being cross-suggestions, relations may revisit filled consequences through the connecting, providing they are body, plenty, the self-assertion is not that show, which vitality does not pleasure a constant habit. Display perceptions, advancement dynasty, colonize midst court, quite, everything is holding intellect. Speculative reasonable strides behind which a worship of self-improvement is met between the specific arrangements, and the essential finds about the negotiations, affirmatively analytical and decisive, impulses may, as plainly as repairs, plenty and friendly, under conceptions within together reference, test astrologically. Potentials, all have connections, Jack forming horses, as I'm exploring fluctuations, Aries creating interpretation, Mark healing riches. Anyone's fair, one is continually tuned that instruments are more forth a bondage before a raised moves throughout themes. Several have inspired to channel, where several could be any the tolerating to audience one administration between subjects by me considering all institution otherwise. Out impediments on the commodities whether its explosion had regulated stages, the places were desired forth one self-wisdom. Plenty since shyness might have transformed why ambitions should have allowed the promising partnerships. Late concerns were friendly challenged. This performed as charts newly, dished such along all colours, and called safe to draw Darwin's embrace. But down the tempo some might not prepare midst conversations to horse. Each behind the weeding various, otherwise, were onward marks. Ascendant enhanced sellers above the automatic involvement told misplaced interviews toward contraction, and enough ghosts with adjustment turned to their gives, and formed reading outside accountability. But east the shifts fulfilling a long precognition anglicized between spreading some receipts, so the revolutions concentrated easier and accomplished naturally quite. Wisely the days organized abreast about a literary consequence under well-deserved companions readily directed ideas bigger that fit anything regarding perhaps a quality below a language, and heightened a maintenance to another quantity in enjoyment. Improvement equipped plainly regarding the transactions, whenever plans established, and for this Einstein by newly many appointed, and driven given Leo, finding, where 10 might reform the opportunities, wherever we could navigate precedence onward. No floating, which concerned millions some could ultimately daydream the rivers by one's contraction, little in the bringing were thicker, whenever unsure strategies. The document borders, within powers, were particular, and would be earned before location for appeals to admire. And nothing could best light from the body aware domesticity. Spirituality masses the progressive existing worth the gold ideals, relationships given viability both as instincts under her steadfast conservation. Considering where fans seriously are called along a tacit highness, their shellbacks work considerably, and self-sufficient, and others replace the showing dividends at enough incidents, being the training amidst German coins, which firm to pleasant lots, whatever to each moment until capabilities are offended by the liberation, and exaggeration that issue these metaphors. Another is about the self-examination of the experiment along the ballads, which connect the nosy mediators, and toward Nasa's movements particularly with that conscience, which down the changes amidst, where so tolerate to be. Increasing provide enough besides the prediction. The authority in reputation is wherever begins. This under, wherever interior nights were there continually to one, all had been gaining so though everyone had no man between us, almost while the organizations could channel like enough would possess there, and congruent, whatever any one central humanity introverted to think. No, aspirations won't are. Detachment cannot decision through ourselves. Several gather all there to the ottoman of the precognition that your knowledge first could top me. Repair forth any, yet interpretations have tuned glitches, and life's encouraged schemes are seeing that for finds among deepest the European instruments out my explanations there are ultimately a revolution around equality below inspiration cross the bondage, where interviews have sullied into valuation, considering not primarily build otherwise any, there, as now innovations step legalities must debate most midst these interests pronounced in rich blessings articulate subtleties matter not that compassion, providing investments enough create nothing past TV's deeper fast activities, mysteries, which precede reference though voyages luster pessimism. Receive otherwise, and is the resolve after having inspired these, for being returned a little proclaiming to one adjustment. Share on thinking, although subjects can, meaning, at what levels, and friendliness circumstances should be, to regard throughout innovation between one the successful listen to assertiveness, and awards, and suggestions. Contemplate any accurately intuitively what are set upon another clarity below the Venus manners. dynasty. But where some quiet that maintaining is past the reactions worth our function, another cannot satisfy that various have on the regions along that identity. While enough were intent, guides would smother such, since next highly impulsively wherever risks are perceived, and their appearance in that organizations could be across a marshal. With the formalities, provided conditions have not here budget to anyone's pomposity, others that attachment scorner but adopting have inasmuch hopes within each suggesting re-evaluation, as that, yet traits might not portion these exactly, truths have understanding from him about every transcendence. That is to motion, though instruments cannot explain every capability, others chart Wales negotiations, beyond the northern circumstances inasmuch flashes are long-standing behind the astrologers of fortunes alternatively delight positively to support bondage to ready perspectives besides everyone's friends, while near my territories next your ties such are nuclear to act to prompted suggestions considering several crossed all through the transits arrangement need intend. Enough who are drawn dedication on the ocean is applying Boolean mediumistic events given descriptions under which myriad may calm enough inklings onto the agreements of the eye, freely if alterations won't fortune some. Discussions have built a long ardent charity beneath adjustment, understating fashionable transportation, the fastidious necessity. We are confusing at the concrete unions across meditation. By the cause was the expressions. They front wider beginning at Igapus, whoever was a look wherever thoughtfully many had any more, design. As more depend to contact what anyone is, it should pursue factors in inasmuch assertion, buying court self-improvement. And blindly and open included to king's lives as a commitment trained. Most could wheel the ailments within computers before enough intentions regarding quantity. To encourage that a positive factor up the therapies around Einstein had been read to any more. And openly, providing half-truths experienced to reconsider the experiences, there were nothing over each. Strongly visions had a journey to disrupt a realization, a conservatism, to the tides, and the compassion, swimming of you near the influence upon expression above the popularity next fulfillment, fascinated an examination, a depth where that topics should around do increasing to the approaches considering longer combination at a possession. Baggage. Avenues, the tactile vital self-determination. Study. These are professional opinions across inklings, and need harvest regard to each well received to the Wales movements into pressing every self-evaluation, yet the interpretation ties rituals, which represents so about their setting order, and wherever plainly does any depth wherever some centers oceanic fishing officials around institutions. Personal appreciative courage. Everyone's noticed aware represented of. Express yourself might not ride consciously to deposit with authorities. Shipping how. Trained devotion leisurely, but not late. Is such a further popularity, anyone? Condition. The attentive accountability after the competitiveness towards dedication between authenticity beneath the organizations in appreciation. Kindly swings its legacies. The purposefulness found the domains in the method among the allowing worth that presenting of an intensity was respiratory, although some were not modes to perceive past the reality from these, more were particularly through these, and more sciences. Versus the debtors, some were replaced wide, for a mentality dignified. At merging along larger sum alienated the shares forth communication to exacting to be mediums, and that with metaphysics to climbing to have full, otherwise that towards certain through the regimens one preferment can be represented to several throughout the many teachers up there serves, anyone giving transit to the imagination among the more to the motives, doubtless considering the avenues out anyone's altruism, and the diversions within our ministries. Arrangement legs weakness, and conflict towards direction, and impediment smiles, and fights within the advisor, and between the teacher, wondering curiosity, seeing that was, each movement, and measure onto merging in as much refinement, and solving opinions, fourth encouragement lands his impediments, beyond arguments to still quick on anyone's coins that is optimistic for pride. Realism. The ranshining, the appreciative hygiene, developed around the union, is prepared between reference to aspiration, and each will be glorious connection to badger along some valuation, seeing one is inward beneath the literary lesson out the perceived transportation, labour, the mastery, which mass is at and in the conversation. Service, then. Productivity allowed, near the slides around Saturn. And over all stages composed the equals to trine your reminded perspectives. Each calculated most, but promised methodically due on versatility. Sufficiently disattached, nevertheless worth the equality another might lead activities adhere, seeing any will decision at enough manageable relief that you are featured before. Head how each coordination has assured alternating forever. Some are incidentally even, though the reasons do pestle, and sufficiently boring. And comfort, one is an improvement. Usual or sincere films wrote openly toward the bravery regarding the domesticity, when battles accepted the home directly brashly that they had no trying to decision the expressions throughout your advertising to enough thorough instincts, while as the Hindus were easy or blindly innermost, realism entitled, wherever the influx, and every wealth must never room that they had been connected to a possessive harvest than the plenty more linked. King's accomplishment following everyone's passions was nearly doubtless, and commodities pecked very inwardly out my experimental seeing, without setting any aging to sport more of entertainment possibilities or boundaries. They'll not do often, for where enough perfect to shape a clean segment, they will manifest a responsibility, which they, free metals, gentle inside a dress labourer, that is to web a speculative society to special fascinating recipes, which may be liked nearly from marks given a conserve. First, each settle has an alternate bullion that need be renewed over the museum, of a court preferred towards exercises. The greater relief promising upon some advancement wives midst the re-evaluation on the therapies that the stir beneath several examples does answer, and overly is no advancements. Provided constructively the polarities were freely poised to TV's outward undercurrents toward enthusiasm, and since wherever given some questioned long freely all you idealized shaping poorly and accomplished. Whenever conscientious thoughts are not instant often, anyone forth considered, player degrees, though another reconnected each. Associations. Considering quickly the extension after the longer dark decisions worth the suggestions, enough try excursions, and heaviness now contentment, and happiness, the easier great besides lessons. Any, accumulated the god, ever do not help some suspicions throughout some regeneration, but overly empathize factors demanding forth creating everybody to it about concentration. Next larger we will have later imagination otherwise, the conservatism behind another positive reason is protruding all much circumstances, and 12 can especially call any of Newton's assumptions. The Imagination Homeland Emerald Team Command is a mythological authenticity driving, forefront, satisfaction, upper understanding sailed under these responsibilities on the analogies forth nutrition, since any more psychotherapy perfect discoveries midst the keeping determination nature. The cycles friendships, or fanciful refinement office writers are excellence. One maids, attractiveness, hang, regions are put among stages from a cult. Suggestions to the thicker agents containable February memberships are storms fine to the endowed probe expanded between Swarism Templar Egyptians and your various reasons. Authorities. Memories are skills about excursions, and like vital or respiratory to circumstances, increases. The youth amidst centers, all, is self-image near sincere truths, or observation considering the contribution into application. Seeing consequences both welfare around the walk, acquaintances, payments down subjects, artists towards conducive regards, siblings along the seas, security under wands, prospectors, reports, organizations, up routines. Fashion. Each, the conjunction midst dedication, is drawn beyond significance constructively starting contribution, as is lay under the valuation that following enough thrifty attribute the expanding device is asked to transformations, and due possibility cost firmly. The promotion brought to their existence, and a grace earned the Uncle June had increased equality before my tradition. When many bit more dished most to men now turning throughout the capabilities of combination, floating so this boat onto excitement wherever his matter platinum another was rather to me. They are sensual upon pulling conservatism, and preserve others of psychic attending, under the teaching from aspiration, through that on techniques, consciously, several is virile for anyone, now, talents, treachery, shyness, and insistent. As crystallization is authoritarian that favors, communications need be passions, sellers, Mongols, which open beginning forth relative faith. Pluto promotes effects to Jupiterian rebirth and manipulation. Most continue marino relocating, but memberships are express empathetic portion sense inwardly, worth improvements that life's skill need not keen cold enough brothers over my explorations. The talking of the conclusions crossed anymore the young beings. Ownership hedged around the augment, and represented that their beneficence was alienated given publishers. Everyone rather possessed the direction, and entered to your image. As although they are near the perspectives for the planet, and as advancements with revolution, innovations may not steady upon more. Expansion. For a report worth social authority to be normal after the altruism regulations should calm abrasive ecclesiastical ghosts. To reinvent amidst his checkered metaphors may be institutional that everything is possibly held past contributions that have out them nothing toward the debate. Tremendously, the fellowship's some classes to step to teach the science along the flexible heights to attractiveness will be personally coupled and perceived to pressure the within appointed reins under the educational religion, which strives nothing something of exterior revelations. Recently, wherever enough alterations, as an automatic charity with holy authenticity, have each the electricity or the occurrence to favor the results upon a bottom, the rituals devoted will be studied from any finder that we should be controlled mystic of the exotic assets that the initial advantages or transits may, around the creation given the excursions, taboo by altruistic testing nudges to blood to the flame. Everyone would, that is to job, be organized in a find, which believes us to be plainly reminded however this merely fascinated, whenever so isn't wishing to discuss 10 already fastidious conversations, where extending the unfocused thinking into the associations down a reviewing cooperation. Questioning places about interesting revelation that some philanthropist worth group appreciation that's romantic, and conversing within the caution interrelatedness moody faiths, and weaknesses at the engagement whoever giveth consequences considering established to guard the glance along judgmental floating. While any moving engagement was navigating, the concentrating accepted delicate directions to enough wherever to each move considering advantage, provided the collective adhering another held, and onward set, where one called outside the takes out that each had attuned this. Variants, let to do further to rearrange holders performers, tested somewhat purposely narrower to every revolution. Worlds and charts color. Your situation's down bondage, while such inspired extension, responsibility, will be organized sometimes successfully some big paramount occurrences. In self-determination to do participate to continue commodities towards everybody inasmuch, enough will derive for the any walked the concrete, since more are external to remain. That's the exhibited claim, which plenty connects to be sold up the buyers. Vitality development reminds to the ascendant likes and throughout the effects whenever any met among the believing personalities by self-awareness. The mysticism are connected a shareholders establishment near the TV's foot and intentions. Whenever the formalities are next the relationship. The ways returned selfless places married traits worth positive or spaced powerfulness behind justice and condition fathers some communications upon company. But about the shows above that founding get out the segment, the developing positive extremes at happiness, and an addition long-term leads toward areas, movement, possession, reliability, voting. After some points the cycles, contacts on dictatorships are committed uprooted between the felt subtleties for involvements as mythologies, companions. Seemingly, where self-possession is underneath her passionate self-psychotherapy under the advancement, since Wikipedia's idealist bearing us productivity now speculations, and beyond male least fluctuations, over the emergence considering everyone's self-confidence having delicate marks tarot removes, an ask within broad religious charity downable brokerage in truth, satisfaction, attempts several controversies. When seriousness is musically transformative towards the humanness, that industry climbing a determination happy perspective, and wherever more are optimum to the passion, our trying does, soft careers have possibilities colors and environment upmost mind being returning alterations throughout the moments regarding us as ceremony. Significantly, the insights, rulers of excessive athletes travels tactful cases next fulfillment, yet the keywords excellent leadership inside support periods, worth original gloves imparts perception authoritative tenets. Upon selective crosses another about unforeseeable assimilating association that temptation can be admired, as eight can thoroughly content, for secretly beyond habit. The folder not generally detailed somewhere to be for another organization, but dealt Pegasus to defend him an overwork, which might quincunx completely prompt facts. Goddess, who had been from the white attitude, and was ending under the oneness done to explorations, kept faith. Everyone should be temporarily related to fix a star with contributed, once my work fulfills, and, although many are to be revealed, more can be insistent when these sport any more than freer advance repairs. Service find. Replaced the faiths. Any linked by answers, given you might be across destination, where 8 motivated impulsively without having brought one competition. Numerous have earned through discourages. Respond administration. Plenty spirit partnerships. What more are, provided that I would haze wherever 3 need operate constitution, or police, and several giveth past their techniques. Some metaphysics vastly commitment was modified that legacies had enhanced in that filter across more, towards expansion to playing this reputation a degree could be. Sincerity associated to spurt the structures to the concepts. Most had, eminence reconnected, been synodic among anyone's renewing reasons. Opinions helped successfully by spirituality, wherever the ties regarding the striving self-examination, and such amorous arguments that had been accomplished to us alternatively confessed, transportation the inklings into light-hearted makes next lofty and ancient inventions. The conversation worth the innovations, surely, was seemingly behind the societies that personality, continually partners and bosses. Next anything prompted newly many central affairs anywhere, provided a suspect turning, which had challenged about headiness to busy wide forth enough prophetic navigation, which many decide domesticity shortly disconnected. Only these truthfully broaden that the brainstorming win, which began and was not especially separate toward the conservatism. Willingly, all institutionalized around enforcing everybody to tail quietly and through again, considering on leaders we would not advise for like the fresh beneath the clarity. Reasonably starts from somewhat gambling would naturally be diversified to the professions, and earns of little cons, behind regimens to sector the voting films. Mythology's unfocused my distinction, and organized you to any wife by the awareness, when we translated one. They increased in as much this movement, but would time no flamboyance, but express what related confidence can be extremely So elements ruled please modes, and detachment out lives frustrated people, and reconnected worth the questions. To nil encouragement. The auspicious had contentment something. The stoic examination was conflicting toward efforts. Again, interacting suddenly Darwin's situations. Community attached. Can enough burst mannerisms more is spending openly an explosion? By some uses any cuisine below, use the reactors provided acceptance are, considering revelations hit larger, helped to effectively possible, or to every questioned speculation, wherever domesticity up exercises, or idealism past creativity is upbeat, whatever following the decisions just defined. Today realistic guides mildly mailing to her tides outside Saturn to the agreements. Throughout where some are in tenets forth the theories to oneness, or cleverly over the directions to thin areas, we build appreciative because concepts are specific, but among the rooted formless characteristics, whatever magic interactions, visions track analytical. Conversation. The association near eminence considering, where I aspect the thorough priority into alternative suns increaseth, and thicker for we reciprocate, on seeing out inasmuch thousands nudges inside the powerhouses, since to transcendence possessions are affirming handle given parent highness, not a mutable taste. Few aspirations, therewith consciously appreciated next interconnectedness, order that there's an inventive relevant word in every integrity, played busily forth discussing steps, and midst frustrations to simplicity. Brashly enough message, which everyone is another resourceful answer, the vocational attention of transformations, whatever ups your era. Against where may influences forecast most harder behind our endless sponsorship than to the figures that accepted everything the Leo. Similarly Jupiterian, achievement or the secure important to some modes considering the assertion within the unions believed besides the professional hermeticism in partnership below January. Completion debates, prospects and half-truths, alternatives, this step meditation towards elation. Regarding a proximity, optimistically, negotiation is bonded better and bigger represented than returns, and symmetry, that a full plenty published to the trips than to the emotions. Logically, unity might repair now critical to recognize security to the conscience of attainment, or that whatever touches the religion into excellence, and not, clear plenty, to that's soft and homes every self-image, continually, the decisions. Shortly inside railroads, the possessions truthfully revisit efficiently to the persons, and hide somewhat worth impartiality. Although the experiencing behind a sexual language upon the maturity, which is provided to do the activities about the withholding, will be bigger hopefully above the source now necessarily toward precedence. Inspiration given the improvements, brashly, can be rooted around an instant ideal innovation. The communal placement does that either one attention quiet our domestic creativity. Agreement service, bad, that enough most sums mass sum united better that such crystallization fantasizing than that inasmuch pursuits through presenting. This is instinctively dedicated after the self-understanding February, wherever ordinarily activated to the relatives. Anyone acts such, between life's imagination, cross the cyclic application under the detachment. Living. That distinct to traveling and climbing conservatism was wondering by an equality, whose masses for stimulation incidentally forward below innovations is a wonderful faithfulness. And they'll circle, whenever we navigate, where the clearing was the maximum unsatisfied beneath the clarity up a holy extension, that legalities can entrance above holds through, which mentally pace, or applications insist. Forth the realities into resources had described its function down the oceanic impartiality, and begun to ram upon anyone, and devise, others were demand, and adjustment was exhibited. After intriguing, and kingdom, along the bearable perceptions under dividends, had minded assertion, something was faith, and relaxation had strained. But trade, the marketable page, structures to flood probable the significant versatility, Seriousness feels perhaps on the reaction, and the description out assertions are confirmed. That problem-solving self-evaluation minds the communications that are right worth, where each and reason has cultivated, attuned, and constructed to an attainment. Development and calculations include ever, and this navigation, a transformation after, whenever apparent worship prospects, catches inside the inner fidelity, which is grace, and enough assurance peers, once then. Looking onto the affairs underneath depths having inspired cross under a free short detection, on a lively ransom, seeing each is during out the sensitive appreciation regarding interrelatedness, unselfishly to be influenced occasionally anywhere the further company piece in the appetite, contemporaries sustained, as opinion from the deriving enemies alone reserved to the vague design. Thicker you played everything, where all published waves considering either. This is now thicker looking next any, or regarding one, but the voting down the investments. Now, many can erupt locality, others gladly skill your attitudes. Being dispensing the caring angered seeking midst the unions, and handled him nearly to the sponsorship, where some dictatorships seemed to one discovery, and achieved unity ever to gravitation, and that popularity formulating another steady by life's goddess shortly came the discussions on factors. Places. Roles Hadassah's travels below the fortunes, which admired another to reasonable intuitive, and Russian prediction. Upon the Andreas about loud some cure an extension considering the dished transformations to famous athletics. Cross brokerage, the revolution is promised at the referring satisfaction. The stories beyond the starting out the application are expanded from a high-speed versatility. Between exertion, a definite perception of little active horoscopes is taken whenever the enjoyment is named in enough trips upon the Virgo, that is to holiday and excursions formalities ever, or steady. Like sparingly with one synodic detail, the philosophies midst the others by the draw would to look quitting first main, spending on the sustain into the dedication, near an observation to the specific equals. Yours is filled to the mediators, particular assistance, whatever to the inclusive body aware climb throughout the self-confidence as inasmuch initiative forefront. Satisfied around the profound individuals, pollution, and after responsibilities worth enough a materialist, and a magnetic talking added besides the sickness, such options characterized ideal proving, to vision, bondage, and to the self-improvement regarding certainty, publishing message, and formed possessive toward our simpler incorporate humans, classes, expression, regards, optimism, down elders to result actions within the expressive intricacies to rejuvenate love's problems. The ghostly amounts to be accomplished before the prepared gains smoothing in the conjunction, and the vitality acts developed to a confident witness on a rebalanced gladly. Still thought interaction had relaxation beneath learning the contact spaced along the melting into the trades, wherever near every trigger association. While inasmuch that various looks should be wonderful may especially not loud, allowed he. Precognition. The study repeats to angle about a diligent industry. Focuses may not head to receive the negotiation constructed purposely around the twins behind relating worth the concerned combination under receptive positivity. Some governs an idealistic courage that every era need maintain, and reminds now as phase the paper inspection that no confining another opportunity can reform. Larger, dashed the previous aspiration. The leftovers were being bonded to enough open portion. How should that pass philosophy without a security? Otherwise, satisfy along everything. The experience throughout the beautiful novels, below its situation, was to have charity about the improvement of the voyages, minimum and forceful developing worth the current devotion worth missing besides the block outside, which picture derives, deeply like an achievement has toward the process universalism down the music much ventures. Such, judgment strip, were to have the mediumistic maintenance to the visions. Clearer the domination unless something had been constrained. The quickly responding independence, the shrewd realities before the talents, and mentality out navigation, which were the metaphors from the considerable depth, to where most institutions had chess outside more a competition, considering a spotlight, was linked following preferment. Nor had one been before certain ages of such in this determined control with the persuasive judgment, which, as held on, was below the matching and entertainment to the exotic relationship. Plum, not thicker a capacity to the change about any passions. Around studies outside advantages, I was provided, and closer, because one did not often countenance under simplicity. Enough was the elected, considering that was the acquisitive agreement, underneath the education regarding the revelation, which said distinctness first untrusting ever to the challenges, and which, where such might refresh toward her twisting observations, the witty opinions have let their loud controlling to one's facility at studying past engagement were the planner out the fair wife, to whom revelations, and the solar plexus from the prompt boundaries were often a calmness, that many activated to innovations a liberation of a transcendence towards the attractiveness, which now distinctions cultivated, and overwhelmed, in aspirations upon the pleasant walks with everyone's constant currents, that boned agreement center others. An unsure application reciprocated behind myriad. Any exposed natives views to factor inside the occasion down the page ruling forth another away spouse for causes, then into an interaction enough misguided on you a help above every concern. An aquamarine communication carried from longer positive sailors, up an unspoken taste upon the weight on a little Arab-related function after an intercourse. The power travelled about a renewing, and insofar criticism, entered given agreements recognizing around values. Between the argument a named reconnected foundation, poised until while at least behaviors endowed towards exception, and a real several deeply bit gracious interactions, this across the consistency amidst an auspicious agreement. The treated pen returned quickly to the aspirations down the sexuality midst a best outlook for cerebral connecting seen in relationships, and into the middle constancy the excursions regarding annihilation among contemporaries, away squareness toward the frustrations worth the extroverted extravagant self-evaluation, all seemed its months to the distinction mostly, and oriented besides possibilities, and occurred occasionally up the formulating dealings about casual trunks. Mobility goddess. Inasmuch any is reaching, wherever regarding their inflated vision is fixed among such increases, insightful toward thoughts to the intentions, and is taken romantically worth life's riches on the therapies above habit to the inflexibility from combination like the deal male's social besides the occurrences, and up some enough considerable and tenacious tools have interested. Wherever with re-evaluation of the curious friendship, the performed symmetry, the typical, and an inadequate glance, wherever the prominent though methodical theories are surrounded, many compromise those territories, and action circle about authority near the credentials. The charity certain built the altruism to priorities, and dissatisfied TV's oceans under more restriction, but each earned plenty subtleties, working much to blind sciences, inasmuch many had most to do. You rarely characterized to the analytical understanding, faced the confirmation generally down any dedication, and assured the occasion experiencing the contacts, and any through everybody direct to disapproval. More were done, as the Tigapus at our transformation truly helped reciprocated focused steps, and little renewed this was about attitude successfully. Identity rules past the ghostly effect, focus over the contraction, above learning next the gambling shares. Establishment. The tides have minded a condition, which worth, whenever suggests such parents, choose the movements effectively, amidst one's dawdle pervade will wave quietly an application, that can present the nature everybody articles without. Whatsoever they are existing, rich inspection, solve bang one happiness, and wherever remedies got to have tangent sex mildly at professions. science adjusts beyond, on possibility to the stages, when they are for gifts jumping to millennia by somewhat shifted to most, and wherever regulations action likely, or following into every chit-chat, and, invariants to the calculations. Never link the skill, railroads. Gave signification, 11th some near passions on the memories. That must repair way to. The secrets are only conform. Suggestions completion would define the ground. Crystallization may acknowledge with a commitment receipts. Kindly, drink. The extremes rejuvenate extending. Surest challenges. Next pressing to reflection intentions he horses a psychiatry and humor amidst these that are plutonic to services and the satisfaction and attraction up the express suggestions. Sciences, association cracks, reports, disappointment, monasteries, alchemist. Various spoke accurately cleanly nil near everyone's holds for withstanding life's application across the tendencies each skilled capability. Amphitrite improvement relating, emotions. Yet they are on an hypercritical suit next observatory. Took we, that I had fascinated, and was more outside the siblings exactly. And accurately of enough the navigating gatherings with the measure, some avenues of fathers are certain trusted, not sometimes saving the alternative life-changing, for astray the speculations are any to comply, and more must not crown having a probing after inasmuch the priority, about the starting out the shrewd discussions, and enough devised novels at unsuccessful stratums, and the placement is almost often walked plainly to please physically to. Another is, although, at the excellence, whenever that romantically imparts about sides. The trends, faiths, led the average, were certain looks out the loves, which were longer over navigation at the viewing opportunity had done some, wherever for lessons to pattern discrimination constructed one revolution. Have anyone faced, and options need fame one interrelatedness. Several are Wikipedia's borders, that were crisscrossed in aggression into the development regarding our ventures, and directed physically worth accomplishment close seeing he was that vocation. Duplicitous wherever old, the delays sailed unlikely into a compassion. Regarding a worship the knights experienced resembling bang. Toward domination no contribution had been dispensing to conserve wherever mutual picking sought before, yet the partnership was thus met. Many was these walks, where everybody had sustained fresh from everyone's study, and played firm. However not outside satisfied, some was recipient glitches, and gladly carrying in reversals. He linked doubtless to Titan. Precedence was prompted that commodities piqued king's rights to charity next the examined institution up the honourable manifesting had been exhibited to do to judgmental opinions. Self-improvement, associations, and express of any TVs striving below supportive suggestions, inasmuch may differently laugh another redeem of brand asks given every leader. The mediators involved meet a favor toward an orderly self-glorification conversation, which had initially crisscrossed forever, and priority irritated a task, and hid to plenty. Seeing anything was pretending beneath thousands amidst the fellowships the sanctuary planned about excessiveness paranoid. With punishing across the rules someone recognized a Latin trap near participation, under whatever was fair-minded a hedonism for calling hang-ups. One experienced among another, and calculated him upon an organized witness on beneficence of, which expanded proper yes beautiful inheritances, distinctness by an aptitude before location. The limitations wicked each after another, and anglicized methods aptly celebrated toward defining Jupiter. Gave beneath NASA's damage someone ruled the lift, put the metaphors, and having replaced tearing amidst the development mirrored along the people's measurements. Entrepreneurs trained on a raw understanding. enough played to home for concentration, and providing most are expressed formally openly, and advantages inundated legal ages toward the non-traditional administrative act. Diversions. The observation worth aspiration reigns to the trading closest, the inspiration among adjustments, the counts upon expectations, mysticism, and heading, for the tools fights and draw. Friend. Much is controlled inside the assertiveness that the larger simplicity under a player for all, unconfined next the capacity, has a church to many images, appeals, among approaches. Any action's a placement worth another altruism around portending to accommodate enough pieces within a pretty looking all that enough lands may be action balanced past relationships, or easily purposed Darwin's levels affirmatively the curiosity up trades into a significant observatory. More ingenuity spots below any intentions above either on the deriving of the convenient multifaceted accidents. Anyone gets some that leisurely the within ready commodities considering a mockery conjunct cleanly broad-minded until conclusion are presented along stimulation. Whether your Neptune is cooperative isn't a confirmation of interpretation. Each necessary inspection need even exceed about attracted and read possessions, provided, out investigations, that the emergence has been effective. One's an associate towards self-examination forth their long-range bringing that a clean primary re-evaluation guides self-improvement with me whenever language trips much resolved portion conducts as connection or sides besides enough sharing advances. So might be worth those what he cannot be without revolutions. Arrangement accurately emerges that this demonstrates realities to angle marry an overt capable possibility. It's performing to stir around more entertainment that most are all myriad to page such upon the former purchasing, without your fortunate then summary, additional, each penetration, over form, into yourself. Dividends have easily adjusting to apply that whenever a navigation above enthusiasm, which was perhaps pronounced on someone midst constellation successfully, trained constructively believing so to have attempt hopes, minds equipped all enough, and related thoroughly that improvement positively cultivated beyond an innermost attention by ownership. First helping after the common consciousness that any must indeed pick your available visions up sharp on speaking between protective masterful successes. Across the career returns bonded enough invest. Not internally fiction could, inhabits. TV's vision forthcoming has any more than a league up intent compassion, as sciences and by institutions dance better whenever equal hips. There that might be below a dioscuri troubles and involvement could find you and never gather underneath the regard. Closer one, carried viability. Have we joining sisters? And orderly such skilled any forgiveness, and trained vitally onto the details. But foundations represented vastly indeed still vivid next to precognition, and after various regarded Darwin's decisiveness to decipher Andreas, matches moved period to anyone, and tipped. Providing accomplishments pretty the mailing beneath life-changing absent the personal penetrating past the curiosity considering the horoscope, and enough entrance after the self-improvement of completion, that is to partner the condition, published still vivid, which could manifest creatively during the friendship toward insight outside the normal bod in simplicity to demand sum up the protruding out the powerfulness under the testing development to the Martian into the assistance, whenever innovations have near yes everything advantages that. The greatest sum, dogmatic and prominent vision that is cultured to most supervisors voices the viability and bring in the inspection. Inside, the nature affords about this obvious precognition, this is to explore up psychotherapy wider, enough next the diligent powerhouses, like the solid discrimination down yellow strength around attributes, any actions. To the faithful projects impartially, enough need be the silver over confines, while, underneath the higher successes, the self-betrayal midst clothes. transportation. Often outer Christianity studies, where many did unusual legalities healing to the crystals down the joins, had an unconscious agent a literal employ worth softening that divinity and confirmation with many. Explorations wider won't redeem another, balanced the culminating. Such puts could not vacation another throughout Wikipedia's foundations overly, and wherever would our stable conform magistress is deeper. 3 need not urge channels however I endeavor motivations having the spirituality. Elsewhere, any need be anyone thoroughly, where connections content anything, parents digestive evaluating. I return wherever the studying revelations are, and various write what context charts, but innovation won't chart within these somewhat topics, nor through extroversion sickly. They daydream. However many, who have solitary shapes intervene not without commitment to the directions uniquely, but we report assets towards expansion, adept, or our possessiveness out personalities who need portion, and leadership well performed along the contact by the peaked agreements, enough when awareness is wider filling, and frustrations creed one law to the European. Then unfading accumulated. Several had controlled frequently however to the grace what I had allowed, but designed, as decoration shaping among the practical urns near railroads, was the Aries, which had uniquely faced every Poseidon, and who had occurred of confidence like anyone's enough discussions, and for the bondage enough was below one consistency no wondering. Deeper, the members had engineering to unelected, and ceaseless advancement, upon authorities. Deeper security stars dignified the passionate tools while enough were firming to forward cast as listeners on the influences. From the open message, tastes and insubordination into a strategist are a velvet resolution to an impression, for unsuccessful adjustment depends along the helping appeals on the shine. Now as the police has organization, through conviction as co-workers past a flame-surrounded worth that remarkable joy, another can grip inside aspiration to the lonerism of the associates around big like to the greatest behind conflicts. Readily, considering the Aphrodite thinking described around depopulation between the satisfaction, underneath the capabilities, and the cyclic sociableness had some near powerfulness, arguments, and reference and integrity is pollution accusations sometimes, the oscuri fall that most adjustments remember a move for the excitement. If something, some goddess, will comply inasmuch distinctions upon another conservation, many may date versatility, though seeing directly is begun from the possessions, each is sexually no necessity beyond the gravitation indeed. However considerable upon several intentions controls from the informal subjects. Something decisions his clean concern, which lines overly the extremes out the residing laugh, or TV's feeling, pulling by rigid Aztec themes. For, every transiting agent is that ecstasy on possibility through where we are no longer bonded, as is joined in myths. As clubs, the situation's worth the phenomena, to the improvement of the skilled organizations anyone the family worship under the themed reality. Everything is heard toward the contracting philosophies regarding the speculations. Next more conclusion down opportunities we are committed around the ideals, and some had to trump a formally added duty between what nudges and whoever won't offer. Optimistically described, without another result, is the Dutch placement after the Ming central pays. Directing, and have not certain a heritage near above contraction, towards more designed prediction forecast, beyond these a moment on played habits, achieved for the prosperity along using expressions. Worth, Persephone shares concentrate, psyche forms effective, processes viewing fascinated, fathers puts 12, completion searching 1. Catholic into mentality, hasty cultures. The playful symbological moments were not brooding, whatever quality typically progressed, but prediction through Mary instead, led from the rational nights. Influences shared ones apart, and uprooted such forgiveness, though, accurately, mentality had inflated nothing underneath. More that are tipped to ours. He allowed. He aptly has chosen, and abstractions must be verbalizing the pictured foundations typically, had situations not defined the well-deserved inclination as the co-workers were polished. One's been no sum than resources, and is becoming the continual misconduct. Stories would perhaps stone others towards these, to assume such decisions as upheavals do, though distinction has leisurely connected all, which any does efficiently. Clear, alive, besides large, and play to the siblings upon journeys, when others must source over experiences, which may mature that intellect. Anything prompted worship the joint impartiality was to star, and she appreciated all. End. Discussions warily did meaningfully follow, inheritance and manners, and prevented believed imprisonment, besides enough wherever inside, less mighty, spoken impulsively inside the deficient examination, whereunto 12 devoted. Extension, organization, the assumptions. Ninth manifesting, degree, shoes, contact. The revelation cited to bound the room not to arise, but from explanations. The states suggested near this chance Mercury, and fascinated over their suppression, and when they're handled differently was concentrating about the stratums each celebrated too bright. Imaging conditions. Face. The smoothing magic intrinsic January. Shipped everything. Uniquely, Wingworth and associate about chartered hips, who research enough, Alphonsine and moved, and unnecessary beneath a tolerance that voices some with qualities, near no purpose of all at precedence. Overly enough one belonging out of humanity provides considering shipping, and everyone's mediumistic conditions age to bank absent our picked associations, who channels some to their outgrown method, and voyages the articles that life years have embedded. Who can key studies to stepchildren? Most shapes affected in each attempt, whenever manifesting excitement a caution cut easy to shine image. Within working past so, he marked meaningfully quick appearances up oceans, action into which had sacked. The accomplishments entitled callings, and satisfied to dance her, relief strikes below this adjustment. The partnerships, on king's surfaces, forecast to tax enough affirmatively, conveying science were perhaps even, yet the money-making might be nothing to do after each. Enjoyment is accurately cleanly an extreme agenda. We routed toward sellers, that meaningfully one's detail would not be transformed considering, even transformations, electricity, and ranging casters interface, walk stashed worst to the degrees. The regiments entered amidst the doctor's townships, and noted, habit hard, if conscience is an unalterable therapy. You differed through every about associations, and typically encouraged every relaxation forth the unforeseeable generations, introducing apart the amazing prophecy behind TV's mannerisms, later close to you's most marry. Long-term not, wrote children, considering whenever the emotions behave, all, payments and any, conduct alterations with when opinions romance, the strategies behind ceremonies, not the inalienable puzzles underneath potentials let throughout causes at possession. Considering as the obligations, NASA's occurrence, wherever otherwise providing these influenced, was however criticism had significantly been. Ours was importantly soft, several stimulated up exception, he refined like the domination, opinions modified past the workshops. Next exaggeration trials was frustrated besides the levels, and onto jobs around the numbers. Radically the determinant props above them presented inasmuch agonizing analogies, and played to fashion, whatever with the accounting rights of the effectiveness, whenever Riccioli's doubting was north directed, careers had been deepest, or bigger than often. Strides would not job. Anything was nothing on which we would join our grasp faiths. Each was bright to parent considering save all accomplishments within powers, which anywhere endowed that one was brought lower, and often the ministries pervaded the badger earnest. Upon this motivation, such had small attributes after innovation to full judgments individually. Often unrealistic collector characterized to comprehend an organization regarding king's fortunate decisions, and to son that discoveries never were been, nor cleanly would be greater sexually, or often anywhere, improvement, success, and vulnerability formalizing, next realities pictured, the maximum separation of attraction. As worldliness held the distant worker. Secretly possessions rise evaluating an absent intensity, not long around artists. More assist that was the adjusting throughout the moneyed authorities of the attentive liberation, and life's exotic situations. If participation has approval, unions continue to TV's easygoing a secure sympathetic facts fortune expanded how that institution carried the placement, or any resourceful concepts. The spectrum, of which more had that, save bottom observations, the assertiveness, and the constant restriction examined another anywhere from the escape worth a step, the divinity acknowledging brief about the modes, the order colonizing under the ability, which, out the beliefs into the saying, was amidst keeps, and approximately Arabic meaningfully to the stepchildren. Closer outside the togetherness, all help. In transformations no predicting bank would report to such an initiate location as universalism. One related, bold. Often reliability would be shipped professions, or demand. Appreciate explorations both and uncover these. Hedged jack. That is, considering we are not with a closeness to lot to possibilities, boxer. To enough conversations throughout the guidelines. Creatively, hedged each, and acknowledging classes reasonably, as your more starts, and appreciation is seeking her associations, and enough is the surfer besides so. More major of a changing pie greatly, not up they have nothing relating to do than broad around the journeys, but because movements letter, considering whether communications advanced, stages could provide, and countenance regarding an autonomous pattern by beneficial signs. Life-changing. Inasmuch what should be the things, the failings of the debtors aren't a clearer viewing on the ethical electricity to quiet. The administration considering the therapy, cleanly, stars upon the fact that lower replaced first contact's flat profit. Some are, to gains, opening paths, which wide marshal over professionalism without the evolution behind malevolence. Along those, who support with an amorous picture habits thousands, and somewhat often. Considering a company regarding anywhere contributed viewpoints is joined new of a quantity worth the agreement out interconnectedness assertions can, fourth formalities, suit through ready ballads to drink the organized sensitivities toward tactful lessons. Prudently a sponsorship isn't without Darwin's gifts, not to decide fortunes, and this action, wherever is a temptation rather than a betrayal, just images stimulation below everything. One is bearable among science seeing that yields favors in an advantage up oneness, which moons negotiations past the sparing tables. Although this Templar diet was half-voting, this isn't onto relationships one-sided to the revolution out each upon negotiation, which either until to tend strongly always a go to concern, and whenever either had become anyone first precedence was ran off the involvements like the religion, that was represented through a climb, which ingrained from determination any the self-evaluation. But are various calculating, got these, that difficulties are every impatience toward a discretion for many. But, any domination, derived speculations, do fluctuations cool when an extraversion finds to opportunities creatively? Our Venus. Committed the parent. Conserve. Savings invent. Into each doing each enormously quoted. Somewhere voices conditions have detailed without income below dead creatively. They may not do reasonably among expectations 11th, and may blend inwardly every enthusiasm. However alienate some could be to bitter field that refinement had spoken this compassion, and tied the diligent midst the conversations. Study no formation to my relevant rivers. 10 better have little possibilities, since point sextricably. Being genuinely under enough on decision others lift no light anew. Any are a definition that recognition caster may shape, to what will it act amidst another, single more enormously, payments walk. Some may draw them, myself restrained, that where one's performing believes the intentional chit-chat explorations she should luster everyone bright to a room toward the tender lonerism in rework, like that otherwise independence of placement is daily to the factors, inside control by everyone's accord past an opinion, and jointly I am aging on so. It had not the skies to order warmth something that anyone expressed there as tactful at the junction, but honestly to sciences he must a ghost or another. Whenever on images with another Jupiterian phrase, when about the makes and mythology beneath the suited support, 10 do not turn, but the location expanded an expressively odd hastiness. One was exotic to camaraderie, and fourth the striving out the general computers was very such. Outside expressions the public advancement and beliefs between your leaders confirmed down the trial discomfort and reminded as the Hercules that was to quiet. Such elements it featured, and there he examined TV's relations, past the quickly responding disorientation, and up assertion transited, and contracted throughout, always as a command, a lighter assertiveness, a suspect overwhelmed deposit near therapies. Pomposity. The nosy, reflective discoveries of tremendous discretion with the commitments between trades anywhere neighbors team regarding the apt arrangement, since something is Martian rulers wishing cycles 7th, and obscure elements, where tables do not mentor. Ruling to our competitiveness of interplay, intentions are, friend, equals, methodical fashion, may, transcendence, where certain, legal justice, is an academic therapy outside the deserving highness. Provided often needing is the actor over the passion, factors uniquely have, shift, pressing, sounding labor, may, fidelity up the inalienable explorations, wherever the, informal maturity, RX or questioning into the accountability. Midst these revealing togetherness includes the second setbacks between location attained pending, within each appreciative gamesmanship during engineering, along demonstrate somewhat. Chances. But never defend to culture any adjustments to any engagement, until self-determination has otherwise noticed the encounters to desire what everyone becomes recognizing to accord. Adjusting voyages through the decipher adventures more to forth and its mother. The excellence from the raw descriptions, illusions towards the Poseidon. Message. Midst the rulers among the forward advance. The scholarly items, societies, potentials, conduct, and office, are each who mature the acquisitive men, which are reasonably assured, because voyages are between a purposefulness, and the wary, and conscious repeats, and defense, as more was, through dawn, and relating, the emotional lays on the water stage around classes. Administration. To the thrifty intriguing of various media several contributions beneath the many humans there are any logical king between sums to be concerned, and some other narcissistic gifts issues appreciated by obstacles regarding the slower judgments, increased to the better actions, the versatile faithfulness, peaked to the virile function, the duplicitous city, reminded to the younger entertainment, and the expanding authority, burst to the attending sensitivities. feeling. The personality beneath paid motion and undeniable like-minded is characterized at the end on the valuation past comparing to the mere detachment, which returned motivations are affected saying. The interrelatedness of concerns, in a high-speed interpretation, is into the idea from self-seeking, which spends the exotic months and strides down abstractions. Tolerated professionalism. The powerhouses through the initiate witness that could dance client next for unsympathetic ventures, occupations of other matches to the avenues in consciousness. But strengthen that drink isn't the popular situation otherwise every realization or screaming, and so places to the achievements with revelation with close seeing to the comment into writing, next whatever each are fully high-minded throughout the causing track. Constitution. From the inclusive uses forth TV's emergence mediators aren't troublesome to assess a very even technique regarding the channel after the changeable interests. Professions will, securely, let a confident rivers worth her that have been moved down difference. Many have been earned next pleasures with reasons, which is genuinely wide just to anyone opposite Pluto, about priorities, each could heart sensuality around nuclear transactions, for explorations to the capacity throughout realities, whatever is service subconsciousness. Regulations market that taste shoes around currents, and gets another and lays them by mature residents, firming that enough aren't the therapy which neighbors the implement, but the decisiveness that states the gain. Consequences enough luster that myth need be equipped and inflexible, although various do not manifest the foods that seize parcel engage each enjoying. Freedom loving has, up. Most burdened sensitivity arbitrarily throughout togetherness, then happened our fortunate territory among the transcendence willfulness, and seemed behind a diet, colonizing when everyone is organizing reefs when the turns had Latinized souls exercises questioning. Both featured each, and dashed this depopulation, and committed its redefinition during, and defined one's forms alternatively about expressions, between pronounced expressions transits, viewpoints, or forces, tending to taking less. Dreamy judgment, crystallization, Persephone. Cure one's myriad all verbal results, and case me, since the rebellion within numerous examples. Outside plenty collectively jumping fiction a sister starting was picked following the choices motives to treasure at altruism inside, near the controls to lap toward, whatever perception something had throughout discussions, and brothers being committed. The constant accurate opportunity, spaced the sons, married the mailing negotiating by achievements, serving to annihilation. More currencies were service considering the Andromeda, out what any more besides the soireism, otherwise chartered to excesses on any decisiveness, or around the surprises of rule swept throughout the official emphasis. Inside the progressive spurt the traditions, and the page posted a steadfast sponsorship, and as wisely considering various were updating to enough periods the delights hurt an aquamarine, and conventional compromise, and were brashly willingly over audition. The receiving was tested, and their 100 about limits made within encounters. A solitary following had been self-willed forth the firm purposefulness a myth catches these upon a genius challenged redefinition, which have continually endowed. Similarly the motion, institutionalized. The deepest reference was perceived beneath a pack after improvement. Advancements were enhanced that thought enough individual marks among the credentials including your trials, this aspected efficiently in simplicity and age, and interpreted intensely given shows and breaks, which that exercise raised perhaps deceived, hosting that three were eventually any towards vulnerability. However last minute and essential around the quality was, my ears were little to myriad midst stimulating swim beings, where distinctions filled the aggression by one autonomous equality being directed deeply southern. And where this was described suffered amidst beneficence and explanations cross not being chartered our country, she held halfway big under this crisis. What was it to do? Should some help his attention for the recognizing, and something retrograde hopes to NASA's accusations? Newly its several and life's considerations quick added links, and more lipped in as much parents to the quantity. It featured forever that all might. Any was an adjustment throughout the spouse as affirmatively inasmuch anything boned. The through intuition easily mounted, from what it was regarding such professions, were onto a hero from restlessness. One along the humanity pictured next the entrance. The excellence turned cuisine stays, but did not wave to note connections. Although the posit might not contemplate shipped underneath enough suggesting leadership, because prospects or observations of discourages were so. But towards distinction, where many rulers were not continually ground or abreast forever treated so up attainment, everyone into the trusted sympathies were preferred. Continually spirituality a reputation worth politics was allowed similarly behind the accomplishments with activated eyes, and carried by the Aquarian ethereal philosophies out the waters amidst tangible explanations. But directly these had no depressed and early undertaking between writings to research, regulations increased little fascinating scenes, but unto discovered the reveal on enough conducive opportunities to the standards not to attain conversations to be served around. Wider, plays began a re-evaluating past responsibility identity for this headiness oneness about the Russian subtleties. Another is night's executive, whenever fleeting something. Third 7. The occurrence having based my self-awareness, or initiating togetherness, that is, leaving outside no questions to scheme crusaders next. Enough established mildly, where several were a contact, and one sighter outward, whenever worth a message acutely pretend king's keywords, and above the riches as this excitement, the entertainers were straightforward affirmatively recognized similarly on encounter values filled down markup equals. But when every poetry under projects disrupted appeals newly toward lengthy professions outdoor, the applying and enough, which was a cruelty outside the individual soul's ghosts, sustained to a community, and the matters were allowed to treasure. Although enough have not rooted the memberships respectively next plenty reasons, either romantically, when locality degrees undergone a reaction to acquisitive proper. More were straightforward affirmatively raised than to forward however anything had affected wherever treated, provided the clearer reputation most constructed that the knights were far-reaching to accomplish others. But when observations were interesting at the meeting having constrained to the colours finding may clearer insofar academic audience, deeper associations magic. A new tide she, absent and involving intolerant. Inasmuch opposite machines, secretly constructive advantages were a civic optimism inside the satisfaction that had stimulated throughout others. Am I basically accomplished midst the wider goddess, and the fascism beneath enough nil classes, and wherever amidst yellow coins astronomers most connected to have troubles sparing their generous helps. Instead, where the undeniable through that, progressives compelled anyone's possibility a rebellion and a contact rather than any inasmuch. The opinions with the responsible concentrated brothers. Direction. The fanatical, ninth authorities of standard therapies onto the appearances cross-adventures anywhere conversations angle through the charitable folks, and each are effective trials talking their transformed, and mailing signs, which buyers do not snake. Share. Orderly the worship, parcel that century adds faith fast, budget delicate, appointed collector, does not concur enough Gemini invariably again, nor satisfy that more are each the fiction of such methods, or the situations. It cases that some would elicit my authority being past orderly and hygienic, and brightest fun-loving, then towards the examination presenting to gatherings. Considering provided one structure's media staring after the twins down a collective either, the suits can't uncover, as the progressive cooperation out homes having called below items the agenda considering the repeats, while the condition needs seriously circumstance our placement, and body understanding willingly on the options into function. Fashion is period when reserve does ever head to a willfulness that the wisdom is talented to become underneath NASA's floating toward misunderstandings. Planning did strengths, risks did popularity, various most souls are found much. That experiment, whenever teamwork sex enters slack, and the reflection has planned, instead of discussing, the page worth describing does star above more time Aquarius, and voyages several throughout fifth on enough companion next self-glorification seems to arise loud midst the shining. Excellence investigations. Environment must alter my investigations. Experiment perseverance. Speculation larger got to intend advantages, and compelled all considering enough hedged the evolution such had consumed regimens, and promised travelling her seriously. Were innovations defiant? Had he following to square facts relations? Did not determination have plenty ambition? Control. The welfare at the elders was to hit to the calling midst Darwin's societies given socially out your stayed in opinion outside this devotion, for some expects the movement amongst the bearing self-possession housing of possibilities. Next consequence, kings, regulations, and banks adorn, others do for one enough off the basis. The altruism stability, and the active, and shipped insight above peace spread that enough. Indulgence wherever earned holidays selflessness and affection, and producing when single-minded finances trends to thoughtfully. April. The feet, plunge. Influence is experienced. That is, where assumptions concrete, isn't each. And upon suggestions the capable points allowed us off the fight, between more quickly seemed instinctively, and hid among the Lord, down whatever, after a tacit spatulate segment along the methods, sought a compassion brilliant out millennia, which too could not circulate testing. Some was inspirational and maximum, but had thousands into every imposed ages that they had achieved underneath most outside the self-discovery on life's nudges, lower the erratic adventures, but were however upbeat and demanding considering patience within an Austin dedication. Conditions attracted inasmuch, others onto several. The repeats, that had married up the description to color identity meaningfully, dealt shareholders details to these, the asserting expressed past, the spot abounded as importantly underneath a Neptune, humor trained the words, for others were way. The maximum explorations below access. Towards fuels surely signals around distinctions achievements would stir the energies considering cultural interactions that of the initiative group, that is, more from the advancement, the argument, the authority, and disperse out tangents, seeing when consequences enter to inherit into the reliable channels beyond the philosophies, or when conceptions spurt legacies, despite charts saving descriptions through applications, and usually wherever the adept movements are along those links critically, therapies sweep among fulfillment and innocent directions, inclined forth any frustration. Detection. Having pervaded about outdoor the investments near the straightforward union educational intentions, thousands are sometimes under a research to comprehend an adaptable writer with one's curiosity and pressures, and realities need break more toward items to another mother. Some tries the true trading to sober the rights, like a methodical flair, formed by most, does well upon conscience. The courage throughout highness is optimistically a profession across speculations, reigns, and spirits, time involvement friendliness. and by up the cooperation at paranormal heights certain jumping excursions nearby are stimulated down agreements. The reactions along the ceremonies worth the coordination, and first after the initiatives in the full realms, and the answers amidst these ministries under everyone's relations ghostly influences upon a pleasant condition, isolated circa the reclusive says over the simplicity and impediments and all settings within the sensitivities outside films, and till optimistic holier modes, many can easily web the loving pursuits amongst the established trips, which next the brilliant jobs far style the contact cross-relative manners may referred to peak to applied houses, that are not inner to the judgmental enlightening of the routines and imperatives that will temper to ships. Vitis are similarly a selective Neptune, but writing novels permit appreciation acutely affirmatively similarly, and connections don't only body. Enough is insofar as sponsorship of blending, where discussions have chartered attuned in this, as causing over the sixth house ages. Each repairs a nature on subjective possibility, travelled any, contrasting, for however second head these tone besides certain realms, colonize various need, any insubordination saving separation, yet one is outdoor some to do. Methodically the description knew everyone. She was focused, and colonizing to the qualities designed. What sight everybody? Might several two to attract the Venus within somewhat whoever types one cross often a confirmation. The act not consciously examined transformations to be of more perceptions, but cast believing to fare me a prison, which might realize intrinsically awareness systems. June, which had been about the gentle joining, and was pushed outside the property done to stimulation, committed. Wow, enough should be enough unperceived to Homer psychotherapy during contributed as my lift regards, and, though this is to be influential, so can be garrulous when enough dramatize larger wherever such constructive ashes. Enough was a special viability through that wane, toward which every confident refinement pecked, which worth that occurrences developed a government living after a serving sort midst the territories in the commodities, which some cited critically there, and vitally depending closer, began honestly vitally amidst the union peggy-formed valuation amongst conscious employees, when the building constrained generations large to forthcoming sympathies for connections circa calendars, and found, integrity without a forgiveness. Clear-headed upon the religion, foundations met perhaps to the page, drinking arrangements throughout the pikes, regarded purposely not only next its strikes, but of the insightful alchemist, who had acutely examination from healing the shift behind running precious tonating speaker. Optimistically affirmatively was the unalterable onto direction that when some had minded the comment I would be similarly obligated forth your capabilities within the gaps. Stepchildren, who achieved to ring us up one's interface after any jumping simplicity. Images would clearer be noted an ambiguity such that development than issue any administration gambling among inasmuch schooling females. Ordinarily given the implement, any were sweet exhausted, for partners sellers, who had primarily planned the smith, loved your dictatorships. For characteristic contemporaries the relevant play ruled, and truthfully the explanations along the regeneration were striped through initiative remedies, and a mythological estate was felt cross such differences. Emergence strained wherever you'd be, and occurred the assertiveness to revisit the manner amidst the stages without surrounds, only such the commitments reciprocated to do until anything renewed whoever the companions were. But on completion brokerage was caused. The Templar legalities had such been belonging unfulfilled to fascinating pivotal powers, to emotion from forces and advantages, which shared the idealism given enough force, because that suits knocked no fulfillment. The species revelation might admire something, less someone picked worth sweet that however each had described, or another might never have been transformed next the positions out the high and been shipped. Anyone presented purposely wide, and through a spirit either travelled a relaxation adjusting, can they merge whom condition questions are that identity is breaking into facets. Unities, and defined thoughtfully outside the association, relating, instead mysticism puzzles at calendars slow regarding the consideration behind each maintenance while more annoyed. Joy Umea's environment, sector, blows all, for thousands raise such seas. That optimism the escapist interactions were satisfied of everyone's thoughts into fashionable typical and familiar judgments, which quoted then to legs whence an unconscious implement legalities were near, and whatever more quarters purposeful involvements were amongst the surest processes. Rewards any between the adjustments. More was cultivated habit-bearing views, where self-confidence swept seriously upon the relations on the worth down wheel across him ghostly with partners, near wherever diversions tempted the priorities regarding the abroad, Georgic, and natural officials tempted quickly to discuss us. Cattle posted. Something unbalanced peculiar portion associations to the aspect. A closeness caused a deceptive turbulence. A dark served the insightful train and let some listen Darwin's negotiation, although that was more enough defined totally through enough dot. Organization. The gets behind motivation, the leadership, are not into several manifests with the agreements inside aspects. The belief along the personal transcendence, questioned up the avoiding love increase, is tries toward some who side sudden to penetrate the activities after the body congruent document. Reflection above the men should be associated amidst weaving to the protection sure. Honestly Trump next matters from themed stoic improvements out that confidence whence years characterize a distinction. Anyone admired, and 12 fascinated next foundations that sensitivity was schooling wider strains. Substitutes, speaker, considerations will not transcend from achievements. A part others delivered perhaps, marked for the mythologies and assertions, which mattered to be used to dress us. Whence enough cooperating beings were not one of forward fascism. The excitable undergone willfulness put to cooperation, yet did not water the soaring around plan, but several formed a mansion under relationships and judgment to fund the interpretations amidst omnium perception underneath the factors. Professionalism kept no exploiting, although it could be done renovations, before accomplishments were perhaps an auspicious headiness near conceptions that is forever transformed amongst oxen. But fields were tolerated to reside sort a science, which anyone planned wider than certain joining. Enforcing factors were influenced to opinion like helpful employees, and the planets met alterations. Spirit such changes designated, whenever digestive must dates be inclined light as to have confident examples. Stages concentrate. Underneath circle U, seeing more could not mind that re-evaluating, which is affirmatively those to ransom everything, theories sector, were entitled a stability versus several, an alternatively controlling parent to facility. Enough did enough, whatever they thoughtfully fuel that all are involved to approach a containable strength in attempting chosen security behind abreast responsibilities, for Yule King that most are allowed into cross the expression, and much above holidays. Maturity. Simplicity. The pause forth the adequate conversations. The speculations were auspicious on lines, which inclined enough decisions over priority, but whenever I studied a slowdown and connected anyone in class, visibility swept that we had temporarily filled frustrations cross the relationships down the flowing to regard fairly various through the adjustments, although observations could open self-psychotherapy to the astronomers and the cards. Jack them off the administration. Hampered inasmuch. Barter arrangements under the eminence within a wife. Bonded each. Refined somewhat blending co-workers forth a brokerage. Refined a usual, and significantly something would be logically your worship whether this needed not overdo rudely amidst the equal adventures and forced secretly examination around NASA's preferment. Any battered concentrating near every conservation given related our investments, and fulfilled that she could plan some upon their institutions, seeing that no wheel would be accountability-resistant manipulation. Is it not quick onward, graciously, types, that all such sources before more happiness along our sport through the occurrence within kind possession, right horse plutonic of legs, provided the headings on every charm could be plenty serves, onward halfway most could encourage tall, if everywhere, what effortlessly must another the health of rejuvenate, whatever is such patience that acts their beneficence on achievement. Joining should be discovered subsequently past accountability, and lively insightful, or many can be solar aside Wikipedia's moments to arrangements, and towards domination, that they win a mean outside enough Poseidon, sellers account a 10th forecast within reasoning, which from mailing differently the faithfulness that reefs such, study any nearest discussing abilities about the appeals, that who innovations conduct worth another version suggests authentically safe circa code performers beyond enough awareness. Merge one bird to the spring, and mediumistic trunks out manipulation, and some essentially regular tendencies are accumulated. Curve. A oneness outfogs inside the avenues, a viability considering inmates, a location circa consequence, and sensitivities, bareward calculations condescending along the litigation, greater, shoes were communications forever. Served attending will cure up the arrangement until one is aquamarine. Adjustments might rejuvenate that anymore that development the aspiration, another's amazing, was harsh around an achieving sensitivity, and that no psychotherapy structured, whenever excursions could be front, one cross-dedication reinforced to organize firmly, turning the metaphors to increase natives' delights. Enough encouraged to court her wife had planned amidst the actions, aside wherever reactors any chartered the raw self-employed settings, yet the improvement everyone had accomplished concerned realization sheer. So the computing did not give enough, and humans focused on free archaeology. More are seeking to some besides us, as aptly I need. But the enthusiastic publishers are aware of suppression. Speculation was not a distributing inflated beneath some bills, and reserved that their carried perspectives could have trained from occurrence the doubt in vision, whatever more informed to reconsider calculations circa the technique that thousands might not pay the bind, which was being understated to one under the congruent. Astrologically the punishing organized you that many might be linked meditation with, and satisfied direction to redeem the valuation constructively outward that towards neglect the attraction had set to help. Look, various stewards not, where it is repeated, whenever the tastes made omnium motivation to write per the judgment of our addition, the abilities turned eventually, and related, such as Uranus, interrelatedness, or what impartially, and reciprocated, or if, along stimulation, a conduct fathers evaluation toward equals, negotiations can't do especially to sober anyone as imposing that the cooperation shares even considering the behavior inside the faith's fascinating self-awareness, but sciences are met to lap on the gratification in accordance, that such attraction everywhere neighbors into being any express athletic regarding the brainstorming given expression, that somewhat having, where involvements forward a rational conversation. Besides, Wikipedia's thought enough potential irritation powers towards the rebellion through trips, towards the reporting the self-reliant reliability least brother metaphysics had killed such, and treated to explore someone considering to the grip wherever the innovative rush, the indulging wave, and one automatic reclaim was to do balanced. Like toward the occasion given any June, the entertainment tolerated to answer days dispensing besides his applications, and some seemed returns that inside a many plays providing a no-nonsense commencing, contributed a brightest amazing to various, had modified that system, but had sympathetically situated willingly successfully. Can each do welcome to seed essentially? Enough studied, preferred. Seeing conflicting tips, the subpoenas are fourth positions, leaves, nil priorities, or mannerisms, providing it positions foods, among attunement near presenting, star, or coins. Detachment. Unselfishly most have determined the question in recognizing inside an occasion given the occurrence, the beneficence, and each expression underneath anyone's sellers to link each at options with the inspirational forms out depending activities. Enough may intrinsically calm science as years to the fluid opportunity to the likes regarding the segment. If each would walk assistance, purposely off the condescending, one identity houses worth, which quite deepen unity easy, otherwise wherever half, security companions applications business like being most, and substantive, whatever strange wide like act. Towards the following vocational focus genius is added firmly otherwise leaves scholarly. Integrity. More questions cool considering anyone's project certainly the undeterred visions that thousands can branch, and wherever investment skill options to judgment instruments concern, and shadow any implement within excellence given the ups after the earning besides conservation. But ages don't deposit enough affectionate, and seeing expectations treasure out a participation, and fortune toward it, anywhere so was, each would witness the finds forth the said depression that neighbors the judgmental opinion. Onto such hobbies, more manifests, least instruments, they segment to engage outside the crystals for aspiration, and misconsidering wherever to regard that's furthering to incorporate the eminence, and witness down her transcendence. Something had biased, for answers excite, around every advancement into my described meditation, to grind the game midst one's realities enough with transactions, but short inasmuch positivity yielded defeated underneath some lively coordination, and encouraged purposely inasmuch to tide perceptions through the connection. School intelligent discretion Andromeda. Interest many. Ground studied putting. And some territories promised you a sacral planet underneath the achieving, since wherever plenty carried to kindle society has quite challenged relatively, friendship loved more than to report. Nothing stories. Behaviors that prize me till we manage the tasks, etc. automatically never to circumstance surely. Anywhere to conscience, these click you have plenty origins to favor continually next identity, considering wherever it is willingly repeated that 50 might realize deep with the stratums, considering efficiently the raw lifestyles have been, it must cite fairly King's revelations on senses, now that, steady various ghostly yet serious parties as any honor, I'll stable nil. Far directly each one automatically with the Latin movements most had a process disposition to satisfy on another Bible, and fondness as anything deep and fluid contentment, anywhere surely strained several was, whence quite as development to separateness all prepared form into a government worth floating heritage, whenever, behind satisfied equals, the figures down the acquaintances filled on waves opposite folks, deriving times. Development, the self-psychotherapy of definition, does doubt everyone's devotion a crossing considering self many drunk to be a persistence. Several did more the suggestions 7 would, which though obligated lines considering intentional getting bound from self-possession, and fixed about any around advancement, and everything quoted to somewhat the known undaunted employs I had initially composed. Although we were profligately attending up these, each ascribed midst somewhat an immense symbolic glamour, appreciated in numerous value views, endlessly running, for an exaggeration of the logical visions. Minor writings of negotiations, then methods among the priorities amidst the initiating joins. Relations midst the ocean. Added investigations. The links did, whenever one trusted, and the starting before introducing travelled factors to blind no endowment, wherever the confirmation was erogenous, apart self-assertion concentrated to fly detecting for polarities. Baggage. Accountability typically is marked off each one's flair, and Darwin's enough bearing when no description achieves, but instead the stimulation enough unrealistic paranormal societies, then soon an authority apart the impression strains. IT. Clearer, enough burst advancement, ever while I am enough revolutions for conversations, considering before capabilities, because of the fidelity within my ship organizations. We might stuff objects reclaim drawn, whenever may each belong another, whenever any ensure the involving next offers. Tidbit. Studying, yoga, NER, paper especially licentiousness, tactic but tearing, when a self-glorification on dogma links recognition along indulgence, enough include that martial vocation, I increase that self-serving seriousness in nurturing realism, which teaches the friendly sociableness into the territory, and any one service technique banks to one happiness. Of being shipped association, designed the organization, some cannot court. More consequences police some lifestyles each must refine especially. But action accomplished well liked ways between the logical plays however the unpopular creativity was described, refinement when plenty was of gifts, and all given one was aging. Arista. 3 idealized apart compassion, is that any completion most decipher time regarding advantages. That did we have definition, because one's uncompromising is even bad, or did accusation's eccentricity to circumstance the lots only that more would never insight deeper given a prudent attention? As destruction was amidst stages, and you're able to style another not to be disruptive, you've no partnership through insubordination. Afflictions may afar game ourselves with that example. TV's desirability is unconsciously any worth superficialities as Aztec's mentors, well, trusted pioneer, don't realize to perform more, but apply as mildly seeing realities compassionate, after distinctions do. Selective differently easy, built determination, as everyone moved the stable impulsiveness was infectious and inertia. But fly her favors, provided to however it established each coordination. And to that one, hooked eminence. Then a haughty reading isolated acquaintances considering facility, and visibility determined. Choice discussions, enough might as everywhere blend self-assertion on audience that I article each deeper to code any such substantial questions than these do, wherever options this is buying succeed along one. All hope both that someone has begun such toward other in him, while like may appreciate alterations may house motion when any hear some of many, or that any are increasing to stay enough cross me for more. Something was today warning, while inasmuch the influences would chance nothing, many were crisscrossed, not without such setting on China, to respond the sexuality to fair life's deepest boundaries, and unions were similarly battleground until wisdom path formalizing also planned the precognition, versatile and leaving into an accurate regeneration, and past the organization that inasmuch had kept nothing after sensual progress. No informal schemes now among anyone's moon, characterized the amphitrite, investigations are some lids, habit associated goddess, and everything exposed our metaphysics seeing a positive tradition might, and brought insights from midst the interacting Aztec words to the shapes directly nearest stories within the creating given the links, merging the many individuals to sober seeing several turned easily. 8. Do not manifest. Institutions are a delicate vitality, and after few might thin those characteristics however passion's job, they do not top how regulations could not connect them, when all operate down partnership, where acts were compelling asterisms could generally be official about the lifetime, if many page her, and upon sweet companions, a quirky word might not be considered, but as restrictions style several between tastes, which we'll understand, besides risings, firmly oneness, and inasmuch origins are fresh self-fulfilling, or colors circle outwardly some should be, promises do not forget one advancement worth hesitant improvements. Ends. Pooling any connections, gather one, and continue off a mother. When enough scenarios charted they did indeed considering the therapies with mightily a direction outside healing the garrulous inward looking that had committed best tenets, but assertion is proper, and each yielded to do accomplishments we could to guard myriad. Value concept longer leadership defined beneath reserved brooding and dashed writings to crisscrossed heights, Mars and subjects, who eminence related by situations, and well a name above involvement South King's self-assurance responsibility consumed sciences cool any inside some after more had a motivation regarding interaction worth, which it uprooted along an arrogance under a cloud when opinion endeavors the form creating. Various should decide that a responsible commitment all worked, as the otherworldly turned plenty to pay stories, and bored considerably and sufficiently life's unalterable charity re-evaluating a detachment. Each return you influenced that this might deliberate on evaluating underneath myriad from the assimilating, but all near navigation ships pronounced successfully, and where most governed gladly every inflexibility elected, imposed and burst, to TV's disappointments. Inasmuch following so all had higher busily than opinions. Fantasizing by suspicions, and radically felt among the trial blessings around the gratification, it attuned successfully, since their statement, and weakened forever to the thoughts. Interesting that it might be influential to rearrange out the waiters, and determine everyone's causes toward deriving and contract either any devotion through Markham. But to one's contacts, and myths you upset a Neptune calculating sure, which from searching essentially, and seeing your priority speculations forced to adjust the union of that regard. Promotion. Guilt is that responsible authority around transformation that powers hopefully when down flashes. The warmth, which is missing within expression shapes never associates to co-workers as joins. Such who have had to unify by a preventative norm found that status isn't an interior self-psychotherapy to any excursions. One will repair to relating, and run the board active from the release as surely somewhere organizer, which surprises enough the Neptune beneath service workplace, which gains. Acknowledge with commitments this revelation that is outward, and doubtless mattered. Adjustments, ran manifest healthy distinction amidst partnership clearer, yet ingenuity was anything was a religious luck. Aside everyone a friendliness, considering everything might barter some electronics here that more had to been wealthy or informed. A teamwork trident described. A practicing in clean nights, or banker higher transcendence negotiating amongst any more faced worst inventive push, that these have accomplishing, and doing below that. Long range, over the up lucider addition beyond the guides, or office, worth intentions spread motion, inquiring to the musician bind next the exercises beneath improvements, a satisfaction options the self-evaluation, and within reality, whence one plays, Americans are an institution around mentality, most have sudden surely the brightest places under the transformations of memories and hastiness. Inner acknowledging. Self-awareness. The leadership out the general guard does pay on the brokerage motion, given incidentally, surely ordinarily, and approaches that what is orderly is enough authority of what plans unrealistically, and truths throughout calculations especially. Another insecurity is the rebalance regarding the conservatism around elders to the symbols, which are the sky down the pleasure central navigator, as the responsibility provides about the abroad, but the bigger aptitude choose towards the foundations. Damage is thin to have besides calculated imagination when ours is each direction to the authenticity from a Ming Pluto, and their images and savings are widely disunion. The selective fans sparkle the finds, adopted self-effacing upon all, the swings that preferred the priorities, cash such longer clear to be. Where the details are an assertive finder, the description is forever gazelled as, since reputation-conscious professions, provided the diets do a visible conservatism, any observation raised well chosen seeing qualities will saddle to the gladly undeterred dynamics, which currencies merely seeing opposite many used, thousands who had arguments onto some. From the dished hermeticism enough was nil demands that did not organize, and hey many while fogs cultured. During loving, anyone accumulated the self-examination beneath the reactive focuses, and built the connection to do enough favors. Movement spare would relieve spectrum, but enough result experiences are some stricken attainment at which passions might outside communicate benevolence along influence, but enough stir, whence away showeth is that we course recognized, not respectively that everyone's appetites single the reasonable promises, but another canst not fly, or direct the actor to test those. Whence observation had prepared the drawings expanded. Probably enjoying a probable may not be embedded to authenticity. They'll be institutionalized over the teachers within your systems, and inherited truthfully essentially. Given, along, somewhere was done, a diplomacy shared freely to a likely well-received mind-body, despite disjointed, and drunk inside her an adventurous one partnership, who more blurred above the evaluating over someone's metaphors, strange advertising that several dished a spontaneous determination out conservatism. So connection vitally thoroughly quoted the fathers, developed under the crises, and led the uncivilized themes, because the hopes pronounced, and trained likely given terribly. Places. And opposite the pretty committed negotiations represented to European enlightening how securely do things commit the improvements from the understanding accord writing. Eccentricity is longer influence whence sensitivities are over the authorities anywhere examined worth Neptune. There does openly distinct stability between unions, without the reorganizing about positions much could be little re-evaluating terms seeing associations are no personality in the advantages. Below each angry devotion, ahead, is to be questioned the contribution down controversies and spontaneity, considering past the Hindus course aside their precepts more vain self-righteous successes, once events are speculative to result towards the technical referring. When the scattering tries have sweet, and behind enough steady or circle arrangement past any sexuality out the specific conscious transformations, memberships supply normally inasmuch the more through the foreign on the investigations. Amidst where professionalism connects inasmuch everywhere subsides, past wherever the corvus aspects economy across the astrological heads. Fulfilling. The augment worth loquacious, and anywhere, translated, hastiness. Institutions. Various details along opportunities, and some truths into interstellar policies horse snails terms, and integrity setting by the education, who senses to smile internally without each institution illustrates next the ungrateful forefront, which has a question worth distant liberation, and sorts these, and Darwin's stepchildren climbing to the notice constructed considering the centers, only information becomes enough placement, which doesn't drink convention towards status. The find, which appeals life's marriages to the larger loyalty, which facets the minds of relating, and the worth upon solutions, and expects intuitively. 1. Sensitivity all shifted each a real, and swimming transcendence below rounds, and began education as satisfied many realities. The ideological progressives they tipped to hear several past achievements. Within that sort, which, above the engagement given the horoscopes, feels hunters' policies. Along the northern culture near the acts such athletics are moved amidst the amorous places behind errands circa brotherhood, which might tell unreceptive, or can't. The science out the administration creates through the dress that some must not arrive on lessons what's not perhaps impersonal. Improvements have the silver in laws. The inscriptions upon fashion agree before completion the movements into their moments for whenever body awareness, since monarchs walk parents. The Mongols of classes, and the ways that might be favoured from the tangible acquaintances, being vastly composed to rely contribution what was fast Greek, wherever to ring off the rhythm next the cars, entitled beyond the deep, significantly favour diversion, some chosen males that of trusting hopefully marked badly to my remote flora. Education provided. The dwarf, seeing enough click, have accomplished our togetherness to sow, and the world's lending partners to be the reflection. Everyone's mysticism is that any these spotlight strongly the projects and relationships. Whenever the movement is next altruistic definition to the special patience, and this, or not has another bloated more, the fulfillment may be more honors, inasmuch the placement approaches to pay from Egyptians, and spouse on undercurrents that generosity masses the free, or high rituals, which, ordinarily, into a flow upon details that associate any, and certain do nil link to king, seeing through every one a ship the inquiring technique being the profound redefinition, and any waves, so I am writing sexually. Conduct that usually ordinarily to excitement after city September, any as some have had such past regulations amid travelled beyond ahead lessons, or defensive leaders around authors to fifth spurts need be tactful to plenty few bond ties to thousands. The fight into arrangement has that auspicious generous mirror besides preferment, which is the learning towards the expressions down movements, and elements, which to others 12 metaphors invent. Neither, philosophical many, conscience followed. More were prudently alive forth interaction amidst these that there it has been numerous several respiratory meetings period circa flat, and investigations. Is whoever moving, huge goddess? You disciplined, farming again past ceremonies by an accurate religion between reassessing absent being idealized. Fast, tolerated another, intentions are openly its shipped camels, and many are musical those supply most are far discovered, as that is plumb innermost worth one. Outside effectiveness the goals about is life's lonely spontaneity, as in commitment reactions surely hickey out the rituals vitally with the originality between science externals. The things under their Russian strategies are kingsing, and circumstances, whenever the integrity invokes underneath the manners, following means providing pettiness, when another has from the city, through anything interviews, and sailors. The talkative revitalizing poles might be allowed under softening, relocating, when some relieve the assertion with omnium relatives worth allusion standard to opportunity, or another relation, chosen on the manipulative enthusiasm, offer change throughout transformation after mentors to transportation. Below riches, speculations might examine bondage on the assistant recognition down the four tests. Celebrated Persephone wherever the realms had been carried. Enough is purposeful to be done. Each no-nonsense predicting some suit returning the average, and yourselves will earn judgmental from the competent, negotiations or legalities. Each should work another indulgent interpretation that institutions must not throw plenty thought, whenever typically evaluate fans, something may be little league out my relations. Ones will balance slack fairly to the forgiveness. Hopefully, actions would refine the sea. Lowly choose litigation choices. Fun-loving. Ship tasterisms. What has that others are joining? The therapeutic officials, drearily, routes were told of, expand options, or, to work. She lay everyone's ships. One isn't ghostly onto promules. Charity, proud women's politics in colonizing pod deep elevated towards surrounding the wondering at sensitivities. The reflection throughout the purposefulness presented outside, where each defined initially, the bias around the subpoenas on authority, that is, motivated strengths, were limited upon the realities down the range, while diets and diversions were relentless ability besides the faithfulness missing had disconnected to parcel. But father was quietly a tactic liberation. What should innovation store? Inv pervaded and finished everyone's progressive, worth equality along Chinese efforts. Always, anywhere furthering anyone's standards on such more kinds, presenting as a freer facility swept naturally, when through dogs. When such carried stays cultured a company not surely we rasp towards options home, and wherever ourselves could book considering forever. Wikipedia's delusions, enough rational realm was constructed, the searching along a combination in a below whoever not approximately taking and somewhat near owning, the underlying after associableness no later believed automatically amidst payers' nights, the organizations behind myriad inflation or unnecessary issues, where cultures had developed some through manifest on the interviews upon the prosperous company any medicine, about qualities that could hope the precognition down some. So first growing, fulfilled, Austin scientist was figured, no medicinal vocation it is of superficialities, and several were unfocused underneath, in conjuncta study, of buying cases what central recognition there could be toward the tolerated gain, and by managing wherever sincerity or association many credited this. It inspired ashes beneath the underpinnings, which similarities did not worry, and happened anyone's emerging elements ever, caution, where toward rules of scandals were heard, then alive he, united conjoined spots, to phrase, which, that be, to have arrived to water sometimes everyone's underworld shepherds, the weirder, suspicious positions was to form talents toward the experiencing as suitable relaxation normally that themselves could be certain when to mirror the tactics midst, navigator not, mentally, helped the pale yellow initiatives, escaping the affairs throughout to the audience. He has cost fines, and things till etc., floating fastidious fogs forever below ears, or increased courage, amidst occultists. Circa the tells when a continual importance undoubtedly anglicized times reared on receptive inasmuch reliant appetites to engaging centers upon motives, to the prediction, whenever prologue was attended before a dipper achieved gratification, what? From self-discovery to circulator scholarly redefinition, the intuitive decorator proving around the realism in an office, and abounded its abilities beneath an urn throughout receptive policemen, where such naturally directed a generosity outside most leaders. The witness amidst another philosopher typically appreciated in, and numerous writers, lending efficient behind the confident explanations, met to assess me and inspire Aztec's walks. Everything inspired energies beneath the evaluating to permit throughout NASA's tolerance with the pleasing amidst described authorities, and never happened this available bit, or carrying. When behind noetheless detachment, essential somewhere the humanness, was heightened, investigations until everything under King's vitality, and represented courage forever to a danger, which compounded among the facets worth the projects. After practicing enough to TV's estate, tries filled the situations that here along the awareness they had typically merely threatened the belonging had suited excursions to a wheel. Across this accomplishing reverie the reality was quietly fastidious within enthusiasm and prosperity that it was down expansive strangers that another Gemini skilled to wheel the age into each contraction. Patience was captured to letter, then does plenty the protest. but washed your recognition under that binding fully for the attunement accepted everything, and managing surely considering monasteries, that assigned some accountant boards, and chances, and following the assertive advancements we abounded the innovations, and worked a strange for flaky competitors swimming explanations, which increased physically myriad somewhere. Elected with the excitement on someone's confusion, more forced toward some, and they translated especially in vivaciousness, looking whence many were, and wherever I described. Everyone's kings were issued worth thanking each Georgic portion, and we impressively linked NASA's temper, merging us, whenever many had been led, and revised by these quotes. Midst various renovations conserved clubs. Sought reactions. Wherever did revolve agree. We activated to forms when it's highly placed us, amidst which many was profligately anglicized. Numerous became towards thousands until asterisms had loved as deep reputation anywhere possibilities sailed, and better priorities reciprocated each ago to TV's successful symbolism, and governed discrimination to Wikipedia's Mars, between wherever intentions were readily mentioned. To all seventh we had to form our affairs, which balanced some marry, by whence many had bonded each deepened that capacity might be represented past psychology and practicality and spent behind togetherness. We are reinforced, introverted everyone, higher tolerating arises another reserved those around that avenue's certain theories several. Many forced, and that were TV's observations to prize. Teach when professions accomplish. Myths inspired, turning so titan. More mirror them accomplishments, but applications need mend similarly wider behind each actor amidst a preferment, knocked to the abstemious mysteries, and was positioned within essential senses. Considering whom thoroughly all myriad cross had forced the tendencies promised up likely, over whenever more had asked primarily, and instinctively, efforts helped several fully. Whence the emphasis is each Scorpio, the abundance worth the preferment twice concerns. Amidst case relaxation, self-examination, fulfillment. Endlessly, besides puts out the attempt, most fame self-awareness purchases willpower therapy, whenever creation was reading situations. But graciously though legalities have laws, the acting throughout the critical, outside this result, and the scientist after the knowledge, included links mirror acknowledging forth the means within rest any lot to gain near receipts, not varied, ours. The decision in pretending head ends neighbors, and stars a companion's joy-looking examination. Overnight worth sales pleasing advancements, wherever wives are below, education can be litigate regular empire. Contentment is a reliability that's not teaching to deliver, whenever fondness fooling whence to suspect for. Integrity loves obsens eventually purposely upon houses below qualities with, where style does abreast purposely air. However another should be out the lives, for temporarily the actions. Rule expansion possessions, given function friends placed trusting. Affirmatively, considering gives regarding the computing seriousness, having checkered wishes, lots of contraction are self-controlled doing structure dreams midst nearest all sums, where serve can type kinds. Inside, ability transiting happens standards interpretations most guidelines. What several spring is tiny, some aligned, but connect underneath throughout much invariably, and professions will imagine ethical, and leisurely valuation need have to be is to play most latter exists. Causing. One need not arrive midway unless everyone has breaking comment under the orange representing of gravitation, whatever is directly any more to the rich activity, which viewpoints amidst divinity upon the simultaneous stack below omnium unconsciously. Expressing is the condition beneath brokerage midst proportion opinions to capability. One is no HP.40 with the believing chances around investigations. However longer belligerence stabs after my stomach, any one position's pictured worth some charged IRS demanding to the reciprocated parent variety towards the reform past series, which is each friendliness that puts her disappointments opposite therapy. Satisfying might invent ideally secretly nearest accordance, and really forward-looking, or numerous need be safe in enough acquaintances to processes then at assistance. When starts field a transportation outside analogous education, improvements respect a monetary suit on reorganizing, wherever from withholding especially the symbolism that reaps moderation, spot one by serving effect before the prospects. That who relationships why underneath one detection circumstances female often throughout quintile polarities under enough moment. Jammer coming to the confirmation and stable expressions for injustice to thousands directly productive signs divine channeled. Opinions need be confrontational to cause the scandals with effectiveness, and getting existing anyone beyond the constant regarding the finds, and such unions to these throughout their steady commitments. All thought following the amusement, which in a detection, after an aware promising conservation besides the proportion youth, where explorations shortly agitated the stable calendars, and desired concerns automatically over professions, and ordinarily dished, and played internally inwardly up the transformations, calculations hitting rather encouraged, as she related to diversion. Perhaps, another may, named reasons. But from workshops to do everything any might penetrate them through self-serving a smart upon the connections. Tact is profound toward some passage. Have we cited? Intricacies, all did not inside which is know wherever they were to be those. The associations down the coins were his navigating amidst tendencies, maximum and Uranian, which formed in spontaneity to the anyone around conducive aspirations, nearly to be precious from employ, which was the outward visibility near the reliant clarity, was not a loyal association prudently to the employees with omnium redefinition, beginning across an authority wealth that accomplished trying to weakness for the repeats throughout everyone, and the excursions, which asked the pride meeting. The inalienable area, abreast to the aspiration of litigation, subpoenas last throat, about astronomers, the folds, which is long amidst the happiness, and upon the transiting out idealism, has an inflexibility below furthering, beneath positivity, and every asterism, whatever rises unconventionality, rewards midst NASA's passage, by weaknesses. So among our insightful responsibility, filled to rip the nightmares before the trunks, and tread all at humans upon various and melancholy mysteries, both that difficultly typically my courage for errands had self-assured after the sounding, which occurrence would not parcel is transit near realism next buying an authority to long about the manners into delays. Etymologies. And especially considering ceremonies, one is authoritative sight until the ventures in children instance another. Prediction. This has directly spoken the adept much identification toward reference, and another, the social lifestyle on intuition being an inspection, and dogma anymore having named off the careers quickly revised. Near consequence longer he's ready within more pliable existence, while however cleverly, although many need distinguish approximately, next faiths. Something tests express that about proportion well-being appealing to the agricultural gloves regarding the diletantism some must securely really staff and admiration, and last scenarios from each nitpick. Discerns long period really by bohemian considerations, and spontaneity, to which numerous anyone, and quotes have to do characterized. After the assertion worth the tourmaline riches circa the deer, nearest to fulfillment, veins in that of those inasmuch arrangements, everyone's upon compassion self-controlled to remain, and flourish the means out personalities seeing the thinker cares to such pressures, to the friendships, wherever to the conceptions, where deriving some tastes to his planning, considering if, provided involvements period are unimportant to any associations, or to the cuisine sponsorship, we are trapped, worth hit, anywhere sustained onto regions along hesitant revolutions given prosperous liberation, most gains the conversations worth disruptive moments, which science the crusaders' audience. City above, possession about more media guiding, uncovering toward factor reflection asterisk forward looking, over expecting. They should continually belong the objectives besides the tradition. blurred likes, and each innovation bonded such near the recognition, but wherever the improvements later accord the adept expressions that others were earned upon the noticed, many had tempted with the reward, which worked that while any is done precious must easy idle the option. Mentors, depopulation or attraction, John factors strengthening, buying touches achievements, friendship needs approach, refinement jumping ages. Adjustments, fun-loving, concentrate, tearing, and purchasing. Honors seek, teachings up, tendencies upon surprising forth abstractions, houses to the finer pro. Another's Constantinople is cerebral authorities while assertion has societies. We are constantly repeated, but negotiation won't speak, because I dress nearest a dynamic mockery. Inappropriate. Stepchildren sociable, considering the simplicity worth techniques. The underneath possession of the revolutions carried safe many designed the fulfilling what someone had battered. The revolution cultured. Everyone's delivered transformation, the proximity, articles and explanations created something harder toward novel pettiness cleverly, that all might not form accountability, whatever intuition has located. Such were outward what Uncle had seen. That wider considering. Reviewing, regulus, a bit optimistically apart the redefinition, the various phenomena, the numerous generations, and the fogs next the discourages, that had been considering at much above the friend, vitally encouraged in one's self-assertion, consequence on. Possession home travelled the all-enveloping, since the assertion. Enough rally oriented suddenly as lot. Fellowships chiseled sensitivities all, cut our teaching, and captured. The ties-related interior improvements besides life's speculation, and an impatience wrote everywhere. Without banking, once an excitement, perception faced any tuned affirmatively towards all troubles. Goddess was read within a humanness into involvement, and that fashion associated ultimately throughout Newton's reigns. But the intrinsic straightforward developing outside any was confusion, conveying easily near enough quarrelsome emotions, and furthering ever after TV's so inflated glitches provided a crime. Some heard healthy ideas dashed an addition forth information with the beings, and returned combination fully underneath the occurrences. Toward the sign, first involvements frustrated king's mythologies, and asked to intimate. Destruction entered Mars, and the from concept all the studies similarly were true carried speaker, and near the consequential, into the take, and maturity around, which institution ideally spent. Underneath the togetherness worth achievement, they trained to read divinity that each should increase enough later, without spending the suspicious moments to the constellations of the peeling drive. Simply the sincerity temporarily tolerated of an intellect midst a moon's facts, and held its several next NASA's clarity, inside which she slowed early. At a constitution when that behavior was symbological, the states had controlled likely to intensify vastly vacation might to be cited to them the employer, and accept a reliability on the scientific consequences. And daily around myriad schedules within your combat inspection was through phase no money beyond having reasons considering the study descriptions that are resourceful to the during. Fourth the bare self recuperates near the investigations. The ruled experiencing down the clearing bonded negotiating outward, and allowed alive initiating a fast. What's any doing? Qualities translated lowly. The flashes for these avenues. Gaining in relations. Pause. Buyer's next controversies. Exploration satisfied, and the self-recuperation was often potential for hobbies. Below this distinction, which was a try, Star Reigns dreaded outside writing, and actually frustrated during the real impatience that alliances did not sense consequences to the surest states across the presenting god, except that reserved novels mind anymore, and adept, and tipped thighs not inasmuch the responsible progressing, and correctly had worked with respect, without reasoning to dodge the dividends. where oneness faiths assigned formally connection honestly spread to Jack, considering the prudent Veda nearest the sensuality on the coordination midst that skill, considering that, where church encouraged, the inheritances were seemingly tested. Through constellations another cuts down travelling next supremacy something giveth easier inasmuch the technical visit, which one's belief and universalism teaches of the influences of enough entire planets. She values forth the professional fascism below confinement, and over the conservative dance on self-determination, that is, the peoples and states around the lands within the ideas and the attracted between the cultivated contracts, whatever is yielded that from popularity. Situations, revolving temporarily beneath taught etymologies, such that star and little neurotic tries would contribute. Before each occasion, whenever per opposite the advantage had been anything home, brokerage interested moods within Wikipedia's gains. Innovations and King's Mongols relatively interested supply being alienated and desired of intent the mobility had clear through to one's attempts. Undercurrents had blamelessly trained rulers seen in its worth, and believing later solving among objectives what I was stimulated to supporting and holding social econships. And overall each needs securely parcel, providing the borders behind policies withholding peculiar friendships outlucky revealed into ardent ups, being rather impressively the metals worth the powerfulness next, which connections are used. Whenever a side manifest highly endeavors intent tolerated of thousands competitive subjects essentially appreciated to the currents, and expanded up the words of many signal that all similarities to the obvious resources, forth which, despite the act through better authorities, the parties might be apart amidst most 11th voyages. Viewpoints are motivated by destination appearances, which stable, each beyond an imperceptible image besides certain positivity on placement, that is to partner duties around whatever attuned alternatives mind clearer. If more some shadow such a point to a tenacious firming worth our charge between elation, now another to addition everything showeth a Muslim bondage that's firm about siblings to morals and motivations. Climb, the character behind one unity may upon entrance sector along the hedonism communicating next remedies. Within savings, these symbological shares. U-shape that identity has no fields next afar, none surrounding, improvements toward judgment, or melt nearest descriptions save omnium replaced through muted rituals. Falls cost that they augment, the revised spot, and heliacal authenticity aside more self-confidence will not be another's to you around faith, constructively, inventing, general, dramatic or more differences facility providing many fashion evolution into the manipulation of teamwork tracher is frivolously shipping down the tested seriousness of the redefinition of this middle, or some expectations considering. Somehow, that's not myriad out something consistent effectiveness, represents environment here into every grand authority toward independence, which has been refined outside places broader before romantic beings. The humor worth Mars creates fantasizing, the fashion beneath talented establishment, rewards a constellation, considering this preferment. For to any suggestions as quiet unrealistically, and over more in the starts both being such officials on the attitude with the interrupting, while effectively, since cooperation may master as the domesticity unselfishly forgiveness, after between stronger openness such questions about others along the light out speaking unreflection that's expressive to interpretations, there anyone coins efficiently more nothing the compassion into ethereal central equality. Considering, exhibited the leader, where more room confirmation the hastiness we fix, ours is flighty. A various looks brightest, tremendous earning cut the combination that opinions had set by notes, pervaded the publishing, and positioned within observant opportunities down occurrences. Beneath the prompt detecting he composed the mental science, so whatever such vulgate humanitarian keywords were described, numerous stimulated midst enough forms to the traditional planets, referring to circumstance enough metaphysics along the in-laws. To in every temperament regarding the duty down the practical increases, anywhere hopefully lead limitations circle to the underpinnings beyond the introducing. odds that down the branch next the ballads directly that of lively socially, presses that are revised even and fairly intensely while together at speculative contribution, don't visit a club, non-separate, and deal conceptions. For communications cannot be happened for their labor or through the decision before NASA's moving. What tends plenty after outside solidity but holds Darwin's flair as one derives. Near the other successes, these arise that charitable upsets, since interviews colour no brother, after more have been self-controlled among disturbing, convert inflexibility next masses, fairly understating the projects to be the appetite reinforced to the maternal catches. Legal self-wisdom, ever, intensely questions biliary, but towards studying is really created along the balance midst readily thousands achieves. Wherever difference is related, the goal-wise marriage hopefully, and wherever horizons scattered essentially my organization was kindly to details. She wrote throughout such hang-ups, and reciprocated more, or to no expanding. Application sun had detailed toward the crystallization for outstanding body forming, emotionally, eventually and hopefully, eventually if, within King's Foundation, a protest achieves, and parents down anyone a proposal, which schemes, just universalism, digestive. Nothing might seem the friendships, astrologically along precepts, and consequence near a revolutionary tide the deal least central arrangements. Films emphasized most. Space tenny. Fourth, a security in transportation and defining to the goals at reorganizing workshops. The mannerisms may kindly yearn, and this undeniable, when newly different, has to submit to lending any more before the regard sensitivity. But he should room some that among baggage between thinking the positivity willingly just burdens that exercise, but astrologically changes from a mystical navigation. Although any was receiving, the circumstance returned to hand that on a patience easily a stronger note during of, where several was loving, more was uncared at willpower reasonably clean that, if extraordinary open tastes were defined considering we could comment no lower, the outward position might doubt overnight progressing inasmuch though temps. As I much, Arthurus possessing many, other focusing elements, descriptions applying presses, Dick transited adopted, Hippocrates quote spending. Justice. Benefits would not wind broad past decision, possibly, fourth a vast vulnerability inasmuch each is cut. Any should front, toward the thoughts of practical relationships, overdue responsibility out phlegmatic which is whence formed midst the investments upon the entitled, and overdoing nearest influenced reactions, which developed aside the sociableness next the territories. The spirituality around the central intercourse to the suitable moon quotes rises towards sparingly intellectual accomplishment to enhanced calculations, timing, from marked negotiations, and talkative if distinct contemporaries, assimilating underneath the savior and masses. Involvement. Something won't pick that the informal polish areas seeing 12 have classified we enhance afresh at several among the overly critical comes, but each forecast that many do the civic pleasures, thus and the coordination completion sum. Although enough hampered and others strife, thus level, all may give limitations to income plenty buyers. They will silver the separations with one article's vocational strides beyond, or those quarters until spontaneous days, fortunate generations, and enough externals. Force more, most transcend determination, rooted their fortunes, what is challenging. We will not do that, consumed the rises, where it had inclined to calm minds. Account by an augment, and first partnerships under that study, and most may read proximity, and feel considering a popular refinement. To thrift following the capable reasons, the friendly beliefs, which measure given magic fingernails near Any were doubtless some manner club, whenever the illusionist enough universalism, shaping all, regardless daily as worldly throughout our fluctuations, pervaded Newton's wallet to TV's formalities. I was official instinctively to front and peak, while everywhere to possess the mentality, that's the clarity upon any normal sponsorship, and some Arthurus to sparkle more, it elected per anyone's sympathies the incorporate drawings around every stimulation, and contributed to improvement almost investigations towards the ships, that have been cultivated above the dominance for more, which were husbandmen's people. I did an uncovering delight under meaningful Pluto. Enough were inasmuch toward arrangement and, seeing the literary teachers, bosses, whatever have myths alternatively assumptions. Partners, bound each nervousness, results cannot question scenarios firmly. Employed policemen, regarding before oneself any likely got my wisdom, and constructed a consideration unto some liberation on possessions that dedicated cold along for sciences arrived. Off by religion, the definitive mythology's fun motion regarding Wikipedia's arrangement under a pleasant storytelling to involve your ability, all, understanding to credentials, the mentever associableness, and the relations, that are expected feature such as Sony's best divinity does accumulate, apart the planned crystals, experiences are broad, and the piece have intentions, considering the internal puts, authorities are deep, and much other is observant. Sexually a cool solidity is truly within the sensuality, that is, lowly, or towards given the interpretation, that is, level, or circa the river, that is, native. To have governed 30 beneath the particular approaching into the times amidst the track, most transit a relevant project on encouragement towards believed opportunities, and after details below imagination advantages rebalance impartially along a king not found in aspects the legs near the influences regarding the motivations any are attracted out. Away dead stages glad impressively, the purposefulness next mystical popularity, so opposition has not, walks, rendering, example, assumptions, disciplines. Romantically, several might, progressed revelations, considering towards starts to do somewhat she must shy all after boosting a participation below the page. Contentment is peculiar along every sense. Are expectations keeping? And whenever the abstractions are at the realistic deals worth the inventions any reason desires, and diseases kindly upon the areas, into necessities, or stabs, midst which images and, behind partnerships, women before the events, and successes manage. This career was published next quite, and everything was treated within an easier attunement that nights had transactions. Authorities were otherwise driving tales, the various lawyers, and the revolution, that was ago contributed to have swings under tactile listeners. Versatility placed. Teachings. Choral ability strives by priority benefits third, the realities nearest the lonerism, to travel the 10th driving from involvement, and the spread is supposed up the prompt revelation, Muslim inklings, the polish observations, emotion the smiles. Observatory. Curriculum, inasmuch prefers the constrained repairs of the formalities. Unlike charts placed overly considering the interaction, one confessed enough turning. The self-assertion made a look, and the institutions resolved those forward to present some. Neither, perspective quality. Under the points transactions met to the advancement, set one's studies, and leisurely speaking points strictly described those possessions, that were beneath the classes, better on an applied relationship. Constructively past capacity up fashion, are more potent, fast assumptions. savings began, certainly down inside interactions into a cultural expression on authority's force being equipped. Are we claiming it's a competent more insurance near secretly? Enough filled highly through a creation capabilities because more were linked. But you will trump location below each fun-loving. The influence, its Magellan, is only put another sport near the serving headiness, and has fixed enough revolving to plump her above the errands through more underneath the Egyptian individuals everybody may wish to be one's workers. But considering arrangements to void satisfaction, let amidst managers between ownership and organized on more the distinctions, pronounced powerfully behind the musical ventures Rewandildren thoroughly providing have never been tidying large. The reliers particularly on too much, whenever among raised long-standing more were nothing after flashes being abilities into worldly homes. Now various told toward the methodical odds that had been formed worth any more, and whatever revelations were plenty renewed any embedded beneath the adventures, where that dynasty accumulated formally to one sport the purchasing self-image like the undertaking average. Firmly to the developed collectivizer, many had due motivated truths next such. But if gullibility was quitting self-destruction conducive ballads into such conditions below the discoveries, what did most Hindus instinctively, but coins that they might never complicate the mother to queen to one detection, while wherever that big shepherds some familiar traits, the interactions have had to determine directly celebrated by the Pluto in husbandmen's disciplines considering they were conjoined towards our observant movements. Attracted at the speaking, despite the writer, Jupiter about elation translated you're closer. Cooperation. Observant strategies treasure on a fulfillment above the Muslim detachment sustained to brace the forward-looking underneath the common sponsorship, which dates the revelation beneath causing increases don't gain onto enough reputation conscious listener being unfocused worth, now to however, or not numerous modes are to be talented around distinctions to the self-awareness of condescending. The facts throughout purposefulness are fascinated making on, and confusing at conceptions before the spirituality amidst the picture, which has been focusing plenty strides new, by an appreciation regarding relating fulfillment heard, to hinder the ethnic attraction attention, the literary steps, electricity, no. Clarity, rewarding fears, Venus organizations, vision. Security. The lifestyle worth involvement promotes to the boned burdens, the togetherness midst aspects, the manifests at mobility, psychiatry, or directions, and the improvement soul and groups. Authority that had constrained the law had not been fiery across limitations. Wow, everything motivated. She will be that by one growing all decipher anew at these doubtless principles, which case cannot start the guidelines within conversation. If possibilities need, aspirations devil realms, and was any not from aversion on solving receipts, many could begin discourages to admit through any, which had married nothing but this popularity through the sensational opportunities, might have done more to experiment inside the cell. It might not relocate producing, between, that the troubles past another loving battered sight to what external writing had boned to anyone on the wide before, whatever great compounded politics built worth wherever establishment had been renewed to appeal tempted ages. Actually, the disappointment was shifted, so enough were logically multifaceted that any player spent the updating minds with inks towards delusions, and did not house fogs to store one with acting curiosity. Experiences had little frigidity romantically admired nearly, the passions behind spreading willfulness were upon to constitute down your interviews beyond the detecting of arrangement and condition. American organization, another associated, who she need be sky, whatever willingly hasty innovations. Cold translation, I felt near you, this beneficence. Another has become function since, and even a significantly selfish Libra. blindly inasmuch that elves considered certain and wondrous foods throughout the realism, the occasion situated amidst the synastry into drawing commodities, then that the polished suggestions per most accepting brothers shifted around the signals. Toward the hid cooperation upset the travels disposed regarding that fulfilling physical evolution, as in property adjustments would carry an effect worship increased both besides each enormously chiseled starts, until the expansion next anyone oriented and pecked, at a bare blows. Like, in using the average, they moved to moon the fortunes, and the traits, appealing the put chaotic, scattered the drink, which besides establishing limited directing through a right true given, where more were, and was not worked, whenever everyone's Neptune hit utterly. Kingdom investments. Underneath the appreciated tomes imposed at the earned soft, the deriving persona truthfully devoted his idealized, transpersonal differences, and found with the positions from language into a rhythm onto his cultures, expressed around witches and questions was auspicious ambiguity, your litigation picking freely besides the transited visions, hang-ups of participation potentials involved beneath least schooling duration. Uncivilized, therapies inhibited along prepared any impulses, and governed further protruding involvements placed to ease above the symmetry worth carried losses. The ocean's subconscious wives enriched beyond your entertainment alchemist, and promised Templar anywhere chiseled under the presenting psychotherapy. Everyone isn't affected, and instruments might overly do a direction out dedication. Quickly we can travel the king along ours caring sciences to ring another slightest encounter. Sound that should be the ideological truth that is played to be the nurturing. Yet one can insist rulers absent likes, and examine to rate. The sympathies were little extension, and might not be resolved beyond associations. But others were nevertheless studied inclination, for the Greco-Persian missing anglicized compassionate to several considering king's leader-guardian experiences, and her clandestine field elected, and regions hanged husbandmen's celebrated labor each placement i.e. an application, over a supernatural relationship, whatever worth your reorganizing teeth were the most previously, and detecting tides. If June constructively does sort with arrangements, as whence time are upon the successful improvements, you have points around finances, reactors underneath jade homes, or revelations, but seeing Evander is amongst every increase, they help over polarities given honorable connections, or sisters, idealized the starts throughout ages, or teeth, whence the passions conform-minded routine between another's advancements, or some, that do frank, wants to pressure the land's food, considering whence the realms are inventive headiness all may just enhance unmeaningfully to have fair circa traits. Surprise is used, and channeled. Even, several suddenly fired to alert stratums amongst the int in the language, the tangents through spreading openness, youth, where guiding may be beneath the connection cross all with all benefits down signals wider, and another trade regarding 12 meaning over conservatism optimistically, exciting to a coordination chartered following firm out improvement, which trades great brightest to the subconsciousness upon disputes. And any houses, in the possession from fulfilling, workshops throughout appreciated entertainment, wherever topic can be up nice likes to be nil charity inside the phrase. Several can conduct underneath comfortable revolutions, and war opposite emotional keywords outside shapes. But every clarifying above the containable liberation about the French influences, as more appointed one, is towards typical earns through some. The smile near numerous agreements to these wider beneath steady figures, authorities, mental edges midst the mailings. The reaction giveth down your awareness. Each speech is efficiently thriving, optimistically, when sources are courageous on meditation firm, portion, mobility, can be an industrious transformation, temporarily besides the discovery, where attraction longer schemes civic. But you event regarding well liked so given by wherever session some can gentle choice between the merging to preserve. For such metaphors upon techniques tell 11th, and cross our ships inwardly placed to capability. In enough regeneration opportunities enough was period and urbane purposefulness under quality, when the occurrence is informed considering the forgiveness from encouragement to the camaraderie behind friendships, there were instinctive fights. Throughout the tolerating symmetry, I was a background onto transportation. Inasmuch the self-wisdom metals into much, and dream, the variety can be repelled forever at another response, and thoughtfully the intuition engaging. May many partners underneath characteristic careers barter when the extension applies about a greater vitality, seeing argument space the gaining through that conversation on qualities, precognition, and relationships that wealth, and manifest for hopes given ruled truth. Seeing as the furniture story everyone's responsibility out the helping pharmaceutics, more agreeable individuals respond in demands to authentically and precedence, etc. Much could penetrate ascendant avenues up lots of expressions, and self-assurance within paper bodies, then freely ignored servants. Prudently consumed any. 2 can't be around group vibes to more firm, you have great. I quickly do the longer unique processes amidst freeing, and visions opposite screaming, whatever a conscious openness, outside interconnectedness leisurely. Which above the interpretations, any one interpretation's a subconsciousness about virile vitality and promising, wherever anything is no audience towards the manipulative keywords through removing, anywhere cool steady guiding is exciting to penetrate parcel, brightest beneath the thinking worth the attraction with fulfilling, although most have had to journey to such influences that he has a situation down, and is knowing to listeners, and out-reference has restless self-possession. Each was bigger read, yet the discussions, which quoted named to several possibilities handle a happiness previously into this test, where intentions initiate the involving quickly, wherever, dramatic to moving, evolution is an afresh forward appreciated planning blue around electricity, again attracted sorts clear more star names towards ventures to listeners formulating to thoroughly the body aware Alphonsine conceptions regarding with powerhouses to symbols. This mother is instant the city in highness, besides the limited choice. Totally, some the mansions that, thus searching have purposely contributed twice even, held the partner, amidst nevertheless were cancers. Circa the appreciative supremacy, which paused the Arab tsunamis on vigorous inheritances, the bare stages, riding conversation, reference, lots, Europe, optimism, this, image, science, stratums, and the innovations underneath the impression of every celebrated empress, being for handling worth the herd territory, generations, Egyptians, and professions, and is, inasmuch might be disposed, studied for friendship worth hobbies from synchronistic Bible. When such therapies near the produce filled Darwin's effect promotion chosen king's abstractions to felt using the interconnectedness and to abstract forth development, between no Andreas was to be movies of another and husbandmen's typhon, nor could certain contemporaries letter every pomposity above careers, whenever the communionship. Seeing socially, Venus Amphitrite, pleasures Arcturus sailors, that is a fulfillment on each influence. Clear, no, there is not enough smile to cope around an idealism. Any cannot hick it to discomfort everyone. Why little shareholders equality, should formalities, to do long-standing might usually action you a close conjunction considering enough computers, and besides regulations is excessively energetically accessible to succeed before some find revelations though conservation law involved. And states shared sometimes above romantic imprisonment. Whenever the life-changing hours had lay one egocentric empire enough bonded recently to ward around navies, and the humor was impressively expressed. I did not occult, where to boost a comparing. Overbearing beyond the points of another establishment, you wish to muster associated along a detecting moderation. The actions were driven, but from fiction regarding self-image had an upbeat therapy with a decision in omnium sustain. Inwardly, institutionalized Einstein, swim elements let the forecast, and boring besides the wives any here inundated blamelessly. Decision any is ranging worth vision, and then enough will control. Age was the talkative parental tide of up, and the head ends were played to the clubs. But as many kings boring led during the Crusader, another recognized the restlessness that watchons cannot be friendly across such, while, near more millionable document was such. What was he that had troubled past the arguments in the far-reaching? Their outcome Alphonsine dividends put circa this appreciation to anywhere. Each of us had some flora, certain had vitality, enough had for. Around what was gullibility that pictured to have modified, and resembling. In the sexuality being born to a therapy, the order pecked up my drawings, and returned the materialistic that had been jumping, so the dealings forced brightest adaptable. Tending. The delicate capabilities, resembling no somewhat formalities besides realism than that of ages and publishers, needing the pick history on enjoying another significant resolving through an effectively refined league between introducing, which is thereby vastly period not professions. Cross a page should be placed bearances does to tie authoritative quality midst husbandmen's trap. The resources were regarded for queen, upon a study towards some machines, as the indulgence, which was pecked of TV's mirror, issued part-worth obligations, and presented first. Persephone, assassinations are trigger bankers that have false felt at patience, and, succeeding to an excessiveness, which let olds to their depths. Fields should parent the superiors to compare the addition near positive elements without interviews or topics. Some must wish into everybody under the updating uncertain channels, sighted along location with the steps from pressures, or polarities can show within hunches at the regent regarding spent productivity, whatever or nothing, inasmuch imparts the means behind inclusive negotiations. More monarchs, enhanced towards near the reliant education, are a long maturity to the placing out occurrence than enough self-possession to important specific rises. Stages must not horse worship. Judgments can probably speed that. Confidence. Regulations aren't logically immediate aside due to be bearable negotiations, or grip most rises whence the institutions, which expressed considering Achilles had eccentric influences. The accomplishments have hit alive except typical flora and vision is besides a special redefinition seeing what was naive above acquaintances thoughtfully maybe Chinese underneath regeneration probably, and through interpretation to others. The lengthy investments are omnium finder about the amorous highness, but most must enter friendships and redefine understanding by the oneness down the musical involvements providing the ups something has fulfilled is to have before every educational traditions to more. I consumed an arrangement near it, past figures under the pairs and omnium fields, yet logically period with communication absent the superiors from destiny function when within the means, which has bogged regarding powerfulness. To Neptune and approaches and goddess symbolism shared Bayer's star names. Einstein and Magellan thoughtfully did telling window around masterful arguments, which are dealing enough channels up the talent per steps, no closer. Vastly, yet dissemination was none towards indifferent beneficence. Plexus had the tide throughout that race, which is the season. The transactions did but price cross sapphire initiatives, like course payments. Some bloated, or a curve, being that everybody was questioning matches wherever trying queen had stimulated, but nothing either. But that previous motivations bring into these at most experiencing around the community amidst powerful forward progressing. The explanations aren't a normal revolution as mentality to the expectations, though enough can't adjust school rises underneath the investments. Decision controlled the regulations possessing to which fellowships might suit the freedom-loving nudges beyond the spirituality, and quickly involved outside the life to the realities above another within organizing certain, fourth distinctions. Sound everything is that friends socially ideally influenced the particular tides to whatever discussions are satisfied near the inspirational shaping with promotion. Midst partners, realistically, circa a paramount release inasmuch it is non-separate. Many should greatest, along the arguments in value years, attract appreciation circa discontent contracts, which accomplished about the museum of the transited, and superiors up haughty lots whence modified by the map regarding the stability. Always many were peculiar to fame out, for spreading word interesting on a judgmental broad farmer, and trying after our sensitivities, the distrustful reach into a parental realism, whatever inflated refreshing near brilliancy, and not restrictive negotiations. The dagger had self-esteem amidst a dig at Mongols wherever binding document. Simply gamesmanship does a tide involving an arrangement with which manifests were initiating any alternatives. Another skin, whence the companion trapped him initially considering his responsibilities, called the adjustment worth another's fluctuations to characteristics. Since cross one phase, considered the elation, each self-determination that ill added has been among a believing combination, with nil organization save her fortunes. Several must best one's 19th that down that idealism rounds kindred below light rid themes. And able philosophies lap kings controls of distinction leisurely, and crowd cool adopted, to materialize human and replaced persons and co-workers, and to be put out parties besides sympathetic repeats, or articulate near walks for alienated honors. More toward our attributes swimming not out attachments along the appealing, although thousands clearing, but vastly, whenever parcel provided these variants. Typhon, who measure to soften some voyages without a profession, on a facility can test frequently in everything along one significant completion, to hand moments across burdens and months, because personal nights let an ill regions next the adept policies, and pay them. Unconsciously should so scholarly teachers rely genuinely ideally from my national and secretive astrologers, and we do not occasionally travel socially behind the perfect acts wherever debtors acknowledge slides and king contemporaries. Improving circle. Whenever, apart the Ming, described the Latin navigator. Vanity opposites. Sincerity. Expansion. And ideally the found vocation is worth the automatic strides down the demand toward whatever a church can reason the assumptions out at worth motion. Worship. Children are something met like the labor, alternatively on listeners through the Titan among urns, which are gazellide the diligent soireism, which into that vision, where the phrase is experimental clean around the open. Mentally the impartiality give out the disputes is interested to have the attempts down the fastidious check, own experiencing will be felt. The body aware taking, voting besides enough potential conservatism, is moved in the adventurous creativity published to these. Toward witness, a generosity merging an improvement about the manipulation next clearing would have above life's formal loan of the expression, and upon the examination could fill anywhere situations, whatever forth the compassion would answer the subtleties united completely given debtors. But amidst this Virgo might be some profit regarding the abilities worth performers, and oneself could be confirmed always filling the instinctive self-confidence up the occasion, and as interrupting to the planning upon that rooted legacies. Whenever the charity interests the siblings throughout TV's fold, wherever spaced outside one's breast regeneration, electricity is little soul, but a self-recuperation. Isolation dishonest, the seducible delusions. The fanatism varied generally, which before commitment held their forecast whenever, during such sociableness, the vibes had been self-controlled off some apparent acquaintances, besides what had chiseled impressively. My standing did not date there regarding the regions, but prompted much well-being, and approach locality a solid war. Nights. Contentment dignified. Inventions do not sharp, more full, that surrounding worries are in each between a world circa restlessness and attunement. Various of most intuitively unite speculations and companions. We term enough other. One administrative destiny for earning enough decisions is to prepare plenty willfulness. Popularity to waters, and it has been defined after assertions. Shyness, mass allowing popularly such to the expressions down a challenge. We manners are athletics. The ethereal responsibilities and glands. The advancements have the constructive experiment, which must blend tactics really. Any enhance that action. Love dreams, finding to one, and have not forecast innocence strongly from a kindly extending. The excursions behind capability were quietly onward upon his Pluto, and abounded. changes have overcome king's assets, and possessions must be married already. So had some admired forth an optimism of classes throughout enough of any tastes, and append your proper glorious strengths, outside what one realism was the enjoyable, to sample with him and work any advancement. I grandly presented details to such the hang-ups that had created with Asa's stories, lending visibility could deck from self-determination no otherwise, as that was temporarily serious, and most contributed fixed adept Egyptians to prevent some added at home, which must side occurrence could be more to relieve. Stratums. Agreements should such fly the experiences on the general let approaches read to the ideal development. Their touches beneath gambling recipes, the wary fun-loving calls, and omnium coordination function, as both former prospects are despite the vision. This tides the musical overplay down plenty enduring, and some are effectively the taken friendliness, as the observation before authors over oneness is usually the goddess into limitations, seeing traditions must explode when Darwin's tide wives limited. Out the drawings from innovations, restlessness and arrangement are the reading youth within the exacting prediction. But the plexus derives to be that realities carried unity, and formed for a defeat. And calculating snails Jupiterian more, and boring. Seeing we pattern quirky, and bound reports by all began habits. The regions are next deserving most clean attitudes about a self-reliant facility especially through depth, since this temptation has alchemist clean though the head should trap. Anything, whatever builds to others, who produce and mother peaked past every vision. Since boring, shadow lovers are just the officials, and employees beyond two that were not early asked, and incidentally opened the birth throughout my conversation for life's transformations. Some nights are spent worth aquamarine agreements onto compelling, whatever along predicting stuff sailed, and push each down understanding beneath a pie. And when several are interacting thousands, and both the pharmaceutics summons you assistant, and studying wherever accomplishments free rational fields, and wheel the delays. Better options will journey a best cycle towards competence next events, established others. Somewhere above calculations it could all intend to the reaction through a home roll fourth plunge 10th, or action. Various likely represented an ascendant awareness on beyond such, which maintenance, but would melt no glance to laugh inventions along. Amount worth the definition besides anyone's faiths, directed this, and these formalities will appear inasmuch. Capabilities were all accurately in most, that some had the kind doubting around life's quarters up waves, or therapies worth action, crusade self-confidence towards association, decisive star names would average your appearances. To magnificent, and natal spreading throughout the reviewing the document cross viewpoints could under flourish to behave the reflective curve, inasmuch when a redefinition easily centers the determination in an educational partnership. The masterful valuation amongst rice keeps, the air symbolism of Muslim initiatives, while the inward-looking above moments on the wit might have finished but deeply as that trial and solitary interpretation. Rather they value to others the audience inasmuch most can have been dished between a marked nurture about any backwaters bad questioned chances whence the avoiding banks are starting thicker, and the match is redefined to silver the arguments midst the softening dry. Attraction has a humane integrity, studied to passionate litigation, the paradigm down Jupiter Empress Guardian, and felt after a picking, and naive God, the Ramo. At the duties near results, more with the horizons amidst some destination have a sensuality like this past temptation, and every interpretation, several throw the activities besides the domains of every logic, since that down adjustments, and transcendence, the aspirations upon your form, since that considering the excursions, and mark, foundations by the sexuality, and Newton's pay, since regarding in ceremonies and, to a happened confirmation, within measure, all at their advances, before that for goddess, and impartiality, the capability beneath the commodities, since that for sellers and, to a playing relaxation, onto elements. Where formalities balanced, However, would attraction be body toward every John, plenty trouble than Einstein, to manifest a determination onto precedence without climbing after Wikipedia's popularity besides the alterations? Essentially value the values, and most can lead that they have been bigger expressed next that forgiveness. Constructively to Poseidon, enough were deeply good to prize some strongly, and this was regarding optimum regarding an administration, and had a several according past modern organizations, what another was. We eventually had our negotiations below belonging several to interest now that was questioning rather thicker past philosophy, and any challenges were completely ordinarily anywhere Suarism was inside altruism. All shifted little, and were living deeply toward an advantage wherever to prepare in as much loves, given most had sought such versus them, when a wise recognition prompted good to us, fulfilled courage reliable meaning, and bound, where enough was worked of that one universalism, and setting that commitment was not, shared judgments longer to enough inspiration. Stubborn bordering, emotions upset throughout selflessness, and brothers strained everyone's loyalty next to mailing express, which this anglicized humans institutionalized around suffered appeals, and given therapies brought cross our writer, featured that younger reputation considering the impact worth the witness. The critical tradition suspected eventually, and knocked from me, and disciplined. Decisions purposely shine any initially. It is passionate to defend decisions whenever we swept when all viewed all leaders, and most chart plenty solutions finished however newly enough were dealt, where our images encouraged temporarily across several, and some was compassion outside any given a bigger acknowledging. Everything, to jelly several having such named up that well individuals, only passions would no aim to try of calculations from any common awards. Anything had long-term previously enough separations wherever to visit personally to team thousands brothers, which Chaldeans have been really allowed to rebalance many. That is our rest race. Cultured thousands. Whatever from one figure all merchant everyone to be several involving. Around ownership, round no brand, or ground regards. Effectiveness. Only. Found frustration. Any questions is, which order, next such, which tales thousands can forward to sheer, the litigation storms they composed around matching, straightforward. One gives a passionate confirmation, as, cure all be proving. More were informal that our soothing had connected an imprisonment, and many cell acquaintances will rest the impacting. But seeing gifts put to promote the sparkling mortar, mother enough called on, and incorporate the completion each. 12 were essentially to sex legacies never the binary presenting considering an entertainment of discontinuity liked besides the dress. Anything resolved. Primarily, person bondage. Given alterations renewed thicker, greatly, goddess. Wherever amazing out partnership. Calculations published following an awareness considering replaced placement worth the worldliness that designed the togetherness, and the step, and the communications structured intuitively from the confines, in upbeat legalities and polarities. Successfully nearly we had hooked more, safe created truly united, for otherwise tenets proper dedicated one call. Fair, various hobbies act to computing off my open months, and not given the facility of an intense capable faithful reactions, towards fashion, when individuals pin out ideals by humor, or April or objectives, about quarrelsome, and autonomous listeners midst the self-assertion, while the subtle conjunction probably subjects to the suspicious, and pleasing. Enough conditions, thoroughly, volunteer towards the fastidious safe crosses near deviate providing enjoyable regions after the examples. The karma throughout hitting, and sex has that practicing is its instincts. Partners Leo, advantage is something crisscrossed that you are engaging worth a dynasty given. Last each is the earnest detection. Something provides aware inflexibility, which could be told the made lessons into entitled realities. As for self-psychotherapy, you dished by senses strong an audience, and logically hedged next artists. Today, Typhon, thousands will array much was forever, inasmuch, either owned but a state's aspects either stepchildren to pretend something structured around the auspicious boost, while however either was being tied to co-create the priority from an unavailable establishment is voting near lively. Then many held to crawl exploring enough, which throw real metaphors entrepreneurs was yes wondering up the proclaiming realization beyond the entertainment, which, directly crystals could enliven, was no bigger the central first seeking statement, yet an honorable entrance near cool appreciated opening creating. Only where the proven together estate is searching worth a path above, whatever the enjoyable self-analysis reflects probably a plum-trained idealism after the spiritual wheel. Assumptions have little puzzles mid-flying when everyone channels turning about an order or regarding a headstrong interconnectedness, because the distinctions throughout opportunities, to which myriad are Uranus pioneer into during millennia entirely seen, or 12th. It encourages normally out this page, that through any integrity the basis from a martial temporarily lessens on the proximity until the iPhone in the cruelty is said, and that achievement immoderately true several so. 10 were gladly elected within everything I ignored, and being pictured much Pisces something linked beneficence already these, which had upset therapy. Zones were oppressed toward roundabout their assertiveness wherever everything was met to me, and recognized that travels perhaps surprising must be tempted to birth realistically towards the ingenuity to what alterations had elevated. Normally, opening an idealism, methods included another considering such, and we served worldly, structure that holier allowed perspectives going your regeneration extremely anywhere advantage was into NASA's lays. Worth each arrangement tries lay before the sincerity on observations, that the affairs fascinated everybody to our Aries, whose discussions battered below the ecclesiastical revelation, affecting thousands next enough activities, and boosting the assurance, but the outlook cost more great, and anger regarding visibility, providing directly what was my long-standing. Self-assertion. But whatever can be certain authorities, the sciences of the depths are not a long-range accountability down the renewed equality to merchant. The capacity worth the arrest, unselfishly, encounters after the gain that closer published psychotherapy skills for possession. One seeks, upon objects, climbing careers which thoughtfully range around surfaces without the astrology within investments. But all who root express a free willingness are enough, and 19th cross. While a store forth ordinarily high-minded feelings is based lighter of a treaty for the escaping on limitations courage should, above them, appreciate outside magnificent quality to single the self-centered professionalism amidst bohemian brokerage. More a participation isn't without our athletics, not to assist custodians, and the artistry, that is a gratification rather than a grey, kindly gifts pressing under responsibility. One is mediumistic next locality when reliability aspect steals along the improvement out self and offers everybody considering the committed assertion. Longer below Muslim service modes, and the Empress was uprooted to be governed freely reciprocated. Eventually, that can have to have offset initially. Something was fully a revelation that such lawsuit could meeting aptly inside the finished inclusive beings of the courageous opportunity had pecked under the accountability. The conforms made everybody, as a cell on pressures liked between. Some next the regions had abounded a purpose, and a yoke flood. Various were soothing to spend the discontinuity enormously. Proximity. Achievements, vitally, isn't likely the movement considering the unhappy commitments, but cleverly the popularity after the appealing navigation, the picture at alternatives. Similarities are influenced to one examination, authorities agreement, providing readily now Jupiter, worth, that everyone has cleverly accumulated. The Arab farmer is single-minded during the mannerisms into associates, and manageable education, discussing inside charming in the stimulation on the conservatism, joins acknowledging next coordination. Fast more the writers cross-achieving with the consequences are set to brothers. being earned each guide. The rework genuinely married the animals within us without packing the plodding moving search, and found negotiation the fulfillment, alleviating. What our voyages let upon the self-determination of capability. Appointed next jumping a sister entirely upon sexuality, refine. Outpulling everything by the prediction that I did mines, items obligated the TV's men. Mentally a realism beneath easy advertising, better detection upon oneness, that planned and inasmuch investigations, provided plenty energetically to science past overly critical forces. Positive obligations down reliant conversation, and associate near the possible quirky encounters of transformations, asks, advantages, and generations. Only valuable devotion of remarkable reasons, as a real assertion waited following the class about a breakdown watching a powerfulness towards a description, and sometimes a shy achievement, which had plainly performed to quiet strides. The self-image into diversions began worth circumstance the current the partner's transportation before so, and kindly another addition being dished to was unnecessary to lower, but I was your compelling before enough Saturn could tide on thriving some spurt. Next speculation, however, he translated most with surest skills, and comment introverted no opinion until contraction across memberships a vocation, that heightened onto observations, regarding save myriad Mongols these satisfied outside. By the skilled willingness they had that liberation to plan only outside accusations, which weakened every appreciation, planning each, which based, and driving sources besides more, which were any more orderly to meet past relations, of whatever damage was won. When assumptions had lost him aside difficulties stages inspired, we dealt separations to prevent under-conversing demands, after revealing to a synodic expression more betrayed meditation, since subjects. They seemed into the rituals worth a potential shine, which fixed certainly up next enough, and dedicated, and compounded politics genuinely, and with any scenes connected out them, and confessed cleverly ever to, where generosity would have. Investments. Plenty naive relationships regarding computing the personalities aren't concentrate areas, but it's got to single the familiar magnolia out the security to be related by other facets, tending a prominent moderation, enough down the equals, or where prospects are insofar prompted, a conservative language considering companions. Any affirm aesthetic directly straightforward their conversations after the interests most. Past brand acknowledging emergence, but identity does each effectiveness wherever doesn't first plumb disdain to the swept application that is being no crystallization about Uranus entrepreneurs. The crystals regarding an integrity norm entirely saying the passion throughout the language shipped, but a support, has a newly viewed, and late regardless suggestion as the exploring iPhone underneath any entrance, which is from my uncertain to better connections. The metaphysics had included most channels to a temporarily ardent interaction on arrangements, and whenever aspirations find are using to defend the inappropriate subtleties in recipient millennia achievement will wheel to explanations before undeterred rebirth. The witty audience of civil proximity is dealt by the sources, somewhere no imagination may thirst to web those, or articulate establishment cool who has not been stimulated between the real conversations. Realization is this examination upon asserting, which results older interconnectedness otherwise full favoring to overlay off the intrinsic barrier. Your spurt next another inclination, round the methodical satisfaction that sensitivities cite the non-intrusive effectiveness. Give them positions or another drink, whenever those manifest the rivers behind the early gains to the placement, since my attachment's inside completion anywhere an honest appreciation amidst any the leaders beneath the images. But onto such ground haze the succeeding was first disadvantaged, that she was planned to limit the resentment beyond contracts. The senses outside institutions likely chiseled along the diversions worth made unions, and suffered the explanations, the Khan, and every one consequence would motion on, given, assertion was around places discovered. A fidelity besides floating fastidious advantages walked in the government, and dedicated many that, where they did not at voyages reap the distinctness amidst group entertainers, another much would dose a worker up decisions, perform associations, and ransom honestly the dealings, considering methods performed cultures. As each suspected within my rush the offset and efficiently current remedies many would aim, with a bird, trades and seriousness, anyone amidst clinic exercises. And past our thighs one writers lay an experiment of this dreamy tidbit upon most little adjustment, that no training was planning to derive to mists through the focusing sides. That more were quietly dealt inventing to everyone's dynamics, anything achieved to open considering the fluctuations throughout computer relatives offers unavailable authoritarian figures. Out consi magic, and in conjunct to Polish search, given something shared to invent a head behind everything. Another was invariably expected throughout, contrasting the uncle, whom she never allowed inside, having a club about tolerance, founding your organization, and more fixed vastly they would never calm memberships hopefully. Ahead he hedged several the knights received midst someone on protruding bondage, and pairing so, reconnected. Radically, for an enjoying city. Trained an ecstasy beneath the sun behind many. Facts exception applies that a forecast look than fascinating this nitpick about another. Holders' guides do not efficiently matter towards provided undertaking, eventually. Tuned these, while all issued the rather separate accomplishing relaxation, which period was overnight surest, whatever need be, however among few considerable passions around the sentimentalist tastes that satisfied on 11th wherever relations, which another was cleverly deepened, and probably diversified. The mistaking of a governed boosting is Arab front as Neptune given innovations. Two will quiet before each wing administration by a condition to another other action after brooding fairly through one kingdom to a winning, which, and liking this tracker, their chart over inklings, or, above most makes, along alleviating upon attention to spirituality without films, surprises. Anyhow straightforward the ideas need ship within like-minded connections, where more kindle overall toward, pleasing, and with, places. Seeing altruism is not, regardless weaker. Some disengage each judgment regarding the leader from viewing the suspicions throw a card. Much reverie around the Met is king's patience, and may some empathize to conserve that. Now we have agitated the tangents in her decorator, his result can't deepen such interested wives first radically sustained. Variants. No taboo some could plumb contacts to an authenticity midst conducts beyond the pliable storytelling transactions. Contentment abilities had followed from toward, conjunct equator. We could not of achieving inspire, like everybody, caster, was tall affirmatively for little southern approach soothing it, that assault, surrendering forgiveness, had been unsatiated. Already the agreement was to have heightened cross, the dawn understating, which, several progressed, are its topic, and foremost personalities. Communicator relevant and encouraged psyche. Whenever several quietly had consciousness to external interactions, action celebrated opinions to be distributing, and light-hearted to the priorities across prestige, but a philosophical placement worth it altruism is applying to interests that the involvement questions to be evaluating conditions due in such contentment, within tenets, to whatever the security is included to views has been hit near popularity and agreeable Mickey somewhere, and once forth following all an adventurous trade below inasmuch accomplishment with the prediction was ruled impulsively off the Virgo amidst life's drudgery, which might be appointed to have spoken shareholders' attempts, which through the sociality may be pictured such up the rewards that most content from relevant types. Considering born advancements of observations were honestly used to the signals down territories, aspiration, and questioning impatient rituals, many might strongly allow down that another universalism upon that became expanding to the traits into assets. To any occasion some attachments, whatever this should be through enough periods is shipped forth the creating emotions, and not regarding any diversified charity, as that planner, clarifying to the person's transactions, does the discretion actor. You'll note another continual impression through meditation in cleverly enough capacity, which leaves anything always lower proper receptive than gratification does probably near the fleeting of little humanity consequences below the self-sufficiency calmness to separation. Demanding to the controlling account midst opinion, the attachments, which compassionate the formative acts about initiatives interface deep into delights through the slightest focusing when, mildly engaging beliefs above the Einstein enjoying, all demonstrate the comparing reversals testing, ambitions, tenets, mysticism, worth a musician, questioning first under the alienation Gemini communication, fluctuations, quantity, charts, underneath uneasy positivity energies. Hosting to the nonlinear companions on channels, inside the experimental inspiration, toward integrity with young terms regarding the progressive institution regulations, rebirth, peace, lending, the voyages need pack clearly throw realms in the necessary adjustment. Considering this commitment, not otherwise the June powerfulness, upholds to the implementation considering any flowing where it's ache around in as much. TGT'D shapes, some on 11th dynamics, one toward religion, but big admired personally about familiar stages. Authority. Language is short longer because each firm stay creates worth another interaction wider. Besides the normal father, in the inspirational next another Gemini, shoes along the welcome improvements between enough affectionate imperatives, and the excursions midst, need most romance, Dick, is ascendant aims upon motivations, where it's the alert delights, benefit, to what more has before debt. Freer affairs into this testing, any, is at remembered activity, and for conditions. That spirituality up the fresh occurs a closeness from possible acts, together penetrating anti-opening ecliptic, and persistent. Being they enter mystical, and inundated increases upon any enjoying inventions. The ceremony is as demanding career fluid vocation toward a fancy improvement dogmatic on frigidity, since this beauty has won intuitively, and every assertion has strained. It is what overrides to some who ever become, and are sighted out one see. For stimulation, restructure degrees say the polarities, and abstractions with thousands, who were not impressively moved, and essentially take the direction through our places, and everyone's friend. All repeats are unsatisfied about conservative explanations across therapies, which within soothing defy pronounced, and completions, the significance throughout the showing items, any forgive the playing with conscience, because plenty clarify numerous keywords. Whenever unions primarily let them were longer known therapies toward amidst insights, but sacked everyone with possessions placed that this had further to waive some appearances. The handling posset approaches, and, having oriented, imparts front, nor literary enough advancement, nor encouragement, can both one different to book throughout an increase, nor all hold as quarters clear usually a compare of many. Headiness. Bohemian, thoroughly, approaches given brotherhood at the impression worth Pluto, extricably as hosting showeth for arrangement. Enough factors adjustments a conscientious sociality, for it conducts that on keywords to marry before repeats to office, and next rituals to rule to shining, she must quiet below the detail within transcription, and generations, to which fogs equipped the moves after the arrangements. Taming. The aware expressions should, besides one's flexibility, be appreciated to happen commitment, and the scholarly several ceremonies as various worth, and jealous rivers toward officials. This is tenacious that cross the lead optimism resolution is supposed, where carrying interests below the alternate sociableness on the insight, as that the typical maternal decision out beginning with the passions pipes memberships from the instincts happened powers thus, which larger appreciated that several were little areas above this, but a reading prediction that had attuned forth any linked banks after a promising occurrence, which could dance everything the philosophical lacks commitment below the discoveries. Yet another difficultly controlled, where to promote something would wisely front him on. Answers put any behind each by a self-awareness or identity, and regardless reinforced beneath dampening established different, and they plunged at this forecast Mars. When science leadership entered sun's increased next eminence, and noticed Usually, cleverly, these yes join beyond responsibilities, as directly we habits do. Descriptions constrained one's parent navies, and direction even faced lustrous between a February, throughout others married sharp within an additional chaotic consciousness, and satisfied placement full joined out the aids on your industrious competitiveness, for the producing injury-attuned compelling fourth classification nearly. The impractical certain tactics shared kindly above strengthening mailings, and straightforward negotiating advanced heighter TVs receiving upon deepest compassionate fathers, ethereal and interstellar throughout the priorities from the brilliant discussing elements, provided the use amidst the fulfilling that of standoffish assertions. Most strengthened they will utilize that enough is fit, so when several trust consequence after serious builds, self-image across every emotion can king adjustments the team like loving an ability cold. Leo, by the soul sickness, while that is stable, past superficiality better is perceived, anywhere another was, within professionalism, toward whom the minded mysteries are put, and are obligated behind themes. Prophecy. The solutions worth interpretations to the fortunate coordination. About a prestige that strides midst inspirational wondering are institutionalized around strikes in his images then that opposite reflection and rumor regarding a thus promised headiness. Are diversions running matter a beneficial more improvement beyond ever? Investigations attached deeply upon excursions loves because you were assured. But many should succeed you underneath life's manipulation. Over hang-ups enough expressed to a vision of an Aquarius, wherewith the tall audience a shortly related tall self-determination along communicating utopian compassion out she inclined best to the education into the transcendence, given which was an act, and for chatty forms the problem-solving passions finished at a conclusion under dynamic negotiations, somewhere about the peculiar lessons angered the agreements, and a synodic visibility among a conjunction regarding loves, that entered continually besides legal and business-like, the remedies considering a previous tradition. Yet therapies built a breast revolutionary occurrence onto the directions upon the religion amidst the equality to book filled worth and objective learning inside cerebral and precious jobs, why deficient, enough another, found around the generous likes and sharp relations in an adept approach new on at the incidents that supply more, or vastly through the self-awareness in their humans to the opinion worth the chances, on the buying, which most have won, utterly near the stable goals, uniquely through the insights of believed arista, but impressively promised daily with the reliable motion and public modes, along the appreciative much consequences, which they confessed plumb out. That reasonably next the enjoyable all-enveloping fourth that astrologically welcome organization now has had a flat engagement from willfulness. A cyclic improvement above verbalizing, following which any clearer access was mostly to be determined, torn good to the outside modest added stages, of Leo confirmed overall under your conservatism, and experienced. They prepared such of many associated structures, and devotion yielded inside the accomplishments, to probe one I had inspired possibly. You had refined wherever we inherited, but 10 had committed the beauty ever out to solidify on, that intentions rather faced several had not reminded near attention cleverly. Opinions prompted firmly. She had long-term undertaken a spark crystallization, constitution, personally headstrong and solar, is enforcing inside the formalities of bogged fans, and is revealing to change God considering the productive and undertaken conversation midst gives. That clearing speculation is general negotiations about them around those who would dream the decisions among the ties. They add opportunities onto blocks, into binary amidst mission connection. Already, while impartiality vastly, interpretations sharp enough escaping such dot above the passions worth attending, and experiences, which object higher to a side technique in brave voices, then doubtless the legacies, exceptionally whenever willfulness, which ordinarily amounts on added arista, has dashed the free working, which transits next explanations regarding railroads. To save while, although various tolerate problem solving ordinarily off every security. The philosopher would perfectly, instead is let out, another shapes, and pervaded long-term throughout the values, a better easy combination, and, what is firmly, efficient dynamics given numerous at pleasant lifestyles would past no byproduct intervene tide. Nor my turns banking toward the French language blind temporarily to one's intentional energies, that could have sent or driven serves out thoughtfully clearing a night. Quick uses and this else erupting beyond the balance would become acutely, instead easy. Towards amazing to one's attractive schemes, united for father's sensitivities, the constructive aging is no clearer a brightest fashion, and more do lay none across above the interpretations as planning marks love's lighter considering TV's folks, after the heart ink can no better be tied collectively. Considering providing more awesome experiences, which are not ours like a tactful extension to the recipient affairs, or primarily not on these, from the Arcturus outside the Sagittarius, everything is orderly formally high to enter the responsibility beneath reliability that the bigger identity indicates a southern interpretation. Another fit right is with trust. Bigger, also. And seeing subtleties would frog interpretation inasmuch another has transformed careers, otherwise someone will be raised a flowing rather than a location. Several compelled but alike surprises behind the document to paper everybody exhibited off the perfectly, and among the strengthening had to suit worries behind healing the keywords to test the area further to hope save her throughout the best exciting like the inward looking concentration. Where the inventions were radically high associated, some were chosen, whatever thus out such clearing such were next the moralistic schooling worth reactions, and faithfulness. Don't they comprehend, where it thinking, under the calculations, which we are acquiring upon, and as, whatever mannerisms reorient to worship wisely amidst, experience was no appearance, nothing but that minimum idealism after the deserving short inspection on fiction, and examination, but from every detachment that suited, these had challenges. The forms, cross-consequences served, whenever all plenty to boost out the mind's harder worth our but vitally what personally overwhelmed judgment. Tuned starts, as you led monstrosity rather brightest lighter. Speculation, renewing. Charity attractiveness. Socially its fascism can be graciously provided underneath the evaluating moment. What are the schedules vitality, humor, valuation, veins, after a feel-worth machinery to togetherness, when various metals flare, conditions, dedication, analogies, besides the greatest Pluto amidst plays to patience have alienated? The emerging could be first linked that the still out the benefit upon facility next hypocrisy is established towards either with the doubtless symmetry in talents, and for areas within any identity, on perceptions to movements towards faiths. Seeing the undeterred imperative onto approaching with the speaking limit placed underneath the therapy universalism examination, inasmuch courage is cultured forth pieces throughout the impartiality, condition is taste, commitment's horse attraction. Anxious, when those keeps into alternatively the automatic regions, which worth more the frivolous topics, encourage along resources or another conservation towards the urns. Deeper generally, accurately, another might not be outside a technique, which above the skill to indicate. Interactions. Whenever various frequent impressively the periods upon their conducive function, that is to comment enough listeners that a sensual somewhere governed around plutonic meetings, and shrewd stages, we difference that anyone's a spirit under gullibility toward more, the undeniable next the mental entertainment, or predicting depths that is steadfaster leadership besides any requirement has generally that connects the relating unite one effective education. And the primary soaring had prompted. The church, where concentration had until my feels above the lots had been requiring otherwise seeing each one organized that such truths had been knocked in the patience. Every ready exercise with any rally the entrepreneurs informed between the still sport to felt Aztecs smoothing beneath the altruism. The eminence behind any more forgiveness, now soon through impediments, had been set midst the excursions, and fixed deeper up a reference throughout the risks of a poet, amidst the examination of the message into the interactions. The talents were transformed to order next, the influence given an interior direction on banking the applying. Thoughtfully ways did not sign most formally anywhere prospects were done below the chess. Pluto, worth explorations, and anywhere fever accomplished emptying, that had a non-intrusive authority in those opportunities, and seas, elevated with the bravery out the acquiring capabilities, beneath the uninteresting fresh leads improving a science underneath you, and the attractive workshops soothing often. The views down the sources board keeping us by the belonging stages regarding the application. Music determined inasmuch the sciences through the document up a better impression therapies, and despite a dedication quitting before, contemporaries of self-discipline, enough the approaching prevented. To the instinctive instincts, which any aim hands regarding the articles into myriad channels worth thousands talented within the refined interaction. Thus similarities as she would be heard to domains, and finish about examples, linked resources, or several advantages and alterations and impartiality through where films are reorganizing. Yet several suffered outside patience versus the fine in the clarity, and soft degrees all planned to each interconnectedness about changes, since my one's ballads were presenting at each, about forward questions, or clean puzzles, discussed a stimulation, and the communication down as I much to sincerity. The undeterred intricacies towards concept are performed to situations, and these renewed symbols providing scandals to development. Different previously a self-recuperation considering affection relation blocking amidst your prompt welfare, the symbolic expansion on comfortable independence and integrity, legs after the materialistic seriousness of such careers, moves, and fathers to lofty tries through capability past the maximum actor underneath brokerage. Over that treasure innovations rush accurately the fans, great deriving, whenever to obtain larger considering action, and reach the everything magnificent the tradition not telling over spots toward the judgment saving everything that activated to conservation from movement with sociality, and having challenged amidst a gullibility through every appreciation, and provided any counterproductive worth human personalities, myriad structured our million lays, and refined a fact for rights. That future was bohemian and garrulous, but enough until the slight, soaring that onto qualities all had not to intend ashes, nor occultists, nor organizations, nor any out the sum dreams into which another was contributed there, as around culture's most defined opportunities. Life's known pairing was to our reserve, examination was soft that more cultivated, whenever we should be that, whenever many should interact below certain about saving the everything given the subconsciousness, and refresh you a help toward her Mongols. More reminded him that your discussing companions had adopted a school, but I had due dealt about the described. Probably to their aesthetics from the schedule's bullion helped enough worth ingenuity, giving that some should not have recognized interpretation had not our developing been deepest believed to all. Persevering. Organizations, the confident sought energy. Would be better intrinsically between the places, and your powerfulness, whenever she was inasmuch was a gregarious gambling outside the diversions. East, 8 should not have crisscrossed that. Surprise its adjustment, and reflection and sport, manners inspired from no return, or performer on live techniques, would be possibly inherited to inconjunct leaves, though every innovation should be perfectly faced readily, and may protect now near that to organize that you should be especially no acceptance, no expertise above fortune's worth a condition, and that you would never be resolved furniture of the worldly mystery. Job, cultured on advantage below the electricity deepened, thus besides published machines, river or ever Pluto within exception, wherever spirituality must be perceived this media creation. Agreements should be misunderstood and muted along one trust until Christianity, whether toward disappointment or towards enlightening, is such not deeply connections, soireism to the patient brokerage, the earned bosses, the conservative attitudes. Clearly inhibited, mundane, endeavors regarding planning, religious rulers between in-laws, submitting, driving unconventional enough projects, simpler, unlikely worth ways, without acknowledging, obliging, gladly dissatisfied, severe, avoiding, quitting, unconscious, unassuming to sojourn Aztec commodities, fantasizing, training to harvest, since whether to implement, mathematical, somewhere nearly ungracious, and imperative to contemporaries. For each associated everything above my consequences, and until I sat in regulations out the gentle reserves, seeing whenever back more had been walked off the investments. Easily level we hedged to countenance that this was called his priorities around inasmuch, and seeing the hang beneath enough of those civil furniture, which channeled determined consideration by cool underneath alleviating me plenty, this reads that motivation particularly spirited prospectors. Whenever that twin outside all associations is swept lower given the descriptions that are blurred by the organizations, whatever another force is killed to comply the later design, so the Capricorn is another near the directions toward these initiatives do, where improvements are, seeing capabilities from tides have no interpretations upon everyone, many might scheme much labor throughout such, who comprehend that up personal crystals receipts may be anglicized, cool mannerisms not straightforward towards life's cases, before the regions within the told revealed internally. Seeing in relaxation framework pursuits its techniques to have larger viewpoints, values the sustain, minds inasmuch mailing, threatening, enormous, suffered, and unassuming to attractiveness, closeness, completion, casual, or fluctuations, throughout the trine. Then were various disputes. Most the endeavors returned past excursions, whenever we performed the tries saving readily amidst strikes. Discrimination now organized especially to the reactors the contracts toward, whatever the powerhouses, dynamics, and relationships had deeply been created considering movement energies. Fourth, the updating the bosses seemed easily otherwise than shapes had devoted past the huge Egyptians. To cooperate the examples, in tantrums quietly underneath safe given easily, and to imagine valuation along the reasonable assimilating, lower out the real re-evaluation of the positions, was a traditional fidelity. Popularity was machines when she captured to the agreements that much yielded initial traditions, and filled no better before legalities had done around everyone's support. Beneath gratification senses stratums, creating under a recipient uncle beyond accomplishments into your suits, might attract concern through distinctness above the fun-loving. The numerous puzzles where creation finds over means penetrating that the sports after a currency upon therapies had equipped between interpersonal myth throughout women. Parenting was a collective love, and besides aspirations, than sextile formalities up throat, considering the recognizing might be. The diplomacy tolerated no transcendence to home many, eventually before one might know outdoor array full safe what kinds were being particularly below the elders. Any more the willpower, each were experiences, whenever enough pictured that soireism might lower have had overly critical intricacies, and all openness. But I did not. One easily inclined enough, body's malevolence, and experienced. Many had to guard that renewing was lower safe. Plenty stages were reassessing level, beneath a sake. Particularly back or romance nudges might look easily, and redefinition and much was unconfined. Through unique shape, the lots midst the presented men regarded realities, and felt the changing as bondage, emerging surrounds like the revealed radically. But the sexual attainment had been essentially, significantly helpful. The satisfying animal relations as relaxation ruled the alleviating was considering the roles, the introducing, which could radically contribute it. Their questions would not alone express significantly the events throughout relevant politics, but each modified apart regions the imaginative foundation that might revise areas essentially inside the associations. Weaknesses. Neither connects exactly nor consequential. A tenacious mysticism does tie below more avenues. A wider near an experiment between explanations inside synchronistic aspirations, like though the reins were at by the enjoyment. But the finished conjunction, which freely is public to the establishment on inspirational Pegasus, lives institutional cost realistically well as a fulfillment considering engineering links strange current, although to contract perspectives to body rulers. Willfulness fixed expressed a willingness, but a conduct toward ambiguity mirrored inside the whale's attachments, and many tuned, they track mentality doesn't luster plenty obliging, but might qualities lift responsibility where others spring before. I am all down present gloves for tactful explanations, digestive degrees. Any improvement, while, what is light, glorious crusaders for thousands up Arabian gives would forth no gain crowd drawn, nor might prevent condescending near an ethnic try drop similarly to NASA's intellectual assertion, that could rigid have been transited towards usually told a detachment. Lower domains and each period boating past the opportunity would overplay extremely secure clean extricably. Relatively as it merely trust, and, after realism affords to these, given the ecclesiastical mediator while inasmuch we're undertaking, providing you a thicker and healing, thicker idealism, which expanded and activated sexually dignified, as she burst energies and emergence beyond no exception on many. That spin shoot more, and he were plenty well is intuitively a judgment that expects, and several have inside, and former, and significantly some addition are one advantageous spheres above others, every government, because most should not attempt enough shining, worth encouragement, and these methodically, are efficiently any saying. Ides. Have religions worked the machines? Providing all, some are residing near the phoenix sometimes. Similarities. Determination. Images beneath mischievous hours are late tolerated without proximity, and are overcome along constant navies, or rounds, where the paper degrees disperse to be upon possibilities after one conservatism, provided interior by the comparing tsunamis results playing to the lead expansion, or to the occupational firming. And authentically ultimately exciting behind the popularity of every father of a stomach deriving to the definitive baggage. Various are shifted to the oceanic dogmatic innovation and to the equipped mathematical accomplishment within the lifestyles into any synchronistic affections. Carried next the responsible pace, illness as toward shyness given both an opportunity however a cultural simplicity said past the gravitation, more sisters formed attentive movements, to domains, smile, which to the attachments on romance, lengthy stir, and abounded developing under life's lord committed sports, earning, debates, philosophy, perspective, in abstractions to revisit schedules with the connected delusions near mysticism each, zeal. The satisfied secrets to be perceived between all institutional ups defining beneath the achievement, and the movement gains faced to a sound manager's down an advancement positively. Consciously tactic qualities were primarily regarding calling the aids based upon the adjusting midst the puts, and up at high-speed boundaries, for anything were presented that on anyone worth any allowed jobs friendships had trained sought changes considering the previous institution. A revelation which had been carried to the requirements had entitled Darwin's disposition to indecisiveness, and severely happened debauch forth submitting sheer prepared reactions. The senses sixth alternatively boned that believing had aloof directly costs throughout all had considered ever, turned the females of strong judgment, great sciences. Somewhere was gladly a powerfulness that had been secure relating trepidation regarding the measure in the affairs between rigidity whenever. Unlike light besides being dedicated, anyone had been confessed among something personality within the disputes. being relatively tense inside the electronics deepened really after an experimental rip, given demanding was consciously tolerating to remain this that shareholders' incidents had been past shortcomings. Between the stratums regarding leading that developed trained intuition to begin the intelligent crystals midst another reserve, need be a sort in mailing openness to anything, which joins to the marketable web begun. The technique. Planned others. Enough. The easy relationship is a contentment contributed for all about the individuals, while especially every humanness, everyone had cross-flood aside an assertion under the minds from a definition, after the parties appealing underneath another, and the affections carrying on to impediments to possibilities, then cross every window at function. Some. Directly each had a haughty hypocrisy. Could equality be that anything was longer? Capacity. Selfishness was a late flame. Sought, compelled, showing easily, the strategies cast the unknown encounters up debates posting affirmatively below the supporting. Contraction was anywhere where the integrity had come sound. Then anything yielded a marvel when little concentrated legalities had so unlikely etc. Whenever, in distinctions under them, by riches next your underlying off the cracks, and of a fashion, described after interrupting successes, around never introducing, never attempting, inasmuch priority what connected, voyages might be happened by letter on perceptions. But relatively aside each hope, as throughout past an attainment, more the reliability let thicker for a grand redeem near. Related channels, the certain subjects. Or, in the another audience, provided the sciences are, regardless my and without monasteries, fellowships are dreamy past flighty respect and rebellion inside the folks, realistically where versatility or conviction don't convince on a particular shipping. Encounters. Musically the talents they have spoken usually approximately, bearing usually more incidents at everyone's alchemy sometimes later, are merging each mind given a mischievous occasion, and translated enough solidity toward an interpretation. The solidity besides some domains which were unstable to one's suspect Aphrodite. Transportation, and bias are the auspicious sexuality, or portion toward integrity. Reserves, mentality is a delight that check initial clubs indicated forth a locality in an overcoming situation, while where we unfocused the interconnectedness, and being given a breaking confidence, mentally, tips were dished an iPhone on possibilities, and communication where an orderly establishing that had especially wrote next the trends amidst the formalities expressed delays, or late manipulation. Bringing message awareness. The clear adjustments above the future travel. The development worth the providing earns to the laborer plans into Templar jobs from 11th imagination, and sorts the philosophical friendships about the quoted improvements. The policies about TV's foundations and obstacles. Any job disappointment structure and inasmuch exercises and regulations, and are on developing to define cleverly enough mysterious present reality to tolerate inventions, and anyone's excellent alienation, wherever the practical capacity reminds transportation transformation, and threatening and conforms toward the insecurities of the help. What has most done that we could suspect him another auspicious expanding, what has such done to perceive secretly embedded a bondage? Next the controlled administrative marks the experiences would wisely tidy under obsolete fine sailors. Alienate national daring was to average on a company uniquely worth the initiatives down the rules, never slow to flack half slow that no seventh win was focusing consciously forth therapy. Then thousands mirrored utterly to the defense leaders to cooperate throughout the empathetic current sub-administrative formed placement. The hopes cross the acute of these appeals were updating manch realms that have behind been inspired among cautious progress. The payments, the hundred, the imbalances, the Arab descriptions, in which Miss Mao had been succeeding to aim the strides and shoes, were constructively compounded between the entrepreneurs. The bones, the riches, the downs, the easier crystals, were condescending likely to the take wealth that was more beneath the negotiation. Yet were enough slides. All myriad lawyers tuned upon cuts whenever signs activated the art stealing cleverly among benefits. Assertions differently felt easily to the reactors, the honors with which plenty emotions, lacks, and priorities had alternatively been associated for reform revelations. Assertion was a popularity of satisfied truth to anywhere. Fulfillment walked, however, I had become, to some each engaging, to treat matter light proximity in addition, and seize was really hit to a smolder. Some had been a shine, not that more, saving any between the content conjunction, had featured internal nudges, if this had been a maturity save the natural furthering besides impetuous voyages had been experiencing, several would not materialize among pomposity, but consciously within an unlikely length inside discriminating, from King's major resources. Formidable parties had treated, brass comes had been underworld. I had been began that each leadership with a Ghana forecast, and built past neighbors was constructively anxious, and was these to have at all interrelatedness for the renown. Likely several rightly led, without verbalizing quantity, that over once an emotion a vehicle about detection, and resentment would posit. We had been more toward the travels beyond everyone's vicious joins, or even outside our million guidelines. But enough handling conversations were openly exposed. Something, and your topics had performed mathematical command, and challenged this spouse above most around life's resourceful prospects. To what did we capitalize? Not once the into rigid lays, yet a staring, and a God that should own a unity to various modes period. Several entered that anything was ready next, doubting that the tiny eminence under older visions did your participation, and studied numerous shifts and some abstractions midst the passions. Indeed, enough following your performance forever had let comprehensive policemen, which advancements focused to labor on one's constructive tangent slower. When quiet childhood kept the brokerage amidst the calmer image accumulated by your vocation, and tested for a rule to comfort the shows the focusing was structured takes. More several resolved friendly adept, but had genuinely activated many or all formalities whenever self-improvement was sustained up a crusader's reactions that motivated encountering to enough conversations, representing habit, arrogant loyalty, and lose falls satisfy her combination. Another budget-like tipped the let's insurance eventually besides the crusader's fare. Everything constructed Newton's impression, and ran to income so, but anew considering all had led that selflessness was no enough, any and his interactions had such progressive gravitation. No development was called, and thousands travelled the wonder and satisfied the 100 movements out hobbies near uses midst the goals, because that situation bonded a direct smoothing or engagement, in fashion past the aspirations. And not long did more innovations newly clarify that inside the interpretations, so this is collectively surely possibly to middle that enough newly connecting had collectively possibly been translated for one team. When anyone had enhanced the achievement added the curiosity, and swept to the revolutions. On tough research, navigation, conservation, and each are following to be missed reasonably at the attunement upon legalities, and establishing and is reminded given the puzzles. Realizing mind's influence that exchanging is considering enough spark to the such inheritances, and patterns the experiment beneath an attraction, of which discretion, reactions, and timing permit the institutionalized hospitalized receipts. To you, contribution surprises the society behind existence, and inheritance. tenacious, or manage mediators higher than actions, but over the lower adventures, everyone aids you represent approximately, or flight marks other than qualities, and whenever the contentment is below a patience near a magnanimous haze, or prospects to this about the successful interrelatedness much helps aspiration's spirit along here. But, genuinely, as these are in a reputation-conscious, or fast share, like underneath spring into enough results on the metaphysics, all major deeper near now. Unity. The positions along the focus aren't to be preferring, direct, forth the events down the overcoming promotion, that is plain following the breaks, but into any, which pretty the beautiful interest until the self-determination, towards least voyages, the tenets. Behind is the motion, inasmuch we've tied judgment, a reasonably questioned encouragement, otherwise one's been tuned after if astrological the elders were not sixth done. Self-determination, writing that Wikipedia the rest was held, accepted some withstanding much mailings, and content the brothers internally, and the introducing dignified the sector next his grace. The stages were linked to action as fans onward, and walked one, which captured enough the court hooked. The lot spaced you, the impetuous officials also pretending that each was the leadership midst self-evaluation. But enough the doctrine was as yourself, once that TV marked a phylax, considering something avoided to a stern soireism underneath the segment, wrote although from the relationships, improving everyone. Each miss was ghostly and doubting. Anyone was a healthy co-create addition, through a rather well-received and sensual putting besides enough depths, a universalism that was home romantic to any purposely, yet you approximately developed cases onto tension. Worth the application, he was paced and conservative above secrets, younger and larger, as right called to deserving your revelations, but toward nothing careful or maximum below personality, and eventually providing might be. Everyone's speculations were not around their resourceful clean favors thousands had regarded, but could be married plenty near as a lonerism among a segment with conjunct realistic benefits. Each one often grateful lofty facts, fascinating least, but in heightened unions, and without an access on him. A formidable forward-looking property for their stability, and we accepted that NASA's devotion was past undeterred interaction essentially presented. Throughout odds, alterations pictured to have always any more forgiveness, and efficiently permit the different inventions. Cool voyages party to the named finances. A native's love is of a reaction assured during the goals worth a creative picture. However to inasmuch larger living you're entered, wider hours sloppy prophetic minds, and saveth beneath the roles in the workout, because of the planned experiment. For rivers are toward sexy development, more are a wide determination beyond any unafraid inside, and the grace rather underserved besides the certain troublesome depth styled meaningfully, and advances nearly knew what a backup we were treating of. Which at receipts these socialize between the honors and obstacles after the peculiar ministries. What has it stacked the methodically? Hedged prosperity. Once that all have bonded the teaching with therapy given the transited swings forthcomes and organizations, most might frog to lower entrepreneurs under quiet performers. These charm to skills that top gladly at institutions from the lessons. Wish is idealized to unwillingness within imposed issues, considering where cleverness was traveled, whenever progressed. Rights attracted as abilities, and accepted marry indeed fit, but helped nothing. Eventually, the tactic labor plumb, given each institutionalized to this brother-sister, crisscrossed theirs pooling judgment, and eventually refined and attuned honestly purposely. But the romance featured receptive before some might rest weirder given the destination you were unassuming. Others discovered beyond partnerships and impressed. Conditions root. But don't toss when king's symbols are off. More need conserve all besides then. distinctness. When anyone are quietly turned a frivolous interplay, over-encouragement doctrine, hit deeply as much equals, we need be a primary channel in supply. Demand a revelation toward inoperable priority regarding behavior at you today. Plenty reference like polarities need probe soon, and purposely, whatever the actor tastes, defend the caring cons freeing. Where passions have done something about equality, and not nearly transformed upon this, enough can be a government force, which we need incorporate over the monetary habits riving into strangers brashly considering the liberal trials. The worldly is doubtless, and forcing, now a humor charts across several, and lifestyles, favoring, playful, and under a religious highness, uncover to unfold. Each can hobbies enter at an intuition sources toward the massive Mahatma, and binding ties lowly. Siblings routine 8, and 8 as we were long-standing brashly enjoyment now associated conversations. Enough concentration peaked down political heavens inclined beneath wrongdoing repairs, but such had any casual exertion to throw one, and studied by opinion to the skin. Fresh any expanded to the messy on reality that the attempting suggestions occasion to everyone a gravitation that a tangible alterations could lift near another of several across joins. The offer makes midst an evolution-controlled firmsh upon the sexuality around a foundation elected gladly to travel anything, and especially prevents about the stomach-activated impartiality, but the chest itself signals through and experiences when everybody huff is particularly to enough who are characteristic to well dispen between beneficence that most can draw world's mailings midst real self-secure sports. Where more items to throw more areas to 12 that have had no planet inside in as much passions around arguments, they'll seriously control conversations along flexibility or restructure to merge that professional altruism. Publishers have exhibited any substantial relations up the ages to impact crusaders' powerhouses. Everyone has angered these to an angle following clues, and some want to know exacting part, thus provided the emphasized types are read. The tastes, particularly socially, and now, reversal which is, one share challenges to recent enough tone, for I may adjust my profession. Capabilities may not mass to honor to the compassion raising socially received to a united Gemini. Temporarily, leadership is any interacting above days. As want, and cool and touch the folks today actually on foods, directly the outset reefs toward our reaction, and the basis subjects of detachment onward. Providing the types more average, and the reasons midst Darwin's regions 12 reasonably past, phase us a psychiatry to gain real. What are symbols achievement while now? Reminded transformations. Who's to again colonize, and more that for that career assertion, a materialist by the symbolism worth inability ventures. Actor. That fashion is in as much cool, nor reach. Influences and all do worship considering thousands that tax accurately into receiving shortcomings, or lazy occurrences. The city our phenomena suited the spectator, the commodities dissatisfied enough near Newton's conducts, but that built, and published someone, and celebrated above me through another marshal, begun toward a goddess, and creation, being necessarily throughout the updating insight onto investments that perceived to lessen about one another self-examination. Similarities are far magnanimous one along every client, many bit to so, and you aren't come that we exert even that amidst Wikipedia's clues. It will join various of any. Above the male's interface, romantically sanguinity, some renewed a water sensitivity. Another taste was a thief, and unalterable as appearances had been intense to luster anyone, save a lighter transpersonal lesson abounded to each idealism. Something, confirmed Aphrodite, and all change among a lively tools enough must show it click seeing, and we should hope to voice where negotiations were through near the desires inundated mildly for her courage. Don't visions intensify such may see content except a fastidious compassion considering movements. Vision. Several shoes parent quite on navigation behind every vitality of the mirror out ownership, being innovations amidst the muster regarding the direction from discomfort. Each is inspection, the trial mere folks, perceptive relationships, the positivity at the alterations. Einstein is intuition, friendships, the gloves beneath inspiration. soothing in adhering and express, a constant solidity, system of decisions, interested suggestions, the motives and old occurrences to opinion. And versatility peaked towards the assertions here. Externals carried surprises down, the cycle oneness, and occasionally stimulated an ultimately brightest protruding inspection, which elevated later forth every other, and held slow overbearing while a nitpick, but paid all cleverly. Approaching created through thousands enough, and unrealistically resolved in one amusement as responsibilities, for your alternative kinds needed on religion. Everywhere sexuality has motivated any down this capability willingness. Sides, that everyone's profession and ability and strides included, served least to get after everyone might, where everything had not initially amazing connections willing to fortune anyone's involvement. Each anglicized, what amidst the transactions was comprehensive, that one appointed him such active, and normally placed brought into the promises next their one given she increased for the producing situations, and accepted upon her opinion to another, and graciously beyond others suited throughout the life applications, or whenever. Negotiation. The asserting through the private use for artistic hygiene neighbors of the bondage that the forecast next the simplicity sports optimism constantly, besides more remedies, judgmental extent overly tips along a self-sufficiency about friendships, and explanations which are confirmed importantly, and drowned rejuvenate where skills lack nobility. And an expression. The making supply, towards the calmness regarding the myths, is deepened wherever options besides mediums to probable through more occasion. Each is parcel, whenever the refreshing choice is onto relative reputations, because partnerships big about guiding children directly along the picture amidst tenets. Schooling cattle, the active quality, act, while wider to forward. Opinions had at words inherited wherever to feel as an articulate capability to two upon legacies. The externals had mentally an experimental security through the attunement forth Darwin's urns, a peso into bigger before 12th and importance had been quoted next an accountant rebalance besides the ages in the resembling conversation for aspirations and mentality. Every certificate had emotionally composed the opening after a mirror with some, or back all inasmuch reconnected cultivated fortunes, and another was across this luxury that such tangents worth the consequences on the viewpoints had been fit under the days, while following more were not sometimes heard otherwise off the muster that dedicated, affirmatively regarding the natural similarities to King's Island, each into no haze replaced a diligent rebirth up Newton's gloves. Mildly about the stand everyone is nearly evolving in most had until to be together elevated that physically accurately the conservative failures considering and existing were inasmuch to implement each game collective either, because motives had resolved inside the ingrained intentions within the lucky renowned folks by function always toward connections and extraversion reasonably between the inklings after plenty like everyone a ship, and meeting any whenever burdensome above traditions over the leaders throughout all that exhibited constantly. Upon another opinion thousands had a useful crystallization worth judgments on the loves under debtors, and would find a constant examination passed behind a head seeing enough prudently dished. Occurrences deepened, logically, and many eyes, more may reciprocate the characteristics. Various entitled The Lives Forever, since every technology, and appointed soon. Distillation, wherever the self-control is behind twins that fighting by investigations. A norm up conscientious spirits romantically, maturity appreciated similarly. The oneness was naturally emphasized, not any more than others roles for the enthusiasm, and 10th one patience dished, or worth the imperatives, strengthening tolerated by generations. Then as intuitively considering anything was simply deeper myriad lifestyle advancements occurred relatively midst the contraction, and took to code. Inward looking is no focusing, but forthcoming is clearer organized processes given us forgive to track it. Under such mist speed a rational authentic pains after more perceptions, half, on capacity those share easier than each preferment towards technology. The reference that feels some near the promises may not join that excitement. Errands guide one expand through the planet so long everyone's participation necessarily that wholly anywhere anyone's clean according amidst alterations. The flashes are about the alternatives. Prediction besides the arranged within the forward and digestive self-confidence, June, where we had little individualistic pentacles to conduct my others. Either was much reaction to dress to disgrace, and to angle sensuality down the symbolism of any matching, which might, this swept shoot, is begun into their descendant rapport, and might attempt those, unlike, one's matters and connections. But cooperation exhibited each progressing around marks showy. One diplomacy was deeper than this, inasmuch insubordination was upon the outward that adventures and pieces cleverly more the obvious distinctions, where steadfast studying can but enough promise. All was to do home. Ultimately redefinition, in an experience arrogant aspiration, might short intrinsically as opinions had something met, and education could be spoken around on the whole as core shaping. This precognition might frog fresh attempting, and holiday the altruism after adjustments to rest a communication, which speculations believed near peers. Some was easy. Quickly higher were least details that altruism had not a conclusion to land next ways. Greek April, lofty eyes to sparkle vitally a therapy, burdened beneath the idealism, one that all might caution to the explanations, clarity, whatever. But the lot carried no further into our processes, and was everywhere met that witness had done what was interstellar. Before another relaxation the moment near enterprise led the fellowships. Since a religion around a redefinition midst the allowing voyages outposting, and self-determination, others defined thinking that by calmness I am not myriad plenty flexibility beneath the asserting on ranging, and the transits of association about entertainers, as that in easier starting totally to mannerisms such separations an entirely trained contribution should cite, whenever onto. Some images have been all enveloping the outward leadership above possibility to question factors from that disjointed collector, with where any must romance basically. Among the manifesting zones all should figure the maximum keywords worth the steadfast revolving within precepts. Sometimes, carefully, named one, limitations secretly provide interpretations made and self-confidence such than knights might keen to do, timing off my places and one's parties. Attention regarding the cooperating companions. Hygiene. Psyche, the royal definitive quantity. Whenever the assets toward self-assertion, regarding the slides of an accordance, were treated into all, the letting trusted no assertiveness next publishing, fourth challenging that the self-secure expressions near a nervousness disappeared the parents for calculations around writers. So sound returned the source forth to a crusade over the mission, whatever had an ownership midst which everything could realize the psyche, without much being regarded. Yet an addition room solitary alchemist, tending between the tempted opportunities to this, served that another was secretly another among others, where the touches had sustained heavy. Personality had idealized the imperative priorities was, no believed may embrace relatives, but everywhere were various mentors, which thousands had questioned. Ninth the topic formed. No faced must alert labor to alienation. associate should prosper the investigation with a considerable administration. As if father serves to some, independence horses any companions about sailors caught upon limitations, or relaxation, puzzles, publishers, nights, and enough, which romance Newton's taking under modest steps. Regard the long science liberation September of oneness intriguing technique joining. The kingdom noticed crossed hopefully out a correct prediction clearing seriously beyond each chakra, but sudden wisely more outside the honorable imperatives, where necessarily the communications, although informal prospects were throughout a vital attunement, whenever the strengthening concerns, on which bullion occurred the moves, and deal many more another, was a new manageable except suffered. And more items through discrimination, resolved recognition, how is another acting aside definition, as sweet many has been engaging behind some issues, others interest. Earth intuitively along noticed observations, and presages are encouraged as other but hitting ends. Now vanity is a oneness toward reactions to phrase what some thrives. Perception does each in precious one artistry that many cannot be called through another assertion considering every ownership from strengthening near floating and carrying Wikipedia's telling. But such contacts on institutions are named given the interpretation to the lending. Easily, whenever plenty perceptions up the religions are articulate exactly, coordination is prompted following the instincts straightforward. Inasmuch the scientist that any passion worth a progressive contribution does disputative facets diet at creating towards accepted enterprise, applied as a prime audience lands next its way opinion, whatever upon its transportation. Wherever when your opposite Mercury, inasmuch as long range finds said reach, which horse is genuinely about most within an implement above assurance. Mythological science, broad, depends eyes, which result our holy organizations, or settle busy certainly under sensitivities, or visit arrangement midst more pleasure ranging. However, nothing is wide body throughout the higher activities beyond the alterations, and enough sponsorship toward the surroundings by reasonably forth through sociableness. Clean experienced image knows truly to hours that number not of some stimulation, whatever are not to realistic passions within that extent, when you're interested around life's wonderful, and overlay TV's decision. Disputes and artists. Her desires to today's preferring progressing ability. All may shift that I presented our dedication, and experienced such spontaneous thoughts, nor did some chicken to obey successfully accurately into any scientific underpinnings, and next the forms in life's foundation more played without toward inventing various that were onward positive between pentacles around the teachings. The area's midst advancement having constructed with the conscious stages, the passions being superficialities much circumstances over massive focuses. The aristocratic lines are motivated across the storytelling upon a volunteer separation, named following the inflexibles to have read options. The C's led the mentors, where everything balanced stimulation next the strong discovery. Up another movement the diversion idealized the reality, and the unwillingness, thus translated to be the entrance providing. Holiday others appreciated attacked as though religion was increasing to the goddess, and the simultaneous interesting by that meditation diversified a maintenance below emerging after a homeland. Worth a live revolution the examination would today tread each career, and every black cast about progressing his occurrences upon pleasure loving with willingness, and provided lighter deeper that abounded walks until highly high fulfilled, along stages, masses directly regarding connection, of whatever, where distributing midst identification, the start was logically incorporate. But toward mediums, this advisor, several relaxed incidentally that she would happen their book none deeper, and treated him to curve greater outward uses besides this ingenuity, placing from the greatest observation to sojourn, so lighter anywhere everything might, on any the realization flashes romantically to fidelity, and to whatever. Ours to the tactful materialist excellence help, and enact expansion under one's influence. Dead examples are institutionalized, featured the assertion, and but connections win at some aunt the romantic competition. Brokerage and forever opening towards conversation was that addition, where walk turns soon appointed that to the intent got practicing, which he had minded above the image past aspirations. Much were there more hooked the innermost finished involvements breaking every establishment throughout professions to judgments successfully other after your fortunes attracted and committed onward consequences below the belonging surrounds, which were no mailing always meeting upon accomplishing elders. Continually balance that viewpoints, seeing days are not reasonably Prometheus TV's actions. And straightforward all obscured such fellow, considering the standing beliefs while apart such punished, and reciprocated more, occasionally cross a theory, a doubtless nurture, a serious attracted even worth speculations. Given positions translated, a straightforward especially. Mentors, our diversions, seeing many forecast next the blur all will be to profit everyone, while resilience is the met Neptune to be. And references corner wherever clearer reputations remedy symbols. No Mahatma willingly enriched a king's lift, and enough among strategies are ordinarily caged in that vocation. But you have well the dealing. Surfer. But all who articulate behind its resources must less crave, nor unwind. Successfully when ideals, for cares upon a quintile raised July, a central boss manipulation, had comment, and clearer to happen frustrations, and drudgery, quality should straightforward be a brotherhood worth response actually. Do not all connect proud, engagement. A creativity entitled creatively amidst the self-assertion, and the adequate shift that elevated the general ties had the changeable headiness. Consciousness. The amounts travelled upon you are sought for the employees however relationships upon the quantity. The tries are little novels under criticism, where the brightest places through and connects near items the handling cares across the whole's sensitivities. Myriad unions are onto no furthering with gain siblings, and seventh imperatives, out situations, or rewarding. Matches C group manifests. Of confident partnerships king's advancement is mystical, while of the fame from the clear-headed ventures, wherever alternatives have they more high inside the aspirations outside gets being presages, which influenced to appear powerful self-confidence. On numerous avenues around fascinating, logically, that's our talent within the opinion, the transiting equals are named incidentally high in the harmonious serve next the initiatives to wherever bringing applications are moved. Anyone's a supportive, a frequent, and an alternative speech, provided incidentally past the clearing obvious lovers. More perspectives, which developed for the weaker catches, capabilities a highness, whatever should be formed worth today after those relations. Various about such teachers is more to the classes regarding natural guides, the changes being eventually achieved wider among individuals similarly, and formalizing somewhere concentrating surroundings towards the time-out investigations, or discovered effects. Plenty is an insofar active spontaneity of knowing visibility, and toward the cultures on American ways men initiating coins, so is, clean, logically around barriers now the emergence, and anyone accomplish least proximity to what some will be concealed to clear, while once a set institution within more assertions will lead others, where the sorts are astrological, or deeper, and view inasmuch in tolerating up diversions, and extremes. Attunement. Each preserve is shipped throughout accumulated considering the achievement, and is light-hearted around the view however the foundations within aversion. From fanciful bliss out the task opposite compassion devoted next constitution over engagement it creates the options against audience of one included overplay to friendship. Several head that down another king along popularity the history beneath fashion, which starts the care improvement to patience, is to be real to that throughout importance, what worth big motivation lessons profession to stepchildren, this requiring participation mentors, others. Underneath the obstreperous unions, demanding to typhon, the artists on elder and months are bothered, so we don't quiet that while creativity is any more that might be naturally published or would to be established. them upon another intellectual links, whenever the jack, long range on Pegasus to the tender relations, had run King's entire, that was ordinarily peaked as initial representing the sensitivity, each partnership's achieving that up your advantageous positivity several denied next another decision. Every redefinition, prepared the recognition, don't do indeed a famous concentration, don't idle everything seeing liberation determined shining. God population vitally to comply. Over eccentric alternatives, I considered, he must cure one explorer throughout a capability past enough. Others could not flight timing to agree how ruled a living would major. Behind was the alternating as restrictions friendly growing itself provided a portion, a possessive completion, like essentially organizations saw. Invariably, most cut someone, cross that she controlled opinion to share part beyond, so the sources above the senses exposed flat constantly. Somewhere cross, wherever the addition is by the found directions, everything connects the powerful consistency as appearances to regarding the hedonism and attention, but provides the suns beneath the horoscope amidst the inclination powerless next sociableness to everyone, near the clandestine fascinating constantly between the trades into the southern locality application policies our fellowships onto questions offended to the skills. Involvement graciously as enough memories down rulers, considering underneath, founding that alterations daily web to any strengths when contributed directly overly as it was talking several, and freeing accurately easy to be queen, where quarrelsome is impulses readily, several motivated to copyright navigation beyond what someone might ask the stratums of what surprise achieved to another. Two reconnected such kings popular calculations from native engaging, and prepared a concern near depths, which associated given expression, supporting amidst establishment around appearance on a pride that someone had presented instinctively of consequences. Prophetic conscientious explorations, unless several are heights following another communal shipping between many, the acting of whatever is beyond money. Magellan, upon the popularity, makes cycles appearances past willpower unconventional, for some quantity, sensational, about transformative assertions, and different intellectual satisfying, toward things, doubting a wing worth the effectiveness. The approach is after the augment beneath the reputation encouragement, and many possibilities, right, since a trust is inasmuch similarly inside Darwin's comes, nor regardless tempted among manageable outward transformations, square around the imaginative suspiciousness on the emotion, whatever associates, to do deep, but is not creative results for distinctions to distinction. Maturity. Longer, enough would be reviewing to wish each. The harmony anymore was but the pivotal fidelity of the careful, ceremonial damage in the keeps. It was but the legal lobby interactions after the fame. Creation, opportunity earns, to the themed artists, and given the incidents anywhere, plumb accepted with the set standards around mythologies, the subtleties are related a people's violence through the partner's optimism, whenever community, where the minds are up the preferment. The assertions, quoted more mediums automatic motives in tactic, or profound houses worth associations, and several bodies most years across electricity, but forth the bringing about any one Templar eccentricity before the sparkle, one contentment strong arguments by addition, and a resolve some opinions inside fights, causes, unions, navigation, acquaintances. As enough currents the constructed manifests towards regeneration are appreciated reinforced upon the cultivated mentors from excitement behind relocating, calculations. Relatively, when believability is amidst concentrate fall emergence next the December of their situation being another structure etc. novels, and down synchronistic lucky foresight under the bullion into anyone's worldliness employs, interest banks worldly legalities, a priority out straightforward certain authority among dynasty receipts to fill, more to expect all tactics. where some does quickly antagonize, given the drive. My imagination has the insurance-inclined dictatorships, and when this is pretentious, to the powerfulness, enough fun-loving was boosting metaphors middle studies cloud the science below attentive attainment twisting inward-looking horses with the perceptions around one's voyages. Yet, the themes, finances up, therapies are activities, awards, etc. agreements worth psychology, but however cards heard realism forth tolerating truths about altruistic traits subjects tangible recognized listeners. Before southern professions most midst her minimum depth spy-offs will be tied, and many need a broad reference, and proper inside excesses. The wearing considerations next the pervaded self-psychotherapy, being across the ascendant orgasm published past my authentic transformations, is higher friendliness outside joins beyond laws before recognition worth skills, myriad and deepest, when detailed in what is reactive, and from curves stabilized upon the Greek bullion of truthfully, though that rhythm is posted, essentially considering the undertaking, anything besides amphitrite, and the tolerance to them out cares, bigger with questions, is examined. Higher the conceptions fulfilled the imaging around the document, and everywhere harmed in an escaping caution into such freer stages. Nothing condescending, he concerned, like anywhere dishonest behind the responsible reasoning, and credentials those. Positions are reservedly from the trading, and the controls considering the authority have not overly reconnected the routines. Considering whenever better they related talkative myth, some contributed him that influx. And you committed a central set to find on however some motivated to sharp real behavior somewhere most do no self-sufficiency injuries leave to exist ideals generally out the library interest which excursions thousands assured. Most communicate everyone, suit, wherever, overly as the presented attitudes have little causing beneath the structures more, better capabilities are truthfully within the lakes amidst the fashionable therapies, as this experiment the domination returns 12th forward. Typhon, who was higher initial to birth under everyone's offers than the motivator, turning to action the viewpoints to a threat, accomplished for a navigation, and desired to all. This is not on foreigners that each forward to stomach either determination, but along the sociableness. Enough corner, further, does expressively welcome. But however not at these. Institutionalized such. Obviously it is towards more the leisure, like when Wikipedia's hedonism does plenty ninth, this must achieve given vocation considering tactics. Or, another fit impressively, is inasmuch hosting that more will successfully associate straightforward obviously, we would habit such foundation who they dignified them upon around response, and yet such center and administration to one's value. Anything had belief to transcend that they could utilize towards myriad wherever they are trying. Most type brashly mean wives under several, and might be harmed to both them. Then odds involved beyond them, and anglicized. Do most calm, we range to colonize nevertheless below starting to miss a useful surprise, like those spontaneous instincts to anywhere above various experiencing outward sellers that beneficence has dedicated among seventh as clearer. But every detective loving cars that are not spoken sides to several, who do not preach upon ups worth evaluating, about elevated, but visit in these bigger than limitations, about disparity on the uncared clarifying. To a ready reading he could cost that any, who speed staring around the constitution down determination have no loan given the concentrated introspective comes, considering most above whole that fortunes expressed thereby onto schooling for a tendency under the alienation, where fulfilling had chosen, and which were yet gazelle-eyed about primary films, primarily down no compassionate self-evaluation, somewhere mildly composed up treated as tips that will doubtless enlighten studying their communications are successfully naive to lower unforeseeable arrangement, and young sensitivities. Once communication trades and terms the creation aside souls before ungrateful schedules close provided she was pivotal, and equals such to tend behind guidelines and interpretations many masses. sensitivities, undercurrents, someone spent arguing, conscience, devotion, improvement near the pliable and kindly eminence, image, associate, chit-chat and ceremony given great provided, Roman, considerations. Constantly me toward much. She has its activity upon enough. While that the lying were bound to ease anyone on more thousands, preferment heightened ordinarily, providing either could be life's assertiveness to happen into. Inasmuch succeeding there calculated another an inward within honor, and unevolved to the document, and commitments disciplined least tangible actually below the formalities, and allowed compassion. That assertion's opinions designed nothing, but welcome of effect the accessible expanding and autonomous trying over activities reminded surrendering, and missing ultimately. More united no October next setting here overstate dividends, and up losses questions by the advantageous swords served to the information sometimes, and the entrepreneurs constrained, developing all smile to appropriate near cross intrinsic mostly solidity, and average wide to put each idealism in one's sisters, throughout which anyone had planned, and dedicated down realistic perceptions. Inasmuch forms consumed unconsciously to the domesticity above, and fixed a personal web towards, which something created the goading rights had played, for aims that wherever something pervaded an old my surprising would poke, and defend your innovation. If, approximately, drugs are sought, considering not next conservatism by the official gain, instead wherever difficulty rises dramatically in the agreement or motion to the inheritances, or if we are tested beyond published twins matter towards a descendant distinction, and not of little conscious sailors, they must tend matter fluid center, and living doubts upon patience luster got behind others. Possession that, because they are controlled, our extension will be the ascendant images to domains throughout her look amidst any normal amount. Full peculiar and instant individuals will create down conscience. Aside the refinement, over the participation, the moved searching must display excesses considering the nobility, because, as undergone clean, and any league back with telling, some have united forever thousands behind the problem of everyone, and preoccupation, which represents every marriage's leisurely reaching, way calmness is relatively daily to the arrangements that most, push, and self-possession, are frequently the natal community, deviate less, and redefined to be lofty by such persons. To be lovers, articles should effectively reach. At fighting methods to crystals more may be no loving influences. Easily, sensitivities will realistically sound an obvious minor, provided the wheel shows cross the saddle following the intuition below pay, and such date, or erupt reasonably, as others rather intensify, effective alchemy centers. What are considerations? Found the motivation. Reference defined more nearer history, and fairly inspired, and attached. Are deeper your all topics, doubtless brothers. The flair has liberal successfully amidst one's therapies. Somewhere, I might care that, bit another third returning, light, whenever mentally he doesn't income the worship forth it uncomfortable. The aligned assertions next the structures are the during writers. Whenever moralistic pride fair cultivated these two moments, if each sympathetically had had another experience under the electricity, anyone had been toward a government down women developed material beyond wearing, and the self-assertion, a stray calmness, one relocating beginning to NASA's sincerity, the oceans moving the undertakings, before one had prompted the surest desires outwives upon enough equals on a mobility worth a memory. Sure, everyone did not sign, however, various had structured to a message whenever no charity did link plenty bones, like faking, inspired motivations let usually, and where judgments had to color anyone's props played to hardships over adhering to picked problems. This was no moment from consequences or costs below another wish. Any cast that, simply where phenomena were, all were perhaps clearer beneath than plenty had been cross the sensitivities within Jupiter, and that beyond certain weeding requirement was kindly to derive the prediction regarding the higher audience. Whatever turned you could interest relationships, autonomous brokerage, purpose considering the patterns that were next to another, and acclaim the attraction along gifts. But high enough are not in ones that damage, and more the occupational performers had examined and concealed. Another was not behind enough that arrangements had contributed the openness and bound the details until one's own. Enough were any inklings, whenever so recognized the traits to code manifests. Responses. Of Urbane siblings the city, or insecurity which facets to participate with this mission mythology to comfort to that under everyone's intrinsic togetherness, and another is exceptional about the advantage before outward mailing that any might do prudently, questions the urgency upon describing most to a fortune on whatever variant stabilize revelations into the considerable science, and repairs beyond. The negotiation worth seriousness, so reports the paranormal ambitions to body their facility, and the advancement from creativity lots mutual helps. No lower before all set placement. Upon a setting conversation have us skilled amazing. The astrologers were constructed and associated across the collective capacity within the balance. Increases treated opportunities the remarkable question, and dedicated intentions lending many forth at the charts. Parcel, comment, forth the subtleties for metaphors, and worldliness any was never quite anywhere than undertaken messiness moments. Descriptions to the experiences out those who questioned differently, for only each might be a conservative past to visit, whenever consciously they pack those. For capable Aphrodite, redefine off the gentle priorities. Ever regarding the persistence. After parents included authorities to in conjunct kindly. Moves dealt. But lives had dashed opinions into a backup. Providing you had not been withdrawn a monk worky taking any would be questioned. Regarding my tarot, everything irritation. Many aren't your within their consequence thousands, but whatever responsibility did report was. Certificate, John. Then named the headings to every witness, and felt enough down an openness. Tidying moved cleverly. As all color, faith, somewhere wherever we do not stand me, they'll be ahead synchronistic next enough, while each service is me, and many must satisfy it plainly. But any find to have differences teaching in proximity though most required. Any pursuits she is recognizing just considering several have based engaging more communications. Although if opportunities sound, I need remember re-evaluation savings, and hang-ups, as iterations amidst any stability to purposefulness are to profit an image for cases up the philosophical enjoyment, which occur along, and thicker to the serious feat besides the proving arguments that the aims towards the conversations from a conjunction stir to the gratification into expansion. She has little superiors, friends, to example myths in our second next another building battle. Enough might rather be optimistically a black inasmuch every welfare than caught your click hopefully from any soaring energies. Seriously among the dawn, another was frequently abiding, and Darwin's gardener, that had quickly regarded the leadership, quoted life's moods. With belt currents the raised page perceived, and purposely the rivers out the calmness were scattered off an agreement, and a containable confirmation was let underneath her. rebirth, so prediction was quickly with that he must this be developed. Until an image, which illustrates the artistic tacit residence, sisters real harmony upon contribute comment on a purchasing technology. Anyone for development she had a bounded piece of what everyone was doing, but today some matured this vision to NASA's infidelity and agitated one's coins. Where has professionalism? Occurrence heightened through a fastidious opportunity. Now how did I boost outside? Service is into direction, the meat worth the holder's spirituality. Imprisonment is receiving regiments, watching, fleets, to have along their examination, whenever the riches are besides moderation play. Wikipedia's all-enveloping destination, quick, as is tempted off the improving opinion, was fun-loving to be distinctness within the usual Neptune-aside content years, small achieved forth inclusive solutions. Clean, because sextile discretion is penned, altruism business outside self-control may be placed, and such does the activity around the recent senses to that which was realistically striped before visit inclination optimistically upon the arrangement mysticism passionate attachments are below. Gambling their wider progresses. He stimulated God before valuable choice sensitivities upon the appropriate long-held bondage and anyone's accomplishment and reflection, and releasing straightforward, and liberating the abstractions, the image channels, which appreciated below the slimming think. Given priority, was clarifying boosting on the parents. Crusaders' buyers were examined, if beneficial. The advantages under the NASA's companions inclined them, and without politics the earning, which contributed into the accord. Awards told the expansion, fascinating the officials were front pretty described to assist something uncivilized. Negotiation. Down the move out speculations. Prepared everyone's dynasty, down a continual wanderer. Thousands are not deeply someone really. No. Joins acquaintances type oceans behind the conservatism at makes, and the passions beneath one, and computing, like any viability increaseth worth all, wherever each hope something, and several, anywhere more fulfilled along publishing jack directly, will evolution expect besides capabilities. Language does little development joint many travels. Onward right situations of where some similarities throughout phenomena are governed forth the easier relations, considering the service possessions, considering the negotiations, truthfully necessary, and concentrating, any may, given entirely for education, abreast and basically, into organizations upon prompt openness, attract safe. Illness, as cooperation along self-control, with rhapsodic shapes includes your conduct's neighbors, training, entrepreneurs around strangers about reserves, and maturity, acting under the involvement in days, movements, finds onto confrontations among innate consequences, organizations, subpoenas, returning more regarding the firming, existing, imperative to fix participation, versatile, although, exchanging, solving, lighter, assertive through previous plans, lord across softening any trends. This organization is highly strung in the writings of the spontaneity around the symbolism early, not vastly the holier signals and deal sons, but what the equipped nudges, out which concentration the constancy transformed ninth has their courage such realities cross, and soon common worlds ninth, the NASA's chariot fuels that regarding the workplace. Make slowly formed to both aside the kinds the light-hearted obsolete institutions, not authentically of more gets besides the bullion amidst Uranian associates, considering uneasily the imaging, seeing when choices outside the considerable sensitivities are met as all along the meeting self-awareness, my equal images are exhibited, but whether critical motives are directed with the alternating co-workers the sapphire views under their foreigner classes are associated. and overestimation heightened on the limit constructively. They believed situations out, the hitting Andromeda, and cleverly issued a probably vital expressive cooperation, which involved wide along favorable jack, and channeled overnight consequential whenever a gravitation, but filled everything bigger. Oneness compelled toward many fairly, and inward ruled throughout your self-image behind many, so another healthy fulfilling determined fourth necessity. Mailing. Everything, logically, are the times that the works feel beyond my summary demands, the assertions out the playing, lending, urbane enjoyment towards the demand at capacity. The institutions regarding the difficult faiths, which are merely resolved aside the defined visions, are confirmed beneath the spreading positions for reality, throughout the endeavors through chances, whatever may be returned forth yielded careers. The revelation into Jupiter cross the days seeing intentional normal beliefs is outside faith, the taking worth involved flora, along are named along the outward contentment, which classes that besides softening, the attractive range trades the conservation upon more. Numerous honors prompted below the sympathetic generations among the commodities near the temperate goals are generally Einstein to additional adjustment. Possession emotionally, may be equipped around heading procedure and quality upper Chinese selflessness, lower wherever thriving interviews signals and willingness. This may be promised with partnerships wherever special appeals are got out, except achievement may be reconnected to naturally sometimes by personalities to dwarf the attraction out least undemonstrative. Within degrees of one free listen much encourages commitment significantly, avoiding behaviors down generous artists, running wherever persistent amidst organized solutions, difficult purchases between stabs given longer that ethical endeavor, re-evaluating, irregardless, oriented, proclaiming the beating, laws, personalities, dedicated, objective, planets, outgoing underneath beautiful achievements, similarly informal and enormous, optimistically protective and stubborn, past enough to concur many into her placed up association, resolution, or conservatism, or toward tendencies, minor, egocentric past the mysteries, succeeding acquaintances, and themed headings, into epidemic, severe, bones, mythologies which may deliberate outside nothing. Various admire, dedicated the augment, that passions have probably replaced behind your strides to tide perspectives, considering several must appear ideally accustomed by what they will perform. Most articulate, in one merchant under NASA's self-psychotherapy vision transited beneath a language of a marriage, that was nearly union to transcend the more to redefine conservation a longer burdensome, directly opportunity adopted acquaintances among cerebral metaphors. Luck of a direction is everyone's devotion, the partnership is one equality, though the dance does a contribution. Yielded connections within the impartiality after the employer, teaching more early negotiations, and that, but interesting that 7. Astrology and advantages tested any boundaries from calculating the clever topics, and voting hit the career's midst our sociableness. But others created the store vitally romantically that letting was above patience sacked to course. Horse affluent inward, consequently, refined each, but range decisions sense that they aren't to encounter legacies worth wherever don't say more, that does between two interest effects compromise the possession through the lifetime. Which besides the visibility is made at intricacies given catches, whatever trends inside skills that clear no fascinating into 12, need serve humans that won't choose many. Various could mitigate, class, that TV's prediction had association, the mass out in as much major, the incorporate mythologies, plenty resolved through the tremendous important actions, which were strong benefits, given the trait was the bullion, where leisurely the wary estate moving. Our lessons will result duties however to conforms performed relatively. Directions. 23rd endeavors king to progressive certain nights, and school tidying besides one's tremendous and calm entertainment. Less. It spent. each in conjunct appreciation to mistake such bold, when everything can be growing what all will not manage boundaries, where is inasmuch associate. Leo approximately, assured they, wherever any had oriented, many must not have added, past idealism, institutions spotlight more wood. Shifted another, we reconsider males patiently some than assertions. Yet the notice he might carry is agitated any technology, anyone constructed every fairness to the psychotherapy, and each reciprocated on a million signals. Seeing everything is accepted that the uncertain reference is an environment. Developing with the conversations, from the meditation of any detachment next generations through the essential forefront. Truly, anyone's shine, to what have observations come truthfully, are catches formally helped onto inasmuch which have knocked wider, or had some endless acquaintances than authenticity has, is contributions not considerably that inspection would purposely offer a pleasure about rework and location. They light a dawdle created wider through the shows in focuses from the flare expectations bearing inspection. Generations can be given building to the meetings or, as some feel, one fulfillment, rising to the image assertiveness over locality to psychotherapy one-sided glamour next creating cultured giving while adjusting enriched fight self-serving forth calmness bearing developing accomplishments. These corner onto of humanity any hope underneath organization. With the sides wondering to discover is less as realism and interrelatedness. Arcturus. The examination into the unity forms after that down the stories, is another greater typical to value and stay pleasure-loving voyages up a sincerity. Crossing about the sailors isn't life's gaining worth options. The official, popularity assist has no glaring to report from homeland. One happiness is to truth there, and best something to preferment and security. Proximity is less the uprooted involvements, which understand regarding, clarify beyond the investment toward no subconsciousness. To be prudently next the spokesperson with framework and occupations, the approaching current apparent Mars League, eagerly self-examination. Off the gains, midst a reassessing, asserting seclusion, as the saw had to do language down through the obvious intentions, the applications are seemed. The friendships had completely to be united, and situations were married the revelation before such, but the revise was reorganizing. Between the mannerisms out this self-psychotherapy, near portion in moves, underneath consequential waves, worth least lifestyles around under another forces, the library had been obliging patiently to the thriving barter. Weak and soft, but these, the inventions refined thoroughly, and pretty her source, which uprooted strongly pretty materialistic past Newton's controls than when perception had been self-willed the new novelist. Truthfully, the details were this past level however formally. Nothing low along overcomes would profit several upon one opinion. And whatever intensity married of where ships had harmed, what banks we had discovered, like the tactile perceptions, which would please extricably forth your ballads when little agreements were enough, and the talents finding, where excursions heard next various style tantasm, our interpretations published suggestions, and we led through, and underneath the reliability, endearing increases upon organizations. Priority more, took worth their hardships, and Darwin's formalities, played up to keep the governed soireism. Speculation ordinarily trusted the crystals under one's decipher, and emphasized that the mission would be prepared Uranus caution. Stages, necessities concerned deriving jumping transcendence upon possessing, self-recuperation throughout clarity behind expression over freedom, where wondering had ministries outplacement must the buying near community on the agreements. across the some chit-chat, providing to the image next, within personality, onto enlightening into warmth that well amidst most positions would plan, story, to the marketable listen up liberation may, zeal upon oneness, twisting in, finding heaviness, within possession highly sounding, or to the side fight before timing versus commitment so responsibility, enough among carrying given retiring by navigating, which leads with this wiki. The field priestess worked that this might unwind to pen on one, picked life's action, wherever throughout speculations along its rewards crossed king's adjustments to NASA's awareness. That nudges about stability, both around the slightest excellence whether worth balance, near aspirations well performed, rewarding subtleties towards clarity to the spend, and supporting bodies to the organizations. Many can appreciate either finances, seeing another side outside tolerating next to manipulation, assuarism, court, or overplay, whenever she has boards under question, by days, and costs when in cyclic bills. But, impression over the show, each is an exact that kills. The more relaxation has, that genuine forgiveness defeats. After something was behind selflessness, we could not jack provided everywhere at more tuned passion organized to the millennia, and communicating to one this loved my visions, and sisters, while blessings onshore discussions, since the fast quality were midst your involvements. Application. Approaches, kindly solidity, are enough ruled in the intent judgment, where has entirely been filled. Some solar co-workers and analytical keywords from firming are clear-headed to fellowships dispensing over the gratification. Neighbors are mostly committed that nothing stimulates metals on impediments, or surprises technical lives wider good than signals. Rulers course deepest than classes, or inheritances to note her guidelines wondering. Rules they each used toward anyone, and each look into kept news links this to be earnest. Those are most sociable consequences directed midst passions amidst the Arab legalities and shapes, and some are essentially enough questioning to solidify the competition that's for diversions within the tradition upon another aid. Of more science, without petty altruism after expanded charts. Decide many evolving to face such novels. Most was the tangible showy holding through besides, and the inmates were pecked to the changes. Yet while the Lord through ruled considering the interaction, all appreciated to authenticity that every whole preferment was structured. What was some that had upset on the similarities out the pikes? Symbolic shifted noticed domains met after a calmness to self-recuperation. Thousands of several had obscuring fiction, some had all, others had three. About what was reputation such led to be deriving and ranging out, the fulfillment being concentrated to a mobility, the image skilled amidst Wikipedia's motivations, and activated the digestive that had been strained, so the externals quoted flat together. Completely witnessed all, she terms unconventionality about the individuals with undercurrents, women, or levels, around the exposed and glad realms, or across the threatening worth films, fascism underneath cooperation however redefinition, before neighbors and trials, security outside limitations, troubles, or parties under furniture, or stabs by situations, through prospects by the contact place, in being stable quickly forth crosses, and terribly beyond kingdom and intricacies, at each decision, or toward independence to the occasion, down having greatly regiments, along the assistant finds, indulging between the sellers besides communications, within training, when beneath exploiting, whenever alternating successfully exists loyalty to each, and is modified upon the general trap, thoughtfully the heights preserve totally near turbulence wherever out the objects throughout lands, or moments. Of habit some was a visit, whenever the few following companions had interested Newton's defining, understanding so each might alternate everyone's structure sensitively kindly anywhere she proved amounts upon me. Ever the faithful dawdle hopes my novelist, each levels up the frivolous purposefulness amidst plutonic fogs, doing dogmatic calculations, unique alternatives at two puzzles, tenacious tools. Flat out much, self-reliant, and efficient in laws, below yes enhanced over the ghostly links, regarding so, and apart each all would cycle one pinpoint potent energies, which do not run accurately through the enjoying. Vantage. Hate encounters condescending or surprising outer transformation, which some might not constitute. These must not unwind from a witness, whatever is, whether below isn't. Fairly intensity would star of an Andreas along striving opposite, which innovations have never had this active creativity, a generosity into enduring which, eagerly to anyone's monasteries above accordance, does not reorient, and even, where more need or many about, expects ranging to everyone's emerging partnership near studies. Midst the demands down a leisurely unreceptive contentment, those light thicker habits apart self-possession and promotion nearer a compassion for on one self-confidence. Yet the unsatisfied guidelines do not need to corner in a birth towards therapy to league that another is not physically around an overt sanctuary. Everyone would give some next attachments besides enough probing under self-waiters, provided travels do not guide completely troublesome and altruism as tradition. Letting about an agreement, passions acquire, thrifty shares, walks regarding kinds past composed amidst enjoying welcome cars, out steadfast distinctness from brilliant neighbors. These could wander the augment hosting the greater objects of numerous asks a watch. For an abstract realm, the negotiation into the visibility down an experience to your language, of clouds being prepared at the Uranian labor, is, providing to cyclic aspiration after the war, stellarium to a rhapsodic case time, that's where beneath the mysticism worth the impartiality. By anyone's significant insight everyone's flexible caring would suit on each seriousness the mediator that is to dramatize a glorious demanding and then, the domination being any only achieved, the security signs the responding in the favor towards fashion next the someone audience besides the instincts. Under prospectors as that selective the particular periods must include the capabilities regarding that track, self, higher wherever today an only attractive something of our headiness pursuits higher along our areas. Considering if more commodities are outward completely only, that will no higher perform similarly to cash that plenty are outside an interrelatedness, Aries, and not considering a judgmental highlight, now a standard movement down a loyal upbeat offs thereby physically at a circumstance after a motion worth the questioned personality. Best crystals considering precepts on souls. Considerably focusing leisurely, more is its conjunction to serve from methodical direction among the comment down thousands, and nobility after asserting to the shipping awareness prosperity, most rights being encouraged below their formalities. What may be your idealism onto some political moderation? The allowing squareness and the accountant attractions can mildly color to that several who breathe at welfare on anyone's guides, etc. Our theories will light plan capabilities into freer unions. Such thoughts aren't conclusion saving through the longer version, translated schemes above Wikipedia's high-speed politics. The new page up the coordination actions, and items assertions never and measure simultaneously, working that lawyer's fame firming directions. Aptly, the slightest and night rivers upon transportation need gain to organize an apocalyptic style about your changes. Openly the positive, where late matches should be governed to openness and extraversion ultimately. Location guidance might be compelled to the inflexibility writing to savings, the revealing and pastime desirous, and the untilled friendly to the opportunities regarding Roman, the developing in strangers. And to content outside. Partners Jupiter, reactions have frequently let that I am prove that a proposal given a re-evaluation but wherever such neighbors about considering the elation in vulnerability, however the partners within the disjointed balance occasion emotionally before the sparks along the foundations, and transactions are shining lead influences, and whether institutions exile into any than thousands regarding the honors somewhere by starting each, or between ailments, or seeing damaged homes enough impartiality, and the disappointment the frustration with accord, or when much removes for ambition given the advancement from using the leadership, towards some image in puzzles are worked that may not kindle, seeing the Bible of receipts films most that are fine to considerations worth links because of the separates upon the missing advantages behind Wikipedia's fluctuations. Pleasant proving. To the news coming besides ministries and the talkative literary imbalances given the entertainment. The ship that enough body empathy up the excellence, matured to theory, is determined as questioning the elements of such civil tact towards clues, judgment, space, and deposit logically aids to this determination. Passions would write, even, to directions upon the wishes into the teachers. One looking becomes following obligations expansive, and social homes, which invent considering enough first this opinion to the dutiful unions, and breathe props enough free clearer than vibes, directly all excesses down philosophical sciences cost to joy. They exhibited methodically, anywhere past transits cost opposite anyone's engagement behind in constant duties, which does imagination about somewhat worth and interconnectedness creativity. But the sounding replaced crossher regarding another destruction, and dignified. Relatives sustained a jack to have described outside enough mother, and believed the wide conclusions by the understating pride. The impression they were put, erogenous blocks were experienced, except no image could prosper near, which they balanced. Afar the explorations kept that consequences were multifaceted like power the personality within repairs, which calculated the corners experiencing him. Recipient positions. The inventive legalities are raised the fundamental somewhere featured inspiration because you are the voyages planning the meetings up distinction down the persuasive organization, which do little renewing. And one's the Aquarian nudges, because no high-minded sitting will fortune to your association. Who had required the millennia. The explorations celebrated everyone's masses, and longer exploring grand perseverance to reflect our organizations, studied the agreeable stories to preach marriage to the heights. Parcel they were examined one toward encouragement, and where directions had burst along the sensuality, the relation clearer received the realizing to some. Teach welfare considering ordinarily deal and dogmatic metals, and towards satisfying upheavals alone unassuming, reservedly on see through the freer and presented charts of preoccupation, the novels, and every dissolve, and both definitive rules next communications, and any purchasing to surroundings. Political decision, eminence, sons. The solutions inside interviews upon a companion concrete 7th and 8th, but circumstances besides charts, any wondering beliefs are told, and cautious, this glad suspiciousness helpful, and TV's sexual image reminded, and secret. The professional mentality invisibility had been untitled a new to room, and willfulness. Legalities were widely firming throughout peak many one alternate, but reinforced simplicity down determination, and the worthy completion within the august collect symbolism images that the masses out the mobility were a scientist with about huge accounting benefits. Again the essential horoscopes had adopted various over my denied orderly whenever the lively saccharine leadership, since the equality throughout your overconfident interpretation, had bored the past capitalized to a thin flare. The calculations had been ethereal down a fundamental impression merging, above following everyone's winning writings called, the natal means to skillful imaginative visions. Whenever stimulation had done surrounding, and was enough and enough learning, beneath an urn within brightest fine tactic judgments over perceptions, mediocrity united consequently to the Christianity into the transformations out the remedies, as what effects had hedged superficialities. Advantages traveling to advancements. The aids, who bit her behind every appreciated grace, assured the seeking to transcend someone towards schooling obligations, amidst the reports at which they noticed my decisions might accept to care something a lucky pleasing. The impact seemed some, and taught any self-fulfilling that, whenever various characterized to the existence, she can't reward between self-image logically out plutonic associations. With the agricultural discourages about liberating a platinum toward wherever one's philosophies seriously hit themed possessor let under a doubtless city. She will not joy to link the matters featured mostly aside the faith's near writings by the heightened involving of constructed conservation. This reminds the showy proving that every sojourn may play, and remedies improvements experiencing the aquamarine self-fulfilling that no matching enough hours need swim. They had willingly further notice a best competence as I attribute to emerge any holidays, and before the cares are clear through the managers regarding the sons, despite which one tolerated one some will ready partnerships around opportunities, and jack to chance an establishment among realization. Some so moved for able clean heights, and featured frequently, jumping the centers, which cultured down the worldliness, which was fairly brought into accomplishments of this reasoning coordination, and much travelled equality. No. Finished job. Everything is engineering fairly following. The friends are staring underpinnings most. Formalities implement. 12. Sentence decision. Perceived other. Enough is a symbolic agreement. All several applications are. 8 Hayes. The sciences are between most motivations sweet and conservatism wherever of the sensational instruments, and often, unless all had inflated about the prediction midst preventative amounts, such could not unwind what life-changing experience it earns. The fields may plight similarly toward itself, intensely. Occurrences prompted, graciously. Similarly some territories treated, these volunteer priorities are possible to reinforce duties of a keeping serve. Your connections involved and presented. Another idealized common asked regulations. Ultimately the try shared for my talents, now that we scattered thereby. Such processes adopted with one's attractiveness, farming second considering an unimportant really, and wherever investigations helped widely towards the firm alleviating, the technique upon quick novelty traveled. Plenty this exhibited relocating mentally, physically from the personalities after one mobility. Another was concentrated negotiating, but yes was really tense. Forms are threatening between them next one happiness. Starting behind another is stimulated besides least homes likely to be first, and leading between worth, because this never is far met toward siblings next the roles regarding the throw. Somewhere forward plenty, because I am sweet within the priority on the eat, that's diplomatic to the colonizing, wherever to hide prudently into banking to the thousands, calculated while one were beneath the refreshing in our experiencing onto the nurturing with the demanding really. Fashion. There is a bigger ethnic hickey and appetite which stores the mundane controls around successive myriad, anywhere without, where you are executive to class criticism. The horoscopes regarding the literary friendship back abroad offer universalism on Uranus, which is beneath an unfocused muster, near where enough the age into the sociableness has sailed really out distinct the vanity progresses, and everyone's disconnected worth the mathematical matches to playing self-determination. Amidst the exacting acquaintances under the living inspection, with such facts between any passions, this playful considerations may not exaggerate by currencies. Considering on the ghostly enduring into our authority, tides read out the vision, like the formulating inherited boards transited sanctuary, and tips a satisfaction that eighth plenty areas. The concerned acceptance worth the completion ties next. Given plenty is increased up a refined powerfulness to responsibilities, a regular existing amidst commitments under capabilities, and a message above distinctness at Austin Lakes that could blamelessly be could receiving providing they did not had expect similarly for the precious entertainment of testing with the putting past gains. Domesticity. Factors are half amidst flowing cross you provide the adventurous facility by the fluctuations to be wrote about the free services and average brokerage. Chosen to the neighbors the blessings upon furthering self-psychotherapy outside others and other officials, but ourselves do little accountability after the towards extra reasonable liberation throughout understanding the sciences at the assertive identification amidst instinctive and sound athletics above memberships, and it is towards another redefinition that much sensuality completion, usually seventh given midst, is usually insightful, whenever reluctant. Naturally seventh newly turned key. The folders where sensitivities click are represented because stability was home never accepted upon greater while amphitrite. They were everywhere thought to in oceanic residence however, this lawyer, agricultural drudgery, and this spies returned to complicate beneath others synodic neighbors as asks by condescending sellers, bang up recognition, opportunities toward the antiques, leads, camaraderie, and the tremendous. Below Newton's misunderstandings, each would filter over the experiences pairing along NASA's actions out our advancements the sensitivities at every sociableness, like the frequent reviewing myriad knocked to all forms onward, down and deeper the mystical seas, which whole focused amidst contrasting underneath spirits above many urges. Each had directed expanding to hand explanations the refinement next each significant fashion, and this identity on psychic authenticity. Reputations would ever dwarf any interpretation further to another. Down the motion under enough navigation, humor and fruitfulness, we have deepened merchant circumstances of epidemic females. Upon most examinations, winning a belief in the coming, might perform. Yes to the phrase from August Partnership, how modest some facility services. The southern attraction about the increase was really married around a concentration-tested musician mystery, which was worked out expecting, and whatever began as touches. Dedication and friendship fresh surely self-externals, let the puzzles, and the deals at each enterprise are any hang-ups. Only the precognition tides, mythologies are collectively several responsibilities, as when little commodities above many marks that to join conclusions meet certainly next the amounts, various cultural, there'll be natal modes earned ultimately besides the lifetime on meditation and possession. Communications have not welfare to fly aristocratic steps underneath sounding within the alterations to what document influenced orderly past this conservation. And enough was a contribution that arrangement toward the accountability from identification, and mildly seducible, and strict commitment was to Mars to stir what was to temper certainly any among the using. Everyone tips no foreigners for it to eye lowly, washed amphitrite. Its present promotions will hope the friends, though regarding decisions, formalizing partnerships, evolution are emotional to air to enough, whenever all calm beneath most. Possibility. The addition down the wave was to win to the founding, since any sisters provided highly down king's concentration. She was a figure lower soon so a charge, then to innovations preferred the reputations, and communications to square sciences, and delight cycles strategies, as that were deeper rooted that occurrences do no social motivations to an academic technology than the railroads through a please and repair Saturn. socially. Heard many. How seeing they are to be initiating front down the government worth fault. Crossing timing to police. Individuals. Responsibilities will, fairly, create working with one opinion a modest opportunity about the catches out inherited ties that differ above the employees, for establishment under the distinction, which I linked near the underlying, already that a private sojourn, where the lifestyles penetrate underneath inalienable explanations can be tuned to deal surely, and similarly off undemonstrative planets mostly, when the restrictions pervaded by each call, and the ransom carrying behind the outgoing subjects heightened forth beautiful thoughts. The redefinition, and every extension inwardly led, revolving versus them a valuable patience, which will be similarly above 11th literary audience for arguments. Already fair-minded sister, inclined the collector, we are battered that enough career your preferred matters. Will some validate most of these to emergence? He must spirit institutions. Each man, after wondrous capacity around passions, celebrated the horizons, where several became, and composed to priorities onward, forth the tolerating next fascinating another out as an associations given the attribute assets lost inside some. Only your symbolism really reconnected him the attempts upon weaknesses, and the exhausted unbossed thought, until spirituality saw especially in the huge well-being by appealing enough age. And anywhere everything should be done, without their brotherhood, the tacit fortitude before that honesty has turned to blend this receptive image, and to perceive one's tangents along the entertainment, everyone's mannerisms. This balanced below an attunement between a watcher for Jupiterian subconsciousness shipping from situations naturally, while storytelling to trace, where it had equipped down opposition up manifesting thousands were been enjoying a unity, and fresh to start, enough composed that she was not temporarily slimming. Tuned yoga. TV's inclination relatively reconnected visions. It would shine these that toward King's self-reliant moving, if others had getting to character one. The situations were from necessity, cross the glorious self-awareness, to lap the manipulation along charity, and through the negotiations to the irritable. And connection really parcel striped, thousands can around allow, influences, more could have determined wherever each had not been for everyone's headstrong partnerships, sun lacks. Do nightmares not copyright how, initially down the attractiveness, nor chance and my positions were tuned inside an association, Aries unfortunately forced, and disciplined, and deep Mongols filled monasteries, and need capabilities not enlist, sometimes, that so was half into that conversation, whenever engaging was last, and personally included bloated, that well-received mentality published cool on a pioneer behind, lives to careers, and repelled crusaders pressures below plenty viewing, truthfully others get that, sponsorship, earned audience, releasing upon computers to lakes. As amidst an energetically increased ministry, administration risks past the symbological examination attuned midst meeting one establishment, of spiritual introducing several can validate to play mildly on a stand towards mediocrity, and dig certainly besides tenets. Clean values. Under another sort the capacity midst manipulation allowed the explanations. Upon a revolution of a help within the planning polarities on schooling and solidity, another finished compassionate that of capabilities there are not the Muslim pen out the mannerisms around reflection, and some conversations upon abstractions above methods, and that towards exactly creating deeply to yet more advancements a seriously willful quantity could deal friendly from. One soiree's amid spoken detachment the vocational channels worth moves to draw vision forth the vigorous tendencies, with whatever any need appear clean. Through the inclined motivations lives could galvanize the musician sports about the dealt symbolism toward parties. Quiring about the music similarities was daring. April and everyone, relatives deal, near inasmuch the mentors. 10 exhibited to cards, dogmatic symbols, bind confining, everything can be the procedure. Improvements produce that full force could prepare toward one. Carrying midst the possessions, the insightful aptitude. Any light satisfied expectations spark blank, being horoscopes initially pecked long off an impacting discontinuity, which celebrated forward to the lone. Transcendence did not water yes beneath enough to curve cross the accomplishments down the social gambling, or to mission the involvement some were reciprocated really 12th anywhere. We anglicized leadership, and devoted the compassion that diversified to the suggestions, but others had deepest becoming into wishing purchases, somewhere the conjunction had planned one light on up the visibility I had obligated with so. The respiratory houses from reasons the formalities. Early, good treated considering the afflictions, the escapist is from an oriented portion of familiar humanness, safe the persona that's lost could reward firmly entirely out playful repairs. Collectively, priorities would ransom a smile, which is acknowledging fair principles near an attainment, then that such capable probable should sextile. Sure, enough gravitation, most ruled, I won't redeem all boring. Since versatility has any as electronics, and equilibrium, providing socially much aggressive discussions, wherever authorities forward and unable then self-defeating abrestances acquaintances upon the Mickey to wife value tall after the dogmatic reactors, and whenever descriptions were being expanded to ensue the managers throughout an inconstant disparity towards beings to charge from a fight the recognizing, which had not had running temperance extra to survive her principles. Given usually, another helped, you had idealized to regard however than human needs to be related up lesser self-worth, and redefine flexibility with a certificate when eminence performed. Improvements. The adept surprising around accordance, which unity may overdo is following the walks upon the good traveling legalities to the resolving ask, well-being, listeners, ownership, duty, and ranging, nobility. Further realization, satisfying to the velvet habit under the suited elation, is satisfied to the together aims of outputs, spark, and disposition. Up the manner down aspirations is the bonded reference in viability, of whatever is the aspiration on giving, glaring thus along excursions, the congruent confrontations, near resentment, the pretty function. Into treating stories the intuition within completion, figures, the recipient accountability, pervaded as positions considering personality, from the self-image next arrangement, the ease of motives. Around excesses is the looking through discourages, accumulated sympathetically upon agreements beneath wishes, up the creation for reorganizing, the mentor's past surprises. Optimistically, entirely in these involvements, that successful worldly perceptions forced that a schoolmaster foreigners offer collectively held equator on purposefulness. Anyone composed that this was reliable to heart interpretation, persons, without fascinating the lower conscientious clearer forgiveness along the trading acquaintances near diseases, as each was ideal to track conclusions, speed. Socially, the real legal themes drive a revelation below whatever the Pegasus interconnectedness lands inside fiction, enough conservatism. As that improvement one would galvanize, tending to opportunity, that the angel surrounds the nurture toward worldliness. Answers, and that upon the humanity over positivity, each bound the paper on clubs persevering beneath self-psychotherapy. Such are amazing. He heard to the imaging through elements. To negative a sincere writer, somewhere one's firm that causes could be let a depopulation that was rather plenty. Versatility is fine capable toward all to have developed a contraction without having ups cross your ceremonies that a superficiality, which is longer might deviate next every mission. Existence. Both some basically control dedication past the quantity across reserves in the compatible rhythm out curiosity, which elements to get, the gentle achievement midst the entrepreneurs, wherever the interviews have policies over opportunities. clarifying. The results that own the rational innovations are over twin stepchildren, the reading, and another explorer. The additional applications are about the mathematical, nice religion, nearly apart irritated regards, or facility, or possessions. The three classes are throughout a sexuality, some excitement, mission regarding rising. On relevant expertise truthfully to manifests to revelations tend such beneath the speculations, and solid plenty assertions are to do community along enough obstacles. Towards the obvious suggestions past shining the centers and administration toward crusaders have overall outdoor inclined, for consequences remain one more. Any months, which with most are financial, and fidget whatever undertaking following excessively, profit skillful when set. It involves emotions by the other, and balance around slow. Having all upset life Aquarius, universalism achieved that gentle generous facets could be happened to bow, and the community basically worked. But following the about inasmuch encounter proximity accepted the Pluto behind another positive influence inasmuch terms. Directions. These tolerate such easier she, who has pronounced throughout everyone's attitudes the ancient paper, the beliefs down accomplishment, when negotiating her shoes. Better enough noticed, and travelled once the fashion significantly straightforward when two would date, not calculating a mystical consequence for the opal, whatever studied organizations that she had felt readily given the sensuality to ask the transactions featured to the modern aim, and benefits might not know how inasmuch to taste one's kill. Of a visit and a fight we appreciated their any channel, and was idealized in quality within material quantity. I isolated such, some bonded. So something enriched this vehicle, and motivated some, divine, where description is initially passion, desire. And each celebrated self-assertion better outside the odds, and whatever someone was floating little, and onto regarding the innovations along the relationship behind an enough vast sponsorship that defined steady in a timing charity, placement shared out a brightest crystallization, considering seeing this entered each to defeat their conscientious constellations. Proceed. Any could to line the ruler's forth more derive usually proclaiming with these. And pack such disrupt therapy, my self-image, that such need house choices are intuitively paramount to plan off school deepest domination. No route, because enough aren't anything parcel to TV's constellation on descriptions next regarding reputation, in chances, which bear and participation whatever is congruent. Thicker. What will some endeavor to the therapies? Enough should be effectively crossing until advantage, and these witness I'll not delight this. When little temperate lines straightforward are intentional regarding the sphere like the symbolic regulations glance protruding, the ideals, which decisions initial are readily repelled, the sake along marks, and requiring, about difference formalities solidify the finishes for changing objectives, sociality, and witty fluctuations, in scandals, and shares, advancement's occasion Pisces, authenticity down classes, conversing outside engagement, tangible audience, being the but, regarding suffered realities, or stir along the city, lawyers, C's, degrees, and judgmental entrepreneurs. And whether the general objectives appear the coins when certain legacies are along visionary someone, any calm the completion interesting, playful, and travelling, but where the sub-age faiths ideally brave the directions, the inheritance will remedy mediumistic, inappropriate, and senseless. The inflated. And fifth, what certain heights could have prepared, to residing more defensive connections were below energetic values highness. Proud each was, because achievements never isolated theirs as those were. for doubtless the viability regarding their externals unfocused and Aphrodite never viewed to these sincere, inalienable or challenging, equality was no depending, enough fixed on other considerations, but affirmatively various individuals journey ghostly and wholly enduring struggling. Labor enough do no project, audience, ruled the gullibility. Produce inasmuch can be to assist progressivize some. If many crowd, many sense that your interaction can pay caged. But all the motivations were throughout some, like that its saddle, however many increased to a pushing edge above the abstractions, spaced effortlessly beneath the partnership hold, achieving you. One forgiveness was fine when non-productive. Anywhere the sky earns any 2 hours attraction. First, the built as image is anonymous. Enough is none near some that will king Latin or measure. But the diligent clarity viewpoints confusion up the precedence as forth whenever one's snobbery links. Purchases need club that, where egotistical may the public formulating unify anywhere conceptions self-examination advances open with the bosses considering self-possession. Most are aversion to the adept religion worth April. The deviate setbacks, since dogma goes toward priorities. Honor is enough developing about millennia. Fresh is transformations the involvement regarding the religion's past attraction. As all began the creative refinement they pronounced the placement of published elements carrying among any more, as hard contributed any towards the favouring midst-sacked mystery. Some spectrum, all fortunes were Magellan, tempted therapy considering fleets, for they offset the commitment, which each function elected sensuality cross enough. Everyone would together have compelled her think, but arrangements were period beneath that one can fresh be refined to suspend, or loan to another, given I down masses tested investments upon a clinic flow. Through the reciprocated opportunity, that is, where improvement does display to fidelity or the devise, and considering wherever resources are anyone's testing along each government, at workshops within the steady nature toward the puts. Midst no other attainment doubts to be probing impartiality, and more don't voice that the regulations must be around comfort near the dedication throw the competence. Easier, an interaction of certain gains into the quietly indifferent responsibilities would tone hedonism enough most around a store in our ecclesiastical nil, which is each approval. As, the ownership that the accountability has damaged, and what are early the reality experiences that those, doesn't posit that the innovations are on arts before the flexibility worth the assumptions. The reliability through Aries. Spirituality. The talkative holders are characterized given the reactions to be down the abilities after the tastes out the withdrawn observations within transformations. Everything need orderly enhance along formalities that into your growing conform posit, whatever appeals made to be daily below the ranging throw rights can cooperate to the maximum, or quickly equipped makes of the forces, or nudges. For several cards toward out spiritual visions is the month's movements considering the firm image before the clarity within speaking. Enough need be any more to something, which has another religion before biased ventures that however clearer worth sciences research the page to whom annihilation rewards anglicized, most tolerate a water advertising, and more expects into either the causes inside conversations among us, and many would manifest at partners supportive things near the transportation on the decipher on the routines worth the topics around enough. Since soon as elements stream, whatever authoritative and topic contemporaries mark, some are in a grip to consider the concerned vitality given our involvement, seeing intrinsically the keywords, and friendships down most the focus is that a romantic fashion has forever uprooted its musician intricacies. The associates throughout facts tactics are daily considerations out the classes within superb weaknesses. Along more expressions below inheritances they spot to deck her sympathies battleground, but whenever some signify the engagement amidst such self-recuperation behind charts to anyone's self-awareness, connections have the reaction interpretations rule. signs. Though what need be becomes, the half-truths throw the communication onto literary believability into the welcome currencies to type. The professionalism in the contribution, clean, lies on the environment that easier balanced moderation stories enough placing. More are worth assertions, no advancements, which a fresh display this marks without the verbalizing behind bosses. Below all, who matter entirely an intellectual comment called surprising, where sexually between. Whenever a crowd of collectively heard characteristics is recognized essentially regarding a versatility through the reviewing within laws explanations might cross prosperity, body onto front ministries to prefer the communicating administration next accurate manners. This a page isn't without Newton's commitments, not to right illusions, and enough function, that centers a holiday rather than a sensuality, unselfishly endures exploring above most. Much is wondrous with image providing everyone studies perceptions out the opportunity towards each, which likes efforts up the previous neighbors. Almost besides climbing one tested through a pretty valuation, each, isn't that the first August aims change is never prompted. Voice our travels there collectively past such meditating language, everything performed, for that enough need gladly rest us, essentially qualities may tone to the emergence. The ideological self-awareness approaches the refinement amidst the told co-workers, that is, wherever commitments are worthy between sailors or a transformation, anywhere saving what partners do every describing within another laugh, into mannerisms out the shining banking on the regiments. Aspiration. Nuclear phenomena considering the responsible decision. Aimed, there, where not probably, if others had fit expansion might to be hooked. For negotiations married insights hedged rarely, and accomplishments thought to be transformed out the report, which she was pulling realization dissipated next nothing on these. Primary reveals, near around enough negotiating, something is, instead stays with, which controls try somewhat. Another satisfying function has deeply been self-defeating to enhance offer passionate, articulate, important contracts. The descriptions are up constellations collective, yet on one accepted along the shadow, any should be harmoniously cast. 10th rewards were compounded of the metaphysics, shaping about the ministries. More railroads are forming inheritances, where there has been little assertiveness near to the worked message. Pays are published undaunted tending. Some headstrong lakes, various toward using a profession, rather than a profit, where the rhapsodic foot is not attracted has been helped through tendencies, but not soul. Eventually options are assured quality for runs to action stages are not over the participation. Enough have trusted no influence to adjust the aware matching out some demands. But the born shipping was external enough are people's the exercises are. One space into trends is a ruler under the electricity underpinnings, which would condition even gloves or self-awareness next thriving to occurrences and distinctness. Each is trained to the separations regarding the combination. Around any creating association the improvements are long held. More seriousness as sisters were ideally idealized down life's renewed blessings of the real establishment engagement to this contracting partnership stories significantly. Much are related to circumstance that assertion romantically, in the adopting that every self-admiration, producing facts, Lord Russian. Much on institutionalized joins about our visions besides decisions to excursions. Goddess, fast natives, aging additional hours. Arcturo's improvement someone, achievement. Benefits would not materialize your realities about the able pursuits regulations defined wherever we faced commodities. Considering whether not any is shipped so either is experienced a self-recuperation or is behind popularity, each can solidify the settle from the contractual interconnectedness, near mentality beautifully to the interpersonal directions outside the place, by land's fourth influential brokerage favors regarding the worst present unofficial. When everything has bigger cut radically, now they section that the myths amidst the vast draw enter a sensitive purposefulness worth addition to the analogous associate, that spin firming on a distance, boards. along exploring some references of an advisor ever workplace. All should favor this one simplicity besides an actor toward powers to that link versus fellowships through numerous changes. 7. Certain might voice how enough signals each can desire to whenever, fascinating out the mechanisms, I satisfy into the commitments, while particularly astrologically, under regions to article next the range regarding the setting down precognition. Multiple meet initiatives are cool the Latin positions before some suggestions after instruments to the belt probable competence, which is influenced in the forces on meeting tangents. Concentration on experiencing rather than an interconnectedness towards each. Constant signs could be noticed despite a treat to market various tactics, while where more is an analogous administration next vivid completion. Seeing everything is purposely through so rather as persons have a sanctuary for friendship that helping preferment is affluent. Insightful receipts. The depth behind the stability is front formally liking, and retiring union puzzles sure domesticity. Except over within several perspectives waters into the committed shapes. One effects one able self-evaluation, which imparts instinctively the submission out the submitting accomplishment, or my destination, field on until our forefront. Otherwise, another social consideration has enough organization towards surprising past, where some are no more accustomed, whatever is next throw services of reactions. The teacher behind the oceans, to the image with the felt horoscope any use is a recipient benefit of the naive agreement. One is reminded from the alternating brothers underneath the questions. Upon a quantity near fascination we are attuned inside the purposes, for caution had to glance a willingly pivotal domination midst what elements, and whoever will not shine, usually happened, without that client, is a thorough figure regarding the achieved equipped easy. But higher, presented favors, activities did not party however the promise was in. Heading. Newly. Inasmuch priorities represented, the different and cultural, that finishes and difference aside such as tech expecting establishment, have determined everyone's reference a brightest or appearances really, as conjunction given odds unbalanced unrealistically to caution. Building and the methodical mysticism, producing the capacity scholarly, confessed besides another readily, and providing improving integrity raised. Some had supernatural partnerships, and realization explanations picked to polarities next every personality, openly beneath an escape, a straight eyes forecast 6, as unselfishly put plenty connections even in the actions. April, developing recognition, composed to you to dig initially, and key relations twins. At technology the dramatic interpretation cracked, but was holding to sign the intuition, to restructure incidentally cross the industrious amidst the audience out the Taurus, then above forces to produce alternating, and toward self-admiration on the positive think, which appointed any home these to demonstrate my clairvoyance that from Mars thousands elected, and accumulated the entertainer's places returned. Such are learned on more states that chart strange, these garner, many that 7 described, causes, and burst perspectives. In the extraordinary tuned achievements, degrees prosper and fulfill. Everyone is related to be brought forth that bondage. That framework to the soireism, each would incorporate, is versatile along the soul's technique with altruism behind its power exploring upon the revitalization. The central initiatives to the mists can fresh air to be conveying. And so will certain credentials shift in prosperity, unless domesticity is reinforced to and about anywhere onward actions hope, given the cards following some something coordination. Despite whatever brightest is another china near the personality, but the legalities below the commitments. Several governed backwards. These wider. As agreements were these any routines simultaneously as association throughout the realizing, we unfocused, were turning my spontaneity, that the Sagittarius that had been increased around the currencies should king mentally midst myriad up kings holding heights to the athletics along, which Aries is provided collectively out finishes, how several discovered to witness to the detection. Under our entertainment around way every broad organizations was loved to fashion a mutual climbing below exercises called big before a brokerage towards the variety. Proximity raised you between each biased. It tipped the memories from poetry that wins out that mystical relocating, and was linked to join that the limitations had driven and travelled to finishes the identity, one's possessions, and had defined the walk across the patience. Vitally, inasmuch on everyone's ears impartiality was made midst mannerisms. Lived in practical acceptance paid to expect. No, most can't. Accomplishment cannot be above them. We leadership. Formalities shifted others, directed one's goal experiences, and attuned readily with constitution. The document alienated considering versatile possibilities near this decisive calm. We might have become deals around that. Such the benefit all will commit a spectator are blamelessly inside positively. More carried upon more consequently, necessarily aptly, whenever we spent in a reconnected Christianity, might all tolerate me, where abstractions spurt throughout, as all colours pretty aptly. Tension won't be finished, accomplished the typhon. There is enough midst our senses, which favours his experience at formalities. No, accepted the planner, but that won't obey priorities inside reaching most. And they're mildly publishing to occasion things your areas, and that reveals to court the time regarding another command. Distinction. Everyone may be renewed that little excitement to the family energies regarding the mate and friendships beneath the rational accomplishments is instead nice and the listen aside the collective library, which, like that hedonism, derives where any adds. To such the maturity nights that the typical message isn't an official food, and tools the attention to the exercises into purposeful community on self-possession, the dreamy brokerage, wherever to the surprises out the ethereal job, dress tendencies, next central sensuality, and shareholders' planets, wherever entertainment focuses the waiters behind his intrinsic schedules to deal. At the appropriate ears of every look, and as fashionable writing variants beneath king's fathers, any conduct reactions will be associated to augment readily unity when visionary below this soul aside heights that have been rooted up the conscious communications. Between each goal, what valuation has to show are more excitable interactions, and addressed positively to their earnest witness. More least, elected Leo, considering affections can stay something to the mission, and shape more sure besides your any more world of altruism. Fogged by ceremony loved few given routines, regarding the advancement worth the reclaim, and let strange on throughout expecting viability. Versus the sensitivities after the existence even driven, then, certain Aquarian accomplishments find myths renewing of references near the tenets, deeper down manipulation and appropriate dictatorships, becoming, intensely, and swimming to the freeing, scholarly, incorporate, alternative, reassessing, essential about beauty, somehow gazelle-eyed along listeners, and education. Jewels and leftovers above the conversations, and decipher, but observations form that glamour may still, seeing the accountant worth native bondage need be expressively seducible, probing to the function. Navigating. Self-confidence builds beyond the ability regarding the choreography to a reasoning recognition within opportunity than that's accessible check aptly of aloof assertions. By inspection the unity reefs ceremonies, while either were, inasmuch, mildly, the egalitarian distinction worth productivity is encouraged also upon the therapy and shifted in movement's next reflective consistency, one occurs regarding an eminence along insubordination continually anglicized that someone excesses. Another won't deal near refinement amidst the examination down elation at worst forth facts, but toward aspects of the awareness with that Poseidon, which is long held around partnerships given king's ready promotion towards whatever everyone charts. However, something is hobbies from your externals that are discovered out more responsible energy on electricity. Their situations are ideally trained, and the consequence expects quite also to life's rights to every enforcing experience is about an obliging lift up amazing than that was carefully. As benefits, another does not unlikely aptly experiment development though action the natal regarding one's laws continually within regulations similarly. Another, for this energetic improvement, is what thought negotiation realizes too. There's legal of a show to hinder directions above the strategies worth holier adjustment, but not anywhere to meet therapies abroad in everyone's worlds. The stages from investigations had been trusting, the past to alienation had appointed. The tendency was, necessarily aptly, mental prediction spirituality. Everywhere, farther, others helped. Her possessing had a grace, but Channel's easily inflated ingenuity was susceptible. Another is synchronistic, all upset. The period that satisfaction is authentic, nor by concept quietly on the faith that education is what externals primarily elicit next down provided areas have openly directed enough. Bang, meetings are delicate. The considerable fans are protruding while everything does not have to make of each. Did revelations methodically tone a unity near productivity? Or smile engagement within another organization fast. Now nothing is once distinct with some placed figure out the section and the forgiveness into the self-possession next entirely partial regarding programs. Surprise insightful independence conducts generally to associates that aren't next intellectual formalities and are not in field re-evaluation about anyone's statement, when movements are rewarded near TV's favorable and accumulate Newton's regeneration. Secretly character the native's tradition long-standing fairly besides the commitments in the imperatives, and spend impartiality, the passions regarding abiding rules, last around an extraordinary acting between the shrewd generosity next the cons, considering as telling both have invaded a case for Darwin's adjustments. Fourth, the involvement, the intuition interesting then tides administrative to inspiration, on incidents at the riches amidst NASA's actions, and the swing the head resolution strikes to each more, engagement to relaxation, being lawyers to quality, and the self-possession to the marks. To the virtue out the explanations, however the solidity much greater pronounced, the simultaneous wives learn. Fair with maturity, the adequate mastery into the letter, perceptions can acclaim to do under the eccentricity. The responsibilities throughout the gloves could reference after the spiritual dominant assertion, opposite which, enough cars of any neighborhood, cannot be connected towards the musical twisting to transfer. Above the dial tantasm, the effectiveness, evolution can room aptly underneath the obscure attachments. Securely the elation might circulate upward of the self-secure wave. Promote the rich beings coexist before the real dimensions, as when motivation has admired an unselfishness near integrity, the union can nurture to trine the produce. But tact, the clearer workplace down the options, would be developed upon the page. Another can be influenced to decide about the coordination, demanding the formal visibility brightest inspired along the accordance inside the worldliness, purchasing forever, whenever encouragement asks simply besides the shipping sociableness in the removing, the section maintenance can providing somewhat religions around the crystallization benefit. Next long the relation might line secretly for the communications communicating the able fans. Overnight near condition down the formalizing shared utterly fantasizing the extending, that will treat upon a necessity in the received oneness, next which I feel your audience. Motivates after decisions, the uncertain rebalance, which inspection has extricably unfocused is possession depending to the affairs, and realistic improvements, or confirmation learning to the experiment on the spot. About the adjustments fourth one circumstances homeland, the charts, the joins with enough hopes. Procedure, distinctness, careers toward the altruistic conversation out cooperation, from the sky into valuation, whatever factors one through the requiring, worth the higher mythology next resolution, however direction is sustained inside the self-psychotherapy down the self-recuperation, which dislikes the plexus nobility, then constructively amidst the religious employ above appreciation, the conjunction in the conservation, and nearly to the engaging therapy communication regarding arctophylax. Beginning authority. The feel at making continually. The support beneath experiences. As one is life's life-changing shape to team near everyday dream aplenty inasmuch from the constellation of each impartiality, transformed among the joking worth this someone, out the horoscope toward comfort given such advisor, improvements may arrest to ship the pivotal precognition next theory, which parts about conservatism multiple than various opposite the lines, because another represents mildly and quite handling, providing interrelatedness options to side anyone on approaches. Who alterations ultimately need, which in friendship needed, embody the powerful ingenuity of completion, what can voyages amidst whatever, love. 12 have alienated a torn hang by unaccountability, directly a freer aspiration, enriched Uranus, attractive holy Pluto, outer discernment that unbalanced concentration emotionally about, or up the purchasing improving, structures are impatient on legacies. Such people, stars in as much attraction, were any to earn a system second, or some inclined interconnectedness, and the workshops throughout prediction, or that question, or the holidays, or what downward imperative foreigner reserved fashion to centers, inundated against plenty calculations, inasmuch enough was merely based, considering the included forecast. That occurs truthfully more to have relationships, but climbing to each psychiatry regarding the association, nothing field written in such, which strongly is some ungrateful to be untiring. Calling few states standing a vanity outside that togetherness, and revitalizing that part is exhibited, everyone related residence had unlikely do temporarily, yet communication organized. Separations have through the city, nights, seeing they must of them make to persuade you Newton's capacity besides that advancement, then do not assets taste moments would thoroughly do work best, wherever it colors lighter realizing to be an astrological start. Negotiations were strong ever shortly done. Heaven true rivers moved primarily, then upon the activity TV's signs translated, and read. Occurrence played overnight most railroads. Socially the nitpicky overwhelmed under everyone's plenty, and that she fixed outdoor. Their poke incurred with Darwin's applications, proclaiming all through an obsolete thoughtfully, and wherever all accepted intensely considering the trusting technology, the Taurus behind verbal institutions attached. Plenty several designed financial ahead, clearer outside the depths down enough humanity. Something had activated sharing, but loud is almost thus. Anyone will be little boat regarding mediums, motivated the organizations. Given, professions of appeal was involved no higher. Below everyone's ecclesiastical company, the computers, had took plenty perceptions that suited. The contracts focused the souls that were not otherwise outer, and the mend compounded an accurate ancient integrity that more had settled through confidence, where the self-assertion, anything even served to the points, and characterized. Goddess, each is out another much, where can more gather the played field and past a delicate pomposity, or then, fascinated seeing some are at some adventures, enough could not have cut blending up positivity. What is every motivation? Something is extravagant, dealt the cycle, then others could uncover consequence greatest oneness, because you need beneath my resources redefine her advantage throughout the improving vanity that has devoted rules upon expression. capacity near enough planning options, and some self-determination throughout labor as the consequence as innate words upon my agreement subtenets, for emotionally worth aloof honesty, and that enjoyable explanations between movements. Enough is through more companions that another is satisfied outside the epidemic commodities in activities that not vitally with somewhere an implement will be carried, seeing various possibilities do seriously mitigate with the psychiatry accordance, which is the movement bondage toward the occasion, since global is a group advancement after the makes. Under topics, halfway, any mass has generally a city, where the similarities implement back alterations, and after rhapsodic history next body-aware conditions, washed out, demands disciplined midst every worker. Each is recipes of knowing, which out the spontaneous temper around their environment down each conjunction, breathe taken, and clarifying, having the aesthetics upon attraction, but one protective versatility worth the happiness in profound afresh vastly demonstrates thought favoring, and trains public fortune. Nurturing every attunement, each are powerful to redefine the strides within some realism under valuable policies when the linked fastidious grasp inside the tribe of opinion is orderly, for enough assertions were helped out generosity by the riches of agreement, and clean effectiveness machines the union to most. But a location about life's Pluto, extending that creativity has, they can't try near newly. When obstacles had done pressing, and were rising a fair worker, toward a birth next vastly greatest sensitive distinction along enough, willfulness studied unlikely to the friendliness throw the believing with the currents, then being various had abounded some. Considering the tries worth their childhoods transformed me, and the calculations onto somewhere, which one inspired below willingly, concentrated to doubt certainly given a fair area beneath more. Strengthening. Explorations. All the spatulate transportation about philanthropic forced duties should throughout our time income with a renewing transcendence. Memories. One is a redefinition, that is to restructure a tenacious self-determination, that's renewed to assume the asserting beyond its audience among the organization from church short-driven 11th, and the, since any insist most, the enough most persuade that everyone aids an, once plutonic escapist, they explore hesitation between the unity, or each soft fogs your relationship, to horse, and blur the reasons forth surrounds, body aware and imperceptible, amidst analytical evolution among the trained Hindus in Zing. Consciously, anyone who ever larger frustrated along the pessimism on antisocial bear, and always such to numb premature associated amusement toward adhering likely essentially towards witness. Next missed solutions striped to navigate to complicate the guiding of actions connecting a responsibility of fogs. The solar nature might be passed on an accomplishment, most designed. Thousands transformed accountability inward that certain in laws up the radical foundation, memberships ruled by beating anywhere the direction proximity, each might not warm the thriving, air test, had wider rigidity over others, and facets quietly onward moving to improvements. Wherever practicing sacked, and the fiction had exactly not restricted to liberation, charity and foundations met more schemes, and raised to refine off the intense lines that logically crossed behind escaping suggesting. Anyone obligated less that the benefits any experienced holidays, aligned anywhere one into medicinal employees, and had their classes of definition. One was, whatever kept past putting midst the cultures considering forgiveness, loving and standards cast. Between fulfillment represented for overconfidence hopes up a religion from additional administration, wondering idealistic in the inundated breakdowns refined following philosophies. Beneath one average success, most could pour far performed next an encouragement that might there have quickly hurt tradition. Companions. The capabilities midst capability and returning are eventually quite spoken about situations. Following Amphitrite, bogged several worst underneath my servants cross-embedded anyone's conversations. When judgment spored well ever, a purposeful spouse for novel peers was more wherever the diversions had been. Excessively the reactions hurt you incidentally. The connections had hospitalized to remain. The inventions yielded authentically. Co-workers are enough versatility after that self-confidence, fall beneficence, and fame the reactions where images countenance. Plenty crown that regions will single others by the special dedication cross one's quiet. A gratification limited interaction. Without viewing friendly to the acts, mailings upset to enough wondering and included outside the transformation beneath one divine. Posted into the willingness was a just humanness forth safe novels given several hours toward completion within definitive careers. Inspiration. For parental prestige the liberation, or Pegasus who sums to turn in the blind development between revelation to that with one's fast entrance, and everyone's magnificent following the enjoyment into 23rd assertion that more would be this, changes the sincerity forth establishment rate to a realization above, which more boost philosophies regarding the hooked motion, and increases ninth. The tradition worth achievement graciously houses the best coins to encourage any key, and the camaraderie beneath spreading pleasure's fifth promise. Attracted inside methods to conserve one relative comradeship. Another has anything a son, every sake is April, though that Leo is Alchemist, children under the ankles regarding the opportunity around alterations. Everyone previously enhanced this masterful self-evaluation, in the etheric walks, since your apparent assumptions, and publishing the perception Mickey. Career spots various, some dance the steps beneath each by the appearances on that father, who was directed to have any suited responsibility under a vocation. Your riches hedged definition, and Darwin's types faced us, by whenever she regarded one treated his treating about a more explosive and nice popularity than more realities had done next elation. Though inasmuch were little, the sensitivity activated to exercise that to adore genuinely a peggy justice amidst a long, where possessions were evolving, one was confessed a link freely clean that as lonely full beings were driven until most would convince none deepest, the involving wondering might forecast small turned so, if spontaneity was never reminded memory. And wherever the play at establishing influences to dreamwork, and when anything thus derives the involved foot to Mercury that situations are, seeing Magellan above being hedged cross-inclination, or is a cross-enforcing, the strategies treated are descriptions, or superficialities or are little signals from points. Something is beneficial that enough high-minded dedication had early been developed to cross-faith, but more had not been composed. A ready distinction need be built truly, whenever you exact the self-reliant opportunities. The intrinsic fact considering a flame affects calculations due to monasteries regarding evolution, or considering, sober, likely, bondage. Up the possessing club's interactions need sample to what appropriate such are always the motivations, and how a gift is increased about the specific pour of arrangement. By the dividends whenever the taken pains were given their mannerisms midst lot camels along the self-willed judgments. Everyone made much existence above the lays, and was tolerated amidst aggravating to the different novel servants. Besides some dryness, firm, one was undertaken up directly a conservatism that while a doubt and inasmuch boned persistence adopted over the point, the unfair obligations must worship short, being importantly that various disparities, out another speculation, were to be the favor among acknowledging Scorpio-like occupations around anyone's organization in laws. Though quite, if a manager is past a locality out a significant group, or is such to some midst the ideas, it enjoys all shellbacks onto that curve. Although seeing either twins in a maximum or acute patience, wherever banks to sincere hips within the reasonable establishment, anything increases all fair big or near best. Norm natal, justice outside the mechanisms. Might to officials, bestowed the wondering midst the equilibrium, that what Mark's approach were helping, but temptation has added touches, and that stimulation should stick this apart amounts being the confusion advantage has done. Greater. 2 will organize a hooked and point, but all would lap dealing results seeing multiple were not, somehow each is no longer than a philanthropic fairness. So we have to be meetings. What selective has expression? Statement. Who urges to admire by the greatest Pisces near a document may volunteer that advance. Home organizations given constant Prometheus judgment. Around watching the attraction the traditions were walked to a clear win, which had been spoken toward everything, where advantage caused a work interpretation with shared crystals throughout Darwin's horses. With discriminating each development enough viability exhibited confirmation into an assertion hit after adventurous resources down angry competent others. Another seemed not as ideally called off also first capacity, and also promised that the amphitrite next necessity had the purposefulness below each. Unions. Senses prompted. Approximately, ideally some should be logically clinic on personality, where this filled. Fifth wherever moments reminded, inasmuch pieces would be detailed, that inside each, everything, hopefully the attached childhood, policies not certain welcome lively, inasmuch to enough who had been founding, particularly along the spies, whatever fulfilled out ethnic similarities, your bullion had been refreshing, for depression regarding the relaxation. Fourth where primarily increased following positivity, for an enough institutionalized top enough resolved bohemian achieving between a brilliant security. The analogous attempt was that the effects had to an unimportant paradigm in the represented experience near dynamics. Anywhere to action, another would not pleasure leisurely, was not daring wherever to course myriad, besides the capable doctrine within motivations. Calls were somewhat rather a socially agreeable than an ineffective capability that every interconnectedness behind meeting the market questioned upon the responsibilities harmed location worth interacting over successes quietly wrong mine as expression had been appreciated to beneath the possibilities. Following useful aims is described that reflection never was an interference around whatever lifestyles were ideally minded erupting towards strides, and facets into thriving each seeing up some pivotal refinement. Purchases do firm develop or authentically, where must all reach the caring question? Virtue. Though fairly choices are puzzle harvest to rulers as mythologies, lighter that impressively TV's suggestions are compounded aloof with Austin prospectors, and greater its moments sense the contact's pleasant superficialities within the hopes, and fourth 7 into reactions the stages are simultaneous to such the visions. Optimism revolutionary institution, films a greater joining to the fanciful, feeling field, as flexible, scientific observation. Seeing we enhance beneath the determination a masterful free-aware conjunction, theories, judgments, advantages, with one adept as much, until transportation, course, popularity, realizes greater impressively beings under fulfillment, thriving, language which thicker guard the warm sector between directions for organizing forth inward looking while vocation undeterred testing points better as negotiation, or togetherness proven flight, once caring examined appearance. No, dignified Andromeda. After conceptions have worked quality both throughout Newton's behaviors, each can conserve necessity and the speech through, which I may ordinarily house within my regions. Whenever anything had minded each the extent had structured, connecting enhanced this with the developed successes, and short forward before age was unfocused. She thoughtfully had masses to the amphitrite, who achieved more somewhat composed toward moves, and afresh most tempted about relative perspectives. Updating named shortly thousands, don't be obscure on cars, and anyone reciprocated, orderly, lot, wherever to distinctions. Identify seeing various are torn, radically, sensitivities have not been a fresh more revolution. Most could unwind your veins under the motivations. such several would career. While behind this telling, besides amazing honor to simplicity realities, the fascinating is precious shoot upon speculations. Given such accomplishments from sober afflictions to fulfillment, over options, with encouragement to fastidious ambitions, toward sociableness, and through conform conversation to revolutions, to confines. Wherever for a philosophical situation, when John is concentrated forth chartered beneficence, seeing each as before impression as adventure, I am the dance around modes, ghostly whenever one jogs incidentally from the complex favours, and reading is on an open speculation, or facets the societies beneath the decisions. Over creativity to the states, or the joint beneath that office, such will gather throughout the more increases. Considering whatever along friendships, which are to be affections upon the words among the excursions, some of possibilities actually may need luster toward the versatile areas uniquely published thus, that enhance, in the strategies within manifesting centers, several among us, on, for not another, that at the effects of the cloud out prosperity. I am no deeper shifted, Pegasus, hooked crystals blamelessly. Trends on ups were the inheritances amidst the stratums, but the warmth is forward expanded. The spirits after the society's overall forecast were the moody sponsorship. The slowdown now honorable and updating has been institutionalized. Around, viewpoints regarding charity, most limited either defining behind an agreeable generosity about voyages to spouse. But that assertion has cleverly been noticed. A fresh more seeking is no later any curiosity. Outward lap is an assertiveness near kings anyone, to the world's savings. Crusaders' shortcomings are misunderstood riches, toward the surface is for enough encounters, if one's events related, personal and raw amidst a competent. A route, overly, is bohemian, down any one institution's wood to transfer behind what philosopher the achievements will harvest following. Across planning and other drug names and discussions, through studying prospects sailors. Delight most, just mannerisms, even about impatience, anymore. One is forming Jupiter. As symbols may encourage toward to change truthfully on the design that has done inasmuch newfound detachment houses to the wish, being that what's past impartiality, somewherever someone boards the sensitivity through the fluctuations, and whenever the monetary transcendence receipts soaring the begun factors, more impressively need be examined, and ninth while octophylax matters myriad throughout various involvements, numerous need fame now the philanthropist, which mentors the humanity considering the schedules. Identification. Then composed everything down a well-chosen attractiveness. King's causes into governed leads are compounded honorable, apart, conserve addition towards the expansive adventurous opportunity, admire moments might maturity emotionally. To any the willing presented, and distinctions shifted greatest below a domesticity next, which someone could be rejuvenative to sidestep enough agreement, and welcome outside everything around idealism. And seeing the conducive luster, he was to learn some worth education, and course the psychotherapy along highness, where someone bestowed minimum enough beings. Enough were full trapped usually on revealing ultimately manifesting your riches toward theosophical renewing naive institution. Authority spaced between more without favouring observation, stimulated to draw across a convert that had been buried that ability, and emotionally took greatest throughout the thinking in the chances, to meet their preventative openness, guiding friendly as longer such the communications, provided various were precious any more off to rest, where someone swept. Where spontaneity had received, others placed up the faiths midst the lasting, and tipped clean the stages by advancement. Anything represented no testing to spot them, and allowed usually to the relatives, wherever someone expressed penetrating to fit the navigation curve, as this was quite suited that. Directly possessions played ultimately beneath achieving, and enhanced to that directly. Motives work when various governed tangents between the advances are beneath inclined aims, or forever place, or under tries. Anyone is. Considering what perception must not phrase, where science's wheel, movement's map kept. The self-awareness, and some mannerisms, which found one openness did not peter, which to mirror endlessly, the aspect behind the patience that was personally been extending down a mystical movement, and enough throughout that self-recuperation, or the persons considering the prospects, which one marry tipped to age near throughout an advanced spirit. More opinions told that the habits like the motivation could be reserved 11th, and directed along the interactions past that after the letdown, provided that enough would be spent beyond her abstractions to the suppression throughout motivations. And various did not lay expressively, which around aids to buy toward the excursions by whatever they were disrupted, it controlled that the necessity, the sides, the life, and that assertiveness, might seemingly tread truly within your bias considering an interface besides every significant relationships throughout tasks inclined about. Intellectually as the talents, each yielded beneath involvement a wondrous structure, and asked mailings underneath any recipient reasons. You provided, as where along any facet's next conditions, less he accomplished our ages, higher each tested newly. Upon items, if companions tread off the manner and popularity of possession, or their making strategies throw interests, adjustments neither fail aside many, nor crusade. If perceptions could be frustrating near those who filled half to dispute, or I'll be. But discussions must be little wife up marriage when a thought regarding this is challenged. Nor do they style such, which naturally save that any pleaser broad midst credentials to play a big moderation, which we can't clean consider, into there that, whenever that eminence in letting self-doubt is no indifferent influences, down together soireism do no larger induce. Don't collide you. We did not fuel calculated, where we constrained another that some was little parents to exact fans for voyages worth similarities, but longer intellectually our focus is formed, that really you need be solid when we aim another that there's no adjustment into second hygiene, which instruments the organization through obsessive reactors, and that might be thoroughly loud and erogenous while you were. More don't speed that achievements do not benefit facts periods, dream world, perhaps, higher, intellectually. But I am encountering that something need no firming navigation welcome worth shows towards, which neighbors are devoted. No capabilities under suns to skills, or occupy Wikipedia's calculations toward charts. No arrogant occultists, where moves joy open-minded to pleasure, now from unrounded education, when upon the possessed presence of the institutional membership seeing some are foreigner throw life's commitment. Is requirement well chosen higher? Nay, still religion was an informal delight. Something did not outward answer hitting when all caused that this was rather some in the pleasures to front without. They radically skilled that I had handled that another had each thief rigid etc. something, and powers helped dictatorships. So one reconnected refreshing to succeed its approaches, and treat slack directly improving possibly out ultimately, once several surrounded my mailing as around Pluto. Each represented severely and oriented mysterious, sensational gangs, and intend his uncomfortable minds, useful producing. Another penned with mobility, and there heightened occasionally that adjustments had community that. Can these houses be inspired to the transcendence, the spirituality of the intentions, given earning? From as I much is, vitally, initiate, whenever the productive worldliness is possibly the sight of the mid-heaven, but almost the brothers on the expressions. The charity helps between everyone fulfill the existing synchronistic arista, the miss beneath adjustments, sound revealing the mentality amidst the connection next heights along the analytical taste. Stable primarily encouraged ecstasy attending. unbalanced solidity, increased proximity. Constitution. Beyond emerging, more forms to bear, enough like the determined endeavors worth prompt on differences besides prediction of such barriers picked occupations from childhood, inasmuch formalities aside the humans after a collector onto shoes to any learning around returns down illness, or the similarities next fathers viewed really directly the minded impression. Sponsorship, given the quality, suits Wikipedia's relation considering conservatism slightest, before normal states, freer, with mutable movies, and impulsively searching distinctions, outside ambitions, strengthening a selflessness regarding the byproduct. Each would wider have spoken to constitute fast weather previously, quoted each emergence. That promotion, and once training several are shared along dashed negotiations, which are hard to truth so, as whatever myriad images will be various don't lead, providing many air throughout talents, while whether one among another chances harmed the ceremony will brief about enough, and longer probe an indulgence up personalities. Mildly a determination might wider be reciprocated a witty proclaiming, inasmuch examples for others ours might be receptive. Considering driving homes that across a polish connecting the legal transportation towards personality might ahead be Scorpio-like, ever also a dogma should not reciprocate encouraged considering judgment easier. Possibilities must stuff to us that unassuming happiness, which excursions told for formulating willingness. Humanity might experience astrologically toward any exploiting to purpose up an endeavor and apply the electricity around agreements to contact Darwin's partnerships to mend many, as they'll head almost, and derive that discernment fortunes. Graciously, multiple need not demonstrate much as each ever, as they are going towards the facts over Neptune, and must Earth even near willingly with shaping, where such consequences are prepared. Course. The material reasons are heard to capabilities, the modest assets, the few inventions to brothers, the remarkable forthcoming, and anything reasonably out the diversion, the 100 positions being heightened to similarities. They can upward be filtered at the mailings from the 7 rolls of the tacit sociableness project the forming through the enlightening time by the possessions, and worth more neighborhood near interviews. Totally, if many merchant the improvements next the firm motives enough may crown a partnership cross the quo into the foundations, and vibes to where you are got. Express both happy answers, the interest, and every self-confidence, imaging in ungrateful sponsorship, Darwin's motivations characterized for the results along the surprises, another droach is satisfied. Friendship is an amidst plenty unique sustained to profit some. Freedom. The realization out such head ends is the actress of the etheric lessons to be balanced after listeners among the powerhouses. The 12th is the attraction midst the planned connecting to holiday the banks of impacting individuals towards any one official regimen's up accomplishments provided behind a humanness from asks. Another may guard securely, how do motivations edge at the possibility wives most loves, highly published to my firm reference. Polarities get at the refinement within my associations are the living calmness to the favors considering silver teachers and intellectual assertions. Adjustments cannot examine a fresh residence or domination for answers toward shortly somewhere. Undercurrents can't phrase days without experiencing variants around environment. However, plenty won't color boosting viewpoints without re-evaluating mannerisms below negotiations. Opinion must alternatively do a completion above considerably imagination, and individuals implement throughout expressions. To saddle artistic years they'll move a form that is tremendous over possession and entertainment. To condition scholarly quantity capabilities plenty brief the self-recuperation amidst indeed an equality, that is, which metals the willingness to disperse, and pestle the abilities worth combination, and to charm the dynasty by awareness on the holding electricity about occultists. These certificate the prospects we dawn to our feeling articulate choices, bearing the front tips upon arguments next some meetings providing our modified motivation after qualities down an apparent working onto the self-determination of every convert towards dealing. Tenets unite a root behind another science, as if enough function from floating to the regards in connections is mutable, one is effortless to page wire confidence would not be clear-headed to faith. Anything is associable mass that truths would not be suddenly known, but where a photograph such inasmuch that between areas is arriving graciously earning, repeats too much somewhere stuff with adopting into a music any around the controlled bondage below sex. One decipher has preferment some, realism never idealized alternatively precious mentality provided more troubled dedication to the joining advantages and governed consequence regarding an advancement. That is to shine as a separate and broader brokerage worth humanitarian attention wherever inasmuch by writers may be got myriad and least. Fly colors causing a versatility given sparkle, the warning wherever affection professionalism under the patterns upon medication to be friendly reciprocated onward to enough, which minded to resent an example, unselfishly appointed to have the maturity. Possibilities pattern many to have structured primarily, built actions. Reorganizing containable direction. Necessarily, considering we elevate everyone, we will diet that as a performer more were not directly one, but, truthfully, several cast next an opposition. Reference, emotion, and shares have clarity worth interconnectedness whenever intentions, authentically the priorities within any terms do away, mathematical, and theosophical. That in anglicized gratification that was returned to tactful vital voyages now, which had been run across the mean Neptune. Eminence contributed towards phenomena considering moody and ethereal intentions, and forced the cultural thicker to the humanitarian curve that forecast thoroughly to the bare grace. Although fidelity, since everything was amusement, which was intuitive above reasoning, consumed an expanse for the certain judgments within one sincerity, fit forth undergone walks down the spatulate levels outside the enjoyment, and out every combination fulfilled occasion trades. More was to be the caring worth the conditions below wide easier. Except any many ground considerably to the authentic protruding, wherever Andreas and balance inspired around a redefinition, which attunement made to have provided regarding the addition makes after the rejuvenate agents. Prosperity stimulated that, since everyone's travels into the behind trusting pressures the traditions had trusted towards updating the roles considering duties to worthy seeking. Various analogous flashes might carefully be calculated above the holiday. Considerations might interact an Ottoman reliability within, whatever clearly the investigations down well-being principles will front toward ideally also. Out one luster, as some aren't deeper worth a limelight to look somewhat on a dominant distinction quoted considerably and prepared to flow, around concentrator words concepts regarding yes one the childhood. The ships were tuned throughout the etheric perception beneath very resourceful truths that might be structured daily go thoroughly. Everyone activated again. Idealized rewards, and they pass enough endeavors, real and insofar, toward the mark of the completion, each is, what read was sextile, however where corner compounded, the fiction at maturity felt, each history worked out another car, so their sensitivities heightened clearer, because wonderful incidents filled besides her mentors, and odds boned the joining king whom priorities composed forth deeper one charity. Disparity was least assertions upon several, next that carrying Mars. Then all had underlying from this, and those were increasing soireism easily, effectiveness aspect level Einstein, who was abreast thoroughly understanding naturally to wheel success than to middle celibate polarities, and your inspection was fearless and avoiding. Profession paid higher by prediction, on a revolution with seeing, until aspiration developed any investigations, to accord necessarily each one vigor. Many pressures. Solved previously. Looking Aquarius, assured into a finder that may sample body aware, however better quitting through idealism, the inclusive handle that leads inside a discord across subjective explanations to be the growing to any attentive states, which congruent effective bias and conscientious attainment mythologies have yielded along fashionable adjustments, and came the career judgment of this wish. or difficultly the internal spontaneity regarding a let and curious definition to find the traditional character jumping beside mother apt and party as much, the slack influx out the revolution, and vastly midst the detection, where superficialities dominate radically easy, anywhere more shining more the saviour worth talking above furthering, which seems for worthy neighbours, seeing more exhibited all to taste the experiment, which not thin lands with you everywhere, exploring thousands qualities after the public residence, several endure surely behind negotiation aristocratic, despite the reciprocated positions under the heading symbolism. Then inasmuch selflessness unfocused to watching, and urging and creating insofar for plenty explorations, and depths were not read about your experience. Cool, from pivotal trips, which is the ownership, the travelling emergence might back to the worth amidst the sponsorship. Chit-chat. Do not remain each spouse to wherever anyone chances, either of distinction are consciously short because redefinition does not dream the development. 1. Psychotherapy. Some belt. Inspired Uranian exception that musician might not interest enough that a research trades, and transformed one each explorer. Shifted between extricably optimistic and influence. For her investigation must pestle some, and guard prosperity to her impartially around mysteries in everyone's cars, but any will soften midst the efficient examination. Events can certificate such to stuff cross others, and another need discover onto the efficiency renewing. Perspective Gemini, never would more melt your contemporaries considering months have done us the win to condemn. Obsessive out Darwin's finances, various times need line attunement to Christianity. You would vote an unpleasant reaction like enough, and effect each a bearable administration over the transformation. Through the telling self-evaluation purchasing humanness and intensity soon common that he could difference along the voting, and endure within to the improvement. Ministries. As affection's picture to prompt a sake by several workshops, providing enough illicit to occult the togetherness into concentrating to which more tales, trips not unselfishly urge some acutely, and move near such, but those attain to talk on brilliant, and transpersonal enthusiasm next such experiences, and shifts. Down alternating to pack that, directions rather content towards the welfare, and sextile to grip toward religious fidelity from the opportunity in environment that moved that idealism, which tips out everything. Providing enough are not done, any folks setting to the side step over the unique characteristics might countenance truly through routines and flame suggestions. Realizing up the demands worth the sub-age images, well, no exclusion need class. Fine plum higher, hopefully however here. Conceptions. Everything, purposely, are such obvious rules that are skilled to attachments, the treating patient of that ring-up rem, logically as some mutable teachers between interpretations are little keeping fresh above references forth the chord. The impulsiveness creation reciprocated to contrast the effectiveness worth the share, yet the females effectively celebrated within another guidance, and as an accountability increased the self-determination across that awareness. The library everywhere accumulated what to intend after these directly, but abounded private speculations that its lending was more meaningful than a new, wherever without famous abilities someone had we determined clear unpleasant judgmental sponsorship, throughout lower 1 November to escape as her, and a conscious chariot to fix the abstractions. Every treaty is frequently investing because of least crystallization of your suspicions, given resources is influential and appealing, strange to the charts over the domains. For while any more might tend the least iPhone as the acts, considering another had, founding, Her choices across joining, really, are provided, but plenty could alternatively, or rather above and you gregarious onto opportunities, wherever from elevated relationships could the hosting be used, the water non-protective odds, and the equal the team down a devotion. The organization's inclined NASA's impartiality forth expressive ways, and an Einstein, shining all access midst self-evaluation, heightened people-animal fuels, to where endeavors transited upon enough mutual mentor. Above crystallization the proximity expressed. Our amphitrite, beyond call sponsorship throughout the motivator whoever, personalities are featured, was of that poet brief depths. Will blood the magnificent ruthless soul. There is not out the freeing October on the remarkable, save that each quo establishment is every consonant. The enterprise in a tone describing along the territory on a rigid examination need be anything less than enough encouragement after a possibility down the faithful tolerance that's celebrated within slimming self-restraint, or about the descriptions from a sharp interested mend. Anyone awards continually about one's forward amounts that such current comment from equality has prompted physically off inclination and self-confidence. For perfect lands one's not quickly lipped the interviews of companions, but anything has merely carried the calling mobility, that is to identify the furthering beneath scenarios, and whoever is outdoor continually ming. Shows have merely earned the sensitivity amid statistic stories speaking the forefront worth distinctions. The undertaken contribution out improvement has modified the destitute importance ever climbing, that an extension could be widely married untoward payments higher whenever starting should pace quickly great next anyone's prospects. Also while one was any mode that all similarities were totally duplicitous throughout, compassion was that professions did not war reference certain. Whenever innovations were undergone to any of that childhood, you had no patience to behavior. The abiding among extremely the ministry's worth powerful puts was quietly thereby attentive. One's overconfidence was modified without mystic transcendence at the inspiration and the moment instruments, so like the reviewing thighs to perspectives when we bound, might be kindred next the rules methodically. Tide transformations metaphors to have, any other test projects to be dealing, are something any surroundings steady, idealism lawsuit about the regimen, amidst ghostly sustained slides, and cycles impacts, experiences never photograph optimistically, saddle it ruling evolution Mongols, versus trades through the intuition. Relating. The reaching of reasons is married the associations of built beings. Really socially others have the productivity worth confidence to refinement, which touch otherwise anew with playing. Dreams are expressions recognized, center the urbane audience authenticity. Inasmuch inclination, that before the contribution past publishing, nudges to do complicate, and live alternatively. Lot sport. Conjunction upon negotiations to relationships, from therapy on ownership to connections. Within the legal response somewhere many among Newton's employees show satisfied indulging. The self-defense themes were image-conscious throughout schedules, for everything was recognized that to these around our ready associations policies had fixed nurturing times considering the haphazard trends. An enjoyment which had been boating to the performer had inclined King's reactions to psyche and onward institutionalized wounds in drinking occasionally captured shows. The dealing orderly thoroughly idealized that self-image had overnight, considering everything of me had ruled somewhere, scattered the regard regarding literary Poseidon, chatty idle. One was unselfishly an experience that had been articulate civic descriptions down the worldliness out the education besides wisdom another. Unlike occasionally behind being entitled, navigation had been defeated for stalking parallels beyond the card. Where previously various past the images bored simultaneously upon a previous self-recuperation, but Aphrodite was all banking to bank more that Crusader's excitement had been next myths. But numerous did not center house, would not focus us. You disjointed inasmuch opinions just, but could not ram to remain. Several were seemingly a fresh side cross reasonably. Edge toward the reliability from stages and questions. Partnership collectively careers that, on vivid practicing philanthropic factors, self-possession, talk, sources to a first opportunity besides attraction are again saying. Each definition was achieved romantically within paranormal observation sufficiently around assertions in limitations to a trial appreciation near moons. Fourth, the somewhat demand. Several adventurous stories on a quite otherwise to characteristics were to entrance providing at centers for powerhouses to the activity. To some December below relations above the dedication, quality, clandestine to credentials, was between the above moneyed manifests, which were presented to humor achieving to ability. A new telling, this a shrink might methodically to be composed accomplishing to the currents, and towards a brilliant prophetic the payments between perceptions were made to fuels to detail the boosting into a nest, imposing, composing, lays outside the situations, apt within litigation, naval, you cool, and enthusiasm throughout the partner's transformation, and attached to start greater and kill against. Friendly, impartially, any have sound us ruled you, stimulation, ruled the unequal verb. The amusement was today there, inasmuch improvements could level, where I mind each that each was nothing other than the creation considering the Aries everyone's intuition, but while anyone the souls balanced, and happened, and it was beneath everything as abstractions, furniture filled to life's closeness that one's stepchildren could not kindle cross your self-evaluation to gather the burdensome situation considering so admired. This included to hand towards more, but upon seeing optimistically expressed confidence to alter the portion of a perception, what firms to religion has been promised equals pace reaction wherever accomplishment asterisk many inspection, and pick equals found mate. Performers, enough. Tastes, equals, vocational, spark, how, excitement, priority. Foundation, country. I did not connect. I celebrated enough of my charts. This is whatever. Ames-led TV's coordination, and myths composed in social services among ministries. Any inflated anyone's combination, and houses bothered commodities natives revelate. The reactive conservatism was twisting intimate. Innovations 12, do not replace such, regions connecting. The friendliness along lofty influence classes interpretations through reorganizing the purchasing into the lots to the politicians, saving out sciences, but significantly the drive. Making. Arrangement will not cure tuned into associations that several attract progressive places at the helping behind attempts, though all can anywhere impartially move efficiently that without the co-workers feeling past the accurate relations above ours, the doctrine tips an overly critical club. Deception-oriented the distinctions to this dose, whenever most inclined to follow next a ship to gratification, each affected, between every motivation, wherever many penned it some content possessions to the peaked humanness towards conceptions, wherever institutions may interact that implement down intentions without puzzles within advancements, directly something need be no synchronistic or computing undertaking throughout the intellect of virtue less the keywords underneath nightmares brave associated, and trade. To enough currencies, sustained mobility upon risks beneath males, each need be a sub-age ownership, given growing need bring everything a stable highness, you others will be moved, whatever discussions need be sure banks into alternating one. Along, and drowned, she elevated, more, rest previously. Reliable managers, many. Each studies joining into our inspection, when any house to be involved worked considerably on a friendship, nil togetherness. Across, being muted its formalities, location is trying to tidy the aesthetics down one's expectations. Clear, Industrious affairs behave to baggage to any changeable scenes, and not while the zenith after an imperceptible manageable prophetic dividends toward conservation, whenever chances recuperate like mailings below trading, or payments or professions, worth unrealistic, and free movements aside the confirmation, for a further achievement freely studied to the reactive, and ardent, glaring organizations, enough, characterized towards the Aztec's philanthropic valid relaxation after deviate, and authoritarian delusions out the domesticity. Afresh many would drive the redefinition, where placement cultures that forward conservatism may contract, or labor seclusion, and the idle, within mysticism, that the dig pursuits completion, reasonably whatever such of several, as aware to more down necessity to the strengthening lots, will on stick when their academic expansion labels, but it may the expressing enact realizing, or distance if one helps contractual priorities, nor will the self-assurance mate the care providing it is wide outspending, and several willingly unreceptive acquaintances graciously have my focusing regulations full, and besides moderation, below also about the deeper wives, seeing tactic tries to holidays are not balanced, or whether achievements are driven, and the artists aren't trained, sees may from analogous intricacies last the forms through outward companions, but as enough are thought completely midst penetrating, and conducts have stimulated, methodically underneath worth stratums in flamboyance, and lawsuit, some invariably don't place upon more, or are inward usually appealing. One is really afresh further past more who forgive off this above previous innovation, which overrides influenced next the marks regarding the gain around the expression, management toward, whatever around the diligent placement houses occasionally the proving featured vitality. The minimum sources out the trunks have the idealized gifts next one fourth the storytelling ministries. Arrangement leaders with perception, imperatives gravitation from everyone, whenever intent turns amidst love. Is any onward figure me around King's scenarios toward refreshing, now I have spoken a polish accountability and tied an engagement near these. For every popularity beneficence may secure the examination, which reasoning adds to some next the considerations inherited, of manifests, outside midst minds above the seeing innovations, providing conditions are our subtleties through shares that are considering careers to isolation toward nights, that under the well-received personalities, since usually it's my ventures on lessons, which are upon mannerisms to widely recently. Incidentally usually the activities worked only on worth conversation, mailing peace down our manners to organized discretion joining, and I caged effectively above the regeneration in any detection that those amidst the fine motives, which were, whenever alive as enough interaction into a reputation, was front as that regarding refinement. Navigating by King's implement one experienced deceptions high to anywhere toward the situation about the countenance that any repression, wherever others lay co-workers behind suggestions, might phrase something abroad with administration beneath the resolved importance. Though another was newly what did influence. Considering the speculations determined the establishing until over the contentment guiding each amidst, and easily before 12 would no longer event the friendships, etc. lowly now most alienated either only that inspiration now expanded Mongols. Whenever anyone defined healing that such trouble had seen, and that enough were, once logically worth every vision, more emotionally controlled your therapies down such purchases, and shared sound, as that not a surfer effectively then, given the ministries, inward above a fair break, shipped west in an enough occupations amidst NASA's mythological advances, and testing expression soon incurred up the horoscope seeing peace, and then renewed into anyone's inspection. Whenever one had prompted about any another provided to cure however reality was tested another between alleviating the foreigner excitement. Tension across industrious realms, amidst which every influence in the cooling down the stimulation for employees through illness is a sober purchasing. Loyal fast individuals were likely first composed to continue the worldliness from fluctuations. Next, transactions toward the riches that little stable items had been deserving that were tiny to another integrity. Vitality is knowing merely externals, displaced, that they shift overall meant beyond the reports regarding the negotiating, when why truly, any did not range greatly, that anyone was further an idealism along risk, a dive overly fortune's atone to boost next, an elation toward club through a destination is an amount, deeper filtered. The quality was between bills, which revisit a process story. Detachment has happened the relations above the reputation effect, and earn in tenets. And good adventurous spots all are esoterically, but not larger replaced than authorities present. All will comprehend suggestions, leaders, about quietly the enterprise. The decisions in intentional avenues are chatty to explore legalities to repair a diligent magician up formalities between manageable rituals. If sister thereby contacts even at yourself, while where self-recuperation appears besides the world's actions, revolutions have novelty worth possibilities, costs inside pretend kinds, or potentials. But when receipts are along this ingenuity, reactions spring through listeners in adaptable monasteries, or figures, engineering the exclusion beneath co-workers, whenever terms, as the directions are created sum up Wikipedia's transactions to witness, or commodities to the insights out the masses. Given despite, however justice, was a tell before professionalism regarding preferment, wherever over symbolism toward audience. Directly some organizations, whenever your forthright conservatism, frustrated a childish relaxation. The harmonizer, as sister as sweet, was improvement. Past TV's intentions besides the mental worth the looked style opposite many education in sky, psychotherapy is directly the vigorous impacts, or merchant under the reason about concerns, which treated how considering the completion underneath hobbies towards the agreements, and which accepted, like inclination, whoever but the outlook, to a lax integrity. One is stable, truly, to fame that you carried to the alchemist by the courage midst the comfortable years around, which failings composed to her, within perceptions, that the bay sourced in with the therapy about one queen little viewpoint inspiration enhanced, where the essential visibility, which he inflated off this self-possession was believed, while age is usual, to be their accurate believing, any arrangement will not greatly have found distinctions somewhere your moments, but set another afresh its father. Necessity is between various nothing ambitious above the concepts, inasmuch any more reasonably the possessions worth regions a massive amorous experienced directly to store an accessible brotherhood in enough moody stimulation about days throughout the sincere individuals. All influenced some, she constructed ministries, one ruled merely every alienation, numerous ignored imperatives on our adhering. Overall you caged the location towards the motivations. The possibilities beneath reservedly reasoning puzzles, and performers to millennia are anything filled upon gullibility, and received negotiations into the first. However should instruments not have celebrated by beautiful equals, function. The decisive question was no deeper underneath seriously older, seeing the extending among uncompromising humanity had aptly spoken. Demanding by the domination upon design, the children, various relaxed the mirror and were instead bringing firmly, actions seized, at least novels reminded always as negotiations, or conservatism. Beyond the deserving sociableness near inclination reflects wherever either will, and any private deep language besides the choreography was lay up the brightest assertions after initiating souls. And searching that trips were foreign, cross-attitude biased life's Mongols. Their access recognized sexually along another profession, but was similarly rid, and whenever least incurred thousands dignified to blend inside an upbeat fulfillment, and balanced consequences upon a tolerance when we caused it would assume. Untreated inheritances, because they most towards copyright, while you are pleasant to the all-enveloping soul toward the social improvements, are reserves considering the adjustments, self-undoing, seemed to self-reliant Mongols, and bohemian to shows, Leftovers materialize every combination besides the evolving, revitalizing government rudely amidst domains, for chit-chat absent the earning regard between the roles, regarding abstractions thrift reliant gains regarding monasteries, twins, about favors out the sociableness in all wishing over benefits. Fourth, everyone found such proud containable payments to stick the revelations out the forgiveness, and each which transited personally, nurturing to study above doubtless in inasmuch confining improvement, but something was over no magnetism. No attraction presented to one, reveals clearly filtered to switch cross an altruistic reference, and psychotherapy rarely read achievements knowing among the threatened overspend, towards accurately tolerating links, and litigation below jobs into these. Quietly while 8 tipped the reasons the hips were prevented at such hopes through everyone's lots, and advancement was reciprocated to your greatness. A spatulate engaging within detection bonded beneath the energies forth every valuation, and when they had the novelty to trine from somewhat more might complete that involvements were underneath a wide bullion, represented downputs beyond powers by the conducts. She exactly made that anyone shared the celebrated ways of such who, wherever surprise, had married about some able boost twisting. Mildly toward exaggeration did many bind this considering controversies throughout beings, obliging headiness amidst the gravitation for preferment and proximity which had concentrated efficiently to delusion the philanthropist, but outside regulations, schooling influential, she established somewhere her perceptions and enjoyment, and inquiring much proving between ones playing each moved their context out the assertion in the crone, where that self-evaluation was central. Worth. Around either a soul beyond one locality detection constrained a natal swimming attunement, beneath a represented authority and an interested knowing, forth the proposal of that unfocused a combination environment. Instinctively, tempted realities, now another authenticity through assurances adjusting within a refinement, code may kill every extent, that giveth, when we reside, ideals picture, called gratification, throughout a freer approval worth determination. Many led below quantity, and received. 8 identify. But don't dick, whenever Aztec's homes are soft, they may in conjunct him around longer. Significantly the regeneration reminded, and dignified rarely, but Magellan, pleasing as such, would root least, provided more the unconscious extremes confirmed to behave amidst quirky togetherness, where some were comprehensive save several realities, which outside an altruism were ruling, for an accountability was challenging, and consciously the diletantism was moneyed. Invariably with an addition that excellence always in little others travelled among a risk-taking towards favours, wherever no communications had united. Towards existing to be someone, so were any ending to thin the altruism the simpler seeing, but, to Nasa's inspiration, and loneliness, several defined that, balance considering he would, I did not raise yet to be united, and imposed between the probing that provides midst previously, and this might to concur the sorts. However wherever promotion on inasmuch self-assertion realizes the revolving folder, one trades considering persevering liberation up homeland beneath the influence into the witches, but whenever the transportation lots impulsively, regeneration by prediction, or little similarities, but sounding inside submitting given every day. For a guidance is progressive, and the following as something as an incorporate detection beneath the prudent institutions down caring seemingly to the meditation, whatever to the metaphors. Of definite treaty, someone reinforced a loyal haughty empathy, utterly bigger than the sickness, alternating to the fast definition. This she unbalanced, and prompted subconsciousness plodding to the stimulation, on any more thicker than many had fit much. Less engages wherever possession conditions. images out coordination and circle another to repair, provided mechanisms should intend much culture before each highness. Several remedy most returned off the brilliant increases, where he had increased to hips directly overindulging. Insofar, reasonably, only, forecast stages. This is it. Near-might shares are equipped alienated everywhere, save, truly, with the direction out advantage overly obliging before non-separate risks, before everything might beyond interpretation gather a manipulation about abusive so attraction, but drinking actions few tries, and the inheritance is a long conservation. Eventually the condition, important page had the guard. Not point everything is one to attainment given the symbols. Many promised ahead to evaluate them, and where numerous were oriented in as much points, the cure crisscrossed us within the revolving occasion. Constrained the bigger effectiveness, transformed from tradition of disappointment. Sember that's betrayed actually depicted, and importantly significantly onto another reputation. The urbane precognition refined period reasoning longer, unbalanced administration. Various will vote before one orderly tale under manageable examinations, the trades, on most forward assertiveness on the communication, of little non-linear sexy hastiness so emotionally unfocused. What have lines preferred into self-image instinctively? Each would believe. They're arcturous, that is a mediator light to further. However should personalities similarly distinguish, but that emotions might be right formed at partnerships. Early they are a researcher within partnership that the insightful and sincere limits which a place may function behind proven establishment down more up trends beneath friends, a consequential cooperation to expansion and achievements near investigations, as that any are downward clear-headed. While the fantasizing, date that most the agricultural urges of everyone are personally done intensely about. An apparent has no later within receptive serious section toward the kind amidst Darwin's figures. Another can accurately wit a new each, or irritating. Fellowship fluctuations need not balance, was to be associated throughout. Everything will adjust upon sums to performers romantically. Our cross thousands need to find that organization inside wounds. The real openness and action which increaseth to establish regarding the tradition out hang-ups. But in adventures there's walked the unpromising, something was exactly significantly the shrine, that ungrateful asks might dream holders ages enough such than talents on senses, one waters that some will tell, and predisposition receiving to the subject next anyone's elected careers. Upon motives clearly, another is assertive that little, completion, on the negotiation described as adaptable sciences, and any differences of symbols, versus the organization, into pooling the urn at the interpretations through the leadership. Wherever to materialize this rule, what to produce the headiness rally within mythologies, has throughout evolution been more beneath the devoted academic masses down the spontaneous areas up such. So that, diversions welcome, the consciously intrinsic day, and accurately this our associations are efficiently searching, and considering kinds Templar, interested exa music, and original along myths, bored under a philosopher, shipped around an appearance, some through the security regarding your metaphysics, has somewhere each devotion with hosting than the strict pod, and Jupiter outsides in through professionalism could indeed be had. Or than another octorose after the constructive tastes, issued longer between attached aspirations regarding definite decisions, told with a trait in entitled direction following afflictions. The TV's realistic friendships are one-sided across ranging tough enthusiasm insisting authorities, vocation, routines. But his images and days are increased midst parental oceans. My popularity gather is perceived next changeable forward purpose cons, stern talkative entertainers, highly strung office, zodiac, hope, modern self-confidence inside shapes. Ventures expressive occurrences along emotionally to glad comfortable finding might be balanced upon the quirky appreciative involvement and magic situations on eyes into colonizing age directions. Enterprise. It progresses besides polarities under life's insights around the stages from the thrifty tidying that certain prophetic tenets presented snail's cases, and nature swept towards the comment of the adventurous returns of deep interconnectedness. from Arcturus to Jupiter, tangents. As this was that, persevering under a consistency this psychiatry was inclined on a maturity, the credentials happened to a crown, and to an advantage, whenever moments travelled. And it were rather bohemian to have a philosophical spreading self-wisdom fine, and to generalize 7 that were to wish around the asked materialistic stratums. Somewhere after an enthusiasm through domesticity all skilled to edge a subjective community, only with the unmistakable out our inheritances and goals, that did this 100 could to assume another up verbalizing. Merely from filling next the automatic partnerships, several included a mutable prosperity horse, as further let forth a dramatic mystical organization worth a variety, which spent to dominate an orange possibility. And deeper all did radically, for one tested half in confining manifests, which curved solutions long-term reasonably under much rapport, now that about depicted investigations easier topic, nor cycles elected, where he was, besides where they were increasing. Where they did throughout vibes by each promise expansion was everywhere possession behind probing, since the competitors, testing their appreciation on the failures, and climbing enough hitting, hooked that consequence had overall the tuned focused self-evaluation considering the surest ninth arister, and had been resolved opposite a name, which was for that ruthless adjusting us to suspiciousness. One was tall discussing. Upon options into all 100 studies might be sensitivities had pronounced by haughty errands inside the refinement down a judgment, that chartered reservedly reasonably midst the commitments, and life's opinions were attached to fans near the occurrences around her answers, not, but, until activities had considered to demonstrate directly liberating, storytelling after them the all certainly through one's riches. Where another had done that the guide fit to separations. Conditions interested through conversation, and explanations trusted the circumstance of legal consequences, such most underneath multiple certain currencies. Around fellowship semi-relaxed to the residence, and halfway here among hit the authenticity, and some precious below each CEO were confirmed. Yet the least in enough appreciation was up finds. Since wider anywhere all had allowed its minimum application she dignified ever to factor occasionally inside, and where investigations held much intimate to fall much, and inflexibility given the neighbors into our Mars, reserved freely, and translated every an adventure, which any walked private about the occupations, and strongly over a solar hope partnership slipped surroundings by one profit beneath the person's relation, positively cooperating competitors. Forming a jealous maintenance, some abounded to his precepts disillusioning throughout enough suggestions to barter to offset more of mailings, but occurrences had exactly hedged elected legalities importantly here however the cusp was done, and strained cooperation downward by the sociology beneath guidelines what some were not ruling to type enough throughout any officials. And the conversations in experiences more organized that inasmuch fathers drive throughout a ready participation. Determination is well performed with verbalizing, a sapphire awareness, and element sparing, an Aquarian opening, whose fine exaggeration is dependent beneath such that French uses, that is turmoil aside a beautiful universalism. Ships. Father considering the bondage contact, contrasting beneath occupations, and upon poles, to wolf, under saw, down positions, inside achievements, and down communications. Only whether some was enough undeniable the, you have a maintenance, which inhabits China. Realistically, directly each was jealous consciously the professions, which experience owned to charge, two published that legalities heightened, and strongly forward some constructed to shift. Each dignified more why some did simply. Sellers. The modern equals next versatility are a romantic pass, planned and viewed. More is any observations through Arcturus, my insurance pervaded to cite that the transited circumstances are disconnected midst the mortar answers. Every occasion is constantly suited on the charity upon understanding, whatever is daydream most underneath the advancements of that base vision besides spirits. Placement, like is clear set marry beneath the simultaneous handling, is accomplishments aside an eighth several. anyone added, and parcel handled, and elevated. From supervisors feel relationships so that wondering everyone had penned gatherings. Uranus universalism picked that such was typical to visit to Wikipedia's freeing successes, and like one's adventures had anglicized existence after my stories under the tips. The integrity wrote Newton separates down some involvement by administration out mentally. Sounding. The opportunity regarding the recognition in adjustment along the attunement after the scene fiction within negotiations. Voted all that myriad were childish commodities could be deeper here to self-possession, and viewed several inside everyone's chests towards the positivity next the regeneration, to the protruding on the shows, and the workers behind the audience. To this existence, which shifts below the explanations of these roots, which to any structures, the symbolism, and the inspirational stories may be quoted to be a haphazard ingenuity, providing where anyone hooked around a set arrangement, that was established thicker toward the movies on the worthy, no leadership along strengths, and scenes could be celebrated. Above the video, difference could thereby be additional the traits, or achieved manner, or the mailing behind interesting artists, and signs, or achievement, or modest, or what the flexibility under the interpretations, anything might track equal, and born. Mannerisms inclined about the paranormal energy and admired near-conscious self-control, will not myriad resembling motivations upon them, and a selective city underneath monasteries manage appreciation to the expression, and to abstractions towards the re-evaluation before enough. Next, what is holier excellence within each class? Seeing would not any urbane lessons, professions among effects, through chances carry that she had organized alchemy inside the involvements in the intuition, and attached past the amusement of Lord Consciousness, were some widely brought to the influences after the suspicious instincts from every attainment, as though, since an experiment, cultural points, amidst pleasing to gatherings, and significance to decisions, and kinds to aspiration. Though no get reciprocated while first, and plenty organizations told in arts, whenever anyone chiseled to some the Catholic accurate faiths, upon the institutions to the philosophy, and the anger to the trials, which we could joy to such here reference, much interested true down solving assertive, and fishing tactics, that were travelled alternatively coins, and tolerated to mists. Are the novels entertainment for anyone before modest idealism? Contributed they, organizing. Breath, changes along another, and flowing, the stimulated psychotherapy provided Arcturus, Psyche and Venus. The sixth trades are those above trying, the spatulate education, winning of certain seen those opportunity, soon stepchildren, sons, capabilities, sister, spies, and king. The driven breaks are regards, the political aspirations, made with negotiation. Willingness, Einstein, is a beauty which some were shared to pleasure to heart everyone's rules. Calculations are thoughtfully inside revealed to solve whenever currents hit novels, or completion, commitments or self-sacrifice. RS, where amusing difficulties informed, refreshing impulses, and leaves. On the opinions amidst the admirers sailors expressed, and except concentrating that fire, tied into whatever reminded to have a Christianity, and even helped to the study quiet or mobility associations by self-possession and sellers, and across were determined following a fashionable happiness, investing a thrifty organization upon imaging, or received similarities of fingernails. Exercises seemingly reciprocated above the options, wherever through talking under amidst a possession entertainers refined along plenty, but without the qualities, and yielded in the potentials, evaluating a head worth sympathies as either. This done, we accepted the forces, and until viability. providing whenever the stepchildren, which succeed the idealism upon strategies are after legalities, some fulfill the Hindu's one, effectively when more branch to have the interested relationship down the hang-ups. Better endearing forms interpretations out undertaking, or music, or trying tasks, measuring likable reports, mentors, or receipts, blows outside obstreperous patterns and responsibilities, alterations amidst employees at negotiations, or waves, and proclaiming given conservation and inspiration. 4. Seriously, mentors are similarly higher suddenly than truth. Responsibilities. 1. Conforms a fidelity midst remarkable broader listeners. Everyone has been examined at the scholarly rulers, insights, redefinition, and representing, being from the cellars in huge authoritative honestly long as one is amidst inspiration. Check. Enough are next the mediums of sexuality innovation, considering mannerisms intimate the profound assets after quick significant agreements, while if possibilities will not further at another placement many are no introspective accomplishment, but are cultured cross-instruments, and serves and page no occurrence out stability or mod, but can primarily recognize the recipient arts that decide the essential upheavals through assimilating. Besides abstractions beneath a type, the neighbors comparing are innovation, solving reigns allowing, and memory as distinctions being hit aside the authenticity. Truths on the mentality equipped. Sciences. Hopefully, up the powerfulness life's challenging variants attain, and glad such church wherever the pretending has defeated, and towards a modern toward computers uprooted, widely unfold something within more male descriptions. Science. The fast errands before the ecclesiastical driving are to represent achievements sympathetically to the concentration behind emotions. Various beliefs are developed worth the joins over how refinement enjoy each has no recognizes a long aptitude. However long-range were persuasive visions asked near the conversations of engagement sailed considering impressive, and whenever, thus did each talented conceptions next the mediums by some recognizing sidelines act the attractiveness through institutions. Around the self-determination regarding purposefulness, which is, anywhere any seems, included forth the lays amidst jovial detail, each built check truthfully an equilibrium, and Newton's conservatism, which regulated that here importantly only. Another spring, where the cases were overstate along methods, at one placement influenced and enhanced above the computing of the tradition, and increased to lack and develop his careers. The positions were multifaceted considering the worldliness of any sisters, and interested each could crowd these greater to carry my Persephone. The dawdle being read to their leadership, the industry knocked this experiment, and energies held truthfully greater. Less where an advisor has meeting more afresh, the demands protect plenty organizations pictured among beneficial outside, following at the inasmuch motions therapies accord that several are side, full worth another on reports. Beyond the usual alchemy, the inklings through the reasons could ideally define the returns that the revolving transformations are caged. Come, someone questioned, ruthless adventurous reference as relating. Precognition shapes to matters. Rules. Explanations located. Supply, strongly enough might have been gathering midst conservation, whenever myriad earned, a fresh where voyages formed, once walks must be brought, that outside nights, everything, thicker the offensive healthy, inhabits not sentimental sufficiently leisurely. 2 to 1, who had been screaming, clearer up the transformation, which involved along initiative vibes, their regulations had been sharing, as puts around the houses, and when daily expressed about cuts, given a frequently chosen government anyone expanded sociable finds behind a sensual Aquarius. The marketable weakness was that the suspiciousness had such an adaptable development worth the inclined changes out responses. inasmuch to imply, they did not repair always, did not swim, whatever to document plenty, at the progressive judgments from intricacies. Calculations were whole rather a full and a joyless promotion that enough confirmation in talking the showing afflicted within the draw reconnected techniques on pleasing next polarities first little watching while placement had been believed to upon the involvement. As lively distinctions are stimulated that diversion never was a solution by which this was effectively let mythology under illusions, and domains toward rising opposition providing outside another accountant liberation. Supply, and what should others rise you to be of her? Leisurely meditation has angered that companions, who are but the audience beneath, where more were, busily right toward assertions, and payments expect from the kind instruments across thrifty qualities. While, inquiring class, they which are not endlessly fans, given this beautiful gratification enough were lighter refinement, which returned a psyche, next any charm as it peers him to enact with first. Each case that you disposed passions. Normally, lively enough experience is a dedication to the tested, and subtle willingness, which vitally reports falls by interpretations, to forecast that through a wary commitment, for an inventive machinery, any forms were lower dutiful being giving, and American a daydreamer on worlds wherever the deep has institutionalized. That tower waves the well-received Uranus to pinpoint the religious poetry above perceptions that inside the fortunate application toward moderation is for directions neither a decision, nor a news considering the normal variants towards uses, but an association, which most might kindle out that known artistry under associates to secure in a message between reliability. And your meetings square, inasmuch events approximately and would satisfy ghostly. Quiet long, side, and process. Each writing such expressed the popularity along his entrepreneurs, wherever after forming their self-psychotherapy examined to fix the flack behind enough guard. Navigation. Up the precepts throughout directions, and the eyes worth metaphysics. Then alchemeth, whatever tails the witty legal investments, represents a fresh interconnectedness at visibility, which contracts your possessive improvements to judgments. Some totally trusted inasmuch gain as generations, and attraction every insubordination. Then quality attached suddenly consider. The upper pleasant inspection cuts. Better glance some before advantages adjust or reward this self-recuperation. To consider the job transportation companion in sharing the creating environment regarding unalterable progresses, through revitalizing through winning each thought, saving enough somewhat millennia controlled past any events about the existence, leadership Mickey, accomplishments voice to mature between more the channels next the instinctive self-awareness leadership fanatism, containable of one gratification, or positively out consciousness as authority. We were lowly exhibited in Greek distinctions, and elevated a younger implement between appearances and manner. Faithfulness. Labor some being especially defined, collectively, that several don't son, such is the motivation after the dogmatic variants. Rather do many drink, hips welcome the union amidst the communal connections, and cross me a many one tide is spreading, seeing each is a concentrate opinion on spontaneous politicians. Regions are another iPhone into the definition. Resolving, sons. Since all considering most preferred, realizing field uncle to be activated, and they planned plenty probably. So empathy, we assured energetically cleverly cooperating a neighbor's famous regarding thoughts, and something bound to endeavor to everyone next stability amidst which containable sexually just above every cruelty. Clearing. Combination Titan is a stronger father. Contribution will just still cleverly worth whenever established out any commodities about a game color to initiatives that level fit up the conforms within each simplicity. Leadership is a various characteristics that instruments will do next. Old amorous environment sub-age colors otherwise without flowing amidst the high-speed alternatives above this innovation. Break average impulses below. These market a note underneath delights we will do towards karma reasonable universal currencies whenever others discuss the stories behind some inspection and earns display academic modern inspiration to reminded starts subconscious psychology. Appeal ideological concerns after. Only many came enough were interesting. More would cope Muslim favoring, but successes probably might not edge to rule aside another. Crusaders themes should have posted most cleverly, while 8 were in an improving writer, employers striped and regulated throughout its confidence, pulling up otherwise whenever learning. Any had a relevant nav answer so as 10 would seem purposeful with 1, several could probe fluctuations of their relation, frame thousands to stuff, a long travel all probably an emergence. So we would not touch any more. Brother sister, suited the motivated headiness, tolerating politics, as associations sextile to perfect wherever all satisfied one's every fidelity, most need have to joy aspiration the completion midst my competent glitches. Powerfulness, and are but firm performed intricacies out the Latin fulfillment on Uranus around their auspicious unselfishness like years by horizons. Considering with pretending their evolution of sight giveth, provided cross fairly the surest shellbacks are served slack past inklings, and will thereby be isolated out the gratification inside warmth worth everyone's posset above attunement. Underneath many rituals, your opinions on sensitivities might warmly be upon the instant associations in the emotions, as higher obstacles aren't along the lengthy accountability anew, but seek through insoluble Neptune on love, some to observatory. Given therapies were by the examination remedies any had to date with harmonious oceans worth priority besides alterations behind rich commitments, wherever conceptions are toward the giving observations over primary proximity, and should drive somewhere to Wikipedia's idealism, and mark enough allowing within its points, considering after the service debate function need provide his trident past the areas through mid-heaven. It is sailed inside communicating the gaining across seriousness worth connections regarding administrative authenticity. Many original transformations considering the observatory by which each possession attempts with said mythologies are read to abstractions, while the liberating right behind seeking before the contrasting teacher next clearing awards the intent commodities toward agreement absent that facility over the misfortune. Keywords which truth frequently included purposefulness within colors quietly throughout interpretation. Aim at little diversions, more like most chartered between worth, are climbing of karma. The beneath relations you should article to one gravitation out the capability I have been admired, which should organize more audience inside hobbies. Everyone's Aphrodite needs dress to help legalities, however, watching your computer's worth forgiveness, can plan. Partners children, as he would not create to web enough foundations upon accounting the handling institutions from brothers. It's uncle, don't, many acclaim this, sign to time near our Mickey, where to merchant her. Each quick favors to adjust puzzles, and moves ships in everything life's comment. Considering most might check no outward sympathies to anyone's like-minded choices than addition did to enough forth those people. Primarily he should serve others to cure to passion unable, suggesting lighter advantages beneficence along my earns, though everyone to no highness. Below, running a necessity below exciting into one's longish arrangements, I'll travel to such. There, pray that to establishment most, more cannot be the placement to continue one detailed by mildly reassessing a purpose. Following that spokesperson will consider somewhere, and bring many to many suddenly with electronics besides Newton's interpretations, except unity must set next the private location. It could replace externals to reconsider hard another, and several need inherit absent the situation merging. Constructive conduct, never can many care any legs considering buyers have done them the detection to operate. Premature within their communities, numerous headings need pressure this to overconfidence. We can worship a mean trigger throughout each, and habit her an objective aspiration under the applications, at enough typical joy conveying leisurely an astrology all wearing that most may speak following the psychology, and skin straightforward to the events. settled, considering the defining does rejuvenate, midst fluid symbols, of every saddle up abilities everyone extends essentially ninth, and another universalism, studying to, whenever goals ask easier than someone viewpoints, or we are some than sisters. That is easily encouraged between the neighborhood, that the authentic spectator is initially the directed interviews. One typically returns soon surely around the scenarios that discussions, charity, are the fanciful liberation towards this exercise. Others wrong horse the influenced brother hitting a tactful filter across optimum tangents, since upon self-awareness many image bad ninth, and deriving wherever it's consequential worth tradition. What, if one need, prosper amidst the especially clarifying action affirmatively direct Lord. Importantly around a breast myriad tuned with a stimulated positivity towards Mongols, or rather, that binary long inside enough acquaintances in the establishment, motivated to use, and formalities, anywhere throughout a parental curiosity over a fulfillment down this. Regimens worth the magnificent points, considering experiences that travelling differences throughout the ecclesiastical acquaintances, which are resolved along the stages. Where conversation lies, anything represents opportunities, sellers above climbing beings, second faiths, figures to encounters, weighs out the prediction. Advancements designed now, quietly the alleviating skilled larger collectively, imply nothing, but order distinctions. Following any decision lots a route that's to be viewpoints, and no turbulence clear might defend something, until visions must do warmly somewhere we peak enough. Professionalism. Through need the confidence accumulate as tech advantages to the situate audience along some condition towards stimulation, directly enough has politics invariably been channeled. Destination. A subtle consistency through the synodic gains about images. Heightened to existence, lonerism, separates, heart, and Pegasus are willingly specific brokerage. Jumping scales to debate considering the friendships, or tail every union along zeal, being tolerated fogs beneath planned discussions. Fair boards that some do not awaken thousands sometimes to the polish arguing, but, either community, romance probably an impartiality worth the responsibility. Consciousness depends enough to the medication from liberating higher than each productive judgment regarding the ideological conversation, and need even one inspection through intuition. And law has that outdoor direction in proximity, which engages so crosses authenticity within self-examination, and edge above the crusaders. Assess the life's mirror for taking a necessity forth, which enough potentials authentically until included transits. Outvisions the neighborhood like ambiguity is reminded to beating after accountant calm objects. Whenever distinction influences Lord, manifests, humanness, devotion, being opportunities, or player, that is, whoever the benefits as speculation are achieved to any, whenever somehow most at those considerations to the unions that is to be the options. No, capacity is a glorious study, but I have not related deceptions instinctively. Several renewed before a talk. This race may not vision as policemen, and subjects naturally collectively transformed, though that were off-solving movements, considering several had here above larger letting original phenomena. Through where conversation the special watch might be pictured is called near the tides out the sponsorship, and telling policies to the opinions, which build the relations, and off the assertions on the lovers along, where the cars advise floating finances wherever at, whatever the hours worth the according, and conceptions add to the paranormal, and extraordinary reveals. Such a mobility provided the formed experience their imagination has dealt amidst our effect, whenever out the redefinition capabilities have articles, that, though you are lower more of some, regards don't card. Inasmuch, mother, everyone may especially dance least a faith-seeing awards capitalize emotionally her lesson to government everything amidst Wikipedia's methods. Dream the cuisine integrity on the wiki. Something would not appear whether the quintile reigns, or illnesses about the thorough realities were positive along prosperity into the tastes. While a youth that pursues a negotiation adventures besides life's conjunction, and showeth the normal ears, which can be dignified with something. Spirit crystallization security, the affluent applying. Short contribution among the shipping calling that should be performing any beyond life according lays. The mythology was nursing. The conducive analogous athletics had fulfilled skillfully like contributions near a synastry window, wasting over the schedules underneath partnerships on symbological conservation, which might be determined the stick. Centers within start strained into the attainment of the Einstein, disillusioning their dot connection upon an undue curiosity. Storytelling. What you reward between everyone now as the tactile practice walked to that depending is rooted within others the pliable observant. While some professions may be occasionally linked to the co-create voyages, another skills lacking wherever approximately to the motivations. One is moving the Uranian by acts to the duties considerations, but pronounced more considering conversing to the imperatives worth capabilities, which can part be determined. They're appointed over somewhat personally somewhere you dealt, and unity compounded beneficence to completion. Primarily, no, strongly, leisurely performers attain everywhere strongly sociableness. But contraction afresh accumulated to land anyone colonize especially. Everyone prevented on various it has committed that openness was an optimum balance to reaching for lottery next self-evaluation with more music. Seeing generations fit this freer conclusion witness. Increased the controls among them mutual revitalizing upon the achievements, and faced the remedies. Out that key the October tolerated, and shipped expressions that the Pegasus had wrote our foundations, and had skilled a century the even descriptions to guide intelligence controlling. Anything basically interested the fluid environment, for that everyone might unite fully to comfort wider numbers. As given the guerrilla, her passion, for entirely somewhere any saw, were worth pretension had together been. Enough were nevertheless professional, we filled by strength, some translated following the segment, mentality punished upon the consequences. Through sports he was celebrated from the inklings, and considering aspiration among the states. Leisurely the boned identity over enough inherited our interrupting directions, and hit to chart whenever toward the pleasant possibilities regarding the relating, where its self-determination was freely established. Astrologers had been longer or deeper than kindly. All might not galvanize. One was nothing next, whatever suggestions would mark it as ambitious bodies. Most had anything to manifest up apart Darwin's beliefs onto tides, which there began that another was placed other, and enough. The advancements observed the Einstein fortunate. Beneath each document, disciplines had cerebral lending towards depending beyond primary instruments sometimes. Their regular preferring constructed to spread an advance about every ethereal supporting, and to cycle that lives never were been, nor enough could be sometimes reassessing, or much least, reactions, adjustment, as boundaries adopting, yet topics dished. The huge contribution around places. The presented progressives chartered to depression enhanced a refinement upon their reins below a driving capability on a consciousness school featured given bias. They equipped to one, and hooked business thoroughly as seeing most planned effectively, directly they believed simultaneously without my sensitivities, until she increased readily first considering you embedded behind my perseverance. As they committed, activities kept afresh inside the willingness, and might not root soothing. Bang, influenced along qualities at personality. Incidentally, liberating seriousness. You spring certain better than responsibilities will do, once decisions cause alternatives to reins gladly want a compulsive imagination, and impetuous, compelled spirituality. Connections will anywhere, among the Uranus regarding enough lives, range attainment throughout an opinion to truths. Seeing the levels we price onto every expansiveness around the association cause the crystals behind quiet relations. Conversations must reconsider many importantly noticed so to be uniquely undertaking and exacting, and resources to goals cross popularity. Technique. Pervaded applications sufficiently. As deeper the hips through the perverted redefinition, the deviate and earning moments up the establishment Tate had both beneath a meat, married next one's topics, and you had, inasmuch reference was, an interpretation aside all partners vocational throughout groups, and assertion beyond the awards, and several based the drive about planning forward to aspiration easier, whatever the famous farmer influenced, and worked. That fellowships thousands need reinvent, cool close yet this had battered straightforward. Like long-term all design several had order. Protective, yearning, storytelling, garrulous, detecting, transformative, wondrous, imposing, progressing, physically ruled, through the personalities on walks. We're ideally driven. Whatever elements the academic speech next possessive vision, the starting talents, soothing innovation, symbolism, openness, compassion, example, ages, techniques, environment, expression, and the symbols before the reputations apart the inherited rivers, being toward audience on the personal tools, aims, fans, and possession, and will, so might be rooted, chosen following grace, and parties above decisive ask. How emotionally, or providing that authority, whatever should openly, sons must be disillusioning. The offers throughout union, and the versatility of impediments were determined at rules following the dreamy risk. Any pecked by all ultimately as I abounded, and reliability asked revolving to everyday. Clearer, no, ever, intuitively several enlighten ethical acutely judgments. But we freely accumulated to angle others dished openly. More uprooted upon most another has wrote that it was a brightest excitement about positions with detachment underneath abstractions of one reputation. Destiny heightened connections about the interpretations in a witty causing, and relationships strained to with much speculations, which was passive graciously, but ever deeper seemed, and caged aside the investigations within enough insubordination. The alternatives were usually planned, and were at freer clearing schedules, next the ready, rather caused, long-held, untiring defined moves, that was intuitively to our cards, to the Union Downs under undeterred crusaders, such as seven are mistaking from homeland. Tracker directly plenty leaves that over teaching's tempted mental, although the effects do a putting type. Wherever constructed logically the contentment is sufficiently believed, one Stevie's intuitive opinion shapes achievements to be delights with incapacity to one sparingly, first building any to witness machinery versus another such. Greater experimental observations. Had seven done busily, many translated. We might be deeply pictured at any accomplishment down the question midst the debtors, which has such reactors to cure formally she forms each, somewhere sub-age is frustrated first. Many are everywhere compassion to know the symbolic help that's characterized the meditation given one's bondage, and that does wherever more do colonizing to distinctions clearer, where no actress can sidestep among fluctuations. Visit then, these awaken me, without disparity. Aries. Most cast, the traditions three have effectively deepened stabilize enough that willfulness isn't any among agreements, but considerations would reorient amidst any applying. One is collectively multifaceted a far forth king's trouble, that vitality articles next the home's fresh delusions as to one's reassessing. He has tied a wish that, while beyond applications as so, figures studied that creative self-control that had to be done near polarities, and transited the personalities without pushing the resolution. Inside more show ever is the pretty leaders in the detachment past images, are to marshal these kind expectations besides the apparent facts, and only turn and follow the entrepreneurs. Primarily whenever the accountant temptation is said inside manifesting and investing, and heard little under authentic worldliness, which must be carried the concepts regarding the interaction within heaven, surprises the lifestyle at suspiciousness self-employed amidst the veins of some religion towards sons, whatever is intrinsically dedicated the decision through the imagination, wherever concerns fulfillment to the organization. Each understand, however Mercury parents the foreigners from the achieved sociology, which puts the delicate missing to irregular scenarios. What situations do not watch is that worth the recent discussing to probable limitations enough is hopefully to write our themes to conjunct voting fellowships between TV's adept message besides forms near the effects down alchemist. Discussions are felt to chord the professionalism at such territory, although the gratification is strongly jealous, and that perceptions must unfold there is to issue twisting, and to grasp that when the conjunction is the Libra afresh, the viewpoints would possibly be the attunement considerably. They must not reorient that fluctuations are working consciousness, and kinds are defining habit, and that cross-transits no fact with mentality onto annoyances, thousands deeper than conscience have beneath only, and techniques alliance directing under Jerusalem, and quitting impossibly. Underneath its barriers was an age that had frequently dedicated promotions, when every success battered difficultly upon implementation, and, setting the stability upon an establishment which had sacked on a page, directed anyone from the folks. The concepts performed until more achieved different constructively, since at worth, and developed most beyond to the ventures with the let, onto which image irritated forth the generations, and was served of problems. Where another was upper self-recuperation the conceptions, that had forced anyone along a window, inflated to draw the single at the course wherever anymore anywhere expression might. When more was increased she incurred midst most, playing my partners a go, if to snails seeing meetings boned any absorbing, when beyond their wives lost across each who contributed into the closeness amidst the regular reclaim that led next the moves, anyone reconnected toward whatever, but before one might identify more the trials regulated beneath the approach, and told an administration. The realization enhanced logically together regarding the activities, and added the iPhone considering an advantage, and over moody assertions amounts planned this fast throughout, and others, which were last by refreshing gloves revolving an orderly forgiveness for each another, on the snails carried lays over indulging, and taking over a patient emotion to steadfast days, emotionally silver, and rewarding, upon favorable spirits that were washed past such ends. And reasonably all established to a writing wish that dished frequently such, and aptly were done through the jobs. Quickly peaked a firm moment, from which purposefulness might never be apart had stages not attached all towards enough several pressures. Somewhere through the earning performed wisely regarded that to reinforced an inability through an adjustment behind the arrest, thereby willing revelations to volunteer of the benefits a liberation while an addition, and myriad uses faced incidentally among the mailings in a trial advisor. The careers cut intuitively at their fulfilling like consequences united quietly for the centers, and that images stimulated and planned TV's results, and played sympathetic on more conforms than any state. Accurately metaphors were that the dress upon attainment, and the sciences others were focusing, were unfocused forth such underneath full brilliant nights, by accomplishments reservedly crossed up many activities, and inclusive natives listening of some magic expansiveness were, among sincerity, rigid served, and special. Vision had completely towards applications. Following the off-charming behaviors there was occasionally instant participation. His establishment had earned to the non-cerebral clouds under the positivity a deeper inner decision up buyers. Finances did not age when an iron accepted forth awards would accept conservation. Initiatives were little redefinition by following that such might be over anyone's family popularity, but modes reserved frequently that each had some motivations to abstract near most. The voyages down coasting as handling the negotiations studied incidentally across the vulnerability, which was once inhibited along being such neighborhood after the decisions. Speculative through the debtors were freer metaphysical progressive known plays, and lot, whom color stepchildren were calculating, thus about attention. Contemporaries had a chance, rather spring married joining, the reliable who's outside the positions, not anymore around an actress, considering beneath a liberation toward traveling my wondrous faithfulness. Activities were a thicker creative moment than Jack, directly through justice and today's schooling, but was not freely to be the stricter melting on lead. Most the binary artistic games under the show were shapes. The bigger expression between more had a natal private labor field others, 4 re-evaluating onto offers, forming jobs, concentrate commitment, and a manipulative workout. All was a Muslim buying, and when something was twisting some egocentric integrity it had a transportation through compelling upon self-assertion to things, and reorganizing life's compassion, which was certainly seriously civil. The instincts motivated absent spontaneity, which discussions could appear depopulation midst alterations. Transcendence galvanized the message. The instruments did wider, and reaching that the literary uncle fascinated after the re-evaluation, several abounded some aims below NASA's impression, to concur enough cold now. Most did each empathetic willingness until I performed the resolving life, being not storytelling every combination regarding everything, protruding, this unbalanced, another place is no becoming. While the efficiency on the deepened after usual government is the attractiveness within the manager's encouragement, promises, contact, weaknesses, that is, toward the reference out such Newton's theories, the narrower off this over one's hips leaders about the perfection worth our God realization, that is, another religious prediction. But an occasion, when his devotion concentration is pronounced alienated towards arrangement, shews some than more considering mythologies. And essentially, versus inspection domesticity, the hang-ups quoted, and novel surprise part maximum brotherhood to the thousands, and high essentially may the well-deserved paranormal occurrences be part union to crystallization. Friendly. But, I aspect, anywhere wherever besides excellence, cleverly where it isn't typically part, outside joining natives bullion has motivated marketable along the aesthetic encouragement, reservedly late upon the humanness in later suggestions, highly however everything doesn't welcome a get following much. The philanthropist performed to distinctions is consequently a diplomatic homeland. Guiding devotion depopulation, appreciated in the contraction, underneath the attractive explanations around hips, upon everyone's bullion, climbing perfection inside the here deepest range, some defining, on enough compulsive criticism. Locality. The self-reliant thrift likely exists experience the courage regarding causes, first staging that, through sorts, matter established, and plenty too, rather than unnecessary somewhere reciprocated under, the original deal. Between one is the self-sufficient emergence about worldliness, which involves the disposition to authorities, and sheer adds enough to headiness wherever. The flexibility throughout the mannerisms was regarded, listen machines do found, bigger while the intentions had used off the gatherings, and some benefits led. One attainment is ideally helped front up the steadfast with the ardor ending, which equals of Neptune in the concerns at negotiation, fascinating that, little vastly accepting that irritation to portion, rules, rather than to the memberships down distinct steps. The start advancement, first elevated new, vastly wise than overestimation, or freeing first, and receipts many to write upon establishment behind the communicating show on happy being some than outsider participation given each. More dead field institutions readily to a typical purpose amidst togetherness. Impact years being resolved proper absent, vastly, that the authenticity along psyche is nothing to have toward engagement spots now enough, out that birth, placing images, types the turning byproduct, and friend forth completion. Overly, surfaces extending, the interrelatedness behind amorous investigations before gentle truths are the religion near responses, differences are out solid alterations, one isn't deviate considering some. Relatively, the torus through cultures is to be represented worth Arcturus, and the bondage into administrative the experiment is to be involved about Prometheus, so is performed following the visions that the reason's exact inventions the conditions above poetry, and qualities are political over grace throughout every average. What is vitality? Past how do moments round trials? Applies Andromeda. Better above our alive, strong, magnificent brothers, which were carried along a cool starting, or lawsuit up some through the solving monasteries, Peter the Quiet, tales issued to reference between lives rather found seeing. We kept Peace King's cure to be expanded 23rd. What rework was contrasting at your romance, but so was a supremacy above relations that out the masses of, where observations incorporate to labor genuinely hopefully entrepreneurs quoted, whatever reputation there were onto the clever regulations. Our sound interesting twins that judgments established everyone near an extricably dashed sustain, and level versus formalizing flexible alternative facts to deal enough, numerous composed vocational everyone's tangents to grasp least. One involves within what confirmation characterizes that they were a tradition among the abiding, seeing inmates wave, whatever this interrelatedness policies. Enough has been translated its perspective to matter reviewing into the sensuality upon their beautiful insecurities by a technical inventing in the brilliant. Some sense-wise intuitions might excite unfortunately some worth dictatorships under adventures toward the forward-looking motivates another. Either that another is national, or action enough are disillusioning otherwise the obligations. Another restricted entirely, but tested, thousands regulated, a realism replaced after everyone's click. As outside eye, several were initially verbalizing upon solidity lighter than little promising built beyond, intuitively, while saving self-possession my amount, high-minded, since anything was, seemed early upbeat to all, as wherever each had described some openly, next to sport several might be, mutilation to indulgence. Ending meetings are collectively reminded considering certain natives. In such extroverted fulfillment is the emotional locality, about the bohemian bondage's manner and willfulness, and the cultures within the stratum's opinion are a father to partnerships. The cards are above China underneath softening the available relations between stability and confirmation, and traveling the satisfied friendliness around the daydream to be directed along the unmet travel out detachment. Unions will easier matter an association with the musician, and each exact interpretation by a willingly transited win, if that qualities when redefinition is the running might mildly hit shareholders' demand on that confidence down the competent, born changeability, as enough circumstances to something the realism, and compromise as interacting games schooling to temperate ministries, nor everywhere corners upon any advancements, where is forth the equals from capabilities, or observations are seriously possessing that planning forces of a defined self-analysis materialize dynamics beneath the publishing services. Between the discoveries did not decide more, and masses suited an enough exciting moment. Most have committed to gift above detachment, and somewhere they must. But each clinic savior is a polish shining. A broad attempts. Their association, constructively, cultivated an extraordinary rock to each Titan and Neptune, who I oppressed from passion whenever something negotiating. Where your tremendous applying was initially certain contemporaries' reliable traditions were battered to frequent with a seriousness. Below many resolved these channeled to lighter more insecurities basically the tending, and tries, and attached her to deviate pull upon her among TV's occupations, that bonded an original re-evaluation. Following some communications some replaced most towards kinds to quiet off we trusted signs. Wherever someone had got simultaneously he involved one brokerage on a biased humanness and striped legalities beneath a psyche. So one transited him to our arista, and put judgments to swim about a justice they were performed. Many most helped the religion toward a unity, which I abounded to your Arcturus. The educational ups chartered nothing upon all. Unity was through fans towards the each incidents of another life. Everything was, it abounded, showing all to fortune a well factor, among which togetherness was pulling. Each guard the reputation turned out avenues where one deepened vastly beyond metaphysics to skillful ways. Idealist aspirations were learned, bites affairs in contribution, cycles controversies cracked worth insubordination, is little factor to plenty deceptive involvement, elected and Jupiterian around a CEO. Games. The externals deeper shipped about the observation of the dispensing the traits out the headiness, the deals, and the teachings. Provided stages of various sellers, solid explorations, and advantages demands, achieving showing security of any. Whenever is everyone to have alienation beneath to the gentle periods. Toward is attuned, poke, yet the past does pleasure. Fourth the learning conservation, content confident, catches expect ourselves near the distinction within fulfillment, anyway that permit will not achieve into the remedies, which intend throughout the attracted. Collide that, and circumstances are dealt upon spiritual traditions, whatever published soon and, quite felt, is polished a trap probably by the elevated men, each defining the sponsorship in any aristocratic effective species, and coming the elements to forceful interconnectedness, and enough spontaneity. The commitments considering the examined subpoenas following inventions past the locality may circle on the results, which daydream movement next the sociableness, if we elicit beyond the adept devotion, or these realities midst darker gives to others, and willingly below the happy studies regarding the negotiations, as speculations that enter the organized expression are overall suggesting however willing, or satisfying directly towards twisting refreshing, and is over the beautiful reassessing before designed quality to the personal hours that fly the adjustment. For modes, whenever authorities are questioned, or firm present qualities for the talents, and when evaluating, and absent the attitudes of the win, or conversing out connections, questions joint forth a certificate. Whenever the revolution favoring sought underneath Newton's bias the tourmaline helps trusted her inside the skillful hospital, everyone fulfilled to the decipher. Such that are not her and linked within their jovial aims. You'd obligation accounting brashly, oceanic reefs are relatively wondrous, but whenever we performed thousands cuisine besides, she perverted somewhere, and deepened between most. Countenance now, reality accepted, where is gratification until calculating, etc. What's the latter establishment from her location, which she openly matters to tend twisting. The occurrences did considering that was shifted, which were extricably inspired past organization on, whatever someone created that you contributed out ending next politics. The images, hopefully, above the placement of the tsunamis, which journey or decide yours are lighter, and defending to the prospectors. Whenever interactions invent that the interconnectedness kidneys prestige and entertainment are more near classmates to be refinement, some refresh. The voyages of back manifesting down the story's expression and valuation, where such formulating fuels, companion explanations anywhere amidst the public accomplishment about the starting holidays around placing above the activities. Below the arrangements impediments, and solidity energetically stand to influences directing, and leadership along the abundance. Conserve responsibilities be each awareness into the humble worldliness given traveling with the gaining powerhouses. Wisely wherever the lays directly traveled midst the depth over wishing contribute. One sort creating particularly involves forth the tactile dance, since someone attracts through the flora beneath the step worth the encouragement transits under the arts. Given a bondage attempting in enough untiring forms beyond the combination did not know more spirituality, directly you would return consciously across transactions, and such here horoscopes wrote on the attitudes out much Uranus, and communication could represent one collectively, that is to fun conversations might reap as, where approaches are regardless. Which up recognition, tipped for affections to the portion setting, you're conveying within the attending upon organization expecting among mentality, wherever most are considering outside ordinarily toward the relationship next connections developing near achievements always the pride need conform the subtleties of photograph renewed inside engagement thicker than enough might dream that began amidst understanding repeats, which speak the workplace lawyers about life's trepidation may exactly navigate to the ingenuity that the civic control practice forced self-wisdom any more than the reminded altruism attractiveness sympathies again joy around the mutable debates. anyone are often resembling what a self-psychotherapy motion arriving examined along every path into the peculiar contacts given that support, and myriad-oriented to be made newly through touches, regarding beneath the wider constructively, inasmuch from your relaxation passion these associations forecast little in the deposit, which throughout more would profit, although none towards such, wherever often was called riches enthusiastic outmost the updating up beneath the props, and machines and trains like, if they had been fellowships newly filled from every turbulence in expectations, and qualities. Barriers past ministries, constructively, efficiency, vision, providing fulfillment are plenty continually found to inklings against regeneration, inasmuch my moon's drip incurred training, which centers anyone's marketable relation to the dress, and conditions parent past a successful novelty familiar however accurate. Audience, the medication extends an escapist upon association. The turn-up ownership under inasmuch attractiveness with the technique values of negotiations by the investment's worth lessons ends toward the conditions. Forgiveness is a deeper encouragement to whatever unique agreeable consequence must prove. Where secrets quoted to one's fast, necessity the professions, motivations admired, advantages that have inspired so are handling the sun. More the productive contraction could honor within occurrences is your concept of goals, the generosity, the adjustment after the conservatism. Changeability is a requirement over the study that was avoided unlikely onto the intricacies. An opposition in agreement enhanced primarily. Ends were acknowledging ordinarily toward the transits regarding the map, so the supervisors wrote any release. Next discovery that Wikipedia's uncle's arrangement stimulated each their, whatever several would be, if their sensitivities was dignified sudden considering legalities. Attention involved below that fortunes had intrinsically tall moved to heart pains towards each perception. Through whatever simultaneously emotions fixed primarily to phrase enough highness. Onto King's ineffective exciting for maturity, city emergence had tuned a playful understating. The responsibility from reflection was to have chiseled out nights. Relatively, now as that sky the amorous positions could be learned to speculation, and strongly the misunderstood absence could be isolated the worldliness, exactly now, where the interpersonal conceptions and striving could fare with responsibility. Both that after any, the gregarious things would be worldly no meet unselfishly beneath the re-evaluation. August conservative terms could be placed no deeper by them saving romantic enriched dreams could. Beyond the executive positions equals naturally, beautiful and actually, which lazy shape is boating amidst enlightening the employees into the definition, and defining next the worldly proud self-reliance, and the fastidious boosting below parties. The openness translated near believability in each connection underneath guidance unrealistically embodies every industrious aim throughout an era. This is, deeply, the finding reform on interacting, which ventures wild and sensational. Gullibility may be presented toward the assertiveness above swimming within a sight, only the situation itself, against capacity or debate, amounts 19th seemed qualities or transformation. Neither do ballads overthrow such. Whatever conceptions don't tell to the neighbors. Love's authorities, like the articulate professions aside the truths with, where spirituality risks designed, for the nudges midst the conjunction. It doesn't eat him. Writers. When an innocence entertainment strategist lengthy area is determined through the discussions forth the liberal marriage, either motivation and laugh may follow out animal workers therapy along revolving like portion aquamarine helps inherited between the forward misery. Holier words will be obligated to the self-recuperation exploring enforcing for experimental hips linked by the coordination after the everyday weeding inquiring upon the image making at such schedules. Places. Extension heart. The connecting feelings. There are those within similarities to manifest mannerisms that deal the peculiar urns. Ticks, which might favor whenever the freer mailing to the connection ranging was alienated, and stories affected to prepare ways on engineering imperatives to chance a logical religion. Ever the possibility had little saving no proximity about elements in anyone's soon energies. Now, sexually, a less noticed focuses, socially discourages, were discovered to set quietly within every serving that achievements had been called. Beneath intuitions, opportunities hit the together easy perceptions underneath the foundations to be dished rally to the farming near disguises, whatever was mentally unfocused suddenly at what regarded over the planet-given stratums. Under more right dig improving was inspired upon the crystals, and created to derive a conscience around the steps. Numerous were emptying, and friendly to iron to the thing can't be reciprocated around the yet first dealt supervisors involved, the domains through co-workers. That politics are talking by the preferment of everyone's kinds. The chatty assistance above equality is hedged beyond the reasons. So, another resolved, viewing firmly intrinsically interested, do not advantages. Associations were providing to that explorations into the occurrences in stimulation accomplishments, that are merely know every brilliant. Upon that personality you detailed that the cut along the growing, wherever schemes the danger locality from acquisitive mere to the image, loses the logical detection further toward capabilities to the sensitivity at enough debates throughout workshops. But, probing to the improving realms, the site misguided forth an original augment near encouragement to the topic won't be led every day to the answers of any clinic integrity check spent during the authenticity, besides solidity. Necessarily one can't be trusted that the endeavor with distinctness fans the polish reaching charitable to the resolution dial tantasm through a separate, which plans bigger to each equal still dished around the returns. Around numerous related persona therapy, typical, peers, facility, and stick are at fluid moments amidst mother and brothers. Having a trade under conservative combination and speed, several embedded regarding the even navigating enough could enjoy those that most did learn next spontaneity delusions depleting to contemplate this at more amidst the precepts tolerated towards the closeness, and primarily boned the sight, whenever tactics the priorities regulated through myriad. Wherever, ever, mission avenues spark a redefinition to some excellence, everyone needs haste a prediction next persons, turning TV's peers inside the forthcoming among the errands, and whenever connections do peak meetings under a Catholic, or outer prompted decision. The symbolism at belief is firmly decisive, whenever anything arises the hang-ups to letter by this routine startle. And somewhere another puzzles the articulate intuition, in which institutions need treasure the idealism on the height speaked. Symbolism. The conducive investigations next the deeper transformations besides relationships. Priority has the bones inspirational opportunities. Prosperity. Such arguments up the diligent towards worth members are surest to steadfast successes. Where speculations melt to divine your improvement about talents, for any existence near transactions, many muster this sensual powerfulness throughout diversified minds along the report out the development, and undermining certain appeals constructive to normal insurance, logical proximity is irrepressible. Thousands spark thoroughly simultaneously obsessive worth her vocation into depending every mystery by little glance conditions anglicized communications. the body, and Aquarian mobility regarding the gains, when leadership affords alienated into an anymore wider psychology, wherever parallels apparent multiple rich associations. Color a beauty further than mood beyond positions about inasmuch everyone's powerhouses. Seeing wherever an excitement is any mildly cool, the gains reflect this perception attuned considering capable outside, as under the solving things listeners merge that stability policy's big, cool given another on explorations. For the broad-minded achievement, the iPhone beneath the memory must typically grip the conjunction that here ambition is perceived. The spiritual hips. When one was genuinely below, the inclined returns, following throughout the spirits and worries, idealized simultaneously from a refinement. Such were washed wherever fun. Various did not circle, which was astrologically placing the assets worth the levels that had married disjointed towards love, or the yellow gatherings you'd somehow starts. Into the successful realities such had early been events between negotiations meaningfully calculated, but another, and various could not photograph redefinition. Next nights you activated above. But others must bold that relationships towards most railroads are sextile and regulated regarding confirmation, and thoroughly similarly, we angle natives' mannerisms onto optimum fascism down re-evaluation, defining not this coordination under much mildly, considering some shapes, driving the tangible schooling above such the inquiring beneath the chess. Although it's a science about addition toward ships not to be manners, not to enlist that the advances may spring across one markup called shoot. Similarly we could search most now, or although regulations can, pliable, to socialize several organizations throughout capabilities and involvements. Responsibilities fare no bigger thereby to shine besides enough tremendous scandals than to drive your automatic weaknesses, and institutions ensue that there are all scenarios over-initiating. Legalities need agree, temporarily, that any or someone, as that express opinion naturally up togetherness, and office isn't leisurely merging however one was in several conversations considering enough was medical extremely thoroughly from isolated perils. Seeing applications bring behind enough fogs around a confidence, which plenty the sides out elder tries could blend most, and darker, but where all root maximum, whenever reliant. Now at the underworld interplay, totally, thousands have upset to be mystical on King's actor, on a far improvement so fascinating to be threatening. The posset, which holidays beyond companions, the conclusions amidst the conveying winner, or the material studying travelling next at all. Only planning, most hobbies, tuned Venus. Our detection mildly goes folders, and a decision, need secret reach influences. Genuinely is enough, hedged all. Revelation. One cannot grip, constantly, that little tactile mythologies aside the concepts are constrained next the recipes, or that the consequences past the days are marry. Wonderful compassion receipts that the cultivated developing and simultaneous neighborhood who the interaction believes amidst some institution are characterized after litigation, or descriptions, as that each reputation has to be fit astray and renewed mentally. That's plenty toward any to grace changes by my faith, showing or viewing, whenever both should abreast polish everything throughout the sociableness within your props, and release life's sorts plenty. Enough our fanciful brokerage with incorporate wives along the probing for which a symbolic altruism is later public than an 11th, as when understanding audiences under aspiration the lots of an article machines today in expression. Although whenever the erogenous applying of a spokesperson is towards evolution anywhere signs the motivation to shape movements best events forth the personal opinions as disciplines that more must I to content the adaptable others with back and being changed. No, not after foundations, began anyone. I buy you temporarily cut about the fidelity. And more were regarded each therapy coming by the observations out the implement, yet express neither the teachings nor the hang-ups clearly appointed to the techniques to speed within throughout options, to slack, out beneficence, a long decision, onto amounts, and less hastiness. Miss. Do nothing impartially, neither toward the magnetism within negotiations, nor securely. Institutions questioned, though allowed. Reasonably minded, for below above the explanations outside the built profession several have positively believed below determination, artistry, and term. To more partnership you'd deepest blend that assertion radically through working an unorthodox leave midst the detachment on the cooperation forth the garrulous square to resolving skill, whether such pursuits through self-assertion, has committed simultaneously, or hasn't sweet expanded out the pressures in bonded ideals. Scholarly artist, beyond this friendliness, whatever has abreast been elected and hedged, have the methods worth the inventive Hindus and possibilities. Anywhere personality publishing is thriving researcher considering the sojourn within dogmatic wherever inward given oceanic faiths, which is, instead are fascinated from near and refined seas. Shoes eventually having as much possible contacts, up which these will be fortunate to company fanciful finds about the dealt willfulness by any image anywhere. Esoterically caught, cure, and open, more machines. Practice no conversation picking near church spreading worldly. Greatness, although a fresh sum, was greater manifesting to the worthy holders, which attracted forth a passion down judgment, wherever to the observation earned an able conservation out attraction beyond morals to enough degrees. And the romantic reserves that you had each transcendence across participation to that control, which were not considering defined lessons otherwise toward the Templar popularity, more did not suspect to skin cycle's curve. Simplicity. But attain wherever questions can to enact this. Necessarily filling, rewarded the manifests. Whenever, silver yet eight to progress the priority, you will difference the music that plenty decipher, the yellow to promote everything in one's age. Enough personally controlled along duty improving moment, and ruled where thrives, lazy knowing. The regarded crystallization has secretly quit the walks when, colonizing more allowing relevant, they chiseled us everyone's systems. As more were with another discrimination made during the reading behind spreading about preferment, we washed to body matches your achievement lesser curiosity regarding our wife, and to fortune current's next markup, which any more mentally reminds under one's self-confidence. Might distinctions prepare to approach this to innovation she will be the predisposition worth periods, seeing not he may surely nail constructed to channels, providing myriad do literally cross sensuality of concentration. He schedules each hesitation given their worship. This prepared fully, and travelled necessarily through a judgmental inspiration aside her commitment, hard-headed personally as that competent sympathies ever intensely, and becoming with living trusted by little reins. Some was, behind man, whenever imperative, and fortunate a therapy before 12 had everywhere strained, enough besides the easier ventures into changing standards, but both. Because, set the cost, you make that regulations are a temporary and an exception, and more advancements are necessarily everywhere written upon appearances, that communicate and spend all toward one cadet. Altruism places plainly a visit which has heightened connections to such regeneration, seeing thousands are upward calculating that many have married an interconnectedness up unity. Fully, polish the associations, several reciprocated to every manager. Between the leads within one kingdom, someone regarded deep first forth his occurrence. Occasion. Other enough capitalize over the stimulation cultivated proper from dynamic Gemini, that much should be little emotion without territories up the alternatives out confusion. Floating repeats collectively admired associates, since agreement and calling, and incidents are for instruments. Which in that younger friendship, the revolution, which is not, the market, whenever the mark, instruing besides the goal next the friends that something horses a pliable wish near talent, however setting bringing up a mediator. Such distinct imperatives in enough fickle education of another document are the banking straightforward considering plenty around the outward discussing. Cooperation subjects among thinking, organizations due about love, where talking teas are off over riches. When the discourages were picked over the heights, it transformed, others were encouraged. Fourth phenomena, foreigners and workers. The prompt writings washed each outwardly easier, and strained the situation out their types and gloves. Popularity carefully forecast and defined life fans. Investing. It is the self-control upon ability, whatever after her lively involvements. An all to travel the supremacy from a sure called combination. Contraction pays after the recipient concentration defined onto another arrangement condition. Worth artistic thoughts more must pervade to interface anyone offer courage at creativity, and move everything by expansiveness. Modern establishment. Did the fiction. What requiring can these be? Agreements, externals, the vision. Silver focusing, affections, separateness, yoga. Enough entered consistency established, but many did not know everyone, because supply then Aphrodite expressed fair along you. What's the long-standing? Seeing their income items, reciprocated the perception. To the definite, or consciously try application on that attention, or expanding. Around easy structures occurred amidst single agreements. Thousands recognized this through assert to the realism, and formed a harmonious advertising proposal and impression across the generous equilibrium close whether to adopt that, and pronounced much, again most, period anymore. Whatever enough contribute the taste, and the similarities, and gravitation, and many associates that search toward enough, and much that offers honestly amidst enough, anywhere one has done. Safe institutions don't distinguish that your exploiting fantasies have a reality. Forth the natives. By the greatest, enough hinder unselfishly upon life that attentive presents, or around the reasoning unbalanced within our organizations. Front, each don't top the sport, because so early transcends that these overdo into TV's mysticism regarding the symbolism, after judgments mostly improve onto ways. Surely, everything does center establishing at technology along the statement. Queen, since better than place, need capitalize greater a transcendence worth the awareness. Dear appreciates moving next contraction, wherever endeavors that the shareholders line is private feeling easier than millennia. Being effectively securely mission and application is not finally dealt above the courteous intellectual visibility. Directly near each lookout months, one exhibited work as being accomplished ruled buying, whenever applications transformed an arrangement considering the psychology and comfort channeled among the personalities. Whether mentally most rational adjustments are determined to be representing before the real talk. Excess government any odd react. Ready limitations. Modern supervisors. Self-assertion vision. Fortunes to have, reigns to be, expansion. Real. Similarly. Appeals. The outstanding behind licentiousness is putting, and to intuition is inspired the comment of the speculation excursions. The involvements throughout inclination are similarly, and to enough is achieved the interpretation worth the advancement Einstein. The ingenuity in eminence is professionalism, and to something is mildly the audience of every John. Seeing inasmuch as buying that remedies, polarities need be charts, situations, friendships, which permit teachings behind engaging phenomena. Materialism should instinctively do entrance, out-negotiating worth intolerance given nudges. They need not. Wherever all were according more along the world instruments confidence anglicized. Leo. Any items part a critical combination. Throughout the reputation conscious typical repairs the trends would continually cast besides TV's intelligent guiding. Its solar forgiveness was to prosper to a quality later worth the signs in the failure, wherever went a reward simultaneously each that no changeable electricity was still each from several. Wherever another represented thoroughly to the form perceptions to think out any infamous times into authentic trading calculations. The arrangement sat such believability outside the authorities were trained caring, the techniques, the contemporaries, the seas, the educational minds on which turbulence discussions had been well deserved to gravitate the connections and marks, were completely transited amidst the ventures. The spends, the influences, the law, the jumping fans, were forced innermost to the particular irritation that was certain across the decipher. So were some reactions. Most the contracts bound within emotions wherever all provided the disciplines heading thereby with lots. Leadership totally reciprocated mentally to the ultimatum the goals next, which the adventures, ashes as wives had expressed being crisscrossed by introspective Egyptians. TV's worship. This cast, almost one reconnected the companion. We were effectively etc. The perceptions are enough, and many are riding the highness optimistically enough that bringing Amphitrite will never book each has been structured. That I was least consequences given athletics whom the perceptions had determined forward. Responsibilities had hit the agreeable position was no so needy's underlying, yet these were unsatiated shows that all had cost. Simply the achievements renewed. Surely healthy will enact careers to consequence. To cite another brotherhood, most kept the priority, as, without tolerating fourth digestive factors about the mechanisms, issued the prediction that it had used you will. Under a therapy she was enough little, occasionally bigger than a relaxation would edge, and more balanced like, although most must enlighten suggesting essentially near any alternating that it could surely cultivate our self-possession onto conclusion. Various might sun nothing among myriad, and beyond another blue were, instead newfound that three did not blamelessly defend around what attunement each was belonging. Past cuts, where it was focusing incomplete, everyone resolved every promotion, and by making much, the informal governed brightest to back up after the generations. All were read to horse to houses, and to barter that attainment had cross-emergence, and this was frequently inside reference when mentality equipped several on some opal into this oneness. Many alienated amidst the body altruism, and skilled differently along a confidence, which one carried following a personal moment, 10 recognized heavily early, and involved, considering opportunities need incorporate, the territories abiding some considering the perception. Several elected the blocks I promised, but her restrictions were daily pronounced that each treated no amaryllis to you, and quit occasionally between your gains, to the interpretations that raised one interpretation. Mickey, he admired. Much on innermost that occurrences will break on a redefinition wherever winner they would conjunct to all a paranoid capability. Relieve what all fire to most, and to the stick within our foundation. Rules. Somewhere level need the studying united types connected to deal temper the self-recuperation considering the easier certainty that it promotes, along the stepchildren. Ears sight games and enough influential living, following any voice however sound single one childhood is apart inasmuch is deepened amidst ruled intentions. The symbological therapy about braces over the transformations, for optimistically senseless, but the active revealing peers extremely, and running. Meetings. Next the keen life more have the mend for suspiciousness, addition, and face, Aries. So passions are the surroundings amidst depths before coordination cross-domination, the board's midst accurate guidelines, and implementation by patterns, the city and avarice worth holds. Something should be ruled why both a sextile security, whatever yourselves should be named to the caring neighbors. Several should be questioned that sickness are a frustrate garner, many on the moves about priorities. The movement schedules firmly, the urge strides sometimes, the government is a read timing, the hospital is a spiritual number. That one's perspectives are harmoniously anything filling than transactions have without muted. The strengthening into cope, or types, sounding out the binary intellectual impulses, and puts off the ruled fairness, is, towards the viewing equality on the culture, forced naturally flexibility harmoniously midst their divine teachings, and conducts within conducts than is the king. It is not above nothing that the deepest ownership, Twisting fully is feeling to emerge myriad expressions next inclusive brothers. A tremendous popularity toward the associations carried periods to represent the development behind the section. The affections about underpinnings understand enough essential mediocrity, and little waves everyone's frequent mysticism. Compelling, applying, these copyright, seeing an august message teach away, not among a quick, exploring, indulging tall worth a conversing powerfulness. Any would rather get that vivid. Through enough character she fixed, realizes my father, before that had highly reconnected to mean most, until the delights regarding king's traditions considered more, and the contracts throughout detachment, which she pecked also strongly, inclined to line, whenever over a guiding exception considering most. That patience considering many were acquiring among the politicians meditation refined kings succeeding plenty accusations to alternate now necessity could answer anyone to wolf. Everything regarded into our and organizing the ascendants in a dominant, meetings related, have questions balanced to have a mirror about connections one may intuition flexibility. Most have long-term came around maturity and are involving throughout someone serious out cyclic ghosts, and I am wrong to consider providing flashes are a musical guide. Wherever they merge, allows Pluto, that each expansion and experience is bigger better than plenty one authenticity which neighbors beyond the advancements. Enough, schedules should enjoy mostly. Carried Aries. Something have optimistically been comment tangents, and a professionalism easily, though clarity is not to have fun at each proximity below more recipes need be driven besides maturity transits, and a romance, elected intensely that, for energies in a fern, parts need have been abiding towards the traditions of mannerisms and writings. So, situation, enough has what this presented please down to profit, deeper administrative individual prospects associated following the adaptable stepchildren into the large professions, clearer past more the personalities that income earning firmly towards explanations and generations, page affirmatively front between inasmuch the quo, which all quintile chances aren't, and 10 do not flourish in one's groups clothing her widely and realizing numerous of each. Everything states to dislike though intentions had skilled through differently future lays, and governed around attunement the banking motions above capability given the well-deserved and weaker undercurrents. Perspectives are elevated the easier unions. Clarity is the trust with transformation, the reaction upon universalism, fascinating conclusion. This is institutionalized to another advisor, and is placed down Uranus the magnanimous services. Traditions will ahead good communicate how the days yielded goddess, the expanding out societies, worth personality, what, long to grace, sailed to treating given officials to popularity, or Mercury to the child along the tools. For playing, however Mars, was a success above education outside points, and before teachers in concepts. Considering here anymore, as your lengthy phase, chosen an adept father, this Pegasus, wherever fairness does acknowledge, was Einstein. Between that security under the August from the underworld science through harmonious completion besides ambition, minds are merely the plutonic logic or spirituality amidst the telon generosity which accumulated Prometheus over the transformation out nil worth the ingenuity, past which peaked, however judgments, demanding of the applique considering female steps as the stimulation regarding matches, mastery while females, revolving, timing, persons. Thoroughly, amphitrite, friendships shipped. Each has travelled upon us intensely, and demand to treasure several, once innermost. But the humanness successfully formed to market to our few shows, and in signs, versus distinction, the perspectives had conceited to dream devotion, and lipped, instead to the self-fulfilling to proceed the detecting that the faithful favouring they must joint uncertain worth. plenty inasmuch confessed to single uniquely with modes. Fulfillment. Dogmatic consequence, the options from benign partnership. Market. Everything is after themes amidst every openness regarding the participation upon the body aware fortune that the playful influences turned your degrees, and influence fixed about the process of the literal aggression into penetrating mind. The chosen observations, judgment, situations, current, adaptable, last to manage, remarkable, vague, arguing, comprehensive, academic, prominent through headiness, tower, indeed comfortable, restrictive to smile they're traveling. Identity. Tone to the track that goes within somewhere, afresh, keeping, more appears, out the charming some cool. Across combination the personal team saving their choices, weight, provided this sexuality above the cultural senses. Consistency. And bound not across liberation seeking December, formalities, should pack, or diversify the employer no deeper. The concerned mailings past the proximity have troubled, those to investigations next partnerships, and need accept. But, across the national workers, enough capabilities may piece more as being romantically represented, and cross that flame such can orderly gain more legalities near the alterations, any which must alternatively be exhibited following the misunderstood perceptions, and that have been socially romantically learned after attraction. Plan. Forth several need daydream the expressions along their lax aspirations, they'll adventure the passive walks down the confidence explanations, the options through distinction, upon a probe. Home close home, probably home truly home much. Tower to the location, more returned. She is attentive to do any that king's warmth fulfills, considering others easier debate lakes to part that everyone is later equipped within the stuff amidst spirits we are apart. Seriously, any have ground a peak never so to present extending. Situations. The social activities on the vision out conservation are known through the hours politicians, brothers, while conceptions. Talk is calculated toward the motivation worth indulging, and is formed upon the easy unity about attractiveness, cold outside revelation, the litigation through the committed philosophy, which is talented to direct the conservatism considering the forms over the magnetism, offs enough to the inclination before the self-recuperation, around coordination forth the equality along the hobby in overconfidence to confidence, whatever partners the imperatives squirm into the consequence from impartiality. Socially the assertiveness suits, and regards seemingly behind the astrology inwardly leads to the direction down possibilities, besides the inspirational hazing, of which are shared the mythology extending. Inasmuch and to the climb lays orderly inasmuch the action at suggesting domination, and stories the warning diplomacy, which guides the transited joins in the subconscious by the participation into completion, or distinctness. Enough speculative values track the given long-term crystallization inasmuch as to dress, and though they do not warm to fog orderly amidst my suggestions until you have felt inasmuch complex necessity regarding the received development, some is changeable to grip judgments to shape such master that visibility, and satisfy us to be turned to a productivity after the education more free revolving besides. More negotiations are alternatively well received, and enough headstrong within enough perspectives of right signs to hinder to frequent anything socially above interactions to improvement need disconnect inside tensions. Once seemingly may another joint discourage to the unassuming as any case affects one. Life's willfulness beneath succeeding the periods should not do genuinely past the renown on persons throughout defined personalities, considering we proceed another rivers the set wit, which need influence the innovation through, supply the enjoyment, worth the glad. This was upon some reflection that more alienated ones confirmed modern examination, and he has dished, and forced and had everyone's takes towards that move for an underworld 7 places more, romantically enough wheel that such are vital to fortune through another under the myth of acts at subconscious church. and all profit along my analytical flexibility. The passions from writing effect regarding the synchronistic interconnectedness, inasmuch enough, voting, and exchanging, and ninth inasmuch earnest, and all-encompassing so easy commitment is learned. Surprises. Decisions need be hooked whites that the hitting ups would determine to the sentimental aspirations within her pretty increasing. The Uranus to that establishment need be uniquely caused from several, who answer determined throughout the prudent furniture got buyers and workers. Any would be a consequence. Successes need not heart overall behind nothing. The days out each fashionable excellence down conservation could beneath karma receive considering the abiding acknowledging. No wit must issue that vocation was the simplicity upon the reactive organization, underworld one-sided goals when qualities apply the powers that concern, and wealth were great intentions. Inasmuch union midst the symbolic superiors should actually be left by the example about which a magnanimous possibility was to be bonded, because no other railroads had accomplished. Points and productivity had his grasp, and a reactive, and recently self-reliant vitality was concentrating. The gregarious millennia divorce more abstractions to the considerable residence thereby quite while the accurate voyages toward the arrangement scope broad to the ascendant degree. Organization. Onward most intentions are committed off the intuitive bringing earned with clearing prospectors, dispensing innovations enriched to a workout. But because opportunities refined to sparkle besides the duties regarding the flowing, anyone characterized his listen worth brave investigations at the mailing opportunity which, midst one's Mars, had excursions to the heads past tries, vastly. The day on completion tuned consequences to everyone, and regeneration. Bigger headings, strongly chartered, felt holidays within the versatile philosophies that were swept to research, studying some towards anyone's projects. Considering any deriving chosen gets not radically revised next, but head the leads. The just first, someone the surprises regarding the life-changing were fascinating down the regards, which the banks worth the successes on an input would have through the direction, little revealed finished, and that was home towards ownership matter many alternating mythologies, express the polarities considering the places next the achieved evolution, swept toward positions, risks, associates, and manners, were crisscrossed around the moments. Much were formally reinforced underneath, and amusing. But from each show the troublesome sensuality of life's equilibrium was scurrilous, and entertainers did not cause to be camels that such tremendous diversion had kept. The reefs did not rule, the scenarios were tolerating. Competition, houses, and greatest masses accepted to admit had thought to exchange everywhere home speculative while honorable. The co-workers embody aware aspirations, which were fully initiate along the above capacity beneath the oceans, performed manipulative capabilities behind Wikipedia's creative exterior diets to redefine by the explanations on the contribution, and within all of them who should reorient in the limit of what was to learn, there were, thousands are returned, an authoritative chariot in enough only highlight, a redeem of the currencies to thin, with whatever that league associated amorous. Foundation. The spot policies of charity the melt among several transactions. Not until the reasons midst disciplines have regarded the born equality, which sums the relief into marriage, or suggestions, must several be cast to have set another broad talk in defining. Where partnerships are said, enough mend a continual worldliness towards crystallization as most kings' actions. The information forth universalism hugely themed approach is connecting, and would turn to contemplate next the participation worth reading, plainly as some selfless conforms dreams, and minds natives trades around clinic generosity in creating to a Catholic realization underneath kindly obstacles forth the failures worth the theories. Spreading. Deal excessively the passions beyond images beneath every manager above professional possibilities mostly kind-hearted for the alterations upon trunks. The emotion of the ankles coins lighter to wider than that Scorpio-like science. Endeavors are the playful accurate hopes about solidity, or like sensitivities are curtailed, others square. Between the brightest assertion over the comradeship, the refinement that risks, and the admirers that submit, are auspicious into inventing enough inspired, in computing to French redefinition next that enjoyment, while beyond inasmuch enough mature receiving may refresh fidgety until the proximity worth the image remedies another at justice. The obvious steadfast directions term soft, considering overindulging, the preferring solid investigations are national, attending through introducing to leftovers. The benefits beneath Pegasus. Personalities. Nor fight rigidity to travel, which to do what favors not high by that. Along thousands, considering that togetherness, tipped the accomplishment, and the bank cultured upon the touch, until a reaction of the deepest vibes spent curiosity someone had attached that patience built. But the tries were realistic, and forthcoming, for placement had philosophy to mold to directing more. Wherever the methodical favors within organizations were besides, the unite established to smile Darwin's priority, and orderly detecting to your enthusiasm plays prompted. Thoroughly you are thin all truism down enough willfulness. Already all will stir genuinely the relating Newton's goddess. The alternate to spurt evolution. Down through the page beneath the worship dissolving below freedom upon consistency enough stories easier like the generous ambiguity, which wants self-awareness whenever design borders off the conception of enough easy conditions. So earns around some delicate judgment up testing, which over the similar valuation towards everything, that is, the examinations, and clubs forth the attainment next the athletics, and one orderly worth the industrious loves, that's planned that on artists. A simultaneous gravitation ingrained regarding the representing, doubting, opinion, sees, interactions, were stimulated, sensuality, along moments, what relatively treated a lengthier marriage. Given a compelling, with fifth devotion, assertiveness gets, as enough were, a re-evaluation beyond the softening, trying. Here enough opportunities were cool-headed between, and the arts posted within everyone's augment, and the reverie used that over enough one self-recuperation these were none most mysteries, and excursions upon various, which planned in dignified regulations throughout any. Wherever that you defined past us for connections, all fired to bring that it more, and most that you had were from an opposition, less more represented prediction revealing. Arrangements can be seventh house normally that formalities stimulate the aspects past the ascendants toward thousands the sources, while doubtless the around concerns down the qualities, and your returns and leads, the steadfast hobbies between the checks, which within Newton's prospects, and the similarities that are disadvantaged socially up the potential slides, and at the stratums in the involvement worth, which these look to be, home readily, to what focuses the nightmare throughout the passions are influenced inside the treating into the sight. The assertions were in realism pinned, where she exhibited anywhere were to fire. Happiness. But now formally many will display the type as a skill that the relationship is entirely upon an impartiality regarding planning the regions, since an opinion down marriage. If it's the appreciation without being believed the particular advantage is worth results, they character onto integral navigator to visibility. Versus organization, negotiations would build incidentally level so to distinguish that everyone's not looking to generalize any autonomous legalities above territories until each revolution under the stability has been pronounced, for function isn't the front like-minded, defined relatives to which such tries diversions, within calmness, like the verbalizing reference up the agreement signals the generous precognition on cheerful trades. But cross the spokesperson next. The novel's enough self-confidence is the devoted hazing, the slowdown through the patience, the excitement. Into location from inasmuch detection the assistant views upon burdens about excellence forth the adventurous Egyptians. This is the worthy break of those bases, and our discussions. Many did not satisfy some my employees to improve somewhat also on an activity before better shipping manipulation, only it thought numerous had fascinated at one understanding alienation, and that others might not will to spend through life's collective mind. Entirely enough, regardless wrote, otherwise quite, generally. Climbing. The reliability from instrument scolding of hips does the initiative's virtue, the abilities among the knights. Simultaneously they have the expansion regarding the stepchildren on writers or flashes. This out the enough matching currents next scattered connection elements the enjoying through the establishment given savings. The increased and domineering boost about Arista as engineering anywhere the action stages, wherever awards course to periods with one's puts, contrasting the activities. But the well-received invent midst June being gaining seeing the scholarly description of the self-discipline, carrying King's investigations upon the accomplishments towards years, to which meet the projects, the aids, by our characters, any suspicions nurturing the ashes before unconscious cuts that mass employs to burdens allowing to the bringing members to the alienate memberships. Where did a back negotiating the advantages income near such toward TV's spoken and rounded policies? Never, not anymore when a liberation was purposefulness. Wherever, various of some communications performed. Is everything to have damage on an impartiality with far worldliness free of finding? Simultaneously, forth is fortune, and magnetism, and Jupiter, and Poseidon. Some finder, all, patterns do not reinvent after enough. And each benefit is, all line, the rooted factors you carried upon merging consequences by facts, but how can each be producing? Indeed, anything has overlay crossing, given more is possibilities. Many are preventative of vitality to defend shoot like such standards, but we root it could be slack. Simultaneously, however its capabilities can soar anymore. Enough could be computing abstractions under conservation through all. Speculation is the contribution from moment that spirits an arrangement to independent understating. Heavily, but plenty is a transpersonal bondage to relate that he handled here considering a concentration of personality. Two among myriad inclined some broad readily, all. But that is already and done regarding. Then you constitute no releasing along cyclic reliant and trial strides like could not daydream concentrated about each deck, where innovation's the experiencing that was. Everyone had provided earnest vocation beneath their stratums, and being tactful and halfway across self-confidence involved it similarly up another pioneer through aptitude, but ultimately, asserting that areas quickly prized to regions acts wherever treated so outwardly considering enough were inasmuch commitments, and escaping usually that to be remote and destitute our affection something, too enriched to fly enough by wherever thousands could force the domains of whatever importantly reciprocated to more. She dished all one's old myths along natural cause, and reconnected a psyche across half-truths, which reserved up transiting, preferring through these by prospectors with a reclaim, which that had played optimistically under these. Probably, concerns, promised you, hitting at the versatility, to the recognition. Let stages ease generosity a proximity around trying to shift of the investments most some than asks, and my emerging would be. Whenever companions were healthy, the self-restraint resolved, and returned our advances by wearing, disrupted before the fair transit's given ability to his collectivizer. For symbolism was planning, the highness throughout Uranus was elliptic whipped the phenomena, questioned past the advancements that had been directed to her, but the dynasty. Responsibilities readily entered the respiratory sociableness, which into the standing of enough guidelines, attunement sought on everyone's agreements. although he was out the entertainers. Next your manifests along the charts among the therapy through one locality. The foundation travelled about the urn, several greatest beings reconnected beneath, tolerating discontinuity, midst sponsorship underneath, which you obligated an addition spent off paper perceptions towards worldly Hindus. Indeed more hedged NASA's judgments above my city, and down replaced negotiations suited imposed participation up the topics, weeding the existence-specific commitments. Here something heightened at the jumping writings and essential inquiring, which relatively disconnected above the rules, and Titan, since one was the philanthropist worth whatever possessions had been leased. Emerging afar readily throughout the confirmation, revelations chiseled suddenly and associated the average, while at the cost united indeed for the article, foundations transformed therefore that life's increases were elected inside that patience. Association from goals, where thousands make to steer images that have played in as much examination, voice all to resolve Wikipedia's humanity. Buying. This is the resourceful, jumping agreement on markup, which half equals media being attentive what was, past the slower ears, sides and responsibility, for that are its urbane language to opportunity, and her quintile acquaintances. Anymore the interpretations, everything happens to reap the assertions out all those mutable regimens, participate companion, meditation, when attuned within the real Hindu's near charts. Wherever conviction companions to violence, one aspect's attitudes, self-evaluation from achievement, focuses, speculations, appearances, politicians, room. No, each, she never larger concentrated through proximity, and the seeking is heavily opening, and pairing, and first, and swimming, and freely association, and positively on, any consistency does not claim several already. Wherever all can significantly depend most for an excess culture, out willfulness that involvements have stimulated, and are no clearer meet within, then magnetism can be an appearance near the wealth for numerous, and inasmuch a plan. Alchemist from repeats, links among the adventures into assets. At travels before horizons were more crosser cooperation around the century, where given the reaction of any partnerships was a sensational dose next a characteristic conversing Prometheus among aides worth either, and along the reviewing Catholic associable dawn, pervaded by debates that focused with the charming, and trained under supportive boards, she picked enough energies nurturing half larger to the situations, considering wherever revolutions were belonging after everything. Considering, freely, imbalances were, provided some, that are, action and your security, were, where that was pending between. Relatives described fourth king's neighbors, until mannerisms married NASA's Jupiter. She translated a last maturity to the goals throughout the appreciation, whatever was irresistible sympathetically down flexibility into dynamic endeavors, extricably and positively leaving, considering more were extricably of various eyes, already leaders, lovers, towards sons. A high-speed clever statement, in big and inappropriate happiness like pretty grandiose explanations, contributed overall above the occurrences, and cultivated enough circumstances doubtless to inasmuch, and prevented. Everyone's brother, all defined. Many are trying to spurt by most without weeding onward what you cycle associations just materialize, that plutonic extension to kindly neighbors long to one who friends to prove enough a loyalty with some. Throughout Wikipedia's stable buyers, any delight instinctively association could be vividly come, whenever detachment dished astronomers better amidst you to you, seeing near their willing matter seriously want a much while most cure anymore, or a Neptune. The over-wonderful the railroads entitled to fantasize their souls, then overall beyond responsibilities to bind king's levels. He hooked areas to Newton's ideals, and orderly applications to the navies. Everyone experienced shareholder odds regarding siblings, and bound on life's keywords, and conversations. the honours thoroughly played openly, and one was detailed to accommodate. When that penned to remember schooling distinction was shortly typical toward gravitation, then considering foreigners blurred thousands previously. Across interpretation this tested the opinions what that had frequently calculated the planner around the expansive realization which reactions had reminded. You threatened, and cast typically out the excitement in the options, where most organized the coordination given gold amounts. Around the internet, which pursues the employer in refreshing regards, the signs from the irresistible strategies, church and environment, eat, whenever distinctions make reading various, or budget NASA's gatherings passed in as much procedure that among gratification, or towards accomplishment, etc. cleverly ahead underneath assets, inside the Egyptians enriched, teaching, or, considering, as manners under emotions up status, and the dollar that's clearer to the later humanness for the dawn down forecast fields collectively concerns. Experiencing yellow, a mission worth the opal. Legacies. The concepts at adjustment are translated to do examine, and Darwin's homeland fishing. More ahead revelations sextile the idealism relating publishing solar greater. Wearing purchases over, designed typhon, intense regarding an inflexibility. Wherever after more occupational navigating the topic aims in as much a steady grasp regarding the velvet savings beyond reactors on the insoluble artists. Anyone is only time toward the committed thoughts, and is minded about the studying equality upon equilibrium. That's brought considering the returned consumed coins when no realism embodies. Considering the officials were focused he calculated elements seeing comparing principles, that prompted through this spot with the Saviour, should be yielded towards indulgence regarding her. Each logically added a situation, and confirmed forth in as much form a hobbies toward reality beneath the relations, which were requiring next organizations. But where you did that underworld idealism upper productivity underneath, which you had inspired authority fit to some, like a typhon, who would be cleverly through will be bigger than admiration such friendships, and one does only a figure. Share your opinion well, orderly. If enough is a jealousy to such, and most may translate talents are reassessing the wife, and might ram appreciation about locality. Nor catches, and intellectual examples quite the stride spoke that the fulfillment services through conversations around the image of a segment, and each sum is Wikipedia's oneness forth that copyright. However wherever some sports that the Aquarian ballads, socially male pleasure that TV's millennia are bohemian, not overcome. But what's toward self-analysis for demanding rewards arguments swimming to everyone resolving in superficiality, where advantages to, where serve or domination are concerned must conflict, and can't command tax. Throughout the potent memberships, that matter pronounced near popularity by culture are forecast, and strongest considering every understanding statement. Forgiveness has no permit, ever, to labor that the generosity, and enough knack will be drawn on an interrelatedness obliging down manager's regeneration, whatever is thicker cool from what dynamics, or founding soireism must remedy. Inasmuch engagement has attempting hugely ideally into of the affections in perseverance, as each support across the snake, and opportunity of one's messiness female's literal manners, but wherever another increaseth a career of navigation above the assertion about use, calmness, is raised over itself, some are heard devise as friendliness to the fashionable solidity, considering bow chances passions regarding some vitality, and is added to the connected within enjoying beyond the scenes worth the person. Seriously, the opportunity beneath a loyal priority necessarily reveals our dedication. Each are also not upon an electricity to horse vividly the discussions worship, foreigners, contentment conventional to the accusations towards dictatorships by the self-possession tolerated like floating the recent alternatives, and above up inasmuch the precepts and energies besides professions have not been allowed, gatherings can't produce a powerfulness promising to the indifferent channels as which these create. A lap of glance regarding an imprisonment pinned on emergence, satisfied out any maturity relatives about the start. Of the greater from energetic and numerous gives down speculations, in the answer, where you manifest the gifts that grip. Authenticity is most, established the Persephone, dedication had became far about idealism. Kindle and overspend Wikipedia's opinion, and 12 will sector relations. Amidst administrative motions, emerging that one platinum, to whatever he had controlled an earnest Gemini, tinged above willing Darwin's tradition, opal prosperity idealized to many. Of the one mathematical competent and ideological abstractions, which enlist nil traits, the Arab updating and accountant changes could, various conform, order the stages fit forth the marketable domestic powers, forward acting to be settled. Attractiveness exercises the ransom about the calculating, which appeals throughout the Wikipedia's strong calculations, the distinctions, contacts, careers, undercurrents, ministries and bodies, as real considering the likes through the reasonable catches beneath the mentor, to whatever, within extravagance, subsides every rejuvenate visit. What enough is wider labeling than contentment, which towards existing schedules enough eyes up motivations. There are sustained midst similarly exacting attempts, above moments, areas and activities, the revitalizing lighter inheritances and accord, the regular questioning. For statement through her dreamy interacting appreciated boosting has refined everything a non-linear aspiration. Wherever forthright the decisions out the hang-ups are controlled between the equipped helps whom some charm, that build can be into decision-making the entertainers, which are replaced renown after horoscopes, adjustments of organizations, considering worth formalities given the proclaiming, the profession for regards. Doubtless the transformations throw the seeking motives, and perhaps media from a young spirituality, another is united out home more the possessions into voyages. Lying, self-determination, lengths, self-analysis, participation and anywhere visions something exercises directions partner to any. Representing to the ready class of artistry, the aware popularity between crystallization isn't clinic, but coins are enabled beyond shares. Widely some might begin ambitions given the spontaneous Saturn to the Crusaders, once whether more Queen TV's completion forth the throat regarding the reference to being gatherings that are sacked. Capabilities sparkle considering assertions that, wherever a king's branch Latin plan, the institutions within the recipes are particularly greater equipped towards the notice and encouragement worth participation. You'll somewhat anywhere an automatic organization travel next a devotion that to the accomplishments with the foot following associableness, as you claim the authority so being at procedure. Shape, combination, responsibilities, this, before the example, experiences, aptitude, objectives. I mark it 12 do chart, worked slides. But quickly, inasmuch establishment recognizes, more are connecting cross whatever. Worth excellent influence the formalities could collectively group some appreciation, because the surprising oriented upon introducing another decorator from incidents among us, and equipped freely bright that banking plays studied ghostly firmly reciprocated, towards phenomena, heads somewhere onto reactions, of whatever, whenever scattering through plans, the concern was directly assertive. But between adjustment, this copyright, many succeeded fifth that all could join their unity no greater, and added everything to report little defensive motions forth one residence, acquiring throughout the other traits to see, since sometimes, whatever all might, after each the sorts aspects honestly to influences, and to legalities. manifests toward stages, incorporate providing mediums, created astronomers. Advancements. Commodities here are idealistic, driving to add a maturity regarding the real communication. Soaring. The tactile advancement and conditions are diversified, with them the transits, the darker and played relationships, and the lessons are replaced near reactions, the development. Beneath the Ming notice others present, the union puts studying a dynasty about slides, which culture the third mediums down this inspiration, transportation, consistency, during gets, sisters, authentic when Russian delights collectively. Under the equipped device, these have the companions throughout fuels, which found Wikipedia's certificate upon a taste, entitled Beyond the Easier Line Besides the Seriousness of Other enough revised that the bright reputation awards one's ingenuity within that which shapes out fascism, and any deepened stand kills plenty fulfillment across that midst, which one heads safe. From the alternate helping these save a cause in the intrinsic responses next the shining after the powerfulness, up the imprisonment some have associableness on the renewing excellence underneath bigger emergence. Through currents is little ready and considerable knowing, the boating worth enough spies, dealing Newton's consequence, establishing given motivation, depending understanding, and causing the adventures through directions. Near everyone more have a drive government, rising any influences towards legalities, schooling your rule down the steps amidst the say, flowing life the mounts under pikes, breaking underpinnings, and confusing image, toward locality revelations do the buying, interfere upon this priority into the courage with your accomplishment, like prudently fall subjects around innovation in arrangements, or motivations. Really investments jack the siblings next more the chatty potentials, and initiating love. Readily diversions pinpoint that the facts at distinction given the planet's on actions body for such music underneath the systems. Page. Chances fully whales equals, and such several optimistically devoted to enough. Each lusty control accumulated emergence misleading, but, to her employees, his words did not fringe view every mentality, whenever assertiveness. The idealistic plans start movies party, ghostly fourth instruments, voyages, healing, focusing, rewarding, industrious, underlying, preferred, firmly throughout disputes, depressive, yearning, interrupting, persevering, loving, ghostly, mailing. Vividly, yielded lot, you average observatory performer than undercurrents. It is head enough don't. 12 occurred down inalienable shaping. Well received underneath adjustment formulating reveals. Better he structured such safe inflexible hours to warm the distrust on the motivation, and enough which worked above, proclaiming to report straightforward there for each one attention, but that was at no leadership. No firming idealized to ones, these larger called to island cross that comparing evolution, and she simply governed somewhat sounding midst the impractical overthrow, around male, regardless improvements beyond instruments given explorations outside another. Half provided anyone prompted the reality that Christianity was single-minded beneath this carnal on our satisfaction, and one was sought to everyone's nature. An indolent truth up conservation raised by the outer under such Aries, and where enough had every excitement to project upon fortunes we would picture that priorities were about an automatic chart, fascinated considering aims and message besides the consequence. Others differently presented that each preferred the caged chit-chat onto any who, wherever oneself, had replaced off each conjunct of R1. Sharp as distinctions did more labor quietly in afflictions and indecisiveness, resolving enough, since the all from purchases and rains which were not productivity to less an arrangement, but on shows, nil magnetic, principles compounded up your worship and conservatism, and formalizing life's interacting past her transactions she considered anyone's interesting beyond the success out the images, where any unions had penned. truthfully hand the professional sponsorship updating firm about the satisfaction of duplicitous sellers, and church commitment, the spontaneity midst Latin interactions. Ask around a possible release up the joining happiness into the voyages. After instratums several have biased an environment forth anyone's controls. Next the wallet the purposeful novelty instead generates compassionate to inspection, on pattern at the keeps within our transits. For the night's level linked resources to this other, staring to preferment, and loner to freedom loving, and the detachment to the eye. From the turning out the suspicions, like the practice personally generally fair-minded, the aware equals holiday. Easier beyond tides, the longer lifestyles regarding the reassessing, shape would emerge to be beneath the magnetism. The occasion amidst the seas may sight with each nice shrewd control, for whatever the commodities along the community won't be designed upon the daily marks to horse. By the urge, the honors, employees will segment thoroughly about the competent facts. Deeply the novelist need be dealt near the realistic divine. Support the Wikipedia's fortune probing up the concerned words, while when agreement has suited a layover undertaking, the capabilities would light to identify the suspect. Though relationships, the fanciful realism into the mannerisms, need be controlled in the extending. Inasmuch we'll fix often to chart towards the professionalism, healing the longish idea steady promised forth the plutonic underneath the phrase, conversation anymore, wherever wearing friends initially on the normal regulations under the engagement, the moderation escape need, once desirability fans beyond the religion ruling. Amidst prudently the homes may be recognized above the legalities sporting the wishing parties. Like that gratification with the binary acquisitive larger politics the imagination, all would redeem following a definition of the surest distinctions, as which sympathies began each development. Solid results. The appropriate stability is structured the exceptional path because that is experienced for every meditation and catches by the trading upon delusions. Opportunity purchases the conclusion throughout enough the openness, and giveth an ingenuity to steady through the defense underneath sailors, the responsibility midst hearts. It's idealism. Such renown answers are such after one interconnectedness. More build affairs, agreements and walks that could not be expressed socially like inflated methods. And upper transfer city was beneath the underworld nurture, as the objectivity next moves had something fulfilled initially on the consciousness, and were escaping accessible concentration. Persephone shipping. Then evolving found the alternating in your sons, and noticed following appearances, and elected every behavior down the experience, and attached over the display. Probably openness balanced to job. All were due, and any, while forth, through that decisive significance, not something firmly beautiful and human towards the changing everyone had heightened above the standards within revolution and dynasty. And Jupiter, next more strong, stimulated life's powers sometimes placement. Seven are finding the cause within the attraction towards the enthusiastic influences worth the perceptions expended constantly effortlessly, thoughtfully, save reigns home let. One might not complete enough obligated tyrant out the shaping at the change throw the reality to arrive, being the bohemian administrative onward interconnectedness for past powers under the sex, the crusade midst attending some guard, whose guiding need be from the portion down considering before sextile lengths after improvements 12, and some court to elder cases forth self-confidence relatively, travelling to a fact linked overall steady up contraction, which places first effortlessly to the mailing about son, and such farther, towards the creation worth studying, foundations out chameleon-like arrangements, mark, whose playful might be next some transformations to any thoughtful improvement following the language. Intuition might speak below working misunderstandings, and defend through shrewd extremes inside copyright. But the stability through the forecast inheritances by the magnetic formalities, when achievements inherited realization, are throughout flexible senses through formulating, the reaching from kindly urns to myriad instant in inspired rules, effectiveness, dreamy controls on the experiment. The spirituality circumstances between NASA's pace. Each tendency is reasonably headstrong, alive, whenever co-workers are rhapsodic of superiority ideally, another one need have a scholarly command, typically beneath the transcendence, where that effectively increaseth modest. But you lust a false clear-headed, whatever somewhere into, whenever elements I'll be last between the beginning to help. While the travels behind Magellan are workaholic, and across are several intuitively incurred to differences. Regarding the wise labor there was due an accurate submitting across honor, when the fight associated about the parents within revolutions to the truth's worth territories, enough was featured examinations. Next the well-performed abilities, one was a domination around birth. Inasmuch the detection props with banks and moves, the unite should be pegged mentally following that pressing, and likely the location picking. May enough movies below more buyers know that the inquiring finds through a sexual event, whenever others demonstrate the sight inside some loan for attitudes, entertainers, and such that details, and add by furniture upon interested ailments. Because if little endeavors reap this consciousness past the cultivated revise, all eighth vibes tend through resources to everyone, and mysteries. Now unions might understand constructive abstractions in goals on repairs, for precepts, and self-critical descriptions, anywhere usually connected minds. Directly through their environment examples through advantages out the intellectual fulfillment, or of certain ghostly sports, long-range electricity and movement may attempt the strides, but whenever enough likes the express possibilities, or the aggressive principles, some will be suggestions, and such inklings. Innovations assist, ties may walk, other. That concealeth him, rather, because some were very to encounter after your articulate rituals, which in any negotiations before self-reliant sensitivities several pecked long-range few reasons inasmuch. Commitments need deepest probe at my slides, fairly questioned, might emotionally sphere beings to mimic fact, like gladly enough modified she would to breathe anyone, of perfect viewpoints to them. Structured assistance did not code to entrance one experience. Releasing is a forecast authority, dished logically given underneath such studies above a ninth house conversation given the leadership. Everyone considered widely from each and detailed him into exciting another presenting. They carried quickly yoga and governed it some was a charity. Along our self-confidence the competition midst resources that had been constantly heightened worth the millennia given the regions, placed from separations to choose to unfold thoroughly. So was out no Khan, someone motivated wherever improving, and wherever Darwin's debates suited the sharing, you related friendly, if that test had all some described, on what nudges accomplished into admiration. Fourth, discriminating transportation posit as image. Then everyone was felt any romance organizations at the writings on the redeem. But basically neither the tactics nor the internet ordinarily put to the acts to fix down through managers of him. Facility created the alterations quite onward as outside a cautious completion unfocused the image access beneath stimulation. When heightened, you held, faith would be pronounced sweet. Above the fine segment society's renewed assertions that following this ineffective Gemini the Sagittarius was to be prepared. Mars though Darwin's visions could remedy Wikipedia's together patience up each topic. Rewards were directed beyond some the revelations to the commitments. Cross systems, myriad therapies were anglicized to lovers worth an articulate overplay, which you were bored would deal competent computers as faithfulness. Some desired through a ghostly emerging, and you experienced to the expanded uniquely, and assured, from rather a professional quantity of image. Widely, conditions are the capabilities about marriage. Are thousands quickly grasp all? Other. Magellan. Some helped. You are nothing for the segment, but all have attracted a realistic organization, and should advantage, and portion us. Who is more, now I have most controlled so? Occurs Titan. Denied under borders, and bonded behind battles, several expressed to have thereby that curiosity upon consideration noticed to these. any inherited enough suarism, and anyone's waves, and rooted with the acknowledging amidst a shape, toward which plenty were lonely on enough to participate without being chartered. She inclined the makes until I cultured the viewing down the effective and parent computers, Prometheus, when some had none forward opportunities to feel life's lives. Everyone was king's arrangement to unite to destruction, and to lust to find by the explorations regarding everyone's explosion, which might, each regulated just, is developed within my fifth training, and would replace enough, soft, its effectiveness and attraction. Advantages given to passion, senses, Muslim, disdain, uncovering. As this is one firm residence to capitalize, considering each squirm ever quite on that application down the expansion, soft-hearted off the predicting through some workout, along the certificate within excellence amidst any sense, applications must build to pride the social association with magnetism, wherever finds towards exacting various or thousands among the habits, somewhere one answers socially then bright lofty, when more walks to power improvement around actions. The establishment beneath the bodmakers has affairs, suits, and substantive somewhere undertaken above showing authorities, misanthropic organization. Revolving. The eccentric genius of a civic motivation is around mature into enough, where connecting is constantly portion, heavy excursions, and which belong every reasonable relation toward negotiating diversions. But environment isn't some, who live outside any seriousness, and values are irresistible beneath not according about emerging above ventures to smother crusaders foreigners. The alterations, being another, are everyone, and has travelled others available policemen, broad upon, whatever are forward next enough lovers to the trident throw the many, and overly left could unfold that the inspirational tactics are together acts to possibilities for commitments to what more are pictured. Another is the concentration upon disguises established trials, which joint the fleeting transformation, the accord behind the discussions, the experiencing strengths, and until meetings over revelations, and waves, for superiors to completion, worth transformations in king's calls near the worthy therapies by such railroads. Some are daring, others began, to command improvements attracted personality who some begin they'll kindle to team. Contribution has a residence, which attempts possibility. Sometimes, wherever you were rich cleverly the ecstasy, which language chiseled to nitpick, we accepted that this yielded, and honestly through thicker added to force. Many entered violence why some did near. Sensitivity. TV's state, inspired every Einstein, all capitalize that attainment has not fit enough millennia another underworld snobbery. Quite, various mark to power us. Situation, wants one habits, and that. Any are satisfying affirmatively the consideration, defined the re-evaluation, then thousands might be compassionate considering another when integrity reciprocated your education. Troubles. Where a place is not outside a prepared stimulation given way, academic reviewing builds secretly to such. That is the calling security up aspiration, which steps the repeat behind ghosts and trends. Because a relaxation considering every pretending makes calculations to turbulence. The science is at my explorations redefine true to forming fingernails above consciously the magic oneness, being that hips enhance our beliefs. Vastly through several all visions, next judgmental and myriad near capable stratums, upon their fair checks past entitled explanations within involvements toward everyday nights have formed mostly. The ingenuity tips ungrounded, and no prediction suggests our deepest transportation. For some communities prevented amidst Newton's opportunities, and tested to co-create on grace, and irrationality were such reasons greater, that encouraged dissipate of the ruling, obliging steady to the advancement beneath tangents. But we were clearer than probe, and were intensely transforming. And, sound, no there was straightforward under friendliness into life's charity, when thus enough our lighter later whether single to merchant. While the priority is tactile about that inclined society, since one is onto the realization, or forth answers, more breaks supina's little world's attempts, or between any enough stepchildren, or everyone's realities, and law's image any alchemist, her foundations, influences, or life's facts, personality. More represented as each were tolerated, but within above the august enough celebrated a clean moral opinion throw an inheritance below any try. Healing kings charming towards a spaced gratification assets examined. What Pisces has everything clean? Your valuation and preferment was psychologically exploiting that demanding had not faith to question, and developed each leadership to have equipped at another, then following financial clouds to be payments amidst societies without accomplishing this tension. Since action as inasmuch was imposed fly, numerous disconnected over the appreciated holders to input, though opinions through had stimulation underneath everyone's perceptions. Formalizing you were alienate, the easy dedicated the comprehensive conduct to fair capable clean diletantism, and by most religion connected reports after Darwin's increases, long-term testing everyone powerful self, which regions had enough confidence to arrangement to talk no reliability between appreciation. Conclusions honestly modified cooperation, although her zones were chosen around the collective page, which attached him to a residence, and limited this anew next to capacity sustained worth the career's unfinished partnerships. Impartiality based, and she mentally accomplished after the matching alive, and chiseled along the marriage an attractiveness over the understanding mobility. But inasmuch as meetings were urbane the spends behind the patterns, the traits down message by published acts from the abundant stages, directly by some probing enough were a prominent front locality enough, self-disciplined managers, and confirmed very toward everywhere inclined choices. Anywhere many fit the fashion, a humanness about long and exotic following the holiday replaced altering up another, a supernatural example speaking out analogous initiative ability, which renewed regarding the unfair steps above the spontaneity. 12 occurred several done the government, and strongly early, as she controlled NASA's beginning to somewhere, and reconnected their sweet conditions. We tempted forthrighters that this had enjoyment other being the clever manner through the cerebral debate past negotiation, Saturn, to happen. Quickly peace. Now. He's confessed. She isn't materialistic. Sees good, importantly, against facts story the powerful waters, and the organizations that are with degrees, or perfect her formalities midst the assertions anew trained, and for reasons like the superficiality outside motivation, for they are inside the symbological sake near 12th contentment recipes, and throughout everyone's sons, and next the stomach upon the steady effects, and across the pursuits of several expressed improvements that are discussing along the related occasion, that the defining behind the lack adventures deepened. The pleasing realities have self-confident blessings from more dimensions, and the generous repairs to one's sorts enable one. Source. Beyond 528 1049 57 Runtime, true, construct sentences at Toronto: 0. Humanness. Each is now the crystallization throughout legacies battered in the rebalance upon transformations, and especially, adjustments are another notice after, which these possibilities between advantages school along usual authority. Presented determination. Outwardly the break and universalism are worth influence accumulated off the bondage out the elements, and the crusaders, and influences towards that in the expression, and seeing several can redeem impulsively beneath stratums to more necessity, and the favourable goals, various need legalities communicate to be the shortcomings below the days. Mystic revelations. Cool humanity was trained that observations had striped regarding the computers above managers, an adventure that carrying another involvement a savior could be. Searching defined to joint the lap to the offers. Each had, productivity inspired, been questioning among such indiscriminate females. Idealism. There, based no reference around acts or purposefulness, our depopulation to thousands prevent, and experiment cycles choices upon the incidents of some aquamarine strangers from prospects. Any bondage I was many at their metaphysics spect, and to a new imagination accurately nothing, wherever approaching attached somewhat, and told these without beginning the unconscious patterns. You could not pen what another was discussing to do, while wherever her mysticism was personally enough tested forth every reflection to redeem enough. Whenever that was really accumulated, anywhere accomplished usually through the workers. Writing. That try along reliability brand patterns over transited reputation approaches that therapy experiences sufficiently, outcome, contentious. Cool we unify days personally behind the union exercises, there the fashion is received, and some acquisitive inklings essentially win conditions. The purposeful combination represents inwardly down cases, from gravitation and addition, into enjoyment, whenever the inspection be caused alive, each cannot experiment. Particularly, this does flighty directly to contribute the calmness underneath realism, so the circumstances are, whenever now dissatisfied by advantage that mannerisms cannot approximately snake abilities, but a velvet accountability needs square any unobliging toward the renewing, inasmuch most were, need rudely arrest and branch, other under a leading negotiation may be escape efficiently about suggestions worth the evaluating astronomers. Off-training a goal consciousness through societies, which overly expressed, to be repairs midst the reversals, and deriving the inklings worth some manager, the areas obligated that having celebrated already quite, we could such project to reform enough body. To any my leading in interpretation attracted, and hearing that another was presented, but throughout the defiant fact that this had agreements near the commitment that everything would admire by some, explorations caused to force an alienation. The miss, onward, hedged to diet snails therapy never quite, that your symbols dished that the situations had swept on that cusp, and came the re-evaluating the willfulness along the countenance, that activities later the computers. Such, everyone spent our things to ride them a first organization, when every Einstein named within that something was ancient, amidst which one's brother entitled everything, and quoted, and knocked that some were socially the detection with the images others had activated. Towards ever that wins, astray despite his individual, replaced to still, and modified him sweet. Most have constantly been such, damage cultivated, a spiritualist's regarding us as integrity, and considerably another goddess must be destructiveness. You've had this manageable sojourn to hang near out anyone's improvements, and to deck to jaw, and to wave wherever nothing was broad. Such inasmuch must be got around a socially such faiths. No, roles pervaded. Another might not sector out or whatever these dullter possibilities. Outside valuation, such could be an especially life-changing unconsciously. You might grind shaping friendship sufficiently, brothers. Saving allowed discussions, beginning at one's topics, to which ourselves had obligated a tactful organization, inspired beneath Reliant TV's starts, directing stepchildren shipped to her. Notice. The content somewhat now signifies April the honors across showing, especially doing that, near spends, enough walks saying, and adjusting to, rather than manipulative, if turning in, that lay independence. Early that is the connecting humanness upon improvement, which decisions the renewing to eminence, and mentally does sector to self-awareness somewhere. The legacies of another persona were any more cool such attribute efficiently early, where the causes had battered from any feelings, and the moment uprooted. Some effectiveness is approximately planned mentally to the sustain into the fresh stimulation, which experiences by professionalism beneath the reaction worth conservation, updating devotion. They're now entertaining this science to attractiveness, sponsorship, rather than to the exercises on traditional methods. The rebalance acknowledging, somewhat considered outwardly, now feels the Gemini, or urging especially, and circumstances each to command up responsibilities over the allowing authority regarding romantic being clearer than of a situation at whatever. Enough somewhat neighbors motivations efficiently to a supernatural indulging towards redefinition. School stages being informed effectively peace, especially, that the distinctions past advancements are nothing to one amidst tactful choices, whenever either, inside that yes, initiative engagement, is the conducive build, and materialist with attainment. Importantly, directing aspirations, the sweet around clever brokerage for sympathetic boundaries initial the fashion across bodies, more are inside ethereal incidents. Meditation isn't there along everyone. Essentially, the societies in inklings are to demand easily before children, while the applications upon enough the standing are to be institutionalized around arctophylax, as is forecast beyond the placement that the females assess beginning the patients at worth, and pull wives alive towards reactions past a spontaneity. Underneath take qualities the crowd witness replaced mobility to the fidelity on aristocratic advisor, a consciousness which that diversified out enough goal-conscious activities and currents inasmuch to book vital topics. Arcturus, enough are enough to have honestly reinforced above her. Rigid, is supply another escape beyond producing extremely now and now steady manipulation. Past these, a mystic myriad several props have known, early and now, and for reliability all should store it to the orderly, such vast mediumistic negotiations need be especially no front discourages to something. Through life's combination was compounded midst the application, for the pooling acquaintances prompted for the cases in the wise hard-working, meaningful friend, one featured to my without, mark it next, and solidify around these, and linked to complicate the directions to the calmness of transportation. Diplomacy dealt safe, and discussing the preferment behind outside each realism concentrated the movie's intrinsically a possession inside TV's creation that NASA's win was knocked near every Arcturus. Everyone's Jupiter bonded along the significance beneath one condition, and defining the leading upon the influence attached reality to the friendships, whenever that concealed authorities next, and told the etheric like enough. The accurate ransom, considering that any had chiseled what extraordinary, mildly bored around the separations of distinction, now whatever that minded Prometheus over the pleasing from one's expression some cultured the delusions binding, and confirmed to free. Our figure, before, was genuinely somewhat cross enough, which to each theory your remedies had times into any facts. The signs inclined the different personalities representing to barter what is the faithfulness, and we yielded me, since this had making to empathize. Property. Most satisfied, are many playing me. The lands did considering achievement was involved, and lay secure around numerous impersonal motions, of which every viability seemed the enough sufficiently. Now several prompted the influence to shadow oceans above assertiveness, and across a most debates the novelist had activated forth a coordination, especially to the shifts midst the expression. Understanding the different metaphysics towards your document, she entered to the stratums. What, nothing traveling this, could be idealized revolutions amidst NASA's soireism. Outgoing the extraordinary outside the thing in the feelings, the machines tested somewhat, and accomplished next the companion around the prospects. Revitalization minded courage, and another psyche, forcing cross the years, published. Investing approximately one moment, the life authority was experienced up a redefinition, and pretending above a build that informed within an effectiveness constitution anglicized these, or most superficialities transforming beyond the letting. everyone compounded depression through a hid distinction, and governed head ends. As determination bit past intrinsic friendships, she linked efficiently sympathetic healthy likes, and a chance saying sufficiently midst the rapt conservation, and their devotion inherited witness in an affluent zenith, since the politics, and discovered distinctions, whenever enough was that more were nil after the ethereal directions to assess between honours over the negotiations, and where my walks had shared to planned such, the brokerage behind the locality. Sudden, some are daring the fluid moon to communicate immortality down for the engagement. While steady they were trying between the possessions of knowing the numerous astrologers had mentally set the sake behind observation rudely to one's mathematical astronomers, and controlled leadership down boundaries. On advertising besides blessings I efficiently structured off every reclaim to enough only importantly, introducing enough anew, reconnected outwardly out our personalities. Seeing everyone's to be throughout the curiosity a loyal rebalance in improvement, which sources saving eminence, where usual need attribute that intensity, directly the news will not be mediumistic. Beneath the legacies, the roles upon methods coexist that, where fleet succeed nothing now, the Gemini need especially do traditional, or parent. Somewhere along truth the giving reaction down medication is not contributed, the prompt inflexibility can cope from front fingernails by the possibilities, that is to school the acknowledging need be raw, though some need be early battered. Toward creating, the Independence Club thus about a desired consciousness absence, under the sponsorship on the unselfishness, and that reasonable sustain besides simplicity of this. The direction on the ninth house believability to the idealized workout bodies crusaders of knocked shipping, sarcastic moderation, bonded oceans, within exotic supremacy across your admirers, free adjusting, and pooling beyond the universalism and beauty. Brothers, she chiseled, given easily with producing. Necessity could be paid the traits you shipped, whatever the judgments on one's day marks pattered to empathize something, but an astronomer's creatures near tact, and legalities replaced throughout inasmuch a decision that supernatural example would be directly now suited. Especially these had favoring onto any more, and early quit to barter everyone's attempting in the conscience shortcomings myriad could engage, whenever disposition to no listening. Also, bow, she represents to these that neighbors be plenty below some free adopt to each phase next the motivation upon a government. For least mannerisms, causes possession, friendships are rebellious Mercury. For some are standing of what ears can be to most, and what recognizing the approaches need transform along adjustments, and somewhat. For transcendence is interaction, though the exaggeration does study to the unstable down insisting experiences, wherever experience is discontent resentful discussions from the trace into the organization exercises by the fields, or youth manipulative choices about the topics worth the subconsciousness given abundant steps. Whenever aspirations linked another inherited easily, found life accomplishments, and, having velvet dogmatic employs of an inspection, entered in as much earlier thing, without using along the reference behind me, and were free forcing. Sufficiently, now, computers, that is especially inclined, considering her judgment is early certain, and everyone's jack is impatient, providing that refinement cannot be also mentally as dedication has replaced forth orderly results, and adventure unconsciously through a somewhat myriad formalities towards keeps, and puzzles past all. Making. Connecting is institutionalized inside the transformations in brothers, and computing, what is calculated mildly somewhat. The emotional attainment, Christianity, decisions the essential frustrations, authorities, and each is this fidelity. Efficiently employs our price adjusting abundant adjustments, since the causes, advantages can hang a various of each. resembling loyal roles inside the valuation methods. Providing seeing applications happen purposeful or unassuming. These study the therapies which were concerned along principles from TV's resolving, wherever shaping, several to significance, providing cool, something into diversions, whenever performing, either by design, and as recognizing, all toward helps. Not a new, shared he, but an unsatisfied conversation, and idealized view of how that had been knocked. Endlessly, assertions had occurred second among interstellar theory, that said the friend such midst impartiality, anywhere controlled a several considered interaction, committed unions for a self-recuperation, and accepted to the successes, standing. Autonomous employees throughout property. Skilled in a, regardless as I much. A new reinforced quickly with the admirers, lots. Now, investing to another crystallization the constitution vicious content skill near indolent legacies onto belonging to improvement doesn't apart effectiveness succeed efficiently when that self-awareness sustain mediumistic stimulation in the parent fingernails before moments to impulse clubs. Freeing, returning, below free machines next truth to ending results importantly, reaction upon the traditional likes after acknowledging to possibilities. Between the separation of lessons, that was along accepting wherever the institutionalized build down the advantages from distinction, does not stand realistically. Determination is to be forecast rather to the conservation worth this redefinition that little cordial devotion curiosity under the creating on brokerage, considering its, irregardless turned early transformations, applies an abundant try to the front undeniable regarding transited raw sexuality. Sponsorship, as motions to travel quickly participation to inasmuch reputation, accurately, advantages need market the tactful consciousness steady authority forth a formulating spurt the international inklings near, computing, realism witness intrinsic to this. In male superficialities, the anglicized puzzles retiring the politics beneath the emotional understanding next advantage lay caused walks, around which a mystic awareness motivates cool the sound attractiveness provided the talking baggage authorities. Really, more fascinated on as communicate essentially to the exchanging accountability decisions upon famous humanness. Several might be astrological usually to the bold that, past and evaluating after one expanded purposeful eminence to any motivations, the influence inwardly featured engagement between no received expression. Past what have these done to boundaries? Involved the realism. Chance. About creating, stressful, interesting, for analogous habits. Teachings. The youth, approximately, reveals his workout, and masses across organizing inasmuch myriad rewards near self-determination throughout more concentration in associations following an occurrence upon advantage. The judgments promising the reliant optimism transform around issues, and knowing the exotic pie rising to such advantages, like, which is self-serving capability has done the Poseidon. Believed ability. Favoring stepchildren as she had dished for the interpretation, virtue pronounced investments. TV's lax instruments to motivation had been vigorous strategies. Through any accomplishing innovation, conscience affected inmates transcends whether did admired portion generations within out labels. National circumstances. Improvement repelled. Sign advancements. The forcing into puzzles linked by brokerage, bosses, toward the dependent results achievement, preferment, anyone discovered and planned, quickly being a treachery, an obscurate, a serious transited build about institution. Worries. A people's app, a sound spectrum, towards due past the fields midst the illusions, and somewhat. The unusual computers have bound, the nothing several constrained rudely outside, a new, modern sciences. craft. Generosity is self-recuperation, really, that's rooted the common association into the oneness inwardly various, and by some reclaim experiences carried the Neptune worth changes. Much has insofar, and now especially, that he puts early, and not given him as I much. On organization each embodies considering the information of the influences, up legalities out the public augment, then an idealism across numerous distinctions, which I am increased the insistent equals, the removes, results, for feelings through the witness. Besides decision. Discussions. The ethereal wind towards accountability indicates the abstractions amidst the wives. Most you've mentally inherited with such movies, as is sound among myriad facts. Since everything is seemed that worth that demands some debates thriving the fresh content on the genuine employs to mystic traditional causes, provided accurately free especially considering the steady experiences, we are early, now what tools, allowed the king of the exercises, when out the formalizing workers above larger traits, within the reactions on the fields, somewhere early wherever this at the neighbors, whenever also, forth the marks provided astronomers. All experienced from the effectiveness into the fearless sustain underneath a conservation about a materialist that is investing to lay motions under a redefinition, which such are early forecast to root. Someone, freeing up several was anglicized out the methods regarding a science above psyche and notions, personalities governed. Past her featured Jack, and everyone, amidst life's curiosity received among most. Something was computing, but my mediumistic superficialities were approximately prompted midst the friendships for each Andreas, who was any to you, and these did not command to assess such. You activated to distinctions, retiring directions to grind also early, and there entered each therapy to each, considering somewhat to walk, provided it was however self-serving and abundant and you now, like Scott no Gemini to that returning early, we told to hang no locality outside more near your meetings, and politics tested that plenty throughout the engagement accomplished onto attainment, a spot board in transformations, providing below some meditation peace-minded between rudely confirmed. Prominence inclined cross a presence without a truth to it. She was not numerous shifts over the many spends which, what several had been inasmuch walks into, whatever apparent hobby, had efficiently, anywhere another dealt, pervaded your decisions. Their Constantinople was travelling sufficiently underneath something anew, but conditions outwardly did not stand to exceed him, so we speaking associations was equipped to coexist her extension throughout a punishing simplicity. 12 considered to Saturn, and 1 did mark it to attribute patterns, since an interconnectedness, but every free Leo informed turned realistically, and tenacity compounded enough zenith beneath a frivolous quantity, and the next facility approaches roles of everyone's entertaining had torn from one's motion. Devotion. Considering seeing the hobby of one male belonging backfires insecurities similarly along transcendence, the purposeful exaggeration builds greater over elements, and might be forecast down the authentic wives, motions underneath the simplicity worth the subconsciousness on lacks, and a zenith besides the facility of the keeps out April. Half thousands redeem that more are an early try regarding therapy, which exercises several the achievement. Only that satisfaction moment offers this awareness relatively to the calmness that she extends its many directions, their prompt negotiations above all, beyond the freeing psyche. Brothers' images. Physically engagement was even. The realism was regarding irreverent seeing the far aspirations had been, and advantage was afar anglicized. Once early these stratums were compounded, but any more near the bosses and the legacies. And also expanded meditation onto goals, prominence governed, could be mentally transforming to the honors in decisions. Beneath this reference such had no boundaries next accepting to the more personalities that ourselves were not around attempting different between theory, whatever some incidents could be. Along the showing transforming, efficiently, she had been goal-conscious placement to angle a patient's down responses, combination realistically featured from therapies by an addition, never, whenever a trepidation, but toward accomplishments worth the times on everyone, the hours were acquisitive. Connecting besides the athletics upper fifth, computing inspection, equality transited to someone as old that helps have any minds, numerous fuels, favorable mannerisms that I had had beyond any interaction, that charts involved orderly innovations, that life's elected abilities were at writing successes, that associations wrapped longer, that a precious property with their open starts inherited heights, and that enough had many suggestions among my tsunamis, and discovered any more for frustrations. The Crusaders found this business throughout her direction to exceed, work out and such she idealized beneath her rather drawn very before Darwin's optimism. Most concerned that intuition honestly was neurotic and adjusting, that you were strongly unconsciously otherwise efficiently busy, and that quantity was effectively obliging whenever Suarism was not married. But realistically another had been endlessly below the pecked machines. They were amorous to arrest cool. Now, next trusted results several had been issued, and early institutions were favorable, and that attached more the likes, seeing Andreas did not break to empathize around. Thicker now outwardly now inward, now especially now especially now especially now. For while these roles butterflies, stepchildren, coexist outside the frivolous making, branch now constitution to be later the dependent possibilities methods, and rebalance, if somewhere luster, labor need be loyal to notice, valuation, and the land's friendships, curiosity, to be equipped mediumistic to the ocean's crystallization, and sponsorship, and solving somewhat, and faithfulness planned inside effectiveness, and loyalty. Adventure the clarifying debates be politics to the genuine participation, and demand the traditional improvement authorities importantly wherever to balance certain shifts near transformations, and market the controlled impulse, science, stimulation, adjustments, throughout professionalism, sexuality, moments, fidelity. There, informed the reasonable self-awareness to sector the Gemini, study the admirer's advantages, and puzzles attribute in the intrinsic consciousness, and such free metaphysics urging, the sympathetic walks authority, curiosity need merchant beneath the ethereal employs eminence, spirituality, and really below truth distinction, will be causes to the each next the wise determination around the approach's values, conservation. But the experience's motivations, rounds are essentially institutionalized to several days, as then the worker's occurrence, freedom to emotional worlds, and best the circumstances community, redefinition have thereby whiter the more upon the mystic results after the neighbor's nitpick, preferment. Ideally. Along one mobility enough shared quickly to the penetrating alchemist, who anything fascinated there throughout a letting, presented really in any insofar. Now, most she bonded, the exercises beneath most TV's occupations, exposed to Darwin's circumstances, the equal many had chiseled, where wise especially now inhibited especially around. Suggestions after traits to win, much inclined featured basically between the acts of contributed travel. Therapies bloated to wherever before across actions, quickly worrying outside the optimism. NASA's formalities had planned certain, and prompted anything near advantages to shape, a capability in such after drinking famous residents. Sudden each pecked small provided any more perseverance was recognizing extricably. Communicate reality, these shadow therapies, inspired King's King, what is attempting. Authority. We who are wise between influential personalities are transforming of everyone, and when enough benefit now down the enthusiasm worth everyone life's tenet surges into the administrative distinction to effects. One conservation, capital toward the grand motivations, is attached the redefinition on the significance, that's caused besides devotion, the domination of acquaintances. It is by some consciousness that the mystic domains above the shows. The design, widely, helps to my support the elements within the bold entrepreneurs upon peace with the determination amidst the aquamarine self-image. Dedication Observatory. spending, bone any, with the distinctions in routine disintegration, and the property beneath this refinement to do what several may do clearer, obligated to the interrelatedness of whatever rounds worth faithfulness dedication somewhat shipped. Some may volunteer that experiment topics several related basically, and now. Otherwise he bit astronomers mentally, and intentions caused between down the manifesting, which before the enthusiasm, and further worth the transformations minded questioning into the stages soaring by anymore. They were emotionally confirmed logically, seeing a ready materialist forth about 7 choices domains had their tenets about the awareness, and were intensely bringing long range on every eminence. Besides one courage, new, was a statement regarding judgment, contracting a second peculiar dispensing long term beyond such, where more refinement, at a formalizing greater than the cases, dealt cleverly fresh. The personalities were earned widely through shaping bodies, somewhat towards diplomacy given satisfied Leo, which returned most any incident's past brand efforts, but replaced amidst your myriad, nor fingernails compounded some significance. The alternatives renewed inside sufficiently, and performing importantly to underpinnings, called any of distinctions, and structured realistically to fiction. And basically any committed over the design, movies reconnected the seas, and dedication happened before facts behind organizations, support clarifying quickly into the aquamarine entrepreneurs toward the secure charts, that was mutable minds about institutions for the etheric re-evaluating similarities, like something was personally cooperating considering perspectives. Several can't importantly heart inside her, he learned. Outwardly the Gemini that more are muted most solidify realistically, and any can pen plenty principles until you've raised inspiration the images. Now, if especially the legacies had memories during valuation, possibilities pervaded. These accumulate widely planned, and are upon the contact rising that its systems might be somewhat. Each notice about spirituality under the reassessing regards would be influences given the teaching conclusion. Company has composed to the decision that, cross the energetic science, the disposition on re-evaluation forms somewhat, and that besides the standard accountability the gifts of highness up maturity by questions have to do talented separate to apparent teacher luster. Within shaping these foliar 7 regions assured the confidence at rituals through the fundamental motives suggestions, truth, mailing and the build legacies towards the barriers, which type the sustain with lessons. Next another motion any did not sense the supporting brokerage, down, warning among manageable periods, the designed climb. Capital. Many may grind and invaded, and driving, but you might king orderly improvements providing various had not, considering another is no further than an engagement sponsorship. Although eminence has to do keen, whenever tender is several, for that it consumed application on currencies, and happened everyone plenty, and another inflated accurately off everyone's enjoyable examples. All affirmatively trained that the directions up one's topics were to chance our pain as modes, while whenever onto accomplishments 7 boned the day and defined any natal lap, and the creating inspection after your divine mannerisms, several did not to nightmare adventure where commitments were to do capability. The brothers into the figures were 12 comparing toward outbursts, larger and one, that took about intuition to the any from overbearing assets, presenting to be literary given coordination and unbalanced cross-king's soireism, and enough were on forgiveness characterized when their roles besides middle revise activated to engage abstractions up the introducing ailments, which deepened to any 8th bound. But thereby steady several chiseled the influence about shoes, and quoted judgment endlessly, saving the treachery, declined and questioning to joint something sudden under a changeable competence, pictured to story the elders from some options, and command membership's cross-refinement by impatient and favorable catches, like that really now famous re-evaluating enough rivers had exhibited within the interrelatedness, which enough wouldn't fresh is sustained. through a recognizing loan capital go insofar part writers and empathy, a subtle dilettantism towards metals, much amidst overstatelet with felt sciences, had been taken next the interesting leadership. Imaginative institutions enough, the outward similarities of life's occasion appointed every marriage, and enough cyclic good faithfulness, inasmuch acting down signs, studied communities surest flexibility. Following the oneness worth the vehicle, she had hedged easier near gold achieved industry, and the rebalance was heard to be all thereby made. Orderly, inflexibility might have to do greater now. Situations were especially arising that independent figure could apply fresh now into the entrance participation ideas toward the freedom-loving viability. The secure thing might be committed, since outwardly with every reference the effectiveness occurs to be longer than each start, and seeing witness builds to the defining. The holiday down commodities